On the night of May 7, 2224, in Yahai City, at the Qin by Beast Nurturing Shop, Qin, wearing a black cartoon long sleeve with little duck prints, dashed out of the store like an arrow, carrying a white plastic bag with 3 large buns and a black shoulder bag. Before leaving, he turned back and shouted into the store, "Mom, I'm off." Inside, Baya, a beautiful young woman who had just sat down, heard her son's call and quickly ran outside. Watching his vibrant and youthful figure, a smile of happiness spread across her face. "Good luck, son. Try to awaken an extraordinary talent." "No problem." Qin turned back with a radiant smile, waving at his mother before continuing to sprint forward. Time was of the essence, and he was nearly late. Qin, at 18, was a unique traveler from another world. When he first arrived in this world, he had not awakened memories of his past life. It wasn't until he was 3 years old that these memories surged like a tide, often revisiting past glimpses in his dreams. The initial fear and astonishment gradually subsided over time. Once he adapted, he began to explore this new world. He discovered that on Lingxing, people could awaken mysterious powers and become summoners, taming mystical creatures. His heart was filled with longing upon learning this. He realized it was a world of endless possibilities, dominated by summoners. However, here, these powerful creatures weren't called mythical beasts but had a unique name: spirit beasts. At Yahai First High School, Class 4 of Grade 12, the homeroom teacher Yichio entered the classroom and quieted the noisy students with a gentle clap of her hands. Instantly, the room fell silent. "Before you go, I want to say a few things." Yichio adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and elaborated on the important points. "Students called to the awakening area must leave immediately regardless of success. Those who successfully awaken their talents could choose to register at the Talent Registration Center. Although not mandatory, registering grants priority in choosing spirit beasts in the Spirit Beast Room." The initially indifferent students became silent and thoughtful upon hearing this. Yichio continued, explaining that those who awaken excellent talents might receive special training from the authorities. She comforted those who failed. "You are luckier than people from 100 years ago. You can now become spirit beast masters through hard work." This was all thanks to the legendary summoner Master Luoqing. On January 11, 2111, he successfully developed a groundbreaking product that changed Lingxing's history: the Summoning Orb. After more than a century of development, the price of the Summoning Orb became quite affordable, with a standard model costing only 1,000 Ling coins. Besides becoming summoners or spirit beast masters, Yichio mentioned another path: becoming a spirit nurturer. "In our class, Qin Ye's parents are well-known spirit nurturers in Yahai City," she said, glancing at the daydreaming Qin Yi, who quickly straightened up. Yichio then led the students, each with different expressions, to the gymnasium. Walking at the back of the line, Qin Yi looked at his classmates' innocent and eager faces, sighing inwardly. To him, they seemed too young. While becoming a summoner could make one stronger, the situation for spirit beast masters was not as optimistic. Although spirit beast masters could also battle with spirit beasts, their safety was less assured. Summoners fought by contracting spirit beasts and received feedback when the beasts leveled up, enhancing their own strength. Powerful summoners could even shatter mountains with a punch. Spirit beast masters, however, couldn't achieve this. Worse yet, incidents of spirit beasts killing spirit beast masters occurred frequently. Due to the frequent occurrences of spirit beast backlash, the threshold for becoming a spirit beast master was much higher than before. Despite this, their situation was still much better than a century ago. In this perilous world, at least they could summon spirit beasts for protection at any time. At this moment, in the gymnasium, the principal was delivering an impassioned speech, marking the start of the awakening ceremony. The ceremony, though seemingly simple, was filled with mystery. Those called had to step forward and touch the awakening orb. If the light intensified, it meant success. Otherwise, it was a failure. Due to the limited number of awakening orbs, students had to proceed in batches. Soon, it was Qin Ye's turn. With Yichio's reassurance, he calmed his nerves and placed his hands on the awakening orb. A warm current flowed through his body, and the orb emitted a faint glow. He did it. The 5th one. Yichio whispered excitedly. Her class had 15 students complete the awakening, with 5 successfully gaining talents, far exceeding the outside probability of 1/5. Upon checking the panel, Qin Yi discovered his awakened talent was called all-encompassing. The more different primary attribute spirit beasts he contracted, the more feedback energy he received. Contracting spirit beasts with the same primary attribute wouldn't enhance this effect. At the registration center, a staff member explained the characteristics of this growth-type talent to Qin Yi. Although almost useless at first, its mid to later stage effects depended on the talent's strength. If strong enough, it could lead to becoming a king in the future. However, it had limitations. It could only contract spirit beasts of different attributes. If you contract a wood attribute spirit beast, you can't contract another wood attribute one later, as it would be disadvantageous. When Qin Yi returned to the group, it was soon Du Feng's turn. As a child from a summoner family, Du Feng unsurprisingly succeeded in awakening. Beaming, he told Qin Yi, I awakened the same talent as my parents, a fire-type talent. It's an enhancement fire-type talent that can boost the power of the fire-type spirit beast's eye contract. After the awakening ceremony concluded, Yichio led her class back to their classroom. The room was filled with a complex atmosphere, a mix of excitement and disappointment. Yichio scanned the room, taking note of the varied expressions on her students' faces. She began by announcing this year's awakening statistics. Out of 520 seniors at Night C First High School, 152 students successfully awakened their talents, achieving an awakening rate of 29, significantly higher than the external average of 20. Yichio explained that the students who entered Night C First High were already exceptional, with higher innate qualities, naturally leading to a greater likelihood of awakening. Next, Yichio approached the students who hadn't awakened, offering them gentle words of comfort. Her voice was calm yet firm, aiming to ease their feelings of disappointment. She then addressed the entire class, briefly explaining the process for obtaining spirit beasts. Students who had awakened their talents would receive theirs first, while those who hadn't would need to wait. This arrangement caused a subtle change in the expressions of the students who hadn't awakened. Although they were mentally prepared, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Noticing the silence in the room, Ichio sighed inwardly. Quickly adjusting her mood, she glanced over the students who had successfully awakened and began calling names. Zhangyu, Qinyi, Dufeng, those whose names I called, follow me. Qinyi quietly stood up and followed Teacher Yi out of the classroom. In the hallway, Ichio continued to explain. The order for selecting spirit beasts is based on your usual academic performance, the effect of your awakened talent, and whether your talent is registered. You will be grouped, with each group consisting of 30 students. Students with registered talents will choose first, followed by those without. Upon hearing this, a few students with lower grades turned pale and groaned in dismay. Qinyi glanced at them, calculating his own ranking in his mind. His grades weren't top tier, but he was comfortably in the middle range, though he was unsure how much his talent would boost his score. Even if he ranked beyond the top 100, Qinyi wasn't too concerned. His main purpose was to see if there was a spirit beast he fancied. If not, he would go home and contract with the duck he had. Thinking of the duck, a slight smile crept onto his face. What are you thinking about? Dufeng asked curiously. Nothing, Qinyi replied, looking at Dufeng. Did your parents prepare a spirit beast for you? Dufeng leaned closer to Qinyi, lowering his voice. My parents got me a fire-striped tiger that was just born a few days ago. Qin Ye's eyes widened in surprise. With a fire-striped tiger? Why are you even here? Just to take a look, Dufeng chuckled. Don't you have that rare sailor duck? Seems like we think alike. Qinyi smiled knowingly. Their plan was simple. If the school offered a good spirit beast, they would contract it. If not, they would contract the ones their parents prepared. They weren't in a rush to contract their parents' spirit beasts because advancing from trainee to junior level typically took only 2 months, after which they would have an additional contract slot. Among the spirit beasts prepared by the school, some were provided by the Federation, potentially including top-quality beasts, hence most students wanted to wait and see before deciding. Qinyi had another consideration. The duck at home was already level 10, which was a bit high for him, having just awakened his talent. Having a first spirit beast at such a high level wasn't advantageous for him, especially since his talent enhanced his own abilities. With each level a contracted spirit beast gained, it would return energy to the spirit summoner. Although a level 10 duck would return more energy than a level 1 beast, the cumulative energy from leveling up gradually from 1 to 10 was greater. Thus, Qinyi decided to wait and see. Soon, Ichio led them to the spirit beast room. Several other classes were already gathered at the entrance, waiting for everyone to arrive. After about 10 more minutes, once everyone was present, the person in charge, Wang Wu, began explaining. Hello students, I'm Wang Wu, responsible for this spirit beast distribution. You can call me Teacher Wang. The process for obtaining a spirit beast is straightforward. Wang Wu briefly outlined the process and continued. As I guide you through the spirit beasts, you may choose one. If you see one you like, just let me know. If no one else wants it, it's yours. If there is competition, the spirit beast will choose its spirit summoner. Teacher Wang, a student raised a hand to ask, can the second group choose a spirit beast that the first group has picked? Wang Wu shook his head and firmly stated, the choice is limited to students in the current group. The next group cannot select the spirit beasts chosen by the previous group, nor can they see which ones have already been taken. The student who had asked the question fell silent, a hint of disappointment flickering in their eyes. Unfazed by the brief silence, Wang Wu continued, when your name is called, step forward. In 5 minutes, we will enter the spirit beast room. His gaze swept over the crowd as he added, exceptional students receive preferential treatment. We're not taking each of you and individually to choose. This is the best we can offer. Then, Wang Wu began reading the list of names. Yi Cixi, Chunxian, Wu Fan. As each name was called, the students waiting felt their hearts race, and the air was thick with tension and anticipation. Du Feng. Wang Wu put down the list and glanced around. Those whose names were called, follow me. The rest, please wait quietly. What a pity, Qin Yi murmured softly. Although he had expected it, a trace of disappointment still welled up in his heart. Du Feng patted Qin Yi on the shoulder and whispered, I'll scout ahead for you. With that, he strode out of line to join the selected students. Besides Du Feng, 3 other students from Class 4 had their names called. Qin Yi watched them leave, and then turned his gaze toward Class 1. Leading Class 1 was a girl with long hair that transitioned from blue to black, cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall and shimmering mysteriously in the sunlight. Her name was Yi Cici, and she had a secret identity. She was the daughter of Yi Zhantian, the mayor of Yihai City. Qin Yi knew this secret because she often visited his family shop, and over time, they had become familiar with each other. As Yi Cici exited the classroom, she glanced back at Class 4, spotting Qin Yi watching her. She furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with silent inquiry. What's up with you? Qin Yi shrugged, responding with a look that said, maybe my grades are just too bad. Yi Cici shot him a glare, her lips moving silently. Dummy, that's what happens when you don't study. Qin Yi was momentarily speechless, left with no choice but to lower his head in resignation. Seeing him fall silent, Yi Cici's face broke into a brief smile before she followed Wang Wu into the Spirit Beast room. Since selecting a Spirit Beast takes time, the first group of students who couldn't enter initially returned to the classroom under the teacher's instructions. Qin Yi and his classmates were immediately surrounded by curious peers as they returned to their seats. They briefly recounted what had happened, mentioning that even spirit beasts are ranked in tiers. This news slightly eased the puzzled classmates, and they even offered some comforting words to Qin Yi and his friends. However, this relaxed atmosphere didn't last long. Within an hour, the homeroom teacher, Yi Qiu, called Qin Yi and Wu Xiaoyan out of the classroom. Their names appeared on the list for the second group entering the Spirit Beast room. Standing outside the Spirit Beast room, Qin Yi soon saw the first group of students coming out, led by teacher Wang Wu. Each one wore a joyful expression, clearly satisfied with their choices. This sight only fueled Qin Yi's curiosity about what lay inside the Spirit Beast room. At that moment, Du Feng approached Qin Yi. Unable to resist, Qin Yi asked, how did it go? What did you bond with? Du Feng shook his head with a hint of pride. I didn't bond with anything. There were 3 decent spirit beasts inside, but none could compare to my fire-marked tiger. Plus, none of them were fire type. Qin Yi nodded in understanding. Just then, teacher Wang Wu called his name. After bidding farewell to Du Feng, Qin Yi followed the teacher into the Spirit Beast room. The scene inside the Spirit Beast room was astonishing. It felt like a miniature world where various exotic creatures resided. The students' exclamations echoed throughout. It's a little wind bird, such a cute little wind bird. Look, that's a little fire crocodile. Our school actually has a little fire crocodile. A little fire crocodile is nothing. Check out the little skeleton over there. That's an undead type spirit beast. Wow, our school is amazing. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Qin Yi felt waves of emotion inside him as he took in the scene. He looked down at the grass beneath his feet, stomping it lightly to feel its real texture. Then, he glanced around, his gaze landing on a green monkey not far away. Just as Qin Yi was about to activate his spirit vision on the green monkey, teacher Wang Wu's voice came from the front. I think you've all seen enough. Follow me, and I'll introduce some of the spirit beasts here. Wang Wu continued, there are over 1,000 spirit beasts in this room, and I can't introduce them all in a short time. I'll only talk about the rare, powerful, and high potential ones. If you're interested in any, raise your hand. You can also use your spirit vision to check the info panel of any spirit beast that catches your interest. All the spirit beasts here are between level 1 and 3, so your spirit vision will work on them. With that, Wang Wu pointed to the green monkey nearby. That's a little green monkey, a wind attribute spirit beast with medium extraordinary potential. It can evolve into a green field monkey or a greenwood monkey. We originally had 3, but 2 have just been bonded, leaving only this one. No sooner had he finished speaking than 3 students raised their hands. Wang Wu reassured them, don't rush. You can note down the spirit beasts you want to bond with and decide after my introductions. Of course, if you want to bond now, I can let the little green monkey choose. Think it over. The 3 students lowered their arms, and Wang Wu continued to describe the little green monkey's characteristics. After the introduction, he turned to the little fire crocodile lounging in a small lava pool. After hearing about the 2 types of spirit beasts, Qin Yi couldn't hold back any longer and used his spirit vision on the little green monkey. An invisible force gathered in his eyes, revealing a virtual panel only he could see. Species, little green monkey. Level, 1 level 22,100. Attribute, wind. Potential, medium extraordinary 2,100. Skills, Speed entry 10100, Wind Claw entry 7100. Description: an ordinary, talentless wind attribute monkey. That's quite different, Cheney thought to himself. Recalling the lecture on spirit vision effects, he noticed that his spirit vision included an introduction section, along with the 100 next to level, potential, and skills. Although he had some guesses, he decided not to jump to conclusions. Thinking this, Cheney couldn't help but smile a bit. He quickly pulled up his own panel to check the effects of his spirit vision. Seeing the description, he muttered to himself, "It really is experience points." Though slightly disappointed, Cheney quickly adjusted his mindset, focusing on following Teacher Wong closely, observing the surrounding spirit beasts. He used his spirit vision on those he found interesting and skipped over the rest. As he continued this way, suddenly, his footsteps halted, and he stood there, stunned. Cheney gazed intently at the virtual panel before him, displaying information about an unusual little rock turtle. Species: little rock turtle. Level: 167,100. Attribute: Earth. Potential: medium extraordinary 1100. Gift: thorny turtle shell. Skills: Earth Shield Beginner, 2100. Rock Armor Beginner, 8100. Description: originally an ordinary little rock turtle, it became extraordinary after accidentally consuming a mysterious stone slab by the seaside one night 10 days ago. It's currently adapting to the power granted by the slab. Cheney looked up towards the large stone not far away, spotting a little rock turtle hidden and asleep in a crevice. Even the experienced Teacher Wong hadn't noticed it, possibly due to the presence of 7 or 8 other similar turtles nearby. Medium extraordinary, and it has a gift? Cheney thought, expressionless yet filled with curiosity. Little rock turtles were supposed to have only low extraordinary potential, weren't they? With this question in mind, he used the soul awakening eye on another little rock turtle on the sandy ground nearby. As expected, the information showed low extraordinary potential. Cheney silently noted the special features of the turtle in the crevice, then shifted his attention to the other spirit beasts. A few minutes later, Wang Wu led the students to the end of the spirit beast room. He looked around and asked, "Is there a spirit beast you want to form a contract with? Think carefully, you only have one chance, unless there's a case of competition failure." As soon as he finished speaking, most of the students, including Cheney, raised their hands quickly. Wang Wu scanned the room and found only 5 students hadn't indicated their choices, so he began to ask each one and make notes. When it was Cheney's turn, Wang Wu asked in surprise, "Are you sure you want a contract with a little rock turtle?" He looked at Cheney in confusion, given that there were dozens of medium extraordinary spirit beasts available. Cheney answered firmly, "Teacher Wong, I've spotted a special little rock turtle, and I want to choose it." Wang Wu paused for a moment, nodded slightly, and continued to register the other students. Then, he led those who wanted to contract with spirit beasts to find their targets. They walked and formed contracts along the way, soon reaching the area where the little rock turtles were located. "Which one?" Wang Wu asked, pointing to the little rock turtles around them. "The one hiding in the crevice." Cheney pointed to the still sleeping turtle. Only then did Wang Wu notice the little creature in the crevice and asked curiously, "Are you sure it's this one?" "Absolutely." Cheney nodded vigorously. "I checked it with the soul awakening eye earlier." Wang Wu used the soul awakening eye to examine it, and was surprised to find this little rock turtle's potential is actually medium extraordinary, and it has a gift. Cheney sheepishly explained, "Teacher Wong, I stumbled upon it by accident. I think it might have a special opportunity, so I want to take a gamble." Wang Wu mused, "It might have eaten some rare treasure before it was caught. Are you sure you want to contract with it? Its opportunity might not be as significant as you think. A spirit beast's potential isn't fixed. It can evolve or improve by consuming rare treasures." "Absolutely." Cheney nodded decisively. He knew the information he saw was more detailed than what Wang Wu could see. The rock turtle had consumed something far beyond ordinary treasures. If it were a regular treasure, the description wouldn't mention a mysterious stone slab. Something described as a mysterious stone slab was likely extraordinarily rare. "All right, go ahead and form the contract," Wang Wu said, no longer dissuading him. And he moved the little rock turtle from the crevice to an open space for Cheney to form the contract. The little rock turtle wasn't so little after all, being nearly 70 centimeters long by Cheney's estimation. The turtle, suddenly lifted, groggily opened its eyes. By the time it was fully awake, it had already been placed on the ground. Cheney crouched down, looking at the turtle's head still withdrawn into its shell, gently stroking its yellow-brown, smooth, rounded shell. He softly said, "Please take care of me from now on." Cheney didn't say anything particularly stirring. He simply uttered a brief statement before standing up. Under Mr. Wong's watchful gaze, he began to cast the contract formation on the little rock turtle. This process wasn't unfamiliar to Cheney, as the method for contracting spirit beasts had spontaneously appeared in his mind the moment he awakened his talent as a summoner. As the formation unfolded, the little rock turtle seemed somewhat bewildered. It curiously observed the mysterious patterns that appeared beneath it, but didn't extend its head out of its shell. Instead, it gently turned its head inside the shell, as if pondering what was happening. When the contract's light dissipated, an unknown force suddenly surged within the little rock turtle. This force startled it awake, but soon, under the influence of this power, it entered a peculiar state. On the other side, Cheney couldn't help but smile when he sensed the success of the contract. As the power reciprocated from the little rock turtle gradually increased, his smile grew even brighter. Although this power was still quite weak, for Cheney, it marked the first step towards becoming strong, and it was of great significance. Seeing Cheney complete the contract, Wang Wu said, "Put the little rock turtle away, and let's go." "Okay," Cheney replied, his gaze falling on the little rock turtle lying motionless on the ground. The little creature seemed to have entered some sort of mystical state, which made Cheney thoughtful. He quietly crouched down and softly whispered to the little rock turtle, "Little turtle, I'll put you into the summoning space first. You won't be disturbed there." The little rock turtle, with its eyes closed, seemed to hear Cheney's words. It slightly opened its eyes to glance at him, then closed them again. Seeing the little rock turtle respond, Cheney breathed a sigh of relief and then attempted to guide it into the summoning space. The summoning space is a special area that can only be accessed after a summoner has contracted a spirit beast. Its size expands as the summoner's strength grows. Under Cheney's guidance, the little rock turtle's body gradually became ethereal and soon vanished from its spot, entering Cheney's summoning space. In the classroom of Senior 3, Class 4, Cheney entered alone, his eyes sweeping over the familiar desks and chairs. His companion, Wu Xiaoyan, hadn't followed. Instead, she stayed behind chatting with girls from other classes. As Cheney stepped through the door, he felt the curious gazes of all his classmates, as if he'd grown a second head. Aware of what piqued their curiosity, Cheney played it cool, scratching his head with a smile and asking, "Do I look that good today?" "Get over yourself," a classmate shot back unceremoniously. "Have you made a contract with a spirit beast yet?" "Cheney, what spirit beast did you contract?" "Chen, are there any medium-level extraordinary potential spirit beasts left?" The classroom buzzed with excitement, questions flying from every corner. Cheney didn't answer immediately, but leisurely walked to his seat before raising his voice to call out, "Stop." As soon as he spoke, the noisy classroom fell silent, save for a few gasps. Cheney's lips curled into a slight smile at the effect before he slowly began. "I got lucky and contracted a medium-level extraordinary potential little rock turtle. Out of our batch, 25 people contracted spirit beasts, and only 5 didn't, so I can't say how many medium potential spirit beasts are left." He paused briefly and added, "That's all. Stop asking me. You can ask Wu Xiaoyan later. She knows more than I do." Cheney's response not only answered his classmates' questions, but also cleverly shifted some attention to Wu Xiaoyan. The classroom buzzed with chatter once more. At that moment, Du Feng, who sat beside Cheney, looked at him in disbelief and whispered, "Are you out of your mind?" "I'm not crazy," Cheney replied calmly. "Then why did you contract a little rock turtle?" Du Feng's eyes were filled with confusion. Cheney, familiar with Du Feng as his desk mate, explained briefly, "That little rock turtle is a bit different from the others." Du Feng wasn't convinced, urgently whispering, "Even if it's different, the little rock turtle isn't as strong as your sailor duck. The sailor duck is a low-level elite spirit beast." Then, Du Feng explained the spirit beast potential rankings in detail, ranging from extraordinary, elite, commander, lord, king, to emperor. He mentioned that apprentice spirit summoners can only contract spirit beasts of level 10 or below, most of which are newly born juveniles with potential usually not exceeding low-level elite. Encountering a spirit beast with potential above low-level elite is truly rare. After listening, Cheney shook his head helplessly. "I know, but its level is too high." His innate talent meant he couldn't contract spirit beasts far beyond his level. Du Feng hesitated, then simply patted Cheney's shoulder and said, "I hope your instincts are right, or you'll regret it. The benefits of contracting a defensive spirit beast first are far lower than those of an offensive one." Cheney appeared confident. "No worries, once I reach the beginner level, I'll contract the little duck. Then I'll have both offense and defense, and I'll be unbeatable." Du Feng was not to be outdone. "No matter how unbeatable, it's not better than my fire-patterned tiger. My little duck is water type. You know water beats fire, right?" Cheney retorted. "But you're not contracting the sailor duck right now," Du Feng pointed out. "I haven't contracted it, but I can carry it with me," Cheney said with a sly grin. "That's cheating." "I'm not cheating. There's no rule saying a spirit summoner can't carry a summoning ball." Du Feng was momentarily speechless, and Cheney laughed heartily. "Haha, you're still too green." Du Feng rolled his eyes, indicating he didn't want to continue the conversation. In the afternoon, Their homeroom teacher, Ichio, stood at the podium, looking at the eager faces of his students. He began, I know you're all anxious, but I have a few things to say. Spirit beasts are our closest partners, and I don't want to hear about any of you mistreating your spirit beasts. Ichio went on to mention that there were just over 20 days left until the college entrance exams on June 1st. He encouraged students with awakened talents to train their contracted beasts diligently, aiming to reach the beginner or intermediate spirit summoner level before the exams. He emphasized that becoming an intermediate spirit summoner was a huge advantage, practically guaranteeing admission to one of the top 10 universities. For students who hadn't awakened their talents, Ichio offered advice, urging them to bond with their newly chosen spirit beasts and strive for the teacher's approval to truly have them. Finally, Ichio explained the difference between students with awakened talents and those without. Students with awakened talents were genuine spirit summoners who could immediately contract and take their spirit beasts, while those without could choose a spirit beast but couldn't take it right away. Under the guidance of professional instructors, students are required to build a bond with their chosen spirit beasts, fostering a sense of dependence in the creatures. As Chini listened to teacher Ichio's explanation, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Only when the spirit beast becomes sufficiently reliant on the student will the school permit them to take the beast home. Until then, they must nurture this relationship at school under the supervision of teachers. Teacher Ichio's tone turned serious. If by the college entrance exams your chosen spirit beast hasn't developed a sense of dependence on you, the school will revoke the reward and take back the spirit beast. This indicates you may not be suited to become a spirit beast master. The atmosphere in the classroom grew tense. Ichio continued, the path to becoming a spirit beast master is challenging. In the end, only a few from each school succeed. Most are eventually persuaded to shift to other fields. After delivering this long speech, Ichio suddenly lightened up and said, all right, class dismissed. See you tomorrow. With that, he left the classroom. Qin quickly packed his bag, waved to Dufeng, and headed towards the door. Dufeng hurriedly called out, wait for me, and caught up with Qin. When Qin got home, he dashed into the shop like a whirlwind and shouted, Mom, I'm back, before rushing upstairs. Baya, who was chatting with a customer, heard her son's voice and muttered, this boy, what's the rush? Once in his room, Qin tossed his black shoulder bag onto the bed and excitedly began summoning his contracted beast. The little rock turtle soon appeared on the wooden floor before him, still sound asleep and undisturbed. Seeing this, Qin's mouth twitched slightly, typical of a turtle. He carefully examined the little rock turtle's attribute panel. Species, little rock turtle. Level, 1 level 82100. Attribute, Earth. Potential, medium extraordinary 52100. Talents, thorny turtle shell, Kuan trigram. Skills, Earth shield beginner 2100, rock armor beginner 8100. Qin was pleasantly surprised to find that not only was the little rock turtle close to reaching level 2, but its potential had also increased, and it had gained a new talent. Although the new talent wasn't offensive, Qin wasn't disappointed. A free talent is better than none. He pondered the reasons behind these changes and became increasingly convinced that the special herb he had fed the little rock turtle was extraordinary. Ordinary herbs wouldn't bring such significant improvements and a new talent. Excitedly, Qin muttered to himself, I might have really stumbled upon a treasure. I just hope the talent's effect is as impressive as described. I'll have Mom test it out later. Son, your contracted turtle seems to have something special. Baya exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the information displayed on the panel in front of her. Qin's interest was piqued immediately. Mom, what did you see? He explained, the information on my panel shows level 1. Low extraordinary, no talent, just a single earth shield skill. Baya looked at Qin suspiciously. You're not lying to your mom, are you? How could I lie to you? Qin quickly defended himself and turned to the little rock turtle, saying, Little rock turtle, show Mom your rock armor. If it makes her happy, she'll make lots of tasty food for you. Hearing the mention of food, the little rock turtle perked up. It looked at Baya, who was smiling, raised its head, and let out a low roar. In an instant, earth-colored elements rippled out, enveloping the little rock turtle. With a soft crack, the elements shattered, revealing the turtle clad in earth-colored armor. It roared again, as if showing off its new attire. Wow, it really does have the rock armor skill. Baya marveled. Qin lifted his head proudly. See, my little rock turtle is quite strong. Despite having the mental age of nearly 40, he still acted like an immature child in front of his mother. Not bad, there's potential there. Baya nodded approvingly, take good care of it. I'll go make you guys something to eat. Thanks, Mom. Qin called out quickly, remember to give the little rock turtle a name. Baya acknowledged his request and left Qin's bedroom. Qin crouched down, stroking the rock armor of the little rock turtle, inquiring about the changes it experienced after eating the mysterious stone tablet. Once he confirmed the turtle had become smarter, he decided to name it Zuga. Initially, the little rock turtle seemed confused, but after seeing the name Zuga displayed on Qin Ye's phone, it let out an excited cry, indicating its approval of the name. Glad you like it, Qin Yi said with a smile, patting Zuga on the forehead. You can deactivate the rock armor skill now? The rock armor on Zuga's body transformed back into earth-colored elements, dissipating into the air. Qin Yi was secretly pleased. Bagua and Zuga, what a perfect match. He connected the Bagua formation and Zuga's new Kuan trigram talent effect, convinced it must be something valuable. Come with me. I'll introduce you to your future companions. Qin Yi motioned to Zuga, quickly leaving the room. Watching Qin Ye's retreating figure, Zuga felt a bit helpless. It moved slowly, calling out loudly. Only then did Qin Yi realize he had forgotten about Zuga's slow movement speed. Sheepishly scratching his head, haha, sorry, I forgot you were a turtle. He attempted to pick up Zuga but found it heavier than expected. I'll send you into the summoning space, Qin Yi suggested. Zuga rolled its eyes and nodded in agreement. Watching Zuga transform into light and enter the summoning space, Qin Yi thought to himself, looks like I need to find a skill related to movement speed for Zuga, otherwise it'll be tricky. Putting those thoughts aside, Qin Yi decided to find the Pirate King. He called out towards the kitchen, Mom, where's the Pirate King? In the backyard with your dad, Baya replied. I'll go check on the Pirate King. Be back soon, Qin Yi said. No rush, there's still half an hour until dinner. Remember to bring the Pirate King over, Baya reminded him. Got it, Qin Yi responded, putting on his black sneakers before quickly leaving the room and heading downstairs. Quack, 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 quack. In the backyard, Qin Yi gazed into the distance, where the night sea stretched endlessly like a vast piece of black silk. On the remains of an old wooden ship nearby, a light blue duck dressed in a white sailor suit stood proudly. It stood at the tip of the shipwreck, raising a long knife in its right hand, singing into the sea breeze like a solitary warrior. Pirate King, playing captain again, I see, Qin Yi gently teased. Hearing the voice from behind, the sailor duck swiftly turned around, excitedly waving its long knife as it dashed toward Qin Yi, quacking loudly, quack, 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 quack. Now that's the speed I expected, Qin Yi muttered under his breath, smiling as he welcomed the charging little duck. Pirate King, I've become a spirit summoner. Soon, I'll help you become a real Pirate King. The little duck paused for a moment, then started dancing with excitement. Quack, 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 quack. Qin Yi crouched down, patting the Pirate King's head. Haha, I know you're excited, but hold on a bit longer. Once I become a junior spirit summoner, I'll make a pact with you first. The Pirate King quacked in confusion. Quack, quack, quack. Understanding its question, Qin Yi explained. I've awakened a growth-type talent that requires bonding with spirit beasts that are newly born. This way, I can maximize my talent. You're too high level, so we need to wait until I become a junior spirit summoner. Quack, quack, all right. The Pirate King lowered its head in disappointment. Qin Yi assured, patting his chest, it'll only be a few days. Plus, I can take you out now, so we'll still grow together. Once I'm a junior spirit summoner, I'll use the spirit summoning orb, and we'll grow together. I'll make you my first pact. Quack, quack. The Pirate King's spirits lifted considerably. Qin Yi continued, Pirate King, let me introduce you to a companion. With that, he summoned Zuga under the Pirate King's curious gaze. Zuga hummed softly, looking around, soon spotting the Pirate King eyeing it with hostility. The Pirate King pointed its knife at Zuga, asking, Quack, quack, is it the one? Qin Yi sighed, put the knife down. Zuga is male, an earth element little rock turtle, and your companion. Quack, quack. The Pirate King lowered its knife. Qin Yi rolled his eyes, then introduced the Pirate King to Zuga. Pirate King, like you, is male, a water element sailor duck. Quack. The turtle and duck greeted each other. Great. Qin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Let's go eat, and after that, we'll do some training. Quack. Just as Qin Yi was about to put Zuga away, a handsome man approached. Son, is this the little turtle you've bonded with? Yes, Dad, Qin Yi replied, introducing, this is my bonded little rock turtle. I call him Zuga. Qin Ming glanced at the information panel of the little rock turtle and nodded slightly. This turtle is impressive, a good one. He had heard from Baya about Zuga's extraordinary qualities and was even more convinced seeing it firsthand. Qin Yi then looked at the duck wearing a pirate hat, about the same height as his father, and called out, Uncle Duck. This was Captain Duck, an evolved form of the sailor duck and his dad's third contracted beast, named Night Duck. Night Duck chuckled. In the blink of an eye, Little Yi has awakened as a spirit summoner. Hee hee. Qin Yi scratched his head sheepishly. Let's eat and chat, Qin Ming said, turning to lead the way. Okay. Qin Yi put Zuga back into the spirit summoning space and hurried after them with the Pirate King. In the living room, the three humans, one duck, and one turtle enjoyed a delicious dinner. Afterward, Ming asked, "Son, what talent did you awaken?" Baya looked at her son with curiosity. Yi set down his chopsticks and replied, "Mom, Dad, I awakened a growth-type talent. The effect is that for every different element spirit beast I bond with, the more they grow in strength, the more I benefit from it." "Son, that's an impressive talent." Ming and Baya beamed with joy. Yi paused for a moment, furrowing his brow. "Is this talent really that good?" "Absolutely." Ming nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He explained, "Although this talent doesn't enhance your combat power early on, it's particularly suitable for you. The earlier you acquire a growth-type talent, the better, especially one that strengthens yourself." Seeing the puzzled expression on his son's face, Ming continued patiently, "If you wait until you reach the king level to acquire this talent, it will be too late. While contract beasts can enhance your abilities, progress is still slow without this talent. To achieve the power to shatter mountains with a single punch, without a self-strengthening talent, you'd need to reach the king level at least. But with this talent, you might achieve it at the master level, and those with extraordinary talent might even reach such strength at the super level." Ming concluded, "Your talent is not only strong, but also rare due to its high limitations, making its effects even more potent. However, you must choose your spirit beasts carefully in the future. Don't hesitate too long, though. You need to decide before advancing to the next level because you must contract a spirit beast as soon as you reach a new level to fully utilize your talent." "Understand? I think I get it." Yi nodded slightly, a thoughtful glimmer in his eyes. Seeing his son deep in thought, Ming looked a bit skeptical. "Do you really understand?" "I really do." Yi replied with a smile, "That's exactly what I was thinking. Haha, that's my boy." Ming burst into laughter, his face beaming with pride. Watching the father and son, Baya couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, "Time to eat." "Mom, I'm done eating." Yi turned to his parents and asked, "Do you have any speed-related skills?" "My turtle walks too slowly." Hearing the word turtle, Zuga, who was dining nearby, glanced over at Ye's family. Ming pondered for a moment and said, "The little rock turtle is indeed slow. I'll find something for you and give it to you tomorrow morning." "Thanks, Dad," Yi said excitedly. Ming added, "I can give it to you now, but you can't let it use the skill yet. It needs to wait until it reaches level 5. "Don't worry, Dad, I know." Yi nodded solemnly, promising. "Good to know," Ming said with satisfaction. "Before reaching level 5, it's not that you can't learn skills, but it's a strategic decision for the long-term growth of the spirit beast. At this critical stage, the spirit beast levels up quickly, and learning skills hastily could accelerate this process. A level 1 spirit beast might jump straight to level 2, and level 2 to level 3, significantly speeding up its growth. This rapid growth isn't entirely beneficial. It can alter the spirit beast's natural growth path, turning a beast meant to be defensive into an offensive or speed type. So, if you want to preserve the spirit beast's essence, the best choice is to avoid learning skills before level 5 and let it grow naturally. Skill learning should also be approached with caution. Too many skills can impact the spirit beast's nature. Generally, it's best not to learn unless it's an exceptional skill. During the growth period, skill learning is not recommended unless necessary. The method for learning skills is quite simple. It just requires consuming certain natural treasures. For instance, Zuga gained his exceptional talent, Kuringwa, by consuming a mysterious stone tablet. Without it, he wouldn't have acquired this ability. In a clearing in the backyard, Yi, having just finished his meal, watched Zuga and Pirate King standing not far away. He commanded loudly, "Zuga, release Earth Shield." Pirate King, after Zuga releases Earth Shield, use Water Blade on him. "Got it," Zuga responded. Quack. Pirate King also acknowledged with a cry. As Zuga prepared to release Earth Shield, Yi quietly used his spirit summoning eye on Pirate King, realizing he hadn't checked Pirate King's attributes yet. Species, Sailor Duck. Level, 10-12,100. Attribute, Water. Potential, Low-level Elite 55100. Talent, Plunder. Skills, Water Blade Proficiency 27100. Water Gun Proficiency 18100. Battle Intent Beginner 72100. Description: a little duck dreaming of becoming the Pirate King. Since Pirate King wasn't Ye's contracted beast, he couldn't see the specific effects of Pirate King's talent and skills, only guessing based on their names. Except for the uncertain effect of the Plunder talent, Yi was familiar with the other 3 skills, as they were part of the basic knowledge taught in school. While Yi was pondering this, a loud boom echoed. Pirate King had already swung his blade, striking the earth element light shield released by Zuga. The shield shattered like glass, dispersing into particles in the air. This overwhelming display was clearly evident to Yi. Yi was slightly taken aback, then shook his head, saying, as expected, It can't withstand an attack from a level 10 spirit beast. But it's okay. At least it can block one hit. He analyzed that although Pirate King broke the Earth Shield in one strike, it was with the use of the Water Blade skill. Without using skills, it might take 2 or 3 strikes to break it. With this in mind, Qinyi called out to the stunned Zuga, "Release Earth Shield again." Zuga looked at Qinyi, saw him nod, and released Earth Shield once more. Meanwhile, Qinyi told Pirate King, "This time, don't use Water Blade. Just use the blade to see how many hits it takes to break Zuga's Earth Shield." Quack! Pirate King cried once, then again towards Zuga after he released the Earth Shield, and proceeded to strike the shield with his blade. With another boom, the Earth Shield shattered instantly. Pirate King easily broke through Zuga's Earth Shield with just one strike. "Your attack is quite strong." Qinyi expressed his astonishment at Pirate King's performance, breaking the Earth Shield in one strike, leaving him momentarily stunned. Quack quack! Pirate King proudly puffed out his chest. "No more testing, there's no point testing with you, you're too strong." Qinyi shook his head helplessly. "We'll go to the Sunshine Beginners Park tomorrow for some real combat." In fact, this test wasn't entirely without value. At least he learned that Zuga's Earth Shield could withstand a skill attack from a level 10 offensive spirit beast, which was crucial information. He also once again appreciated the power of the Kuringwa talent. Without Kuringwa, he didn't believe Zuga's Earth Shield could withstand Pirate King's Water Blade. Without Kuringwa, Pirate King's previous Water Blade would have surely hit Zuga directly, ending the battle instantly, rather than requiring a second strike. Quack! Upon hearing the words real combat, Pirate King became excited. Meanwhile, Zuga was still in shock, unable to recover from Pirate King's strike. "Wake up." Qinyi walked over to Zuga, gently shook him, and comforted, "Don't worry, Pirate King is so strong because he's already level 10. Being able to withstand a hit from a level 10 spirit beast is already impressive." Zuga looked at Qinyi, his eyes filled with confusion. Seeing this, Qinyi patted Zuga and continued, "You're only level 1, and being able to withstand an attack from a level 10 spirit beast is rare, so you're already amazing." "Really? Is that true?" Zuga was somewhat incredulous. "Of course it's true, why would I lie to you?" Qinyi smiled, "If you don't believe me, we'll go to the Sunshine Beginners Park tomorrow and have Pirate King demonstrate for you." "Okay, good." Zuga finally started to believe a little. "Even though you're stronger than most level 1 defensive spirit beasts, don't get complacent. You're only level 1 now, and there's a long road ahead from 1 to 2, and from 2 to 3. So you have a long way to go, and so do I." Qinyi turned to Pirate King standing nearby. "And you too." Quack! Pirate King lifted his head high, seemingly indicating we're not the same. Qinyi laughed as he ruffled Pirate King's head and continued, "All right, enough talking. No matter how long our journey is, we'll walk it together." Qinyi stood up, gazing at the endless night sea in the distance, lost in thought for a long time. Then he silently turned and walked away. Quack! Pirate King hurriedly followed. "Wait for me, I can't move fast." Zuga reluctantly got up. This time, Qinyi didn't put Zuga back into the spirit summoning space. Instead, he slowed his pace, walking home slowly with Zuga and Pirate King. Back home, Ming watched as Qinyi, Zuga, and Pirate King entered the house. He took a small blue ball from his pocket and tossed it to Qinyi. Qinyi quickly caught the blue ball and asked, "Dad, what's this?" Ming calmly replied, "A water attribute spirit summoning ball." "What?" Ye's eyes widened in surprise. He excitedly ran to Ming's side, exclaiming, "Thanks, Dad. Hurry up and capture Pirate King. Don't keep him waiting too long." Ming smiled, pointing to Pirate King standing at the door. "I'm on it." Qinyi turned and walked towards Pirate King. "Pirate King, are you ready?" Qinyi asked excitedly, his eyes shining as he stood before the Pirate King. "Arr, ready!" The Pirate King replied loudly, his voice filled with anticipation. With a slight smile, Qinyi pressed the center of the small blue sphere in his hand. Instantly, the sphere, originally the size of a small dumpling, rapidly expanded into a larger blue orb, bigger than a bun. Holding the now enlarged blue sphere, Qinyi said to the Pirate King, "Bear with me for a bit. Once I become a novice summoner, you'll be the first I contract." "Arr." The Pirate King nodded vigorously in understanding. Qinyi then tossed the blue orb towards the Pirate King. Timing it perfectly, the Pirate King gently collided with the incoming sphere. The moment they touched, the blue orb burst open, releasing a dazzling blue light that enveloped the Pirate King. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, he was drawn into the orb. The blue sphere landed on the wooden floor, shaking violently before coming to a gentle stop with a soft click. Excited, Qinyi clenched his fist and quickly retrieved the sphere. He pressed the center again and tossed it into the air. The blue orb opened once more, releasing a flash of blue light that shot towards the ground. In a blink, the Pirate King reappeared before everyone. "Arr." The Pirate King shouted energetically, looking up at Qin Yi. Qin Yi, pleased with the Pirate King's vitality, glanced at a still-dazed Zuga and said with a smile, "Great. Tomorrow after school, we head to Sunshine Novice Park." ARR. The Pirate King echoed excitedly. Zuga responded softly. The next morning, Qin Ming watched as Qin Yi emerged from his room. He pointed to a dirt-brown, cylindrical fruit on the table and explained, "This is the control fruit. Eating it grants the skill to control one's weight. You can be light as a feather or steady as a mountain. I picked this from thousands of skill fruits, and it's perfect for Zuga." Hearing his dad's explanation, Qin Yi eagerly stepped forward. "Thanks, Dad. This is perfect for Zuga." Although his dad's description seemed a bit exaggerated, Qin Yi believed mastering the skill could achieve remarkable results. "Take it, but remember not to use it before level 5. Qin Ming reminded him again. "Thanks, Dad. You're the best." Qin Yi cheerfully placed the control fruit into his summoning space. While primarily a habitat for contracted beasts, the summoning space could also store small items. After securing the skill fruit, Qin Yi quickly finished his breakfast, grabbed his black satchel, and dashed to school. In Class 4 of the senior year, during the first period, the homeroom teacher, Ichio, entered the classroom. Seeing the students instantly quiet down, their eyes sparkling with excitement, she spoke softly. "I know you're thrilled and excited, but hold on. Once I finish, you'll be even more thrilled and excited." Smiling, Ichio continued, "Starting today, to give you ample time to train your spirit beasts, we'll have classes only for half a day until the college entrance exams." As soon as she finished, the classroom erupted with cheers. "Long live the teacher. Long live the school. Miss Yi, you're absolutely stunning today. You're invincible." Listening to the students' praise, Ichio raised her right hand with a smile to signal for silence. Once the classroom calmed down, she continued, "Flattery will get you nowhere. From now on, you'll have one class on spirit beast knowledge each day. The rest will be dedicated to spirit beast training. The school will arrange for teachers to guide you in training and nurturing your spirit beasts, helping you avoid pitfalls and enhance your abilities along with your spirit beasts." Ichio detailed the new curriculum, which replaced the mundane subjects like math, geography, and history with spirit beast-related courses. This change was met with delight by the students, Qin Yi included. Although they knew this was the norm for their senior year, hearing it firsthand was a joyous confirmation that prompted them to cheer with excitement. In the morning, Ichio led the students of Class 4 to the playground, where they encountered a robust, middle-aged man walking towards them. Ichio introduced him. "This is Wang Yin, your former PE teacher, and now your spirit beast instructor." Wang Yin beamed at the students and greeted them. "Hello, everyone. Long time no see. Did you miss me?" "Yes." Qin Yi and the others responded in unison, giving him the respect he deserved. After a brief introduction, Ichio left, entrusting the students to Wang Yin. Wang Yin looked around, gestured for the students to sit down, and began explaining the training and cultivation of spirit beasts. He spent the entire morning elaborating on these topics. Time flew by, and Wang Yin finally asked loudly, "Did you all understand? If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. If you understood, you can head home now. We'll continue tomorrow." Hearing that it was time to leave, the students of Class 4 felt a bit dazed, marveling at how quickly the time had passed. But soon, they excitedly stood up. Those with questions approached Wang Yin, while the others turned to leave. Qin Yi stood up, brushed the grass off his pants, and asked Du Feng beside him, "What are you planning to do?" "Eat. I'm starving," Du Feng replied. Rubbing his empty stomach, Qin Yi nodded in agreement. "I'll join you." Du Feng then asked, "What are you going to do after eating?" "Head to Sunshine Beginners Park." Qin Yi answered calmly. Du Feng looked at Qin Yi in shock. "What? You're going to Sunshine Beginners Park already? Aren't you afraid?" Qin Yi gave Du Feng a helpless look. "You don't die there." "Oh, I get what you mean." Du Feng chuckled and explained. "I still need more practice. I'm not ready to go there yet. Although you can't die, it costs a lot of money. If you get into trouble and need the staff to rescue you, you can't continue playing, and your money is wasted." Qin Yi confidently said, "If I only had Zuga, I wouldn't dare go either. But I have Pirate King. With it, there shouldn't be any danger." "Jealous," Du Feng genuinely exclaimed. The Sunshine Newbie Paradise is like a dreamlike wonderland, vast and boundless. The rolling hills resemble a winding dragon, and the shimmering lakes are like jewels on the earth. The flower-filled meadows create a vibrant carpet, and the lush forests seem like a green ocean. This place not only boasts diverse environments, but is also home to nearly 100 species of wild spirit beasts ranging from levels 1 to 10, making it an ideal training ground exclusively for novice spirit summoners. Qin Yi arrived at the park entrance by taxi and couldn't help but marvel at the enormous pure white structure before him, exclaiming, "It's huge." He stepped into the bright lobby and, after a quick glance around, found the ticket booth on the left. "Hello, which type of ticket would you like to purchase?" The ticket seller asked enthusiastically, proceeding to explain the pricing system and area divisions in detail. Cheney thought for a moment and replied, I'll take a 2-hour pass for the beginner zone. The ticket seller took Cheney's ID card, scanned it, and asked if he was a spirit summoner or a beast master. After confirming Cheney was a spirit summoner, the seller asked him to verify his contracted spirit beast on a rectangular device. Cheney chose to summon Zuga directly, and a small turtle appeared at his feet. After verification, Cheney paid 1,000 spirit coins using his phone. The ticket seller returned his ID card, ticket, and a rule booklet. Cheney put away Zuga and quickly skimmed through the booklet to familiarize himself with the park's basic rules. At the entrance, besides checking tickets, the ticket inspector handed Cheney a guide device and explained its functions. Cheney slipped the guide device into his back pocket and removed the blue spirit summoning orb from his necklace. He pressed a small button and tossed the orb, and instantly, Pirate King appeared before him, looking at Cheney with excitement. Let's go, Cheney said with a smile, as Pirate King, gripping a long sword, followed closely behind. Soon, they spotted 2 green caterpillars on a branch. Cheney examined them closely, noticing one was level 2 and the other level 1, both only possessing the silk-spitting skill. He thought, perfect, they're great for training Zuga. Last night, before going to sleep, he repeatedly tested the soul summoning eye and finally succeeded in mastering this skill. Now, the soul summoning eye is completely under his control, allowing him to freely choose whether to view the level, potential, and the 0-100 value behind skills. Viewing this information increases the energy consumption of using the soul summoning eye, while not viewing it conserves energy. After examining the details of the 2 green caterpillars, he decisively summoned Zuga. Cheney turned to Zuga and commanded, release the earth shield. Let's see how many hits they can take. Zuga immediately focused on the green caterpillars on the branch, and the earth elements around him began to converge. In the blink of an eye, a dirt yellow light shield enveloped him completely. Seeing that Zuga had completed the defense, Cheney turned to the eager Pirate King and said, Pirate King, throw a stone at the green caterpillars. The Pirate King was momentarily stunned, looking at Cheney in confusion, as if doubting what he had heard. Let me show you how, Cheney said, bending down to pick up a stone. He flung it with force, and it whistled through the air toward the green caterpillars on the branch. With a thud, the stone struck the branch, clearly missing the target. Cheney's mouth twitched slightly, but he maintained a serious expression and said to the Pirate King, Did you see that? Now it's your turn. The Pirate King shook his head in dissatisfaction, letting out a quack, indicating his reluctance to do such a trivial task. Seeing this, Cheney explained seriously, Pirate King, don't underestimate the act of throwing stones. It's about training your accuracy. Imagine if you encounter a fierce battle in the future, both sides are exhausted, and after a brief rest you only have enough strength to throw a knife. If you can hit the target accurately, you win. Otherwise, you'll be at a disadvantage. The Pirate King thoughtfully stroked his chin, then suddenly looked up at Cheney with determination and said, Quack, I want to throw. Great, let's get started, Cheney encouraged. The Pirate King quickly picked up a small stone and hurled it towards the green caterpillars on the branch. With a thud, the stone hit the branch but missed the target. Frowning, the Pirate King threw 5 more times in succession, each resulting in the same outcome. A series of thuds echoed, with each throw missing the mark. Witnessing this, the Pirate King widened his eyes in shock, his expression growing more serious. 6 failed attempts made him realize the gravity of the situation. Cheney was also a bit surprised but quickly responded, patting the Pirate King on the head and saying earnestly, See? This is what happens when you never practice. Quack. I need to practice, the Pirate King exclaimed loudly, swiftly gathering more small stones and relentlessly throwing them at the green caterpillars on the branch. The sound of whoosh, whoosh, whoosh filled the air as the Pirate King commenced his intensive throwing training. The tree where the green caterpillars resided trembled under the assault of stones thrown by the Pirate King. One green caterpillar was jolted awake, groggily opening its eyes and looking around. It quickly spotted the incoming stone, which seemed to grow larger as it approached. Wham! The stone hit its face with perfect accuracy. Got it! The Pirate King shrieked excitedly. After countless failed attempts, he finally hit his target. I hit it! He shouted, looking eagerly at Cheney. Cheney gently patted the Pirate King's duck head, observing his satisfied expression, and encouraged him, Well done. Keep practicing until they start attacking us. Yes, the Pirate King replied, his eyes turning serious as he picked up another small stone and aimed at the remaining 2 green caterpillars on the branch. Under the relentless stone barrage, the 2 green caterpillars soon glared angrily at Cheney's group. The next moment, they opened their tiny mouths and shot out white silk threads like lightning, aiming straight for Cheney and his companions. Seeing this, Cheney was overjoyed. He quickly crouched down, and together with the Pirate King, lifted Zuga high. With two thuds, the silk threads hit Zuga's earth shield directly, but the shield remained unshaken, and Qin Yi and the Pirate King holding Zuga stood firm. No, their attack is too weak. Qin Yi frowned, realizing that the green caterpillars weren't suitable for training Zuga. He promptly decided to leave with Zuga and the Pirate King, leaving the two bewildered caterpillars behind. On the way, Qin Yi watched Zuga moving slowly and thoughtfully remarked, I hadn't noticed before, but you actually don't have any attack skills. That's not ideal. We need to find you an attack skill. Zuga responded absent-mindedly, appearing somewhat drowsy. Qin Yi quickly made a decision. We'll deal with attack skills at level 5. For now, let's focus on training your resilience. He took out his guide device, activated the map function, and said, let me see if there are any more aggressive spirit beasts nearby. Here we go. Qin Ye's eyes lit up as he put away the guide device and headed towards the target location with the Pirate King and Zuga. 15 minutes later, Qin Yi crouched in the bushes, pointing at 4 grassland wolves feasting on a small deer carcass not far away. He instructed Zuga, activate your rock armor, then crawl over there. Seconds passed, and Zuga remained motionless. Qin Yi glanced down and noticed Zuga was stiff with fear. Realizing this, he offered an encouraging smile. Zuga, don't be afraid. We're right behind you to protect you. Yeah. The Pirate King chimed in softly. Zuga looked at Qin Yi, then at the Pirate King, and finally mustered the courage to activate his rock armor. Before long, transformed into an armored warrior, Zuga gazed at the fierce grassland wolves in the distance, took a deep breath, and stepped forward with determination. Step by step, the grassland wolves, alerted by the sound, turned their heads simultaneously. They were momentarily stunned by the sight of the approaching Zuga, but being clever, they didn't act rashly. It wasn't until Zuga advanced a few more steps and taunted them with a low growl that they collectively flew into a rage and charged at him. What's this? Daring to taunt us? Attack. The 4 grassland wolves charged fiercely, one aiming its gaping jaws at Zuga's head, while the other 3 raised their sharp claws to strike around him. Seeing the onslaught, Zuga swiftly retreated into his shell, leaving only a rock-armored shell behind. Bam, bam, bam. The 3 attacks landed precisely on Zuga's shell, while the wolf attempting to bite him snapped at thin air, catching only the fresh scent of grass. Not far away, Qin Yi silently activated his soul summon eye on Zuga. Observing the slightly increasing numbers on the information panel behind the rock armor, he transmitted a message to Zuga, use your power to try and repair the rock armor. Hearing the sudden voice in his mind, Zuga did not panic. He quickly calmed his inner fear and began to attempt repairing the rock armor. Under the fierce attacks of the 4 grassland wolves, the slightly damaged rock armor started to glow faintly yellow, slowly mending itself. Zuga felt the transformation of the rock armor, and a wave of confidence surged within him. He couldn't help but let out a low growl, filled with assurance in his defensive capabilities. The relentless attacks from the 4 grassland wolves only deepened his understanding of the rock armor. His earlier hesitation stemmed from uncertainty about the armor's ability to repair itself, fearing it might shatter and leave him vulnerable. But now, as he mastered its restoration, Zuga's confidence became as unyielding as his defense. The 4 grassland wolves heard Zuga's growl and seemed to sense a hint of disdain. Their expressions darkened, and their claws and fangs struck with even greater ferocity. Not far away, Qin Yi was fixated on the numbers flickering within the brackets of the rock armor, his tongue unconsciously brushing his lips. This unique cheat code filled him with secret delight. Great, just let them keep attacking. They're doing you a favor by helping you get stronger, Qin Yi said, fearing the wolves might lose interest. He added, you could taunt them a bit to make them hit faster. Zuga's voice suddenly echoed in Qin Ye's mind, momentarily startling him. He quickly regained his composure and said joyfully, Zuga, you're impressive, figuring out how to communicate like this so quickly. All right, keep taunting them until they tire out and leave. Keep it up. With Zuga's occasional taunts, the wolves' attack frequency increased. However, it wasn't long before they showed signs of fatigue. They paused, glanced at each other, seeing the unwavering shell, fell silent. Then, without hesitation, they turned and ran off as if they had never been there. They just left like that? Qin Yi was taken aback, almost in disbelief. He glanced at the panel, seeing skill, rock armor beginner, 39,100 displayed, and said resignedly, all right, let's take a break and find the next batch of sparring partners later. Qin Yi turned and nudged the drowsy Pirate King awake beside him. Huh, it's over? The Pirate King mumbled, lifting his head to see the scene with only Zuga remaining. It's over, Qin Yi confirmed with a nod and walked towards Zuga. Hooray! It's finally over, the Pirate King exclaimed, quickly catching up with Qin Yi. Wow, I've leveled up already. So quickly to level 2? Qin Yi massaged his palm, feeling the new surge of power within him, and looked up at Zuga, who was crouched on the ground a short distance away. At this moment, the three green monkeys halted their attack, collectively retreating a few steps, clearly sensing the newfound energy emanating from Zuga. Zuga let out a low growl. Upon reaching level 2, he felt a slight boost in overall strength, and the fatigue he had been experiencing was somewhat alleviated by the mysterious energy flow. He extended his turtle head, proudly glaring at the three green monkeys with disdain in his eyes. The green monkeys were momentarily stunned, then angrily charged at Zuga again. Seeing this, Zuga quickly retracted into his shell. Chinyi couldn't help but admire how, in just 1 hour, Zuga had mastered the art of taunting enemies with remarkable skill. It truly was impressive, especially since he had consumed a turtle related to the art of strategy, enhancing his learning ability. Chinyi then turned his attention to the panel in front of him. The skill, Rock Armor, showed 87100 in the beginner stage, almost reaching the proficient level. He recalled the 5 mastery levels of a skill: beginner, proficient, expert, perfect, and transcendent, each corresponding to different power levels. Half an hour later, Chinyi observed the value of Rock Armor reset to 0, transitioning from beginner to proficient, a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. He confirmed that this was indeed his cheat, and noted that Zuga's rate of improvement was faster than expected. Whether this was due to Zuga's innate characteristics or Chinyi's own influence remained to be seen, possibly clarifying after a contract with the Pirate King. Zuga, enough playing around. Use the Thorn shell and drive them away. Chinyi communicated telepathically. Zuga let out a low growl, and the scales on his shell stood up like electrified spikes, just as 5 small black dogs were about to make contact. The dogs' attacks met the spikes, resulting in a series of agonized howls as they rolled on the ground in pain. Zuga calmly extended his head and limbs, slowly crawling towards Chinyi. As he passed a writhing black dog, he attempted to use the spikes on his back, but the dog deftly dodged. Zuga shot the dog an annoyed glare before continuing towards Chinyi. Chinyi was pleased with Zuga's performance and nodded approvingly. At that moment, the 5 small black dogs noticed Chinyi emerging from behind a tree and were about to retaliate when the Pirate King also appeared. Seeing the Pirate King wielding a long knife, they immediately turned tail and fled. Smart dogs. Chinyi chuckled, then praised Zuga a bit before heading back with him and the Pirate King. Back at the entrance, Chinyi noticed there were still 10 minutes left on the identification device, so he returned it to the staff. After leaving Sunshine Beginners Park, he returned to his shop, where he saw Yi Cici browsing the merchandise. What brings you here? Chinyi asked. Obviously, I'm here to shop. Yi Cici rolled her eyes and then curiously asked, what did you contract? A little rock turtle. Chinyi replied. And you? Yi Cici was shocked and confirmed. What? What did you contract? Chinyi calmly repeated. A little rock turtle. After a moment of silence, Yi Cici asked, and what about your Pirate King? Chinyi pulled out the water attribute summoning orb from around his neck. He's here. I plan to contract him at the basic level. Why not contract him now? Yi Cici asked, puzzled. It's due to innate reasons. Chinyi changed the subject. Did you contract that night sea eagle? Of course. Yi Cici said proudly, unlike you, I'm very loyal to my little night eagle. Chinyi nodded. All right, remember to buy plenty. With that, he headed towards the Earth Attribute food section. Where are you going? Yi Cici called out. Getting some spiritual food for my turtle and duck. Aren't you here to buy that too? Chinyi gave Yi Cici a look that said, you're really dense. Darn it. Just you wait. Yi Cici gritted her teeth, mentally noting Chinyi's expression. At the checkout, Yi Cici challenged Chinyi as he approached. Chinyi, I want to duel you. Sure. Chinyi agreed without hesitation. But my turtle doesn't have any attack skills. Yi Cici frowned again. Why did you contract a spirit beast without attack skills? My turtle has strong defense, Chinyi suggested with a smile. How about this? If your little sea eagle can break my turtle's defense, you win. How does that sound? All right. Yi Cici nodded in agreement. Chinyi placed the selected spiritual food on the counter and said to the lady behind it, Tangjia, can you please keep an eye on this for me? No problem. Tang Qing gave an okay gesture. Let's go. Chinyi said to Yi Cici. Let's go. Yi Cici followed closely behind. Tang Qing cheered for Yi Cici. Go Cici. Little Tangjia. Wait for my good news. Yi Cici smiled back before turning to catch up with Chinyi. In the backyard, Baya was intensely focused on training Chinyi the ox when she suddenly heard the door open. She turned to see her son, Chinyi, entering with a young girl. The confusion on Baya's face quickly transformed into a warm, welcoming smile. Cici is here, she said warmly. Good afternoon, Annie. Yi Cici greeted quickly. Chinyi looked at his mother and got straight to the point. Mom, I want to have a battle with Yi. Do you need a referee? Baya asked casually. No need. Chinyi shook his head, pointing to an open space nearby. We'll go over there. All right. Yi Cici agreed with a nod. Baya put down what she was doing and watched with interest. She was quite curious about the little turtle's abilities. Upon reaching the open space, Qinyi immediately summoned Zuga. Yi Sisi examined the seemingly ordinary little rock turtle and murmured softly, "It looks no different from other rock turtles." Indeed, it doesn't look different on the outside. Qinyi glanced at Zuga and said to Yi Sisi, "Summon your little nighthawk. Let's make this quick." "Humph! Don't underestimate my little nighthawk." Yi Sisi flicked her wrist, and a summoning circle appeared in the air. A small hawk with black feathers tinged with blue emerged, screeching as it circled once before landing steadily on Yi Sisi's shoulder. Qinyi quickly assessed the little nighthawk stats. Species Night Seahawk, level 7, dark and water attributes, medium elite potential, with talents like Night Ruler and skills such as Hawk Horn Charge, Dark Water Ball, and Peck. Level 7, Qinyi exclaimed. Wasn't it just level 3 not long ago? Level 7 is normal. Your little duck is level 8 too. Yi Sisi explained, unlike you, my talent isn't growth-based. Qinyi nodded slightly, then suddenly changed his tone. Go easy. Yi Sisi rolled her eyes. You change your tune quickly. My turtle is only level 2. It's impossible to beat a level 7, and your hawk has medium potential. Qinyi explained, then instructed Zuga, Zuga, use Earth Shield and Rock Armor. Zuga let out a low growl as Earth elements surged around it, quickly forming an Earth Shield covered Zuga in front of them. Come on, let's see if my turtle can withstand your hawk's attack. Qinyi taunted. Little Night Hawk, go. Use Dark Water Ball. Yi Sisi commanded. The little Night Hawk soared into the air, a dark blue ball of energy forming at the corner of its beak, which it shot towards Zuga on the ground. Zuga immediately retreated into its shell. Bang! The dark water ball crashed heavily against the Earth Shield. The shield struggled for a moment before shattering like glass. So close, Qinyi shook his head. Is it really that tough? Yi Sisi was shocked. Your turtle's got something. Usually, my little Nighthawk takes out level 2 or 3 spirit beasts in one hit. But your turtle blocked it. Not bad. Keep going. Qinyi smiled. Yi Sisi was intrigued. Let me see the limits of your turtle. Little Nighthawk, use Hawk Horn Charge followed by Peck. The little Nighthawk dived, becoming a dazzling beam of light aimed straight at Zuga. Use Earth Shield. Qinyi shouted urgently. Earth elements quickly gathered around Zuga, forming a protective barrier just as the little Nighthawk was about to strike. Boom! A deafening collision echoed, and Zuga let out a painful growl. Then came another loud crash as the little Nighthawk launched its second attack, Peck. The little Nighthawk flew back into the air, looking somewhat disgruntled, its beak seemingly aching. Looking down, Zuga's scales had turned into spikes, with several slightly bent from the impact. Thorn's skill. Yi Sisi was stunned. This turtle has so many skills. Qinyi quickly checked Zuga's condition. Are you okay? Zuga extended its head, turning to Qinyi with a low growl. I'm fine, just a bit sore. Good, you did well earlier. Qinyi praised, then asked Yi Sisi, do you want to continue? Do you? Yi Sisi countered. I don't mind. No matter how many skills this turtle has, it can't beat your little Nighthawk right now. Then let's stop. Yi Sisi recalled her little Nighthawk, gently stroking its head. Thanks. Qinyi expressed his gratitude. Humph. We'll battle again next time. Yi Sisi huffed lightly. Sure. Qinyi nodded with a smile. Yi Sisi put away her little Nighthawk and prepared to leave. Just then, Baya, who had been watching the battle, spoke up. Sisi, Auntie will make dinner now. Stay and eat before you go. She gave Qinyi a meaningful look. Qinyi scratched his head awkwardly. Why not? Stay for dinner. Yi Sisi, noticing Qinyi's awkwardness, smiled and turned to Baya. Auntie, I have some things to take care of, so I won't trouble you today. All right, if you have things to do, I won't keep you, Baya said kindly, but next time, you must stay for dinner. Okay, Auntie. Yi Sisi replied sweetly, waving to Qinyi. Bye. I'm leaving. Qinyi just nodded without speaking. Seeing this, Baya urged him. Aren't you going to see her off? Qinyi's mouth twitched as he walked up to Yi Sisi. Let's go. Yi Sisi laughed and walked with him to the door. Baya watched the two leave, murmuring to herself, what a handsome couple they make. She then returned her attention to training Qingye the ox, thinking to herself that it wasn't even 5 o'clock yet, so there was no need to make dinner. Who eats dinner at 5 o'clock anyway? Outside the shop, Yi Sisi, carrying the spirit food she had bought earlier, said to Qinyi, I'm off. Qinyi hesitated before finally speaking. About earlier, Yi Sisi interrupted him. No need to say it, I understand. Qinyi was momentarily speechless. All right. Yi Sisi smiled sweetly and turned to leave. Take care. Qinyi called out. Bye. Yi Sisi waved goodbye, this time truly departing. 3 days later, on the sandy grounds of Sunshine Beginners Park, Qinyi felt a surge of newfound strength within him and excitedly muttered, finally reached level 5. During these 3 days, under Qinyi's rigorous training, Zuga managed to advance to level 5 amidst an attack by 3 sandbears. Qinyi calmed his excitement and unhesitatingly cast the Spirit Summoning Eye on Zuga. Species: Little Rock Turtle. Level: 5, 1100. Attribute: Earth. Potential: Medium Extraordinary 7, 9, 100. Talent: Thorn Shell, Kuan Hexagram. Skills: Earth Shield Proficiency 2, 7, 100. Rock Armor Proficiency 8, 8, 100. Description: The little rock turtle that consumed a mysterious tablet is growing robustly. These 3 days of training marked a qualitative leap for Zuga. Not only did his level rise to 5, but under the influence of the mysterious tablet, his potential was about to break through to high extraordinary. The proficiency of Earth Shield reached a competent level, and Rock Armor was just a step away from mastery. Qinyi pondered for a moment. Forget it. Let's focus on mastery first. If we master it today, leveling up tomorrow will be easier. Yes, that's the plan. Having made his decision, he didn't immediately have Zuga chase away the 3 sandbears, but patiently waited for them to leave on their own before having Zuga use Thorn Shell to drive them away. Qinyi brought Pirate King over to Zuga and took out a control fruit from the spirit summoning space. Have a fruit and take a break. We'll continue later. Okay. Zuga nodded excitedly, full of energy after his recent level up. Zuga devoured the control fruit in 3 bites. Qinyi asked, "Feel anything?" Zuga was about to shake his head when a warm current surged through his body. He suddenly looked up at Qinyi with piercing eyes. "Yes, I do." "Good." Qinyi nodded, quietly standing by with Pirate King, watching Zuga close his eyes to absorb the new power. Not long after, Zuga opened his eyes and let out a low growl. Qinyi immediately cast the Spirit Summoning Eye. Species: Little Rock Turtle. Level: 5, 52,100. Attribute: Earth. Potential: Medium Extraordinary 9, 2100. Talent: Thorn Shell, Kuan Hexagram. Skills: Earth Shield Proficiency 2, 7, 100. Rock Armor Proficiency 8, 8, 100. Control Beginner 0, 100. Description: The little rock turtle that consumed a mysterious tablet is growing robustly. Control: Utilizes its own energy to manipulate its body weight. Not bad, Qinyi said nonchalantly, though a bright smile spread across his face. Zuga, see if you can move a bit faster. Okay. Zuga's eyes focused, and the energy of control began to flow through him. Moments later, he took a step, his speed noticeably increased. After several dozen steps, Zuga, overjoyed, looked back at Qinyi. "I'm moving so fast." "Great." Qinyi encouraged, "Keep going, aim to get control to proficiency today, and you'll move even faster." Okay. Zuga nodded vigorously and continued practicing diligently. By 9 p.m., in the intermediate zone of Sunshine Beginners Park, after 2 hours of intense training, Qinyi had paid a hefty price. Zuga's level increased to 6, and his potential broke through to high extraordinary. Amidst attacks from numerous level 5 to 8 spirit beasts, the rock armor skill advanced from proficient to mastery. The control skill also reached proficiency, achieving 11,100 proficiency. Due to limited energy, the earth shield skill's proficiency remained unchanged. "I'm done here. I'm never coming back. This intermediate zone is just too costly." Qinyi decisively left the intermediate zone with Zuga and Pirate King. In just 2 hours, he had spent 2,000 yuan, and over the past few days, the expenses had mounted to tens of thousands. Qinyi decided not to return for training starting tomorrow. It wasn't about the money. Rather, Zuga was now level 6, and the cost-effectiveness of training here was too low. He had initially chosen the beginner's park because wild spirit beasts under level 5 were scarce around Yihai City, especially those between levels 1 and 3. But now the situation was different. After reaching level 5, they could train in nearby wild areas. Although there were also high-level wild spirit beasts, with regular official clearances, the chances of encountering spirit beasts above level 10 were low, making it relatively safe and cost-effective. In the nearby wild areas, most of the spirit beasts range from level 5 to 10. Qinyi stood in his backyard, pondering where to train. He recalled an aggressive move he had thought of before bed last night and glanced over at Zuga, who was lying not far away. "Zuga, come here," Qinyi called out. Zuga tilted his head slightly, letting out a soft grunt as he slowly crawled over. Squatting down to meet Zuga at eye level, Qinyi explained, "I've thought of a new move. You pull your head and legs into your shell, then spin your body to attack like a fiery wheel." He took out his phone, opened a save video, and placed it in front of Zuga. "See, like this." In the video, a fiery red hedgehog curled into a ball, spinning rapidly like a car tire, surrounded by flames, charging fiercely at an enemy like a blazing fireball. This is the evolved form of the fire thorn, the flame hedgehog, and the move is called the fiery wheel, Qinyi explained. "Want to give it a try?" Zuga stared at the video, his eyes growing increasingly bewildered, and fell silent. He clearly doubted his ability to perform such a complex move. At that moment, Luoya jumped in front of Zuga, gesturing enthusiastically to encourage him. Quack, quack, quack. But Zuga kept shaking his head, like a rattle. Seeing this, Luoya became frustrated and drew his long sword, striking the nearby grass with a loud thud, sending dirt and grass flying. Startled by the sudden action, Zuga cautiously looked up at Luoya and timidly said, try? Luoya nodded with satisfaction, puffed out his chest, and proudly quacked at Qingyi. Witnessing this, Qingyi couldn't help but give Luoya a thumbs up. Way to go, Pirate King. He remembered that he had come up with an official name for Luoya last night, Pirate King Luoya. Despite the new name, Qingyi was used to calling him Pirate King and had no intention of changing that. As Kong Li's proficiency improved, Zuga found it increasingly easy to control his own weight. At this moment, under Qin Ye's guidance, he was trying to tuck himself into his turtle shell and spin around in place. Qin Ye watched Zuga's difficult attempts to rotate, his brow slightly furrowed in contemplation. His gaze shifted between Luoya, who was practicing with a sword, and Zuga, who was trying to spin, until inspiration struck. Stop, everyone. Hold on a second. Qin Ye called out loudly. Pirate King, come over here. Luoya jogged over at the call. Quack? What's up? Qin Ye didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned to Zuga and asked gently, you haven't spun before, so you don't know how to do it, right? Zuga lowered his head, looking a bit aggrieved, and quietly replied, yeah, that's what I thought. Qin Ye said, a smile forming on his lips. Since you've never spun before, don't try to force it. First, get a feel for it. Once you've experienced it, then you can try spinning. Zuga looked up at Qin Ye with a puzzled expression. Just tuck yourself into your shell first. Qin Ye instructed without further explanation. After Zuga retracted into his shell, Qin Ye turned to Luoya. Pirate King, you know how to spin, right? Quack. Of course. Luoya responded confidently. Go ahead, spin him. Qin Ye directed, pointing at Zuga. Let him experience the sensation of spinning. Luoya was momentarily taken aback, but then eagerly stepped forward, placing his right hand on the side of the shell. With a deft flick of his wrist, the shell began to spin rapidly in place. Huh. Zuga's panicked voice echoed from within the shell. Don't panic, stay calm, and focus on the sensation. Qin Ye's voice resounded reassuringly in Zuga's mind, calming his nerves. Hearing Qin Ye's words, Zuga gradually settled down and began to concentrate on the feeling of spinning. However, the dizziness from the rapid rotation was a bit overwhelming for him. Seeing that enough time had passed, Qin Ye called out, stop. Luoya immediately ceased his actions, and the shell's spinning gradually came to a halt. Zuga poked his head out, lying motionless on the grass, clearly dizzy from the experience. Take a 5-minute break, then we'll continue, Qin Ye instructed. Though still a bit apprehensive, Zuga let out a low growl. Okay. Quack quack. Not bad. You've got my style. Luoya exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Zuga's shell. Qin Ye produced 2 bottles of blue energy drink, handing one to Luoya and feeding the other to Zuga. 5 minutes later, the training resumed. After 3 days of intense practice, Zuga's resistance to dizziness significantly improved, allowing him to spin rapidly for a full minute without feeling nauseous. On the 4th evening, a new skill appeared in Zuga's status bar: spin. Not bad. I'll treat you to a special meal tonight. Tomorrow's goal is to get your spinning proficiency to adept level, Qin Ye encouraged. All right. Zuga roared towards the sky, full of enthusiasm. By the 5th day, Zuga's spinning proficiency reached an adept level. Qin Ye instructed, Zuga, activate your thorn shell, then spin, and show me the effect. Zuga immediately complied. His shell's scales stood erect and began spinning rapidly, creating an astonishing effect. Qin Ye picked up a handful of grass and tossed it towards Zuga. The grass was instantly shredded into fine bits. He then picked up a stone and threw it. The corner of the stone was sliced off and it ricocheted away. Pleased with the test results, Qin Ye still felt something was missing. He pondered deeply, considering how to further enhance Zuga's abilities. As Qin Ye was deep in thought, he felt a piercing gaze upon him. Turning his head, he saw Luoya staring at him in astonishment. Qin Ye suddenly chuckled and said, Pirate King, why don't you try cutting with your sword and see what happens? Quack. Luoya snapped back to reality, gripped his long sword tightly, and eagerly approached Zuga. In a flash, Luoya was beside Zuga, swinging his sword in a diagonal slash without hesitation. With a loud bang, Luoya staggered back slightly, while Zuga was sent flying by the powerful strike. Pirate King, your strength is quite something, Qin Ye exclaimed, looking at Luoya in surprise. His power was clearly beyond Qin Ye's expectations. Quack quack. Luoya puffed out his chest proudly, evidently pleased with his performance. Meanwhile, Zuga, who had been knocked away, bounced on the ground before coming to a stop. He no longer spun and extended his turtle head, looking at Qingyi with a pitiful expression. Upon closer inspection, although Zhuge's scales weren't misaligned, there were several noticeable sword marks. Zhuge, well done. Your defense is impressive now, Qingyi said with a smile. If it were before, the Pirate King's strike would have done more than just leave a mark. It would have shredded you to pieces, scales flying everywhere. Qingyi explained that although they had been primarily training Zhuge's spinning skills these past few days, with the help of various spiritual foods and training, Zhuge's strength had increased from level 6 to level 8. His potential had also been elevated to high extraordinary with the help of the mysterious stone slab. Meanwhile, Luo Ya's level had risen from 10 to 11. The recent encounter was essentially an 8th level Zhuge against an 11th level Luo Ya. Considering the 3-level difference in Zhuge not using his defensive skills, the fact that his scales only had a sword mark demonstrated his strong defense. Upon hearing this, Zhuge excitedly lifted his head to look at Qingyi, letting out a soft Got it now? Qingyi laughed. You're not weak now. You're quite strong. Among your peers, few spirit beasts have your level of defense. Zhuge remained silent, but bashfully lowered his head. Quack quack. Luo Ya called out to Zhuge twice, agreeing with Qingyi's words. All right, let's take a break and continue later, Qingyi said. The training will be the same as before. The Pirate King will be responsible for attacking, and Zhuge will use his Thorn turtle shell and spinning skills for defense. We will practice until you can react the moment you get airborne. Ideally, you should be able to spin the moment you land, giving the enemy no chance to pursue. With a determined look in his eyes, Zhuge seriously responded, The little rock turtle is growing robustly after consuming a mysterious stone tablet. Under the intense training of Qingyi and Luo Ya, Zhuge has successfully advanced his spinning skill to the proficient level. Additionally, it has mastered a new skill Thorn spin. When Qingyi noticed this new skill on Zuga's panel, he was initially surprised but quickly found it reasonable. Qingyi continued to intensify Zhuge's training until the Thorn spin skill reached a proficient level. Then, decisively, he took Zhuge and Luo Ya on an expedition. After days of rigorous training, Qingyi brought the transformed Zhuge to the nearest wild area from home, the Night Sea Forest. Night Sea Forest is a small forest connected to the Night Sea, covering about 50 square kilometers, and managed by the Night Sea City's authorities to oversee the spirit beasts within. High-level spirit beasts, above level 20, dwell in the forest depths, but Qingyi's destination was only the outer region. Here, most spirit beasts are below level 10, posing little threat to him. Upon entering Night Sea Forest, Qingyi immediately summoned Zhuge and Luo Ya. The trio cautiously ventured into the forest depths. It wasn't long before Qingyi spotted 3 gray wolves, 1 large, and 2 small, charging towards them. Species: Big Gray Wolf. Level: 12. Attribute: Normal. Potential: High Extraordinary. Species: Gray Wolf. Level: 8. Attribute: Normal. Potential: Low Extraordinary. Pirate King, protect me. Zhuge, you're up. Qingyi quickly analyzed. It's a 12th level Big Gray Wolf and 2 Gray Wolves, one at level 8 and the other at level 7. The Big Gray Wolf is the evolved form of the Gray Wolf, and they both have normal attributes. Zhuge let out a low growl, stepping forward with sharp eyes. After Qingyi's special training, its confidence was now unmatched. Facing the charging wolves, Zhuge nimbly advanced. At the moment of collision, it retracted its limbs and head into its shell, quietly settling on the ground. The Big Gray Wolf skidded to a halt, frowning at the turtle shell before it. It glanced up at Qingyi, observing from a distance, and let out a howl. Then, leading its 2 companions, it bypassed Zhuge and headed straight for Qingyi. What the heck? So smart, Qingyi exclaimed, quickly regaining composure to command Luo Ya beside him. Pirate King, release Water Blade. Make it quick. Luo Ya responded immediately, its long blade enveloped in water elements. Swinging the blade, 3 water element slashes shot out, precisely hitting the wolves. The pack was sent flying, howling in pain. Luo Ya seized the moment and charged at the enemy again. The Big Gray Wolf struggled to its feet, fiercely lunging at Luo Ya. The 2 smaller wolves hesitated, unsure whether to assist. Just then, the level 8 wolf suddenly sensed darkness overhead. Looking up, it saw a spiked shell descending from the sky, crashing heavily onto its head. Thud. With a dull thud, the level 8 wolf's eyes widened in terror and agony. Zhuge triumphantly stretched its head out from the shell, issuing a victorious cry to Qingyi. The wolf beneath, with this fatal blow, lost its life completely. Species: Little Rock Turtle. Level: 8. 87,100. Attribute: Earth. Potential: High Extraordinary 15100. Hearing Zhuge's call, Qingyi immediately used his spirit eye to check its panel. Noticing the significant increase in level, he couldn't help but smile slightly. There are various ways for spirit beasts to enhance their power, including training, consuming natural treasures, and defeating other creatures. Successfully defeating a spirit beast of similar strength offers substantial experience points, without any cap. This differs from consuming the same type of natural treasures, which can lead to resistance and diminished effects over time. Of course, there are rules to gaining experience. Defeating spirit beasts above one's level yields considerable experience points, while defeating those below depends on the defeated beast's strength. As spirit beasts advance in level, encounters with opponents of the same level become rarer. Thus, high-level spirit beasts rely more on training and consuming natural treasures to boost their strength. Previously, Cheney hadn't let Zuga gain strength by defeating spirit beasts due to its lack of effective attack methods. Now, after specialized training, Zuga finally possesses real combat abilities, making it the right time to gain experience through actual battles. Zuga, go after it and hit it with your thorns, Cheney shouted. Hearing the command, Zuga sprang into action, charging towards the fleeing bear. His body bristled with thorns, turning him into a moving spiked ball, and with a powerful thrust, he collided with the target. With a loud bang, the battered bear was struck down by the fatal blow, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Nice one, Cheney exclaimed excitedly, turning his attention to the panel in front of him to review Zuga's latest stats. Species, Little Rock Turtle. Level, 10 level 1100. Element, Earth. Potential, High Extraordinary 30100. Talents, Thorn Shell, Kuan Trigram. Skills, Earth Shield Mastery 11100, Rock Armor Mastery 62100, Force Control Mastery 57100, Thorn Spin Mastery 44100. After 2 days of intense battles in the wild, Zuga not only reached level 10 but also significantly improved several skills, especially Earth Shield and Thorn Spin, which had reached mastery levels. Cheney glanced at Zuga, who lay still nearby, feeling a surge of anticipation. He wondered if the little rock turtle could gain the power of evolution this time and undergo its first transformation. It's common knowledge that most spirit beasts evolve at whole number levels, with only a few exceptions, usually due to consuming top-grade mystical treasures. Without external interference, the vast majority of spirit beasts only have the chance to evolve at whole number levels. Of course, reaching a whole number level doesn't guarantee evolution. It merely presents the possibility. The chance of evolution depends on several factors, including the spirit beast's level, potential, and its inner desire to evolve. Successful evolution results in significant enhancements in strength and potential, though the extent varies. As Cheney pondered these thoughts, a mysterious glow suddenly enveloped Zuga. The light quickly spread, encasing him like a giant glowing egg. It's starting to evolve, Cheney exclaimed joyfully, rushing over with Luoya to guard the little creature undergoing transformation. Though Zuga had consumed mystical treasures related to the Bagua, his initial potential was still low. Thus, triggering evolution at level 10 wasn't unexpected. However, this ease applies only to the first evolution. The second won't be as simple. The evolutionary glow came and went swiftly. In less than 2 minutes, the light dissipated, revealing a newly transformed Zuga. His size had increased by 1.5 times, and his overall aura had noticeably changed. Without hesitation, Qin Yi used his spirit summoning eye to examine Zuga's new status. Species, Earth Spirit Turtle. Level, 10 level 1100. Element, Earth. Potential, Intermediate Elite 50100. Talents, Thorn Shell, Kuan Trigram, Li Trigram, Rock Spirit Power. Skills, Flame Jet Novice 0100. Description: a little rock turtle that accidentally consumed a mysterious stone tablet has evolved into an Earth Spirit Turtle under your careful guidance. It is still adapting to the power granted by the tablet. Seeing the new talents and skills on the interface, Cheney fell silent for a moment. After a few seconds, he looked up at Zuga again, noticing a faint reddish glow on its body, and felt a sense of relief. He began to carefully examine the effects of the newly acquired talents and skills. Li Trigram. Active talent, the Li Trigram of the Bagua, summons fierce flames to create a scorching force, dealing continuous fire damage to enemies. The flames also have a purifying effect. Rock Spirit Power. Passive talent, transforms the earth element energy into rock spirit power. Rock spirit power is stronger and more defensive than ordinary earth element energy. Flame Jet. Active skill, gathers flames in the mouth and projects them at a target, dealing fire damage. Incredible, truly incredible. Cheney couldn't help but exclaim softly after reading the effects. Quack! Luoya looked curiously at Cheney. Hearing this, Cheney turned to Luoya with a smile and said, "Pirate King, you might not be a match for Zuga now." Quack! Impossible! Luoya jumped up, glaring at Zuga in disbelief. Although he had been acting as a bodyguard these past few days, which prevented him from leveling up, he refused to believe that the newly evolved, level 10 Zuga could defeat him. You'll see soon enough, Qingyi said with a slight smile, then turned to Zuga. Let's go find our next target. Zuga raised his head, shouting excitedly. He was clearly eager to test out his new abilities. Shortly after, Qingyi pointed to a large gray wolf in the distance and said to Zuga, Zuga, use flame jet on it and show the Pirate King your new power. Zuga nodded vigorously, ready to showcase his skills. Suddenly, a stream of fire began to gather in Zuga's mouth, transforming instantly into a searing beam that shot out like a ferocious dragon. The flames rushed towards the nearby big gray wolf with lightning speed, accompanied by a deafening roar. The wolf didn't even have time to blink before it was hit by the intense flames, its entire body flying like a cannonball to the distant ground. Howl! The big gray wolf let out a piercing wail, rolling on the ground in agony, desperately trying to extinguish the flames leaping across its body. Luoya tilted its head, looking at Qingyi with a puzzled expression. Quack? That's it. It scoffed. Quack quack. Quack quack quack. This power is mediocre. One slash from me would be enough. Qingyi chuckled and shook his head. Don't rush. He turned to Zuga and said firmly, release the Li hexagram. Zuga lifted his head and let out a long chant. Suddenly, the surrounding fire elements seemed to be summoned, converging rapidly. Flames enveloped Zuga, forming a massive fireball that shot into the sky. The flames streamed like threads, connecting the fireball to Zuga, creating a spectacular scene. In the next moment, the fireball transformed into a gigantic turret, launching volleys of fire like cannonballs towards the big gray wolf. The struggling wolf on the ground heard the commotion and barely managed to look up, only to see countless fireballs whistling towards it. Terrified, it scrambled to its feet and ran for its life. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs hit the ground in succession. The big gray wolf dodged left and right but ultimately couldn't escape its fate. With a loud crash, it was struck by the flames, falling heavily to the ground, unable to get up again. Qingyi watched the experience points flash on Zuga's panel, then turned to the wide-eyed Luoya. So, what do you think of that power? Luoya's beak hung open in disbelief as it stared at Zuga. Quack quack. Little turtle, how did you become so powerful? Zuga shook his head in bewilderment, equally astonished by the power of his own skill. Qingyi glanced around, noting the cratered ground left by the fiery onslaught. He couldn't help but marvel. This talent is something else. At level 10, it already has such power. Imagine what it will be like at level 50 or 60. The thought of future possibilities brought an involuntary grin to Qingyi's face. In the forest of the Night Sea, Zuga unleashed a fiery breath like a dragon, instantly killing a level 13 clumsy bear. In that moment, a peculiar energy surged into Qingyi's body. Sensing this sudden change, Qingyi's eyes sharpened, and he quickly shouted to Luoya beside him, protect me, I think I'm about to level up. Before he even finished speaking, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to focus. Upon hearing this, Luoya became immediately alert, gripping his long sword tightly and scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes. Meanwhile, after slaying the bear, Zuga's level instantly rose to 12. Since evolving 2 days ago and acquiring 2 new attack skills, Zuga's speed in defeating spirit beasts had increased remarkably, allowing him to jump from level 10 to 12 in just 2 days. However, Zuga did not revel in the joy of his newfound strength. Instead, he quickly moved to Qingyi's side, joining Luoya in guarding him. Moments later, Qingyi opened his eyes. A bright smile spreading across his face had successfully advanced to a novice spirit summoner. Standing up, Qingyi turned to Luoya, who was watching him intently, and asked with a grin, Pirate King, are you ready? Luoya was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized and shouted excitedly, quack, quack quack quack. Seeing this, Qingyi's smile widened, and he responded with action. In the next instant, a glow of a contract blossomed beneath Luoya's feet. Sensing the power of the contract flowing into him, Luoya quickly abandoned any resistance and fully embraced this new strength. Soon, the contract was complete, and Qingyi and Luoya officially formed a contractual bond. Feeling the surge of energy within him, Qingyi sat down again to acclimate to his newly acquired power. Luoya also entered a special state. Zuga, observing the pair with closed eyes, was initially surprised but then quickly focused, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. 2 minutes later, Qingyi was the first to open his eyes. Seeing Zuga's concerned expression, he smiled warmly. Thank you for your hard work. Zuga gently shook his head to indicate it was no trouble. Turning to the still unconscious Luoya, Qingyi silently summoned his personal panel. The panel displayed. Name, Qingyi. Level, Novice Spirit Summoner. Talent, all-encompassing. Skills, Spirit Summoning, Soul Eye, Destiny. Driven by curiosity, Qingyi checked the effect of Destiny. As he read the description, his eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Whoa. This outburst drew a puzzled glance from Zuga, who growled softly, Taking a deep breath to calm his inner turmoil, Chenyi looked at Zuga and unhesitatingly activated Destiny on him. The panel revealed 4 potential evolution paths for Zuga: Earth Turtle, Climbing Rock Turtle, Blazing Fire Rock Turtle, and 4 Symbols Turtle, each with detailed evolution requirements and potential descriptions. After careful consideration, Chenyi focused on the 4 Symbols Turtle. He mused that although finding a true Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise was impossible, ordinary dragon, tiger, bird, and tortoise should be attainable. Next, Chenyi turned to the now awake Luoya and activated Destiny again. The panel showed 3 evolution paths for Luoya: Mighty Duck, Navy Duck, and Pirate Duck, each with corresponding evolution conditions. Chenyi felt a twinge of disappointment that Destiny didn't display all the officially announced evolution paths, such as Scout Duck and Wanderer Duck. Nevertheless, Chenyi quickly regained his spirits. This ability to see the most suitable evolution path for his contracted beasts was undeniably powerful. Calming his excitement, he smiled at Luoya and said, "Pirate King, I look forward to working with you." Hearing this, Luoya proudly lifted his little head, his face beaming with joy and delight. Species: Sailor Duck. Level: 11, 37,100. Element: Water. Potential: Low Elite 60100. Talent: Plunder. Skills: Water Blade Proficiency 7, 6100. Water Gun Proficiency 42100. Battle Spirit Proficiency 2, 1100. Luoya is a little duck with dreams of becoming the Pirate King. It possesses the passive talent, Plunder, which allows it to steal energy from its enemies with each strike, enhancing its own power. Chenyi muttered to himself, "So this talent actually has such an effect?" He turned to Luoya and praised, "Pirate King, your talent is pretty impressive." Quack. Of course. Luoya boasted, standing proudly with its wings akimbo. "All right," Chenyi chuckled. "Now let's see if your growth speed accelerates after forming a contract with me." Quack. Luoya's heart filled with determination at the prospect. Not long after, Chenyi witnessed Luoya effortlessly take down a level 12 gray wolf with a single slash. He silently glanced at the panel before him, noting the numbers next to Waterblade, and couldn't help but marvel. "My hack is pretty powerful." He pondered for a moment, talking to himself. "Could it be because I've been reincarnated, giving me a heavier soul and stronger mental power than most? Whatever, it doesn't matter." Chenyi shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. Since he already possessed such an ability, he might as well enjoy it. Realizing his uniqueness, he didn't hesitate to continue training with Zuga and Luoya. It was the 21st, and only a few days remained until the exam. He was determined to advance to the intermediate level and become an intermediate spirit summoner. At dinner that night, Baya, upon hearing that Chenyi had become a junior spirit summoner and contracted with Luoya, asked with a hint of uncertainty, "Son, are you really a junior spirit summoner?" "Yes, Mom," Chenyi confirmed once more. Teeming furrowed his brow, finding it hard to believe. "What level is Zuga?" "Level 12, Chenyi replied, then asked, "Dad, what's wrong? Is my leveling speed too fast?" Baya exclaimed in astonishment, "Son, your talent is amazing. Both your father and I only became junior spirit summoners when our contracted beasts reached level 15. But you reached this level at just level 12. That's 3 levels faster than us." Chenyi was taken aback. He had been so focused on contracting with the Pirate King that he hadn't considered this aspect. Looking back, it was indeed quite remarkable. Ming took a deep breath and explained, "Typically, a spirit summoner with your type of talent becomes a junior spirit summoner when their contracted beast reaches level 14. Those with slightly stronger talents achieve it at level 13. But cases like yours, where the contracted beast reaches level 12, and you're already a junior spirit summoner, are unheard of." He shook his head, his eyes filled with a complex mix of joy. Then, with a firm tone, he said, "I can confidently say that your Sanluo Wanixiang is in Scrade talent." Chenyi snapped out of his daze, questioning, "Dad, is it really Scrade? Isn't that a bit exaggerated?" "Not at all," Ming replied seriously, then went on to explain the impact of talents at various levels and the unique nature of Chenyi's talent. Chenyi suddenly understood, gaining a clear awareness of the strength of his talent. Baya asked if anyone else knew about Chenyi becoming a junior spirit summoner and suggested not summoning the Pirate King in front of others until Zuga reached level 14. Chenyi agreed, understanding the need to keep his talent hidden for now. Ming produced a black pirate hat he had prepared earlier. Chenyi accepted it excitedly, thanking him repeatedly. Back in his room, Chenyi immediately used his spirit eye to examine the hat's attributes. Black Sheep's Pirate Hat. Quality: yellow. Description: a pirate hat forged by Master Spirit Summoner Black Sheep using various rare materials, offering strong defense and self-recovery capabilities. Wow, Dad really went all out. Qingyi marveled as he looked at the yellow-quality pirate hat in his hands. This wasn't just any ordinary item. In the hierarchy of item quality ranging from white, green, blue, yellow, purple, to orange, yellow was already considered rare. As for what's beyond orange, Qingyi had no idea. Without hesitation, he stood up and headed towards the door, holding the precious pirate hat. Opening the door, he shouted, "Thanks, Dad. Thanks, Mom." Before his voice even faded, Qin Ming's voice came back. "If you want to thank me, get into a good university." "Don't worry, Dad. I'll get into Summoner University for you," Qingyi replied confidently. "Haha, I'm looking forward to it." Qin Ming laughed. Back in his room, Qingyi smiled as he looked at Luoya, whom he had just summoned, and handed over the pirate hat. "Here you go, Pirate King. Your pirate hat has arrived." Luoya and Zuga had been summoned together, and upon hearing Qin Ye's words, Luoya looked up. Seeing the pirate hat, Luoya was momentarily stunned, then burst into an excited dance. "Quack, quack, quack." After Luoya calmed down, Qingyi spoke again. "Take it and wear it." "Quack." Luoya nodded vigorously, carefully taking the pirate hat and placing it on his head like a treasure. "Not bad, looking sharp." Qingyi nodded approvingly. "Indeed." Zuga, lying nearby, also gave his nod of approval. "Quack, quack." Luoya blushed slightly, looking a bit bashful. Looking at Luoya and Zuga, Qingyi announced, "Starting tomorrow, our training will enter the next phase. Our focus will shift to leveling up the Pirate King." He explained that since Zuga had just evolved, the chance of triggering a second evolution at level 20 was low, whereas the Pirate King had yet to evolve. Therefore, the aim was to get the Pirate King to level 20 within the remaining time, and try to trigger the power of evolution. Qingyi detailed the evolution probability rules. If a creature doesn't evolve at level 10, the chance increases significantly at level 20. If it still hasn't evolved at level 20, the chance at level 30 is even higher, almost certain. Beyond level 30, evolution is unlikely unless there's a special opportunity. This rule applies after each evolution stage. So, Qingyi concluded, our primary goal is to get the Pirate King to level 20, and the secondary goal is to master Zuga's flamethrowing skill. He listed a few more objectives before wrapping up the brief meeting. Time flew by, and soon it was May 31st, the morning before the college entrance exams. The students of Class 4, Grade 12, sat quietly in their seats, watching their homeroom teacher, Ichio, as he explained the details about the upcoming exam. The exam was divided into two formats, one for summoners and the other for regular students. The summoners exam included both practical and written tests, with 80 based on practical performance and 20 on the written test. The practical part involved surviving on an island full of spirit beasts for 3 days and earning points by defeating them. The written test consisted of questions simpler than those in a regular exam. The other exam was purely written. Ichio reminded everyone to gather in the classroom at 7 a.m. the next day, then dismissed the class. The room immediately buzzed with chatter. "Qingyi, what are you doing this afternoon?" Dufeng asked. "Training," Qingyi replied. "But I'll take it easy today, just until 3 p.m. "No way, no way." Dufeng shook his head quickly. "I need a good rest today. Can't sleep comfortably on the island for the next 3 days." Qingyi nodded in understanding, picked up his bag, and left the classroom. Watching Qin Ye's retreating figure, Dufeng hesitated for a moment before muttering to himself, "Maybe I should push a little harder too." Ultimately, he decided to train until 2 p.m. before resting. At 3:37 p.m., in a part of the night sea forest, flashes of light flickered. Qingyi watched as Luoya was enveloped in the glow, a slight smile on his lips. After days of effort, Luoya had finally reached level 20 on the eve of the exams and, as expected, began to evolve. Zuga, wide-eyed, watched in awe, exclaiming, "Is this evolution? So cool, so bright, so beautiful." "This is evolution," Qingyi explained. "It was similar when you evolved." Zuga nodded, then seriously scanned the surroundings, guarding the evolving Luoya and Qingyi. Qingyi watched Luoya's transformation, quietly pondering, "I wonder if the energy I receive from the Pirate King's evolution will elevate me to an intermediate summoner." He couldn't help but feel hopeful. With Zuga at level 17 and Luoya at level 20, he suspected that the energy from Luoya's evolution might indeed propel him to become an intermediate summoner. After all, he was a man with the talent of the universe's balance. Unfortunately, while the idea was good, reality was harsh. The glow of Luoya's evolution faded, and the surge of energy that flooded into Qin Ye's body didn't elevate him to the rank of an intermediate spirit summoner as he had hoped. He carefully sensed the changes within himself and shook his head regretfully. Looking up, Qingyi noticed that Luoya had grown noticeably larger. With a black pirate hat on its head and a long sword in its hand, it exuded a pirate-like aura. He chuckled and asked, "How do you feel?" "Quack." "Great." Luoya responded excitedly, striking a pose it thought was dashing. It even showed off to Zuga nearby. "Quack? How about this?" Zuga nodded approvingly. While they chatted, Qin quietly opened Luo Ya's panel to examine it. Species, pirate duck. Level, 20, 1100. Element, water. Potential, medium. Leadership, 21,100. Talents, plunder, desperation. Skills, water blade perfect, 4100. Water gun mastery, 76100. Battle spirit mastery, 88100. Water wave / beginner, 0100. Water shield beginner, 0100. Description: a duck with dreams of becoming the Pirate King. Desperation: a passive talent that allows it to unleash power far beyond its own in critical situations. Water wave / an active skill where the blade's energy forms a wave, attacking all targets it sweeps over. Water shield: an active skill where water elements condense into a shield, protecting itself by blocking a certain amount of enemy attacks. Qin carefully analyzed Luo Ya's new attributes. Water wave / was an advanced version of water blade, which was decent. Water shield, as a defensive skill, was also quite practical. His attention lingered on the desperation talent, pondering how much power it could actually boost. After a moment of silence, Qin smiled and said, "Not bad. Overall, it's a significant improvement. Not to mention the new talents and skills. Just having medium leadership potential is much stronger than a pirate duck with low leadership." Luo Ya's evolution into a medium leader instead of a low leader was thanks to the yellow quality pirate hat. This hat not only affected pirate ducks but also naval ducks, scout ducks, and wanderer ducks. The higher the quality of the hat, the greater the potential after evolution, which is a crucial insight many spirit summoners have discovered. After reviewing Luo Ya's panel, Qin checked its destiny. Destiny, Captain Duck, Medium Lord, requires owning a pirate ship. Qin was taken aback for a moment, repeatedly confirming before quietly closing the panel. Although the official guide only provided this single evolution path, he didn't believe it was the only choice. He shook his head, thinking that Luo Ya was only level 20, and it would likely need to reach level 40 or 50 for the next evolution. Glancing at the time, Qin said to Luo Ya and Zuga, who were still chatting, "Let's go, we're heading home." Quack. Luo Ya replied. Zuga followed. On the way, Qin had Luo Ya test its new skills to improve proficiency. He noticed that the proficiency of Water Wave / increased rapidly, reaching the proficient level after only a few attempts. "Getting the hang of it?" Qin asked. Luo Ya responded. "Quack, quack, quack. It's not much different from the external water blade." Qin nodded. "Good, let's keep going." Quack. Luo Ya replied. Qin had a hunch that learning a new skill of the same type becomes much easier once you master one. Of course, this assumes you're already familiar with the skill type. Otherwise, it remains challenging. On June 1st, school buses rolled into the parking lot at Yihai Port. Qin followed his classmates to the meeting point for Class 4. After Yichio took attendance, she reminded them, "Stick with me, don't get lost." Just then, a man leading a group approached from the left, smiling, "Teacher Yi, your class has quite a number of spirit summoners this year." Yichio glanced at the students behind him and replied with a smile, "Wang Yin, long time no see. You're doing well too, two more than last year." "Ha, we did get a few good students this year," Wang Yin said, pointing to the young man beside him. "This is Yu Wu, our school's only intermediate spirit summoner this year." Upon hearing this, Yichio immediately looked at the young man on Wang Yan's left. Standing at the back of Class 4, Qin Yi also curiously observed Yu Wu. "Wow, he's something else." Du Feng exclaimed in Qin Yi's ear. Qin Yi frowned, watching the slightly frail yet calm Yu Wu, and asked quietly, "Does he not sleep?" After his experience hunting spirit beasts in the dark forest, he knew how difficult it was to become an intermediate spirit summoner in less than a month. Even with an average of 7 hours of hunting daily for nearly half a month, he hadn't advanced, highlighting the dedication of those who succeeded. "Maybe," Du Feng shrugged. "Really diligent." Qin Yi couldn't help but remark. On the other side, Yichio smiled and said, "Not bad, we have one too this time." As she spoke, she glanced at Du Feng, drawing curious looks from the Class 4 students. Qin Yi was surprised and quickly turned to look at Du Feng beside him. Du Feng awkwardly explained, "Haha, I accidentally became an intermediate spirit summoner yesterday afternoon." He hadn't expected that casually leveling up his little tiger would also advance his own rank. Qin Ye's mouth twitched, impressive. "Haha." Du Feng scratched his head, whispering, "Old Yi is calling me, I'll head over." With that, he walked towards Yichio under Qin Ye's gaze. Yichio smiled as she introduced Du Feng to Wang Yin. Although Wang Yin kept a smile, he was inwardly silent. Their relationship wasn't as amicable as it seemed to others. They were rivals, competitors. Qin Yi noticed the subtle change in their tones and shook his head, diverting his gaze elsewhere. He had already seen through it all. In the night harbor, A medium-sized cruise ship capable of holding 10,000 people swayed gently on the shimmering sea, resembling a leaf in the wind. In front of the ship, several small groups stood scattered, patiently awaiting the moment to come. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed from the ship, and a massive black eagle soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning in the darkness, swiftly climbing above the ship. A man stood on the eagle's back, looking down at the now silent crowd below, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Good morning, everyone. I'm Yi Zhantian, the mayor of Yihai City." His voice was loud and clear. The crowd erupted instantly, with excited murmurs spreading through the ranks. "Wow, it's Mayor Yi and his eagle. So cool. What kind of spirit beast is that eagle? Impressive. It's the evolved form of the Night Sea Eagle, the Dark Night Water Emperor. I wish I had a Night Sea Eagle. If you can get the top spot in Yihai City, you can choose a Night Sea Eagle. You might as well kill me now. Haha, well that's that." In the fourth group's lineup, Cheney watched the man in the sky, his gaze involuntarily shifting to Yi Cici in the group ahead of him. Noticing his stare, Yi Cici turned back, frowning silently. "What?" Cheney silently replied. "Nothing, just saw your dad." Yi Cici rolled her eyes and mouth, "Get lost," then ignored him. "What are you looking at?" Du Feng followed Chen Ye's gaze. "Nothing much." Chen Yi shifted his focus back to Du Feng. "By the way, when did you become an intermediate spirit caller?" "Around 1:30 yesterday afternoon," Du Feng replied with a smile. "Actually, I owe it to you for becoming an intermediate spirit caller before the college entrance exams." "What?" Chen Yi looked puzzled. Du Feng explained. "If I hadn't heard you were still training yesterday, I wouldn't have gone in the afternoon. I planned to train until 2 p.m., but as I kept going, my tiger leveled up to 25. That's when I became an intermediate spirit caller." Looking at Du Feng's bright smile, Chen Yi couldn't help but twitch his lips. "What's the level of your second contract beast?" "Level 22, Du Feng answered. "After evolving my little monkey into a fire fist monkey, I trained my tiger, and it reached level 22. "All right." Chen Yi nodded, thinking to himself, Du Feng got to intermediate level with a 25 and a 22. So I probably need to wait until Zuga reaches level 20. "What are you thinking?" Du Feng waved his hand in front of Chen Ye's face. "Nothing, just wondering when I'll reach intermediate spirit caller level." Chen Yi replied. "When?" Du Feng pressed. "Soon, by the day after tomorrow at the latest," Chen Yi said, glancing up at Mayor Yi in the sky. "Enough talk. Mayor Yi is starting to explain the exam rules." Yi Zhantian wrapped up his introduction and got to the point. This practical exam will take place on Nightwatch Island, located not far from Yihai Harbor. It's a special island created by Yihai City for the annual college entrance exams. Nearly 1,000,000 spirit beasts below level 30 inhabit Nightwatch Island. You will need to survive on the island for 3 days. Raising 3 fingers, Yi Zhantian continued. During these 3 days, besides surviving, you must do your best to hunt spirit beasts to earn points. The island's spirit beasts are categorized into common, elite, and special types, each with corresponding points. You can use your score tracker to see the specific points. While defeating common and elite spirit beasts will earn you points, defeating special ones will also grant significant rewards. Details of the rewards can be checked using the map function on your score tracker. Of course, the prerequisite for earning points and rewards is ensuring your safety. Although there are examiners on the island, they won't be there to protect you at all times. Yi Zhantian elaborated. 3 days later, by 10 a.m. on June 4th, you need to register at the seaside of Nightwatch Island. Don't worry about the exact location for registration. You'll see our staff there to guide you. After laying out the rules, Yi Zhantian concluded with a smile. "All right, without further ado, please board the ship in an orderly manner." As Yi Zhantian finished speaking, the staff on the ship began directing teachers to lead their students aboard in an orderly fashion. Half an hour later, the ship's doors closed, and it slowly set sail. Just then, a voice echoed in the vast hall capable of accommodating thousands on the ship. "There are 20 minutes left until the first landing point on Nightwatch Island," and the announcement echoes in the hall. "Candidates who wish to disembark, please gather at the entrance. Landing will commence in 10 minutes. This message is repeated to ensure every candidate hears it. Chen Yi listens to the announcement and turns to Du Feng beside him, asking, "Are you getting off the ship?" "No," Du Feng replies without hesitation. "Only a fool gets off first." He explains that every year, the first landing point of the college entrance exam is the most crowded. However, getting off early doesn't mean you can enter Nightwatch Island and start earning points sooner. In fact, all candidates must wait until 10 a.m. when the invigilators allow them to enter the island. So, the timing of disembarkation doesn't make much difference. "True." Chen Yi nods in agreement, then asks, "Which landing point are you getting off at?" "The 5th one," Du Feng answers, then curiously looks at Chen Yi. "What about you?" "The 7th. I like the number 7, Chen Yi replies with a smile. Du Feng muses, "There are 10 landing points on Nightwatch Island. The 7th isn't bad. Fewer people get off there. Fewer people means less competition for spirit beasts. Qin Yi agrees. After pondering for a moment, Du Feng changes his mind. I'll get off at the 3rd one then. The 5th has a bit too many people. 3 is indeed less crowded than 5. Qin Yi says, good luck. Generally, besides the 1st, the 5th and 10th are the most crowded. 1, 5, and 10 are known to have the most people getting off. Of course, Du Feng laughs. As time passes, when the announcement for the 3rd landing point is made, Du Feng bids farewell to Qin Yi. I'm off. Qin Yi smiles and nods, good luck. After Du Feng waves goodbye and leaves, Yi Cixi approaches from Class 4's line and asks Qin Yi, aren't you getting off with him? I'm planning to get off at the 7th. Qin Yi answers, then asks her, which one are you getting off at? The 6th, Yi Cixi replies. Qin Yi laughs, then there's a good chance we'll run into each other. Yi Cixi playfully raises her fist in front of Qin Yi and jokes, you better be ready to run if you see me, or you'll be eliminated. Qin Yi's lips curl slightly as he calmly says, would you really do that? Why wouldn't I? Yi Cixi tilts her head, looking up at the ship's top. Qin Yi continues to tease her, then I'll have to see how you plan to eliminate me. Yi Cixi glares at him and twirls her fist again. Just you wait. I'll be waiting. Qin Yi nods firmly. When the announcement for the 7th landing point is made, Qin Yi follows the crowd off the ship and onto Night Watch Island. He looks around and estimates that fewer than 300 people disembarked with him. Qin Yi recalls the information that Teacher Yi mentioned. Nearly 5,000 people are taking this practical exam. If distributed evenly, each landing point should have about 500 people. But with fewer than 300 at this point, the numbers at points 1, 5, and 10 must be substantial. The scorching sun beats down, and Qin Yi wipes the sweat from his forehead, muttering, it's so hot today. He continues forward, surrounded by temporary tents and busy staff members. From his left pocket, he pulls out a device resembling a phone. This is the scorekeeper that Mayor Yi mentioned, and it's the only item they're allowed to carry. The practical exam rules state that apart from the scorekeeper, no other items are allowed. If found with prohibited items, candidates will face penalties, or in severe cases, disqualification. Teacher Yi had already checked them before departure. Those who weren't checked can now store their belongings at the seaside storage area. Qin Yi notices some candidates heading towards the storage area, while he begins to explore the scorekeeper. Upon turning it on, the current time is displayed, 9:35, with 25 minutes left until the exam begins. So early. Qin Yi mutters, swiping past the time display to see 4 options: SOS, points, ranking, and map. The SOS function sends a distress signal to nearby invigilators, signaling the end of the candidate's exam journey. The points option shows the current points earned. How points are calculated or how they track the candidate's defeats of spirit beasts are technical details beyond Qin Yi's understanding. He only knows that the technology behind this scorekeeper is highly advanced. The ranking function allows candidates to see their standing among all participants from Yihai City, helping them stay aware of their position and maintain a competitive edge. The map function not only shows the candidate's location but also highlights the positions of elite and special spirit beasts on Nightwatch Island. Of course, the radar feature on the map only displays nearby surroundings, not distant information. This feature alerts users to the presence of elite and special spirit beasts nearby, allowing them to decide whether to take on the challenge. Qin Yi opened the map and his eyes were drawn to a blinking treasure chest icon in the upper right corner. Curious, he clicked on the icon, and a stream of information popped up. Species: Gale Wolf Special Spirit Beast. Level: 21. Attribute: Wind. Potential: Low. Bounty reward: the killer can obtain a Gale herb or double the points. Description: Leader of the wolf pack, accompanied by at least 2 elite spirit beasts and 10 ordinary spirit beasts. Potential challengers: think twice. Already encountering a special spirit beast? Qin Yi murmured in surprise. Special spirit beasts are essentially bounty targets, and defeating them grants corresponding rewards. While rewards can be exchanged for points, they are typically more valuable than points. Only candidates nearing the top 100 or top 10 before the exam ends might choose to exchange for points. The icon was located on the radar's edge, about 5 kilometers away. Qin Yi silently noted the location, put away the score tracker, and began to wander around. Soon, a voice sounded at landing point number 7, 5 minutes until 10 o'clock. Let me emphasize the point system again. After the combat begins, there are no points for defeating spirit beasts below level 10, so please hold back. The surrounding candidates burst into laughter, knowing the rule well but still amused by the reminder. The voice continued, the point system for defeating spirit beasts level 10 and above is as follows. Ordinary spirit beasts, points equal to their level. Elite beasts, points multiplied by 5. Special beasts, points multiplied by 10 plus additional rewards. But think twice before acting. A man standing at the gate pointed to the left and said, about 4 to 5 kilometers to the left, there's a pack of wolves led by a 21-level low-potential leader Gale Wolf on the hunt. Proceed with caution. Don't be overconfident or rely on luck. 1 minute to start. Once you hear the bell, you can set off. With that, the man stepped aside. The previously drowsy candidates suddenly became alert and began to move forward. Cheney stood up from the stone pillar and started to stretch. With the sound of a clear bell, a voice announced, "The 22-24 Night Sea City Practical Examination has officially begun. Candidates, please stay safe." Immediately, a thunderous roar erupted from the seaside as hundreds of candidates surged forward. Some wisely summoned their contract beasts first. Others recklessly charged into the forest. Some were already prepared, while those like Cheney, unhurried and calm, stayed put to observe. Once the crowd dispersed, Cheney leisurely began to move forward. Walking into the forest, Cheney raised his right hand, and a contract magic circle quickly formed in front of him. Instantly, Luoya, wearing a black pirate hat and wielding a long sword, appeared before him. Luoya cautiously surveyed the surroundings, ready to handle any potential threats. Once assured of safety, it lowered its sword and looked at Cheney inquiringly. Quack! Luoya made a questioning sound. Cheney smiled and pointed ahead. Let's go. There's a wolf pack over there. Luoya nodded vigorously, gripping its sword tightly, and followed Cheney. Cheney took a score counter from his pocket, opened the map function, and started observing. The map's flashing red dots indicated the nearby spirit beasts, ordinary ones within 500 meters, elite ones within 2,000 meters, and special ones within 5,000 meters. Before long, they reached the location marked by the red dot. Cheney looked at a few chubby piglets nearby and explained, "Chow chow pigs and their evolved form, prairie pigs. Looks like we won't go hungry for lunch." He turned to Luoya, "Pirate King, let's make it quick." Quack! Luoya responded, charging forward. With a swing of its sword, it unleashed a skilled water wave slash. The sharp water wave swept across, instantly killing 3 plump piglets. Cheney calmly walked over and, with Luoya, gathered the piglets' bodies. They took the prime cuts and stored them in the spirit summoning space before moving on. This battle earned Cheney 15 points, 1 15-level prairie pig and 2 below 10-level chow chow pigs. Meanwhile, on a giant ship docked at Watch Island No. 1, a group of people was closely monitoring the surveillance footage in a meeting room. Thousands of cameras captured battle scenes across the island, with one particularly prominent screen showing Luoya effortlessly defeating an elite spirit beast, the Grey Wolf. "What's this kid's name? His little duck has some skills," a young man asked, kicking back. An elder chuckled and remarked, "Just evolved into a pirate duck and already mastered the water wave slash impressive." A woman frowned and said, "It's not his water wave slash that's terrifying, but his water blade, at least at perfect mastery." "Is this his first contract beast?" "No, it's his second contract beast," came the voice of Yi Zhantian from nearby. Everyone looked at him in surprise, and the woman asked, "Mayor Yi, do you know this kid?" Yi Zhantian explained, "Night Sea First High School, Senior Class 4, Qin Yi. His father is Qin Ming." Qin Ming? The man suddenly understood. No wonder he has a pirate duck. He's Qin Ming's son. The elder sighed. Qin Ming, he was a genius destined to become a king-level spirit summoner. But unfortunately, he injured his foundation in a battle and remained a master-level summoner. The woman curiously asked, "What was his first contract beast?" "A little rock turtle," Yi Zhantian replied lazily. "Don't underestimate his little rock turtle. Even my daughter says it's impressive." The woman fell silent at this, while the man laughed heartily. "Then I'll have to watch closely." It turned out that the 3 people conversing with Yi Zhantian were professors from the 3 top-tier Spirit Beast universities, here for recruitment. These universities surpass the 10 high-level Spirit Beast universities and are Spirit Summoning University, Dragon Nurturing University, and Void University. The elder, Zhong Yin, was from Spirit Summoning University, the young man, Yun Xing, from Dragon Nurturing University, and the woman, Long Yin, from Void University. By midday, Cheney stopped by a riverbank. He took out the collected meat and vegetables, directing Luoya to wash the meat, while summoning Zuga. "Zuga, go chop some wood." Cheney instructed, "Eat well later. You'll have work this afternoon." Zuga nodded vigorously in response. Cheney planned to primarily train Zuga after lunch, with Luoya as a secondary focus. His goal was to quickly level Zuga up to 20, making himself an intermediate spirit summoner. Although upgrading Luoya could provide more energy, its current level was high, making it difficult to advance in the short term. In contrast, the lower-level Zuga could level up faster, providing Cheney with more energy in 3 days. This was his top priority at the moment. Is the Swift Wind Wolf still alive? Cheney stared at the image of the Swift Wind Wolf on the scoreboard, his gaze involuntarily drifting to the 2 wolf heads nearby. Upon realizing that these were high-level elite Swift Wind Wolves, one at level 20 and the other at level 19, he exclaimed, "They're all Swift Wind Wolves." Initially, he thought only the leader was a Swift Wind Wolf and the rest were ordinary wolves, but to his surprise, there were two more of the same kind. Chenyi shook his head and carefully observed the display on the scoreboard in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he confidently stated, a level 21, a level 20, and a level 19. It should be manageable. With that, he decisively turned to Zuga Gue and Luoya and issued the command. Let's go hunt some wolves. All right. Zuga Gue responded firmly. Quack. Luoya quacked excitedly. Chenyi hadn't initially gone directly to the Swift-Wind Wolf's location because it was too far away. The 5-kilometer journey would take over half an hour on foot. During that time, he could have defeated many other spirit beasts. So, when the practical exam started, he chose to kill as he moved, even taking a break to eat. However, after finishing his meal and checking the scoreboard, he discovered that the Swift Wind Wolf was still alive. Since the Swift Wind Wolf had not been killed yet, Chenyi decided to take action. Nevertheless, he didn't rush directly towards it, but continued to kill as he walked. He wasn't in a hurry. If there was an opportunity, he'd take it, but if not, it didn't matter. On an open grassland, the wolf pack led by the Swift Wind Wolf had just defeated a group of jungle deer led by a forest deer. They were now feasting on their spoils. In the distant woods, several candidates hid behind trees, observing the scene. Those who arrived early even witnessed the fierce battle between the wolves and the deer. A recently arrived young man looked around, glanced at the distant wolf pack, and then at the people hiding behind the trees. He asked in confusion, "Aren't you going in? Why don't you go in first?" "We'll follow." A slightly chubby boy replied with a peculiar look, explaining, "It's not just a single level 21 low-level leader Swift Wind Wolf over there. It's leading an entire pack. Besides the leader, there are 2 high-level elite Swift Wind Wolves, 5 mid-level elite Swift Wind Wolves, and 10 extraordinary potential Wind Wolves. 18 wolves in total. It's not something a novice spirit summoner can handle alone." A skinny guy behind another tree glanced at the young man's green monkey companion with disdain. "Sure, you're tough. Go ahead, we won't stop you." The green leaf monkey, as an evolved form of the little green monkey, could only reach up to a high-level elite potential without special items. Although high-level elite was strong, it was still inadequate against a pack led by a low-level leader and 7 elite potential Swift Wind Wolves. "Don't bully him," Xu Yang, standing behind a tree, kindly advised the newcomer. "Find a tree to hide behind and wait for more people. Once we have enough, we can go together." "Thanks." The young man thanked Xu Yang and quietly left with his partner. Soon after, a person, a tortoise, and a duck leisurely emerged from the depths of the forest. Everyone noticed this peculiar trio but remained silent, refraining from questioning them. Chenyi, who had been killing along the way, noticed the looks from the surroundings and frowned slightly as he looked ahead. He quickly spotted the wolf pack, which had almost finished eating. "Looks like I arrived just in time," Chenyi thought, his face lighting up with a pleased smile. The timing was perfect, though he noted there were too many people around. "Are you going in?" the skinny Wangu asked, his gaze fixed on the duck wielding a long knife beside Chenyi. His expression grew serious. The pirate duck, as the evolved form of the sailor duck, had at least a low-level leader potential as an exceptional spirit beast. Wangu realized he was facing a formidable opponent with an exceptional spirit beast. Chenyi curiously asked Wangu, "Aren't you going in?" "I want to. I've been eager to," Wangu replied with a roll of his eyes. "Fair enough." Chenyi nodded slightly, then addressed the others. "Aren't you going in? If you don't, they'll be gone soon." The group remained collectively silent. "If you're not going, then I will," Chenyi said with a slight smile, leading Zuga Gue and Luoya forward. As he passed Xu Yang, Chenyi turned and asked, "Aren't you going in?" Xu Yang hesitated for a moment before responding, "If you go, I'll go." "All right, make sure to keep up." Chenyi grinned and continued on. After walking a few meters, Chenyi stopped and observed the wolf pack, which had already noticed them. He told Zuga Gue and Luoya, "Go ahead, grab as many as you can." "All right." Zuga Gue nodded seriously, determination on his face. Quack, quack, quack. Luoya excitedly waved its long knife. In the next moment, Zuga Gue and Luoya charged at the wolf pack without hesitation. Seeing Chenyi really sending his contract beasts into action, the others could no longer hold back and rushed forward with their own contract beasts. Just as the others' contract beasts started to charge, Zuga Gue had already set up a turret on its head, spewing fireballs like a fire-breathing dragon at the oncoming wolves. Luoya, leading the charge, swung its long knife, unleashing water waves that swept toward the wolves. In an instant, the charging wolf pack was engulfed in a storm of water and fire. Everyone around was stunned. Wangu stared at the turret-like fireballs atop Zuga Gue's head, his eyes wide in disbelief. After repeatedly confirming he wasn't seeing things, he shouted in shock, "That's a damn earth spirit tortoise." In fact, Wangu had noticed Zuga Gue when he first saw Chenyi, but he hadn't paid much attention, assuming it was a weaker spirit beast than the green leaf monkey. However, the scene before him shattered his preconceived notions, making him realize for the first time that potential wasn't everything. Meanwhile, the many recruitment teachers watching from the giant ship were also struck silent. What kind of skill is this? Does anyone know what skill this is? I've never seen it, but I feel like it's not a skill. It must be a talent. Otherwise, the Earth Spirit Tortoise wouldn't use it so effortlessly. No wonder this tortoise can use a flame-throwing skill. Yun Xing murmured. He had been pondering ever since he saw Zhuge Gue release a flame to kill a spirit beast. Now, seeing this skill, he instantly understood. The flame-throwing ability must be a skill adapted through this unknown fire talent of the Earth Spirit Tortoise. As the discussions in the monitoring room heated up, the battle in the examination hall was reaching its peak. Several candidates' contracted beasts were fiercely clashing with the wind wolves. Among them, a fire-patterned butterfly and a pounding bear were particularly ferocious, rivaling the power of Zhuge, who was wielding the Li hexagram, and even slightly surpassing it. In the blink of an eye, under the relentless assault of numerous contracted beasts, the wind wolf pack was on the verge of collapse. The leaders trying to escape. Don't let it get away. Xu Yang, with his sharp eyes, noticed the wolf leader's intent to flee and immediately shouted. Qinyi, who had been closely monitoring the wolf leader, also caught sight of this. He calmly ordered, Zhuge, unleash flamethrower. Pirate King, use water gun. Quack. In the next moment, Zhuge opened his mouth, releasing a torrent of flames that surged towards the wolf leader like a dragon emerging from its lair. Simultaneously, Luo Duck puffed up its cheeks and shot out a continuous stream of water, resembling a sea dragon, striking at lightning speed towards the wolf leader. The flames and water streams collided in midair, creating a spectacular scene that left the onlookers in awe. The wolf leader, who hadn't managed to flee far, looked at the overwhelming fire and water approaching, despair evident in its eyes. With a thunderous boom, the wolf leader was engulfed by these powerful forces, plunged into a fiery and watery inferno. It lost consciousness before it could even cry out in anguish. Qinyi felt a sudden surge of energy within him and noticed the change in Zhuge's level on the panel. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Level 18 now, just a step closer to level 20. Don't bother, it's dead. Qinyi reminded the contracted beasts that were about to charge at the wolf leader, then instructed Zhuge and Luo Duck to clean up the surrounding area. Upon hearing that the wolf leader was dead, the surrounding people fell into silence for a few seconds before competing for the remaining wind wolves and gale wolves. Although Zhuge and Luo Duck's initial attack was powerful, it wasn't enough to instantly kill these wind-type spirit beasts adept at evasion. Except for a few slower young wolves, the rest managed to dodge the first wave of attacks. Subsequently, other candidates, along with their contracted beasts, joined the pursuit, reigniting the battle. Qinyi observed for a moment, and once Zhuge and Luo Duck returned to his side, he pulled out his score tracker to check for elite and special spirit beasts nearby. Here we go, he said, locking onto a bee icon not far away, and put away the tracker, heading towards the target with Zhuge and Luo Duck. Wanggu, who had been watching Qinyi, couldn't help but ask, are you leaving? Qinyi turned to him with a smile and continued on his way. Looking around, Wanggu asked, does anyone know who he is? The crowd exchanged glances, and just when Wanggu thought no one knew, a previously disregarded young man spoke up, his name is Qinyi. In our school, he's the only one with a pirate duck. Given how rare pirate ducks are, seeing the duck is like seeing him. Qinyi. Huh? Wanggu repeated softly, then said to the young man, thanks and sorry about earlier. The young man shook his head without speaking. Seeing this, Wanggu said no more and led his pounding bear in the opposite direction from Qinyi, thinking that following Qinyi might not yield any benefits. Qinyi found a quiet place and sent Zhuge ahead to level up while he reviewed the points he had just earned. In this battle, he not only successfully killed a level 21 Wolf King but also took down a level 19 Elite Wolf, 2 medium elite potential main wolves, and 4 level 15 average Gale wolves. Not all level 10 Gale wolves could evolve into wind wolves, it was merely a probability. Therefore, there were still several level 10 and above, unevolved Gale wolves in the pack. Qinyi quickly calculated that this battle earned him 380 points. Combined with the spirit beast he had previously defeated, his total score reached an impressive 1,211 points, surpassing the 1,000-point mark. Looking at the score displayed on the tracker, Qinyi's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He exited the scoring interface and noticed a new backpack option had appeared. Upon opening it, he found a small piece of green gale grass. Gale grass. Quality: green. Effect: slightly increases speed. More effective when consumed by wind-type spirit beasts. Special effect: when consumed by a gale wolf, significantly increases the chance of evolving into a wind wolf. Evolved wind wolves will have higher potential. After reviewing the details of the gale grass, Qinyi found an option to exchange it for points. This is a treasure. His eyes lit up. The special effects listed were derived from official experiments, not visible through the spirit eye. Therefore, using the spirit eye on Gale grass would only reveal its ordinary effects, not its special ones. Having finished reviewing, Qin Yi closed the interface with satisfaction and continued forward with Zuga and Luo Duck. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the examiners from various schools began to discuss Qin Ye's battle as it concluded. This kid's impressive. Ice and Fire University will take him. No objections, right? One examiner stated. Who are you talking about? Another inquired. Qin Yi, idiot. Yun Xing said coldly. Who are you calling an idiot? A burly man immediately stood up. I don't talk to fools. Yun Xing replied calmly. Is Dragon University interested? The burly man frowned. Does Dragon University even accept junior spirit summoners? From Qin Ye's displayed strength, he judged that Qin Yi wasn't an intermediate spirit summoner. If he were, those little wolves wouldn't have been a challenge. Confident that Qin Yi wasn't an intermediate spirit summoner, he felt justified in his stance. After all, the top 3 universities didn't accept low-level spirit summoners, and besides them, Ice and Fire University and the other 9 prestigious schools were the strongest. Yun Xing looked at him and said, Not now, but maybe later. Humph. The burly man snorted and sat back down without another word. As a recruitment officer for the prestigious Binghua University, Zhang Meng keenly observed the attitudes of the 3 top-tier universities. His recent actions were merely to test their reactions. Upon learning that Yulong University insisted on only admitting intermediate summoners, Zhang Meng felt more assured. He realized that recruiting Qin Yi was not out of the question. Zhang Meng sat down, took out his trusty notebook, and solemnly wrote down Qin Ye's name. After a moment of contemplation, he added Wang Gu's name to the list. As he focused on his writing, other recruitment officers were engaged in similar tasks, creating an atmosphere of tension and concentration in the room. The next morning, as the sun began to rise, Qin Yi stretched and stepped out of the cave where he had spent the night. He noticed Zuga sleeping at the entrance and gently patted its shell, whispering, Thank you for your hard work. Zuga sleepily opened its eyes, nuzzled against Qin Ye's pant leg and murmured, It was no trouble. At this moment, Luoya, who had been taking turns keeping watch with Zuga, hurried out of the cave. It was Zuga's shift now. Seeing Luoya's eager expression, Qin Yi chuckled and ruffled its feathers. You worked hard too. Luoya let out a satisfied quack, while Zuga silently rubbed against Qin Ye's pant leg again. After a quick wash, the trio began their breakfast. The meal was simple, consisting of vegetables picked along the way and leftover meat. Once finished, Qin Yi started planning for the day. The goal was clear: acquire more points while helping Zuga level up quickly. After yesterday's battle, Zuga had reached level 18 with 75,100 experience points, just a step away from level 19. Meanwhile, Qin Ye's points had accumulated to 1977, just 23 points shy of 2,000. After defeating the level 21 special spirit beast, the Gale Wolf, yesterday afternoon, they hadn't encountered any other special spirit beasts, which left Qin Yi a bit disappointed. However, Qin Yi wasn't discouraged. Instead, he set a small goal for the day: to defeat 2 special spirit beasts without rushing. Qin Yi took out the score tracker and checked the rankings for the first time. To his surprise, he found himself in 7th place. This discovery gave him a new perspective on his standing among his peers. While he could rank in the top 10 in Yihai City, he estimated that he would be lucky to make it into the top 500 in the entire Summoners Federation. With this newfound confidence, Qin Yi opened the map feature and discovered a special spirit beast about 4 kilometers away. He turned to Zuga and Luoya, who had finished breakfast, and asked, Are you ready? After receiving affirmative responses, Qin Yi announced the day's goals. Zuga will reach level 20, and will defeat 2 special spirit beasts. By 10 a.m., after battling tirelessly, Zuga successfully advanced to level 19. At 2 p.m., in the monitoring room, the bored Yun Xing glanced over at Yi Zhantian and asked, Mayor Yi, when does the new raid project for this year's college entrance exam start? Yi Zhantian shifted his posture and directed his gaze to the robust man sitting in the center. You should ask Brother Lu about that. The man, named Lu Gong, was the overall in charge of this year's college entrance exams in Yihai City. He smiled and replied, Mayor Yi, you're joking? If you want to start now, we can begin immediately. Lu Gong glanced at Yi Zhantian, a slight, ingratiating smile appearing on his face. Even though he was the chief officer in charge of the Night Sea City's college entrance examination, he still felt somewhat uneasy in Yi Zhantian's presence. Sensing this, Yi Zhantian quickly waved his hand with a smile and said, No, no, no. I'm just here to take a look. Pretend I'm not even here. Typically, a mayor wouldn't need to personally visit the monitoring room. As important as the college entrance exam may be, it doesn't outweigh the city's overall safety. But for Yi Zhantian, the situation at this moment was anything but ordinary. Lu Gong let out a hearty laugh to mask his inner tension and announced to everyone, The surprise attack project will commence at 3 p.m. today and will last for 3 hours. Still an hour to go. Yun Xing remarked, turning to Zhong Yin and asking, Old Zhong, How many people did your summoning university send? One. Zhong Yan replied calmly. Just one. Yun Xing exclaimed, eyes widening in surprise. Zhong Yan retorted. How many did you bring? Two. Yun Xing replied proudly, holding up 2 fingers in a sign. Zhong Yan explained, there are 555 cities in the Summoning Federation, and we can't even recruit 555 students in a year, so having one is already quite good. He continued, a month before the college entrance exam, the Summoning Federation suddenly issued this project. They immediately released a task requiring students to train a level 20+ spirit beast, and then bring it to various cities to serve as exam proctors. Yun Xing nodded thoughtfully and turned to Leng Yin, asking, how many did you bring? One. Leng Yin replied coolly. Yun Xing didn't press further, instead falling into contemplation. Half an hour later, the scene shifted to the core area of Night Watch Island. Sunu leaned against a tree, watching the fierce battle between 2 ape-like spirit beasts not far away. Suddenly, his exam special mobile phone vibrated. Sunu furrowed his brows slightly and opened his phone. As he read the message, his previously indifferent eyes gradually lit up. So that's it. Sunu realized. No wonder they asked us to be proctors and bring a level 20+ spirit beast. This explains it. A sly smile crept across his lips as he murmured to himself, let's see who the unlucky fellow near me is. As a first-year student at Summoning University and a direct disciple of Zhong Yan, Sunu seemed to be eagerly anticipating the upcoming challenge. At 3 p.m., a voice echoed through the skies, reverberating across Night Watch Island. The Raider event has begun. For detailed information about the event, please check your score tracker. Qingyi frowned as he listened to the repeated announcement from above. His curiosity piqued. He quickly pulled out his score tracker and tapped the flashing email icon on the interface. A lengthy announcement appeared, and as he read through it, a smile crept onto his face. The announcement was concise. The Raider event was a new part of the college entrance exams, and they were the first batch of participants. The rules were straightforward: defeat a Raider to earn 500 points. If defeated, lose 20 of your points and exit the event. This event is interesting. Qingyi thought. I wonder if they'll team up. They probably wouldn't have the nerve to do that. Putting down the score tracker, Qingyi turned to a turtle and a duck beside him and decisively said, change of plans. Let's get Pirate King to level 21 first. At that moment, Luo Duck was just 18 experience points away from level 21. Although Qingyi primarily trained Zuga, the level 20 beasts they occasionally encountered during training provided Luo Duck with the necessary experience. After learning about the new event, Qingyi immediately adjusted his strategy to prioritize leveling up Luo Duck. Although it's just a 1-level difference, reaching level 21 is crucial for Luo Duck, Qingyi calculated in his mind. One more level could significantly increase damage. In a battle between experts, this small gap could be the difference between life and death. Although it sounded exaggerated, reaching level 21 indeed offered an advantage, especially since only 18 experience points were needed, which Qingyi could easily achieve. As Qingyi began searching for level 20 beasts, top students sent by various universities, acting as invigilators, also released their beasts to search for targets. Some used contracted beasts, while others summoned beasts with spirit balls. Contracted beasts, benefiting from talent bonuses, were stronger even at the same level, putting students facing these raiders in a tough spot. Most who released contracted beasts were freshmen who had just become advanced spirit summoners, with their 4th contracted beast meeting the requirements. A few juniors, already super spirit summoners, had even more formidable contracted beasts. High-achieving students with contracted beasts over level 30 used spirit balls to find suitable level 20 beasts to complete their tasks. By 4:23 p.m., after more than an hour of effort, Luo Duck finally reached level 21. Qingyi felt the feedback energy and calculated silently. Once Zuga reaches level 20, I can become an intermediate spirit summoner. This should happen by tomorrow morning. Alright, change of plans, Qingyi said to Luo Duck. Pirate King, take a break and gather your energy for any potential raiders. Quack. Quack quack. Sure. Leave it to me. Luo Duck nodded solemnly, a serious look in his eyes. Don't be so serious, they haven't arrived yet. Qingyi chuckled. If they come, we fight. If not, we continue training. Quack. Luo Duck nodded again. No need to train further, I'm here. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Qingyi and Luo Duck turned simultaneously to see a man emerging from behind a tree. Raider, Sunu, the man said with a grin. I've been watching you for quite some time. Qingyi stared at the smiling Sunu, and after a few seconds of silence, he spoke. Qingyi, how long have you been following me? About half an hour, Sunu replied nonchalantly. Sunu approached Qingyi with a smile, his eyes gleaming with admiration. I had a feeling your pirate duck was leveling up, so I followed you for a bit. You've done a good job raising it, he sincerely remarked, silently comparing his own performance at Qingyi's level. Qingyi simply nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Qin Yi fall silent again, a competitive spirit ignited in Sun Yu's eyes. "Let's battle," he exclaimed excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking, a complex contract magic circle formed instantly in front of Sun Yu. Qin Yi watched intently as a unicorn, its body engulfed in flames, slowly emerged from the circle. He immediately activated his spirit eye, analyzing the new creature. Species: Fire Lin Horse, level 22, attribute: Fire, potential, low, dominant talents: Fire Lin Fong, Fire Whirlwind, skills: Flame Charge, Fire Tornado. Qin Yi quickly organized the information in his mind. Description: an evolved form of the flame horse that has consumed Kirin blood, with decent potential. A horse with Kirin blood. Huh? Qin Yi mused, eyeing the Fire Lin horse thoughtfully before glancing down at Luo Duck beside him. He asked softly, "Do you have the confidence?" Quack. Luo Duck took a determined step forward, indicating its readiness. Sun Yu noticed Zuga, the tortoise, lying next to Qin Yi and asked curiously, "Isn't your turtle going to fight?" A confident smile played on Qin Ye's lips. "Don't worry, if things get tough, I'll let him join in. Then let's see whose creature is stronger, your pirate duck or my Fire Lin horse." Sun Yu commanded with a flourish, "Fire Spirit, show them what you've got." Flame Charge. With a piercing neigh, the Fire Lin horse charged towards Luo Duck like a blazing inferno. As it surged forward, countless fire elements danced joyfully around it, coalescing into a fiery aura. In an instant, the Fire Lin horse seemed to transform into a majestic flame warrior. Facing the formidable opponent, Qin Yi remained calm and softly ordered, "Release water gun." Quack. Luo Duck, following the command, puffed up its cheeks and unleashed a powerful jet of water from its beak, surging like a dragon towards the oncoming Fire Lin horse. "Charge straight ahead," Sun Yu shouted, watching as Hualinma instinctively tried to dodge the water jet. His eyes sparkled with the thrill of the challenge, eager to showcase his prowess as an upperclassman to Qin Yi, who was about to enter college. Upon hearing his master's command, Hualinma fearlessly lifted its head and galloped toward the water jet. In the next moment, a deafening roar filled the air as fire and water collided like two meteors, sparking a dazzling burst of light. Qin Yi observed the scene calmly and ordered his pet, "Increase the power and blast it away." He had keenly noticed that Hualinma hadn't managed to disperse Luoya's water gun, indicating its skill proficiency wasn't high. At Qin Ye's words, Luoya puffed up its cheeks, and the water stream intensified in speed and power. With a sudden whoosh, Hualinma was caught off guard by the unexpected surge, its flames extinguished instantly as it reeled back, as if struck by a heavy blow. Sun Yu was stunned, still processing the scene when Luoya, brandishing its long blade, charged menacingly toward Hualinma. In desperation, Sun Yu shouted, "Fire Spirit, unleash the fire whirlwind." Hualinma neighed, and flames swirled around it, forming a massive fire ring. Qin Yi frowned slightly, muttering, "Is the fire whirlwind just a fire ring?" Then commanded loudly, "Pirate King, use the water wave to extinguish it." Luoya deftly swung its blade, and the air it sliced through coalesced into a sharp water wave, sweeping across the fire ring. With a resounding crash, the water wave collided with the fire, extinguishing the flames instantly. The water wave passed through and struck Hualinma directly. However, Hualinma merely flinched, seemingly unaffected. It shook off the water droplets and let out a defiant neigh at Luoya. Sun Yu grew increasingly alarmed as the battle went on. He realized Luoya's skill proficiency far exceeded expectations, reaching at least a perfect level. He wondered if Qin Yi had sacrificed level advancement to enhance skill proficiency. The battle raged on fiercely. Sun Yu ordered Fire Spirit to use the Fire Lin Fong, while Qin Yi commanded Luoya to unleash the water blade. The two pets exchanged blows, with neither gaining the upper hand. Ultimately, under Qin Ye's direction, Luoya overwhelmed Hualinma with a barrage of water gun attacks. Sun Yu's expression changed drastically as he rushed to his fallen Hualinma. Qin Yi gestured for Luoya to return to his side, praising, "Well done." Luoya raised its blade, pointing to the teeth marks on it, seemingly complaining. Qin Yi reassured, "No worries, I'll get you a better one after the college entrance exams." After calming Fire Spirit, Sun Yu stood up and, with a complex expression, said to Qin Yi, "You won?" Qin Yi inquired about the scoring method, then checked the score tracker and noticed the points had been credited, a subtle smile forming on his lips. Then, Qin Yi looked up at Sun Yu, a hint of gratitude flashing in his eyes. "Thanks." Sun Yu shook his head, his expression calm. "You deserved it." For a moment, neither of them spoke, a subtle tension hanging in the air. After a brief silence, Qin Yi broke it. "Well, I'll be off now. Good luck." Sun Yu nodded in acknowledgement, watching as Qin Yi turned to leave. Just as Qin Yi was about to walk away, Sun Yu couldn't help but call out, "Hey." Qin Yi paused, turning back to face Sun Yu. You can find me at Summoning University, Sunu said, quickly stepping forward and pulling out a pen and paper from his pocket to jot down his contact information. Here's how you can reach me. Great. Chenyi took the paper, glanced at it, and tucked it into his summoning space. Seeing this, Sunu added, remember, the most important thing for spirit beasts is their level. A higher level makes all the difference. Chenyi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. I know. All right then. Good luck. Sunu nodded. I'll be waiting for you at Summoning University. With that, he waved goodbye to Chenyi and turned to walk towards the waiting fireling. Chenyi watched Sunu's retreating figure, contemplating whether to ask, are you so sure I can get into Summoning University? But he decided against it. With his turtle and duck spirit beasts in tow, he turned and left. A few minutes earlier, in the control room, the staff projected the battle between Chenyi and Sunu onto the big screen. The intense clash between the pirate duck and the fire Lin horse piqued everyone's curiosity. Is that a fire Lin horse? Yunxing immediately turned to Zhong Yin. Elder Zhong, is this your apprentice? He recalled that Elder Zhong had a red Lin horse, the evolutionary form of the fire Lin horse. Zhong Yin smiled and confirmed, I took him as my apprentice last year. At level 22, a fire Lin horse with 2 attack talents should be able to gauge the pirate duck's strength. He was also eager to see the true capabilities of this pirate duck. Even though water is strong against fire, the perfect skills of the pirate duck, bolstered by 2 attack talents, meant the suppression over the fire Lin horse wasn't significant. After all, the strength of attack talents rivals that of skills honed to mastery. In a skill showdown, the pirate duck's elemental advantage wasn't as pronounced. After a moment, the control room fell into a brief silence. Everyone's eyes were glued to the large screen, their expressions a mix of surprise and admiration. This kid's pirate duck is really something. Yunxing couldn't help but exclaim. Water gun, water blade, water wave / these 3 skills are all at the perfect level. To have nurtured a pirate duck with 3 perfect level skills in just a month, Chenyi is no ordinary guy. Yunxing turned to Yi Zhantian, a curious gleam in his eyes. Does his talent allow spirit beasts to master skills more effectively? Yi Zhantian rolled his eyes, a hint of impatience in his voice. Why are you asking me? I wouldn't know. He knew full well that even if he did know, he wouldn't reveal it, as this was a secret for every spirit summoner. Undeterred, Yunxing continued his analysis. Officially registered talents are kept confidential and won't be disclosed unless there's betrayal or illegal activity. As for talent grading, it's set by the Spirit Summoner Federation, but they haven't revealed the specific effects, only the names. The known effects are those disclosed by the talent holders themselves. Zhang Meng suddenly interjected, it shouldn't be that talent, or he wouldn't have been in the second batch to choose his spirit beast. He shared that he had learned through connections that Chenyi wasn't among the first batch of students from Yihai First High School to choose their spirit beasts. Yunxing pondered, then it might be a second talent. Official records usually only note the initial awakening talent, and subsequent talent registration is voluntary. The discussion continued, with someone suggesting it might be a matter of level since Qin Ye's Earth Spirit Turtle and Pirate Duck were both low level. However, someone quickly pointed out that considering the Earth Spirit Turtle evolved from a little rock turtle, the level wasn't surprising. As the debate raged on, Long Yin rubbed his temples and reminded everyone, stop arguing. Qin Yi is about to encounter Yi. The monitor switched to Yi Cici's scene. She was seen riding a black stallion at full speed, with 5 examiners dressed as invigilators in hot pursuit. Everyone held their breath, watching the imminent meeting of the two. Qin Yi was resting on a rock with his Earth Spirit Turtle and Pirate Duck when he heard a commotion in the distance. He stood up alertly, listening intently to the approaching sounds. Follow me, Qin Yi whispered to his spirit beasts. The 3 quickly moved to a concealed spot. Soon, a familiar figure came into Qin Ye's view. He furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, why does that figure look so familiar? Quack, quack, quack. Luo Duck squawked excitedly. It's the bird, the lady owner of that bird. Qin Yi suddenly realized, exclaiming, Yi Cici. As he closely observed the increasingly clear figure, a look of shock appeared on his face. Whoa, why does she look a bit bedraggled? Qin Ye's gaze drifted past Yi Cici, landing on the 5 figures and their 5 spirit beasts behind her. He paused for a moment, then sighed and muttered to himself, just my luck? Running into 5 at once? I can't tell if you're unlucky or fortunate. He glanced down at Zuga Gue and Luoya beside him, softly instructing, once Yi Cici passes by, aim for the bird in the sky and unleash water gun and flamethrower. Zuga Gue let out a low hum, while Luoya responded with a loud quack. Behind them, the voices of the pursuers were clearly audible. Wang Lang shouted, stop running. If you surrender now, you'll have time to earn points. Running away is just a waste of time. Another person chimed in, Wang Lang is right. If you give up now, you'll have an extra hour to earn points. While it won't make up for the 20 we deduct, It's enough to earn hundreds of points. Riding on her nightmare steed. Yi Cici's face was dark as she shouted fiercely, "Get lost." Her mount seemed to sense her anger, picking up speed. An impatient man yelled, "You don't know what's good for you. Do you really think we can't handle you?" Fong. Unleash a double-winged blade at its feet. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Fong, the twin-leaf mantis, darted forward, its sharp forelimbs slicing the air. Two sharp green blades shot toward Yi Cici like arrows. Boom, boom. Yi Cici dodged the incoming attacks awkwardly, patting her nightmare steed and whispering, "Xiao Yi, activate Night Step." The steed neighed softly, and instantly, inky black shadows coiled around its hooves like snakes, boosting its speed once more. Seeing Yi Cici pulling further away, Wang Lang urgently shouted, "Linger, rush forward. Don't let her escape." In the sky, Linger, the twin-winged bird, spread its wings and surged forward like an arrow. Just as Yi Cici dashed past a tall tree, the twin-winged bird reached the tree's side. In that instant, a scorching red flame and a vivid blue water jet shot out from behind the tree, targeting the unsuspecting bird. The next moment, a deafening explosion erupted. Two sudden attacks struck the twin-winged bird, catching Wang Lang and his group completely off guard. Wang Lang stood there, dumbfounded, listening to the agonizing cries of his beloved bird. His mind went blank, and his feet halted involuntarily. The four people around him, along with Yi Cici, who was in the midst of fleeing, also stopped in their tracks, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. Yi Cici turned around cautiously, only to see a young man slowly emerging from behind a tree, accompanied by a contract beast. She was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the newcomer. "Good afternoon." Qinyi grinned at Yi Cici, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "You look a bit rough. Need a hand?" Yi Cici snapped back to reality, rolling her eyes at him instinctively. She quickly mounted her nightmare steed, waved her hand, and a contract magic circle appeared beside her. After completing this, she finally asked, "What are you doing here?" "Just wandered over." Qinyi shrugged nonchalantly. Yi Cici nodded slightly, a trace of wariness in her eyes. "Fight." Of course, Qinyi gestured at the nightmare steed beneath Yi Cici, his tone relaxed. "If we don't fight, you can run, but I can't." Although the five hadn't noticed him earlier, there was a high chance they'd spot him once they defeated Yi Cici. True enough, Yi Cici nodded again upon hearing this. Then she broke into a bright smile. "You fight then, I'm leaving." Qinyi gave her a speechless glance and then looked up at the large, transformed bird in the sky, curiously asking, "Mutated evolution?" If he recalled correctly, the night sea eagle should evolve into a night mist eagle, but this clearly wasn't a night mist eagle. "This is what it looks like after shedding most of its water attributes," Yi Cici explained, looking at her contract beast. "It's Xiao He, a dark night eagle, which is no weaker than a night mist eagle." "No wonder," Qinyi mumbled. "Did you name it Xiao He?" "Yes," Yi Cici smiled. "I named her that after she evolved into a dark night eagle." Just as Qinyi was about to inquire further about the nightmare steed, an impatient voice interrupted their conversation. Having checked the twin-winged bird's injuries, Wang Lang frowned at the two chatting away. "Have you said enough?" Qinyi looked over to see 5 people standing not far away, each accompanied by a contract beast. He turned to Yi Cici, waiting for her to explain. Yi Cici glanced at the contract beasts beside the 5, introducing them one by one. Level 27 twin-winged bird, Level 25 double-leaf mantis, Level 25 water-leaping frog, Level 24 fire candle snake, Level 22 one-eyed sword. Qin Ye's attention was caught by the floating sword with a single eye. An artifact spirit beast. That's quite rare. Yi Cici briefly explained the characteristics of artifact spirit beasts and added, "Rare, but generally not that strong. Rare beasts aren't necessarily powerful, and powerful beasts aren't always rare. Though, most rare beasts are indeed strong, like the sailor duck and the night sea eagle." After pondering for a moment, Qinyi proposed a battle strategy. "I'll handle the double-leaf mantis, one-eyed sword, and fire candle snake. You take the other 2. Can you manage?" Yi Cici widened her eyes in surprise. "You can handle 3? She scrutinized Qinyi, her gaze turning peculiar. "If I'm not mistaken, you're still a junior summoner, right?" Qinyi nonchalantly replied, "I don't think my contract beasts are relevant here." "Of course they are," Yi Cici said seriously. "If you're not a mid-level summoner, it means none of your contract beasts exceed level 24. Even with a growth talent, they shouldn't be above level 23. How do you plan to fight them without a contract beast over level 23? Qinyi smirked slyly. "I never said I could win. You just need to finish them off quickly and come support me. I can hold them off for a while." "Oh right." Yi Cici realized, beaming. "Then I'll leave those 3 to you. I'll protect you as fast as I can. Make it quick. My pirate king recently fought off an ambusher and is low on energy." Qinyi chuckled. "What?" Yi Cici exclaimed in shock. Just as she was about to ask for details, Wang Lang's voice interrupted again. Are you done yet? Wang Lang said impatiently, his face dark. Being ignored again was something he couldn't stand. If not for the rules, he would have shown them what a high-level summoner could do. Let's talk later, Qingyi said to Yi Cici before stepping in front of her to face Wang Lang and his group. Are you examiners planning to gang up on us? Wang Lang took a deep breath, suppressing his annoyance, and replied, we can do 1v1. After being spotted by a second candidate, he couldn't bring himself to suggest a group fight, even though the rules allowed it. No need for 1v1. Qingyi quickly interjected, shaking his head. 1v1 would be too hard on you, not very fair. How about this? He pointed at Yi Cici. I'll choose the targets and go 2v3, while she goes 2v2. Whoever wins first can help the other. How about it? Wang Lang was about to discuss with his group when Qingyi added, by the way, my turtle is level 19, and my duck is level 21. The five fell silent. They realized that if they couldn't handle such low-level opponents, they'd be in trouble later, especially with all the recruitment teachers watching their every move. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I'm Qingyi. My points should be pretty high, so defeating me should earn you a decent reward, Qingyi added confidently. The five looked at each other in surprise. Qingyi felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing his guess was right. After a brief silence, Wang Lang, without consulting the others, asked, who do you choose? Double leaf mantis, one-eyed sword, fire candle snake. Qingyi answered without hesitation. All right. Wang Lang agreed on behalf of the group. Ready to fight? Qingyi asked, a spark of excitement in his eyes. Fight. Wang Lang nodded firmly, a serious look in his eyes. Though his opponent wasn't the boy in front of him, that only made him more cautious. Yi Cici's bird and horse were not easy foes. If they were, he wouldn't have brought so many people to gang up on her. The tension was palpable. They were finally going to fight. The admissions officers in the monitoring room were abuzz with excitement, their eyes glued to the screen displaying the 5 students. Which school are these 5 from? They've got guts to agree to this, one teacher exclaimed in astonishment. If they didn't agree, would they have let it be 5 against 4? Another teacher retorted. Honestly, I think they might stand a chance at 5 against 4, someone analyzed. But once they face Qingyi, their chances dwindle? Not necessarily, another teacher interjected. Qingyi's pirate duck was recently drained by Zhong Lao's disciple, so it shouldn't have much energy left. True, but his turtle is no pushover. Another teacher reminded. You've seen its combat prowess? As strong as that turtle is, it's only level 19. Not yet 20, someone countered. Do you really think a turtle under level 20 can stand up to a nearly depleted pirate duck in a Turn 3 situation? Especially against spirit beasts all above level 20? I still think they can win. One teacher insisted. Want to bet on it? Bet my foot, they're definitely going to win. Another teacher said excitedly. Not to mention Qingyi's turtle, the pirate duck, dark night eagle, and nightmare are incredibly rare and powerful spirit beasts. They're not on the same level as the 5 opposing spirit beasts. As Qingyi said, he can stall for a bit, someone analyzed. He just needs to hold out until Yi Cici finishes her battle and comes to support. That's why they're still too young. A teacher sighed. The teachers of these 5 students need to guide them better when they return. They shouldn't change tactics easily. If they can gang up, they should, instead of spreading out. In a gang up, 5 spirit beasts focusing on one pirate duck, dark night eagle, or nightmare could work, another teacher added. But now, it's a shame. I see no hope for victory. As the heated discussion continued in the monitoring room, the battle on the field was already unfolding. Qingyi and his opponents had split into 2 battlegrounds. Yao Qingqing, the hot-tempered young man, glared at Qingyi, speaking with hostility. I'll show you the cost of underestimating us. Qingyi merely smiled faintly, unfazed by the provocation, and politely said, please go easy on me. Wind, go. Show that duck what we're made of. Yao Qingqing commanded, and the battle erupted. The twin-leaf mantis shot forward like an arrow, heading straight for the pirate duck. Meanwhile, a man and a woman beside Yao Qingqing began directing their contract beasts. Go, fire snake. Use flame jet on that duck. One-eyed blade. Slice that duck apart. The trio had a clear strategy. Eliminate the pirate duck first, then team up to tackle the seemingly formidable earth turtle. Qingyi calmly assessed the situation and decisively ordered, Zuga, deploy earth shield, then set up the turret and fire at them. Pirate duck, use water shield and charge at the mantis. As you get close, unleash the water blade and give that mantis a good beating. Zuga, got it. Pirate duck, quack. The turtle and duck sprang into action. Dense earth and water elements quickly formed shields around them. After deploying the earth shield, Zuga let out a low growl, and a molten red glow gathered on its shell. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted from the shell like a volcanic explosion, forming a massive fireball connected to the shell, resembling a mobile flame turret. launching a barrage of small fireballs towards the three spirit beasts. Dodge! Yao Qingqing shouted in panic as the fireballs rained down. Not only he, but the two others and Yi Sisi, fighting elsewhere, were stunned by the spectacle. The terrifying display of Zhuge's fire element was enough to shake even the seasoned viewers in the monitoring room, including Mayor Yi Zhantian of Yihai City, who showed surprise at the scene. Yao Qingqing, witnessing the relentless assault of seemingly inexhaustible fireballs, urgently shouted, "Attack the turtle first, interrupt its skill." Easier said than done. By then, the twin-leaf mantis was already engaged with the pirate duck. The duck wielded a long blade wrapped in water elements, slashing at the agile mantis, who deftly dodged, countering with a lightning-fast strike at the duck's waist. The pirate duck, unfazed, puffed up its cheeks and leaped back, unleashing a perfect water cannon like a dragon from its mouth, striking the mantis blade. With a boom, the mantis was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Quack? Is that all? The pirate duck scoffed at the downed mantis, swinging its blade. The water element around the blade coalesced into a brilliant blue blade light, shooting towards the mantis. However, a sudden blast interrupted the lethal strike. The blue blade light was shattered by a sudden white blade light. This battle was far from a simple onion. The one-eyed blade and fire snake charged from the sides to support the mantis. But before they could act, three fireballs whistled towards them like cannonballs, forcing them to dodge. The twin-leaf mantis, now on its feet, enveloped its hands in wind elements, slicing an incoming fireball in half. As it resolved the crisis, the pirate duck closed in. This time, the mantis was more cautious, its scythe-like arms whirling in a fierce close-quarters combat with the duck. Yao Qingqing, observing the duck situation, told his companions, "Leave the duck to me. You two take care of that turtle." The pair agreed that the turtle was indeed troublesome and immediately directed their contract beasts to charge at Zuga. Qinyi, watching the snake and blade advance on Zuga, smirked slightly. He had Zuga release its fire element precisely to create this scenario, allowing the pirate duck to solo the mantis, finish the fight quickly, and then join Zuga in defeating the fire snake and one-eyed blade. The possibility of the pirate duck losing to the mantis never crossed his mind. Zuga stared intently at the incoming snake and blade, his gaze filled with gravity. He controlled the massive fireball above him like a relentless machine gun, continuously shooting out a barrage of smaller fireballs at his foes. Despite their best efforts to dodge, the snake and blade struggled against the overwhelming onslaught. After evading several attacks, they were eventually struck by the relentless fireballs. The woman listened to her beloved snake's cries of pain, confusion etched across her face. "Doesn't it ever run out of energy for those fireballs?" The man beside her frowned slightly and explained, "It's a sustained skill. As long as it has energy, it can keep throwing fireballs at us." He then unleashed a ranged skill. "It can't escape. This is the only way." The woman nodded vigorously and shouted to her snake, "Fire candle snake, unleash the fire snake bomb." The man followed suit, shouting, "One blade slash." The snake and blade responded to the commands, immediately launching their skills. A fiery serpent projectile and a mighty blade arc attacked from both sides, aiming straight for the grounded Zuga. Zuga, expressionless, let out a low growl. Fireballs shot out like cannonballs, colliding fiercely with the incoming attacks. In an instant, a series of explosions erupted as the two major skills of the snake and blade clashed with the fireballs, dispersing like fireworks in the sky. "No, long-range attacks won't work." The woman shook her head. "No, they will." The man, still watching the massive fireball, continued. "It took 5 fireballs to neutralize our attacks, while we each used only one skill. Its energy consumption is far greater than ours. We can wear it down until its energy is depleted." Hearing this, the woman looked at Zuga with renewed excitement and shouted again, "Fire candle snake. Keep launching fire snake bombs." "One blade slash," the man echoed. Facing the renewed assault, Qinyi calmly instructed, "Use flame jet on that blade." While Zuga continued to fend off the incoming skills with fireballs, he turned his focus to the one-eyed blade and opened his mouth wide. In an instant, a fierce flame erupted like a dragon from its lair, heading straight for the unsuspecting blade. With a loud boom, the one-eyed blade was blasted away by the sudden attack. The man was taken aback, quickly looking in the direction where the one-eyed blade had fallen, anxiously asking, "Blade, are you okay?" Seeing this, the woman immediately commanded her snake, "Fire the flame jet at that turtle. Attacking is the best form of defense." Qinyi glanced at the fire candle snake and instructed Zuga, "Ignore its flame jet, and focus all your attacks on the one-eyed blade." Zuga instantly shifted his attention to the one-eyed blade, unleashing a relentless stream of small fireballs from the massive fireball, like a shower of meteors, toward the blade. The one-eyed blade was about to respond to its master's call when it saw dozens of fireballs descending from the sky, momentarily freezing in place. "Quick! unleashed the continuous slashes. Its master's voice snapped it back to action. The one-eyed blade moved like a shadow, slicing through the air repeatedly. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions in the sky were barely over when a loud crash came from the ground. The fire candle snake's flame jet struck Zuga's earth shield. Zuga, protected by the shield, watched the flames outside and suddenly opened his mouth. A perfect level flame jet shot out from his mouth with another loud boom, causing the massive fireball above Zuga to begin shrinking. The man's face lit up with joy at the sight. Have your snake keep attacking him. I'll send the blade to finish him off. Quick. His flame jet is powerful. The woman watched as her snake's flame jet shortened, her expression turning grim. She couldn't accept that an Earth attribute Spirit Beast's flame jet could surpass her level 24 Fire attribute Spirit Beast. Amid their fierce confrontation, a shocked voice came from the side. Impossible. Yao Qingqing was dumbfounded, watching as the pirate duck repelled the twin-leaf mantis with a single blow. It turned out that while Zuga battled the snake and blade, Luo Duck had been engaging the twin-leaf mantis, following Qin Ye's orders. Avoid using skills, confront the mantis directly, and drain its energy. Luo Duck constantly exchanged blows for energy, quickly rising after each setback to continue the assault. In this way, his energy grew, while the mantis's energy unknowingly diminished. Now, Luo Duck faced the incredulous twin-leaf mantis, his eyes flashing red as an unknown aura surged from within him. A perfect level battle intent was instantly unleashed. Quack! Fight! Luo Duck roared, charging with his blade. Screech! The twin-leaf mantis's eyes glinted with ferocity, swinging its blade to meet the challenge, feeling provoked. In a flurry of blades, the twin-leaf mantis was once again struck back by a single slash. This time, Luo Duck gave it no respite, rushing forward with his long blade enveloped in water elements, striking down forcefully. With a boom, the mantis hurriedly blocked, avoiding being sent flying. Luo Duck looked at the mantis gritting its teeth under his blade, let out a quack, and with all his strength, slashed down fiercely. Boom! With a resounding explosion, a spray of blood erupted, and the twin-leaf mantis let out a wail as blood stained the earth. Fong! Yao Qingqing stood in shock, unable to believe her eyes. After kicking the kneeling twin-leaf mantis away, Luo Duck unhesitatingly turned to charge at the nearby one-eyed blade. The man looked at the two-leaf mantis that had been kicked away and fell silent. The mantis's crushing defeat made him lose his will to fight. His mouth twitched slightly as he turned to watch his beloved sword futilely attacking the turtle shell, once again falling into silence. The recent battle scene replayed in his mind. The Cyclops blade was about to strike Zhuge, who quickly retracted into his shell and released a thorny turtle shell. Although the Cyclops blade's attack broke through the earth shield, it landed on the suddenly appearing thorny turtle shell. In an instant, a sharp stinging sensation spread throughout Cyclops blade's body, and his scream echoed across the battlefield. Immediately thereafter, the two-leaf mantis was taken down. The man hadn't even begun to think about how to deal with this spiky turtle shell when a new opponent appeared. As for the fireball in the sky, it was retracted by Zuga shortly after Yao Qingqing exclaimed, "How is that possible?" Watching the pirate duck charge at Cyclops' blade, the man felt a splitting headache and even considered retreating. But he quickly quashed that thought. Hundreds of eyes were watching, and he couldn't run away easily. Besides, this was just a part of the college entrance examination, not a life-and-death battle. Losing would only mean a momentary embarrassment. Having come to terms with this, the man decisively ordered, "Cyclops blade, attack the pirate duck and show them our strength." The turtle shell was too hard and spiky, disadvantageous for Cyclops blade, so he decided to leave the task of dealing with the turtle to the woman beside him and focus on the pirate duck himself. In truth, the man had another motive. He believed the pirate duck might be on its last legs, just putting on a brave front. After all, Yao Qingqing's two-leaf mantis, though weak, was still a level 25 spirit beast. Even if a level 21 pirate duck managed to defeat it, it would have expended significant energy. He was betting that the pirate duck's energy was nearly depleted. However, what happened next shattered his hopes completely. He watched as his beloved sword was effortlessly defeated by the pirate duck, as if slicing through butter. The disparity in strength was clear. They weren't even on the same level. Although Luo Duck had little energy left, it had the passive talents of Plunder and Crisis, becoming more formidable as the battle went on. "What are you doing?" the woman exclaimed, both angry and powerless, as she watched Cyclops' blade being mercilessly crushed by the pirate duck. She couldn't help but marvel. Is this Qingyi really that strong? Are the turtle and duck really only level 19 and 21 spirit beasts? After a moment of reflection, the woman saw her beloved snake gaining the upper hand against the turtle and glared at the man, saying, "If we had attacked that turtle together earlier, we would have won by now. With your spirit beasts gone, how am I supposed to fight?" The man opened his mouth but ultimately just sighed. He wanted to say that even if they attacked together, there wouldn't have been enough time to defeat the turtle, and the charging pirate duck wouldn't have stood by idly. Seeing the man's silence, the woman quickly turned to Qingyi as the pirate duck attacked her beloved snake, saying, "I'm done. I surrender. Thank you." Qingyi smiled slightly, signaling Lo Duck and Zuga to stop attacking. Lo Duck saluted the curled-up fire candle snake before hefting its long knife and walking towards Qingyi. Zuga showed signs of fatigue, lying still on the ground. Thanks to the energy restoration effect of the Kuing Gua, especially when in contact with the ground, Zuga managed to hold on for so long. Qingyi approached his turtle and duck, praising, "Well done. Once the exams are over, I'll have my mom cook us a feast." At this, Zuga nodded excitedly, its fatigue seemingly lessened. Lo Duck couldn't help but drool. Seeing this, Qingyi laughed heartily. "You little foodies, go back to the summoning space and rest for a while." He then returned the tired turtle and duck to the summoning space. Turning to look at Yi not far away, Qingyi asked, "How was it?" "Not bad, right?" "Not bad, just a bit slow." Yi nodded with a smile. She had already seen through Qingyi's earlier words about waiting for her support as mere courtesy. The truth proved her right. Qingyi didn't need any help to handle the battle. Although their last battle was when Qingyi had just contracted the little rock turtle, after that fight, she understood the terrifying defensive power of this turtle, coupled with the powerful fighting ability of the pirate duck. Especially since this duck was brought back by Uncle Qin himself, she couldn't imagine a scenario where Qingyi would lose. The key was Qingyi's tone, relaxed and confident, not at all like someone needing backup. So, after finishing her own fight, she didn't rush to help Qingyi but instead watched his battle. Of course, she had just finished her fight, slightly faster than Lo Duck's defeat of the two-leaf mantis. Winning is good enough. Qingyi rolled his eyes at her. If my turtle and duck were level 23 or 24, I would have finished earlier too. Although he hadn't seen Yi eagle and horse, he guessed they were at least level 23. Fair enough, Yi chuckled, then looked at the 5 people not far away, grinning. "Thanks for the points, everyone." Indeed, every city's top contender is no pushover. Wang Lang shook his head with a smile, feeling deeply impressed. During the battle, he fully realized Yi strength. He also felt increasingly grateful for his decision to call for backup. Without it, he would have stood no chance. Now that they had lost, he could only say that Yi was lucky to encounter Qingyi. Otherwise, they would have won in the end. Wang Lang consoled himself, blaming their loss on just a bit of bad luck. In the control room, Yunxing stared intently at the surveillance footage on the large screen, a smug smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As he had predicted, the battle was a foregone conclusion. When he first heard about the matchup between the two teams, Yunxing was certain that Qingyi's team would emerge victorious. Even without considering Qingyi's potential hidden strengths, the abilities of Yi alone were enough to overwhelm Wang Lang's group. With Wang Lang's side destined to lose, the winner was already apparent. Lung Yin's eyes were fixed on Qingyi's duck, her brow furrowed slightly. This duck has a sustained passive talent, along with attack-enhancing skills. It's quite something, she thought to herself. It was unlikely that Qin Ming would choose an ordinary spirit beast for his son. Beside her, Zhong Yin listened to Long Yin's analysis, silently shaking his head without speaking, focusing instead on noting Qin Ye's displayed abilities. After the battle, Qin Yi and Yi parted ways with Wang Lang and his team, heading to a small creek to rest. Although they had won, the effort had taken a toll, especially on Qin Ye's turtle and duck, whose energy was nearly depleted. Qin Yi decided to temporarily team up with Yi until the event concluded. Yi sat on the grass, brushing aside her blue-black hair that obscured her vision, and curiously asked, "How long are you planning to stick with me?" Qin Yi yawned lazily and replied, "Until the event is over." He turned to look at Yi Mingju, who was drinking water, and asked, "Where did you get that horse?" "My mom gave it to me," Yi replied simply. At their age and level of ability, finding rare spirit beasts on their own was quite challenging. Most people acquired their rare spirit beasts through purchase or as gifts from family. Qin Yi looked at Yi Mingju with envy, while Yi gave him a sidelong glance and asked, "Your turtle is pretty strong. No wonder you chose to bond with it." "I'm not stupid," Qin Yi chuckled. "Though when I bonded with Zuga, I didn't know it could breathe fire. A mutation, perhaps?" Yi inquired further. "Probably," Qin Yi answered evasively, quickly changing the subject. "What levels are your eagle and horse?" "Level 25 and 24, Yi replied, then asked curiously, "Why are your spirit beasts level so low?" Qin Yi explained, "When I was leveling up Zuga, I didn't let Pirate King level up, so naturally, its level is low. Plus, unlike you, I can't just bond with high-level spirit beasts directly." "Oh right, you have a growth-type talent," Yi realized. She understood that Qin Ye's talent made bonding with high-level spirit beasts impractical for him. Time passed quietly, and after safely getting through the final minutes, Qin Yi stood up, brushing off the grass from his pants, and bid farewell to Yi Sisi. I'm off. Take care, Yi Sisi replied with a faint smile. After parting ways with Yi Sisi, Yi continued his quest to level up. After resting, Zuga was full of energy, and although not fully recovered, was more than capable of dealing with wild spirit beasts. Meanwhile, the university students playing the role of ambushers resumed their duties as exam proctors, patrolling to protect the exam-taking students. By around 1 a.m., Yi looked at Zuga, who had successfully reached level 20, and sighed. He still hadn't advanced to a mid-level spirit summoner. It seemed he'd have to wait until Pirate King reached level 22. Shaking his head, Yi told his turtle and duck, no more for today. Let's find a place to rest and continue tomorrow. Zuga responded with a nod, while Luoya quacked in agreement. During Zuga's leveling process, Luoya had gained quite a bit of experience as well. When it came to choosing between training Zuga or Luoya the next day, it had no hesitation in choosing itself. On the afternoon of June 3rd, after hours of intense battle, Luoya finally reached level 22. Suddenly, a mysterious power surged within Ye's body. He closed his eyes, carefully sensing this unexpected energy, and a delighted smile appeared on his face. Becoming an intermediate spirit summoner wasn't easy, Yi murmured to himself, filled with a sense of accomplishment. In the context of Zuga being at level 20 and Luoya at level 22, he finally joined the ranks of intermediate spirit summoners. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, Yi began to examine his new talents. He softly recited, Name, Yi. Level, Intermediate Spirit Summoner. Talent, All-Encompassing, Fate's Path. Skill of Nature's Child, Soul Summoning Eye. Nature's Child, merges with nature, becomes closer to it, increases affinity with natural elements, and reduces presence in others' perception. Contracted beasts can enjoy part of the effect. Yi carefully read the effects displayed on the panel, blinking and allowing a slight smile to form at the corners of his mouth. Not bad, this talent is impressive, he nodded in satisfaction. Closing the interface, Yi turned to Zuga and Luoya beside him and asked, Do you feel anything? Zuga tilted his head with a puzzled expression. Luoya shook his head, letting out a curious quack. Seeing this, Yi explained, Try to sense the earth and water elements around you. The turtle and the duck closed their eyes simultaneously, focusing on the changes in the surrounding elements. Suddenly, Luoya opened his eyes wide in shock, looking at Yi and quacking excitedly. Yi smiled and explained, This is my new talent. Under its influence, your affinity with your elements will increase. With higher affinity, you'll master skills faster, and the skills you release will be stronger. Luoya was thrilled and couldn't wait to try it out. Quack! Let me try. It swung the long blade in its hand, instantly releasing a water blade. With a loud boom, a large tree fell to the left with a thunderous crash. Seeing this, Luoya quacked even more excitedly. Quack! Quack quack! Stronger! Much stronger! Yi watched the proficiency level on Luoya's panel fluctuate, his smile growing even brighter. To his delight, he could not only see the changes in whole numbers, but also observe the decimal points movement. This talent is really something, Yi thought with joy. Although he typically didn't pay much attention to these decimal points because they gave him a bit of a headache, at this moment, these tiny changes brought him immense satisfaction. Ranked first is Yi Sisi with 8,576 points. Second is Yi with 8,326 points. Third is Yu Yong with 7,736 points. Fourth is Wu Tianming with 7,312 points. And fifth is Zhao Qinglei with 7,080 points. Yi looked at the leaderboard and sighed lightly. The gap between him and the first place wasn't large, but with only half an hour left, he couldn't catch up. After days of constant battles, there were hardly any high-level wild spirit beasts left on the outskirts, making it impossible to gain points by hunting beasts on the way back. Yi continued walking toward the beach of Yesho Island, pondering the only way to catch up exchanging rewards for points. However, he quickly shook his head and decided to settle for second place. Meanwhile, his desire for a rideable spirit beast grew stronger. If he had a steed like Yi Sisi's Night Dark Horse, his points might have surpassed hers. Walking on foot was just too slow without a mount. As for taming a wild spirit beast as a mount, Yi only entertained the thought briefly, as it was too dangerous and he was quite afraid of death. On the other side, Yi Sisi stared at the rankings on the scoreboard, muttering softly, I hope it won't be snatched away last night. When she saw Yi about to overtake her, she woke up with a start and worked tirelessly to earn points, only relaxing a bit now. Her contract beast's energy was nearly depleted. While the two were working hard to earn points, the third-ranked Yu Yong had already reached the beach. He had given up the chase after a while yesterday. For him, whoever wanted to chase could chase. At landing point 2, Yi arrived alone in the last quarter hour. He quietly walked through the group of examinees with varied expressions and headed straight to the temporary skewer stall nearby. Some were wiping away tears. Others were chatting and laughing with companions. Some remained silent, and some gazed at the sky. Qingyi chose to fill his empty stomach. Just as Qingyi was waiting for his sausage, Yi Sisi appeared behind him. Huh, what are you doing here? She asked in surprise. Qingyi turned around. I was already here. Yi Sisi looked him up and down. You've leveled up? Qingyi nodded with a smile, of course. Yi Sisi frowned. Something's different about you. Qingyi muttered to himself. Is the effect that strong? Yi Sisi suddenly realized talent. Qingyi smiled without saying a word. Yi Sisi gave him a deep look. A very strong talent. Qingyi took 2 sausages and handed one to Yi Sisi. She accepted it without hesitation and ordered 2 more. Qingyi suddenly asked, do you think anyone would sell their spoils for points? Yi Sisi's expression turned odd. You're not thinking of doing that, are you? Qingyi nodded seriously. Yi Sisi was stunned, then nonchalantly said, go ahead, go ahead. I don't want to be first anyway. It's too high profile. Qingyi was puzzled. Don't you want the reward? The first place reward is quite good. Yi Sisi confidently replied. No need. My family is rich. Just as Qingyi was about to exchange for points, Yi Sisi quickly stopped him. Wait, what rewards did you get? Don't exchange something I need. After exchanging information about the items they needed, Qingyi ultimately exchanged 2 useless rewards, climbing to first place on the leaderboard with 8,866 points. He thanked Yi Sisi and agreed to exchange items after the college entrance exam. Then, the two fell into a brief silence. Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of ringing bells, a voice announced, ding, 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 ding. The 22-24 Night Sea City practical exam is officially over. All examinees, please remain in place. Qingyi remarked, it's over. Yi Sisi asked which university he planned to attend, and Qingyi said he would choose the one with the best conditions. If they were about the same, he would go to Spirit Awakening University. Yi Sisi also chose Spirit Awakening University. Soon after, under the guidance of the staff, the two boarded the large ship arriving from landing point 1. On the ship, Dufang excitedly ran to Qingyi. Wow, you silently took the first place. Qingyi modestly credited Yi Sisi for stepping aside. After Yi Sisi left, Dufang gave Qingyi a thumbs up. Awesome. Qingyi smiled. Stay humble. Then the two walked forward, chatting and laughing. A yellow taxi slowly pulled up in front of the Qinbai pet shop. Huang Hao emerged from the back seat, straightening his slightly wrinkled clothes. He glanced at the shop sign, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. The shop was softly lit, with various pet supplies neatly arranged. Huang Hao looked around, searching for his objective, but found nothing. Approaching the checkout counter, he was about to speak when he noticed a young woman Tang Yin intently focused on her phone screen. Feeling a bit awkward, Huang Hao cleared his throat to get Tang Yin's attention. Hello, is Qin Ye's guardian at home? Tang Yin looked up, slightly puzzled by the unexpected visitor. I'm Huang Hao, an admissions officer from Huanling University, he said, producing his credentials and handing them to Tang Yin. Tang Yin was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, Huanling University? She carefully examined the credentials, confirmed their authenticity, and quickly called the shop owner. A moment later, Baya entered from the back door, her eyes sharply fixed on Huang Hao. You're here to recruit my son? She asked, her presence filling the shop with an invisible aura. Huang Hao instantly sensed the immense power, his eyes widening and heart racing. This isn't just a master level, it's a king level. He marveled silently, swallowing hard. Baya retracted her aura, a slight smile playing on her lips. What rank is my son? Huang Hao composed himself and replied honestly, congratulations, your son Qingyi is this year's top combat student in Yihai City. First, Baya couldn't hide her surprise. After confirming the news, Baya led Huang Hao to the office and notified Qin Ming. The three of them sat around the desk as Huang Hao detailed the terms of the A-level contract, mentioning the potential to upgrade to an A or even S level based on talent. After listening, Qin Ming and Baya decided to wait for Qingyi to return before making a decision. After seeing Huang Hao off, the two returned to the office, unable to contain their excitement. Holy cow, our son actually got first place. Baya exclaimed to Qin Ming in shock. Qin Ming chuckled and teased, that rascal. They discussed Qin Ye's spirit beast abilities, especially curious about the capabilities after the Zuga evolution. Although they were pleased with the A-level contract, they also considered how to negotiate better terms without revealing too much about Qin Ye's talents. Qin Ming reminisced about his own A-level contract, which provided a spirit beast with initial potential as a low-tier elite. Baya, a bit smug, mentioned her S-level contract, and the two began comparing notes. Back then, her S-level contract provided a spirit beast with medium elite potential at the start. Now, even an A-level contract offers spirit beasts of the same potential. Qin Ming and Baya couldn't help but marvel at how abundant the resources at the Spirit Summoning University have become compared to the past. The contract included not only the selection of spirit beasts, but also various resource support. However, in their eyes, the importance of these resources paled in comparison to the spirit beasts themselves. After all, spirit beasts are the cornerstone for spirit summoners. As they were lost in memories, an admissions officer from Dragon Nurturing University unexpectedly visited. Qin Ming and Baiyu exchanged a knowing glance and promptly stood to greet the visitor. They led the officer inside and attentively listened to the introduction. After a detailed discussion, they learned that Dragon Nurturing University had prepared a B-level contract for Qin Yi. Qin Ming furrowed his brow, showing a pensive expression. The admissions officer quickly explained, B is the highest offer we can provide. I can assure you, Spirit Summoning University and Void University definitely can't offer a better contract than ours. Qin Ming set down the contract and shared a glance with Bai Ye before saying to the officer, thank you. But we need to wait for Qin Yi to return before making a decision. The officer understood, left their contact information, exchanged a few pleasantries with Qin Ye's parents, and then left the Qin by Beast store. Back in the office, Qin Ming wore a peculiar expression as he looked at Bai Ye sitting nearby. Bai Ye couldn't help but chuckle, saying, it seems Spirit Summoning University showed quite a bit of sincerity just now. Qin Ming picked up the Dragon Nurturing University contract, scrutinized it, and said to Bai Ye, this B contract is a first for me. Excluding the spirit beasts, the resources are only about 1/5 less than those in an A-level contract. As for the spirit beasts, the B contract offers two choices. Either select a spirit beast with low elite potential in advance, or choose from the remaining spirit beasts with medium elite potential of common attributes. By common attributes, I mean those frequently encountered in daily life, like normal, fire, or water attributes. Bai Ye nodded in agreement. This contract is indeed quite decent. Qin Ming sighed, it is indeed not bad. It's just a pity. Bai Ye sighed as well, yes, it's a pity. A pity that the Spirit Summoning University's contract is even better. Mom, I'm back. Qin Ye's voice reached Bai Ye's ears even before he stepped into the Qin by Beast Nurturing shop. Hearing the familiar call, Bai Ye's face lit up with a joyful smile as she immediately got up and headed to the door. Qin Yi strode into the shop and, seeing his mother emerging from the office, excitedly exclaimed, Mom, your son has really outdone himself this time. Bai Ye, already aware of everything, feigned ignorance and asked with a smile, oh, how impressive. Qin Yi proudly held up one finger. This much. First place. Bai Ye gasped, her eyes shining with pride. Hee. Qin Yi chuckled, scratching his head a bit sheepishly. Actually, technically, it should be second. Bai Ye didn't catch his last words and asked again, truly first? Qin Yi explained, first is first, but this first place was given by Yi Cici. Seeing the confusion in his mother's eyes, he elaborated on what happened with Yi Cici. I see. Bai Ye nodded gently, a knowing look in her eyes. I understand. Understand what? Qin Yi was taken aback. Bai Ye laughed and said, since she let you have first place, it's only right for your mom to show some appreciation. In a few days, we'll invite Yi Cici's family for dinner. Yes, that's decided. As she spoke, she became more convinced it was a good idea. A meal together, let the parents meet, build some rapport. Sounds great. Qin Yi fell silent, unsure how to respond. Haha, Bai Ye laughed heartily at her son's puzzled expression. All right, no need to keep you in suspense. Come with me. Qin Yi looked puzzled, sensing something was off. As they walked, Bai Ye explained, since your exam results came out, over 10 university recruiters have visited. What? Qin Yi exclaimed, clearly surprised by the number of schools showing interest. You came in first? It's only natural they'd come, Bai Ye said calmly. That makes sense. Qin Yi scratched his head, then excitedly asked, Mom, what kind of offers did they give? Are there any from the top 3 universities? There are. They've all come, Bai Ye said as they entered the office and pointed to a stack of papers on the coffee table. They're all over there. Have a look. Qin Yi immediately plopped down on the sofa and picked up a contract to read it carefully. Whoa, an A-level contract, he shouted in amazement. Even though he had some understanding of university contracts, this one still surprised him. But soon, he calmed down, realizing that being the top in practical exams in Yihai City, receiving an A-level contract was quite expected. Bai Ye sat quietly across from him, pulling out her phone to call Qin Ming. Shortly after, Qin Yi finished reviewing all the contracts and said to Bai Ye, Mom, these contracts seem pretty similar. Bai Ye explained, they may look similar, but there are differences. The differences lie in the resources each school offers. She detailed the features of each school, especially highlighting Minghai University's strength in water attribute spiritual beasts. Qin Yi nodded in understanding. Got it. Since I have the Sea King, I won't choose Minghai University. With his diverse abilities, he wouldn't contract a second water attribute beast unless it was a mythical beast. Bai Ye continued, don't overthink it. Your talents are best suited for the top 3 universities, as only they have a wide variety of spiritual beasts for you to choose from. She explained the differences in spiritual beast training between the top 3 and other universities. Mom, I'm not dumb. I know, Qinyi said, giving his mother an exasperated look. As they were discussing, Qin Ming entered with an elderly man. Baya stood up in surprise upon seeing him. Mr. Zhong, Feathered King. Mr. Zhong nodded with a smile. Mr. Zhong, please don't be so formal. Just call me Xiaoya, Baya replied, then turned to her son, who had stood up. Greet Mr. Zhong. Hello, Mr. Zhong. Qinyi greeted respectfully. Qinyi responded obediently, his curious gaze still fixed on Zhong Lao. After inviting Zhong Lao to sit down, Qin Ming turned to Qinyi and explained. Zhong Lao is the admissions officer from Ling University who came to Yihai City specifically to find you. Pointing to the papers on the coffee table, Qinyi asked in confusion, hasn't Ling University already? Zhong Lao interjected. I was worried other schools might snatch you up, so I came early. Qinyi nodded in sudden understanding. Following this, Qin Ming and Baya exchanged pleasantries with Zhong Yin before getting to the main subject. Zhong Yin turned his attention to Qinyi, speaking sincerely, your talent in practical scenarios is truly impressive. We can offer you an A-level contract, but to go further, we need to know more about your abilities. Is it about my talents? Qinyi asked perceptively. Zhong Yin smiled and nodded. Exactly. You can choose to share some information about your abilities, but what you disclose will determine the level of contract we can offer you. Curious, Qinyi asked, what's above an A-level contract? Could you elaborate? Zhong Yin patiently explained. Above A-level, there are A and S-level contracts. To qualify for an S-level contract, we need full disclosure of your abilities. Noticing Qin Ye's sudden serious expression, he added, the A contract doesn't require such stringent disclosure. Upon hearing this, Qin Ye's tense demeanor relaxed immediately. He continued to inquire, could you explain the differences between these contracts? Zhong Yin took a sip of tea and then explained, let me use spirit beasts as an example. Students with an A contract can choose spirit beasts with medium elite potential in advance, while those with an S-level contract can select high elite potential beasts. High elite. Qinyi instinctively licked his lips, a hint of desire flashing in his eyes. Although he knew he couldn't obtain an S-level contract, the A contract seemed within reach. He just wasn't sure if his talents were compelling enough. Zhong Yin added, Ling University indeed has a few spirit beasts with initial high elite potential. Taking a deep breath, Qinyi made up his mind. I can tell you about 2 of my talents. Zhong Yin's eyes lit up, and he smiled kindly. Great, please go ahead. Qinyi succinctly introduced his 2 talents, Universal Phenomena, which has the effect of, and Child of Nature, which has the effect of. After listening, Zhong Yin was initially pleased with these affinity-related talents, and then looked at Qinyi in astonishment. All elemental affinities? It should be all elements, Qinyi confirmed. Zhong Yin suddenly shouted in excitement, startling Qin Ye's family across from him. He quickly apologized, sorry, I got a bit carried away. Your son's talent is extraordinary. He explained, usually, talents that cover all elemental affinities are quite ordinary, not as potent as those with a single focus. But Qin Ye's is different. While not exactly unparalleled, it's definitely powerful. You can see this from the Earth spirit turtle and pirate duck he has nurtured. To develop spirit beasts with several perfect proficiency skills in such a short time is an effect that should not be underestimated. Zhong Yin suddenly snapped back to reality, surprised to realize that the young boy in front of him had already advanced to an intermediate spirit summoner. However, as he thought about the level of the boy's contract beast, a look of shock gradually appeared on his face. Qinyi noticed Zhong Yin's reaction and thought to himself, it seems like my growth-type innate ability is quite effective. He realized that he had inadvertently revealed the extraordinary effects of his ability, Universal Phenomenon. At this moment, Qin Ming spoke up, Mr. Zhong, regarding Xiao Ye's innate ability, please keep it confidential. Hearing this, Zhong Yin quickly masked his astonishment. Seeing the serious expressions on Qin Ming and Baya's faces, he nodded repeatedly, I understand. I understand. Although he said so, his inner shock remained undiminished. He secretly marveled at how incredible this innate ability was. After calming himself, Zhong Yin continued, your innate ability is definitely worthy of an A-level contract, perhaps even an S-level. Qinyi nodded slightly but said nothing. He wasn't interested in an S-level contract, but an A-level contract was fine with him. Zhong Yin added, normally, for an A-level contract, I would need to apply to my superiors. Upon hearing this, Qin Ye's family all looked at Zhong Yin in unison. His words clearly implied that an unconventional route might be taken. Zhong Yin retrieved a sheet of paper several times larger than normal from his summoning space and placed it on the coffee table, pushing it towards Qinyi. I have the authority to directly sign off on an A-level contract once. This is the A-level contract from our Spirit Summoning University. Signing it means you're one of us. Qingyi carefully read the contract and, after a few minutes, looked up and asked, "Do you have a pin?" Zhongnian handed over a pin and a small box, placing them in front of Qingyi. "You'll need to leave a fingerprint, using your thumb." Qingyi decisively signed his name and pressed his thumbprint next to it. Seeing this, Zhongnian internally breathed a sigh of relief. The start date for Spirit Summoning University is July 1st. "You just need to report to the school by then," Zhongnian said. Qingyi pushed the signed contract back to Zhongnian and eagerly asked, "Mr. Zhong, when can I choose my spirit beast?" "You can do it now." Zhongnian's response caught Qingyi by surprise. Zhongnian explained, "The A-level contract is first come, first served. Whoever signs first gets to choose immediately." Teeming and Baiya exchanged glances and said in unison, "Thank you, Mr. Zhong." Zhongnian took out the contract he had just put away in a white tablet, starting to operate it. Soon after, he connected a call to confirm some details with the other party. After the call, Zhongnian operated the tablet again and then handed it to Qingyi. "All right, you can make your choice." Qingyi sincerely thanked him. "Thank you, Mr. Zhong." Zhongnian shook his head with a smile. "You can select 3 spirit beasts on the tablet. In a few days, I'll bring these 3 for you to choose from." Qingyi looked down at the tablet interface, browsing through various spirit beast options. Zhongnian suggested he start with rare attributes, like light and dark, before looking at common attributes. As Qingyi was focused on making his choice, there was a knock on the door. Tang Yin entered to announce that a recruitment officer from Binghua University had arrived. Qin went to greet the visitor and soon returned with a man. Upon seeing Zhongnian, the man exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" Zhongnian chuckled. "Sorry, you're a bit late." The man sighed, a bit disappointed, glanced at Qingyi, exchanged a few pleasantries with Qin and the others, and then left. After this interruption, Qingyi continued browsing the spirit beast information. Noticing a familiar sailor duck, he turned to Qin and asked, "Dad, is there a sailor duck with medium elite potential?" Qin assured him with a smile, "Don't worry, the pirate king I picked for you is the strongest and best among the sailor ducks." Zhongnian added, "While potential is important, talent is equally crucial. If the potential difference is just one level, I'd choose the one with lower potential but better talent." Qingyi nodded in understanding and then asked, "Can I choose a spirit beast with low elite potential?" Zhongnian laughed, "Of course. Once you finish looking at the medium potential ones, I'll show you the low potential ones." After dozens of minutes, Qingyi had made his selection of 3 spirit beasts and handed the tablet back to Zhongnian. "Mr. Zhong, I'm done?" Zhongnian asked. "You sure you don't want to look some more?" Qingyi shook his head. "No need. I've made my choice." Seeing this, Zhongnian finally took the tablet from Qingyi's hands. Zhongnian gazed at the 3 spiritual beasts Qingyi had chosen, his brow furrowing slightly. There was a common guard dog, a light attribute Lingguang steed, and a necromancer's skeletal horse. The Lingguang steed and skeletal horse were understandable, but the guard dog? Zhongnian thought to himself, wasn't this the special guard dog? He tapped on the icon of the guard dog, and its talent sword heart immediately appeared on the screen. Just as he suspected, Zhongnian's heart sank, but he noticed Qingyi had already picked up on his change in expression. "Mr. Zhong, is something wrong?" Qingyi asked in confusion. "Did I choose a spiritual beast I shouldn't have?" Zhongnian shook his head and pointed to the image of the guard dog, explaining, "This guard dog is indeed powerful, but we haven't discovered an evolution path related to its talent yet." "What talent?" Baiya, standing nearby, interjected curiously. She and the others had refrained from watching when Qingyi was selecting his spiritual beasts, and only now realized she knew nothing about her son's choices. Zhongnian explained slowly, "This guard dog is unique. Its talent is related to swords. Currently, we only have evolution paths for gunner dogs, archer dogs, and axeman dogs, but none related to swords." Baiya nodded thoughtfully and turned to Qingyi with a suggestion. "Maybe you should pick another one?" Qingyi was silent for a moment before replying firmly, "No, I won't change it." With his destiny talent, he wasn't afraid of the challenge. As for why he chose the guard dog, it was simply because it looked cool. He couldn't quite understand why a guard dog with a sword-related talent wielded a long knife, but that didn't deter him from his choice. Seeing Qingyi's determination, Zhongnian didn't press the matter further. He put away the tablet and asked, "You have the right to exchange for a yellow-quality item. Would you like to do it now?" Qingyi quickly shook his head in refusal. Zhongnian nodded, chatted with him for a bit, and then left the Qin by Beast shop in a blue taxi. "Son, well done. You've got potential," Baiya said, giving Qingyi a hearty pat on the shoulder, making him wince in pain. "Mom, not so hard." Qingyi quickly dodged, rubbing his shoulder and complaining. Baiya laughed and asked, "What do you want to eat?" "I'll make it for you tonight." "Make a lot. I've told Zuga and Pirate King to come over for a feast." Qingyi seized the opportunity to make a request. "No problem." Baya agreed cheerfully. Time flew by, and soon it was June 6th, the day of the college entrance exams at Night C First High School. Cheney stared at the multiple-choice questions on the test paper, feeling a headache coming on. Which of the following is not an evolution of the gray wolf? A. Big gray wolf. B. Gale wolf. C. Flame wolf. D. Mighty wolf. Luckily, he had come across related information a few days ago and reluctantly chose B. The next question followed. Which of the following is an evolution of the gray wolf? A. Storm wolf. B. Ice flame wolf. C. Ghost wolf. D. Light shadow wolf. Cheney was speechless, scribbling down B as his answer. After the exam, Cheney asked Dufong about the evolutions of the gray wolf. Upon learning that the ghost wolf evolved from the gray wolf after eating ghost grass, Cheney was even more exasperated and decided not to dwell on it any longer. At 3 p.m., the long exam day finally ended. Cheney stepped out of the classroom, took a deep breath of fresh air, and sighed with relief. It's finally over. He then slung his black satchel over his shoulder and headed home. When he got home, Baya heard the door open and asked, "How did it go?" "Not bad," Cheney answered somewhat sheepishly. Baya gave him a knowing look and didn't say much more. She knew her son's academic performance all too well. Middle of the pack is good enough, Baya reassured him as she walked out of the kitchen. As long as you're in the middle, Cece won't outdo you. It'd be great if she could catch up, Cheney thought to himself, focusing more on practical skills than being the top scorer in Night C's exams. Then why didn't you do worse? Baya retorted. Right. Cheney suddenly realized, I could have done worse. Why didn't I think of that? He regretted it immediately, shouting in frustration. Baya rolled her eyes, too exasperated to continue the conversation. Put your bag down and call your dad for dinner. Got it, Cheney replied, heading off to do as he was told. The next day, in Class 4 of the senior year at Night C First High School, homeroom teacher Yichio looked at her students, filled with emotion. She first talked about the future, life after graduation, and university, before mentioning the practical exam. Our class did quite well in the practical exam, Yichio said, her gaze landing on Cheney with a slight smile. Cheney achieved first place in the practical exam. Let's give him a round of applause. As his classmates applauded, Cheney's face turned slightly red with embarrassment. Yichio went on to praise a few other top students, then got to the point. Regarding your practical exam points redemption, you can start doing it on the official website at 8 p.m. tonight. I've posted the link in the class group chat, so you can do it at home. Either the website or the mobile app works, whatever you find convenient. The items you redeem should arrive within a week. Yichio offered some redemption suggestions, then looked around the classroom and said, Cheney, Dufong. She called out a few names. Those whose names I called, stay behind. The rest of you are dismissed. Seeing the others besides Dufong, Cheney suddenly realized Yichio was keeping the top 100 in the practical exam behind. 10 minutes later, Yichio briefly explained how to claim the school's rewards and then hurriedly left. Dufong noticed Cheney standing up and curiously asked, Where are you heading? Home, Cheney replied, looking puzzled at Dufong. Aren't you going home? Yeah, I am. Dufong stood up as well. The way you got up, I thought you were heading to train your contract beasts. Cheney yawned and lazily responded, I'll train at home. We just finished exams yesterday, and I have no desire to train Zuga and Pirate King in the wild these days. Dufong hesitated. What is it? Cheney noticed Dufong's hesitation. Is someone visiting your house? An admissions officer? Yes, they came, Dufong admitted with a nod. Cheney pressed on. Which Spirit Beast University are you aiming for? Summoning Spirit University, but they haven't pre-recruited me, Dufong shrugged, feeling a bit down. He explained that the top 3 Spirit Beast universities usually only approach the top 10 candidates in the city's practical exams, and he was ranked 17th. Cheney reassured him, Don't worry, 17th isn't bad. You have to believe in your abilities. Typically, the top 30 in the city have a chance. It's only after 30 that it gets slim. I do believe in my abilities, but... Dufong hesitated again. Fention University offered me AB level contract. AB level contract? Cheney asked, surprised. Yes. Dufong nodded, conflicted. So now I'm wondering whether I should go to Fention University. After a moment of thought, Cheney replied, You could consider it. Fention University specializes in fire attribute spirit beasts, and their research in that area surpasses summoning Spirit University. You won't gain any less there. Plus, AB level contract offers you more resources, including the right to choose lower-tier elite spirit beasts early. In contrast, at summoning Spirit University, you'd be on your own. There's a big difference between having a contract and not having one. My parents think so too, Dufong sighed softly. I'll think it over some more. Take your time. I'm heading out. Cheney waved goodbye. Wait for me. Dufong grabbed his backpack and followed. At 8 p.m., inside Cheney's room, he sat in front of his computer, eyes fixed on the screen. Luoya stood to his left, equally focused. Zuga lay on the bed, sound asleep. As soon as the clock struck 8, Qingyi refreshed the webpage. The screen transformed into a display similar to a shopping site, filled with an array of items. He quickly scanned through, sorting by exchange points from high to low. Flame Feather Purple 8000. Heart of Ice Sea Purple 8000. Sound Fruit Purple 8000. Trample Heavy Rock Purple 8000. Qingyi stared in awe at these items, each priced at 8,000 points, swallowing hard. Wow, what are all these? He muttered, beginning to check the details of each item. Flame Feather Purple, a purple-grade natural treasure, grants the Flame Wing talent, suitable for fire attribute, flying spirit beasts. Flame Wings. Flames gather at the back to form wings, enabling flight. Heart of Icy Purple, a purple-grade natural treasure, grants the Icy Heart talent, suitable for water attribute, or spirit beasts wanting to move freely underwater. Ice Sea Heart, a strong heart allowing free breathing in the ocean. Sound Fruit Purple, a purple-grade natural treasure, can add sound attribute to spirit beasts. Qingyi gazed enviously at these items, wishing they were his. Unfortunately, he could only choose one. The officials really nailed it with the points. 8,000 points, just right, so only 2 or 3 people in each city can exchange them, and in less competitive cities, no one might be able to. Suddenly, he noticed an item turning black. Oh no! Qingyi exclaimed, realizing that most of these natural treasures were Wonio vacant. With this realization, he sped up his browsing. As he watched one natural treasure after another being redeemed, Qingyi grew increasingly anxious, his viewing speed accelerating. It wasn't that he didn't want to choose, he just hadn't found what he desired yet. Finally, his gaze landed on an image of a shadowy figure. Ghost Body and Mind Purple 8000. Ghost Body and Mind Purple, a purple-grade natural treasure, grants the Ghost Body and Mind talent, suitable for ghost attribute spirit beasts. Qingyi gazed at the description of the phantom essence and couldn't help but imagine Luoya enveloped in ghostly aura. According to the description, this rare treasure could summon a doppelganger with ghostly attributes, possessing about 80 of the original's power. Although the exact effects were still unclear, Qingyi was already captivated by the possibilities. What do you think of this? Qingyi turned to ask Luoya beside him. Quack! Luoya tilted its head, a hint of confusion in its eyes. For this little creature that couldn't read yet, the complex text was clearly beyond its comprehension. Seeing this, Qingyi didn't bother explaining further and continued browsing through the exchange shop's item list. A few minutes later, he quickly went through all the options and opened his favorites page. He had filtered out items below 8,000 points with yellow quality, as the purple quality items were evidently more valuable. In the favorite section, only 3 items remained from his original collection of 8. The Wood Dragon Stone, the Vermilion Feather Flower, and the Phantom Essence. Both the Wood Dragon Stone and the Vermilion Feather Flower were treasures that could enhance attributes, and Qingyi's interest in them lay in their potential bloodline powers, possibly connected to the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird. However, as Qingyi pondered his choices, the Wood Dragon Stone and Vermilion Feather Flower were redeemed by others one after the other. In the end, only the Phantom Essence was left in his favorites. Looking at the lone Phantom Essence on the screen, Qingyi's lips curled into a smile. Heh. He chuckled softly, seemingly quite pleased with the outcome. He was so reckless in exchanging for the ghostly body and mind mainly because of his unique talent, destiny. This special ability gave him the confidence to be so bold. Qingyi thought to himself that without the destiny talent, he would never risk exchanging for the ghostly body and mind. After all, in the world of Lingxing, the unknown is the most troublesome issue. Countless spirit summoners spend their entire lives just trying to find the next evolution path for their contracted beasts. But for Qingyi, who possesses the destiny talent, this is not a problem. Even if Luoya evolves into an unknown spirit beast, he can find its next evolution path through destiny. The only uncertainty now is the potential of the new evolution path that will appear after Luoya consumes the ghostly body and mind. If its potential is weaker than Captain Duck, it would mean he has chosen the wrong direction. The cost would be that Luoya might be weaker than other spirit beasts of the same period in the short term. Qingyi shook his head, mocking himself for overthinking. Let's just eat it and see, he muttered to himself. If someone can evolve the most ordinary gray wolf into the divine sword dog, can't I, who has destiny, evolve Luoya into Captain Jack? If I can't, doesn't that mean I'm even dumber than those without the destiny talent? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Besides, this world is full of miraculous treasures. If the evolution goes wrong, I can just find something on par with the mysterious slate for Luoya to consume, right? With this thought, Qingyi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Luoya looked at the suddenly laughing Qingyi, momentarily bewildered. Then, it couldn't help but roll its eyes and turned away. Although it didn't fully understand what its big brother was saying, it got the gist. Big brother had exchanged something not quite suitable for it, and was now convincing himself otherwise. Luoya wasn't too concerned about this matter. What it cared about was whether it could become the Pirate King in the future. As long as it could become the Pirate King, it would eat whatever Big Brother gave it. Of course, the main reason was that it trusted Big Brother, believing he wouldn't give it anything detrimental to its growth. After all, they were a team, and if its strength weakened, Big Brother wouldn't fare well either. June 10th. Did you get first place? Baya asked as she watched Chinyi checking his scores. First place. Chinyi sighed softly. He was indeed first. Out of a total of 700 points across 7 written exams, he scored 470. Being first with 470 points, I'm speechless. Chinyi couldn't help but complain. Mom, these written exams might as well not exist. Even if I scored 720 is only 140 points. What's the use of adding these 140 points? Baya patted Chinyi's shoulder, patiently explaining, it might not mean much to you, but it's significant for others. Your practical points are so high, but those with low practical points really need these written scores. For example, if you submitted a blank paper, CC would be first. She continued to analyze. Your practical score is 8,866, which makes 80 of it 7092. CC's practical score is 8,712, which makes 80 of it 6969. There's only a 123-point difference between you two. CC wouldn't need to score the full 140 points in the written exams. Just 123 would suffice to surpass you. Baya patted Chinyi's shoulder again. So you see, these written exams aren't completely useless. I know, I was just venting, Chinyi said, closing the interface in front of him and rubbing his sore shoulder. He understood this point, but he didn't expect his mom to give him a lecture just because he casually complained, using ECC as an example. I know you know, but I just wanted to say it. Baya smiled slightly. We only managed to get 2 of the things you wanted. You got them. Chinyi instantly looked at his mom with excitement. Baya smiled and said, we spent a lot to get these, so you'll have to rely on yourself from now on. You can't keep relying on us. Hee, I'll handle it myself later. Chinyi felt a bit embarrassed hearing this. He knew he could only rely on himself in the future, as the items he needed were at least of yellow quality. His parents might still have channels to get yellow quality items, but obtaining purple quality items would be challenging and risky, even for his mom, who used to be a heavenly king. Moreover, his parents had long since retired and were no longer the formidable feather heavenly king and her husband. Chinyi was quite content with their current situation and didn't want them to take risks. Although venturing out might yield high-quality items, it also involved risks, and he didn't want anything to happen to them. So, he was very satisfied with their current lifestyle, running a small shop, growing some plants, and earning a bit of money by training spirit beasts for others. It seemed like a comfortable life, though it was a bit early for him to consider. Crimson Feathergrass and Serpent Turtle's Tear. Baya mentioned the 2 items she and her husband had acquired for their son. Baya took out 2 transparent glass containers from the spirit summoning space and gently placed them on Chinyi's desk. Chinyi's attention was immediately drawn to the items inside. A fiery red grass and a crystal clear, tear-like stone. His face lit up with excitement, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Take care of these, I have things to do, Baya said, giving Chinyi's shoulder a gentle pat, her tone carrying a hint of affection. Thanks, Mom. Chinyi quickly expressed his gratitude, his voice filled with appreciation. Baya shook her head with a smile and turned to leave Chinyi's room. The door closed softly, and Chinyi immediately focused on examining the 2 precious items. Crimson Feathergrass, quality, yellow. Chinyi murmured to himself. Description. A mutated grass nourished by the blood of an emperor-level crimson feather bird, rich in fire attribute energy. He then shifted his gaze to the tear-shaped stone. Turtle snake tear, quality, yellow. Description. A peculiar item formed by the tears of numerous snakes and turtles, rich in water attribute energy. Seems like everything's fine, Chinyi muttered, turning to look at Zuga, who was lying nearby. I'll store these in the spirit summoning space for now. Don't eat them yet. We'll have them together once everything's ready. Okay. Zuga nodded vigorously, understanding gleaming in his eyes. Chinyi carefully stored the 2 items in the spirit summoning space. Just then, his phone rang, displaying the name of his homeroom teacher, causing Chinyi to frown slightly. Why is the teacher calling me? Chinyi wondered as he answered the call. Mr. Yi, is there something you need? On the other end, Ichio's voice was filled with excitement. Chinyi, congratulations on becoming the top scorer in the Night Sea City College entrance exam. Hearing Mr. Ye's enthusiastic words, Chinyi couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Ha. Ichio laughed heartily before explaining, every year, the top scorer in Night Sea City receives an official reward. This year, just like previous years, the reward is a yellow quality item and 1 million spirit coins. Although Chinyi was aware of the reward, hearing it confirmed still filled him with joy. He thought of Yi Cici's gesture of letting him have the top spot in practical exams and silently noted the kindness in his heart. All right, sir. When can I collect the reward? Qingyi asked, unable to hide his anticipation. The day after tomorrow at 10 a.m. Remember to come to the classroom, Ichio replied. Got it. Qingyi responded, already looking forward to the moment he would receive his prize. On the morning of June 12th, the awards ceremony in Yaheishi was a dazzling spectacle of lights. Amidst the flashing cameras, Qingyi accepted a certificate of achievement from Mayor Yizhantian, his face beaming with joy. Not bad, kid, Yizhantian said, giving Qingyi a pat on the shoulder and quietly praising him. Qingyi smiled sheepishly, relieved that Yizhantian wasn't upset that he had beaten his daughter to first place. After the ceremony, Yi Sisi approached Qingyi and teased, how does it feel to be the top scorer? Sis, don't tease me, Qingyi replied with a wry smile. I couldn't have done it without you. As long as you know, Yi Sisi said with a slight smile, clearly pleased with his response. Qingyi thought to himself that he wasn't afraid of Yi Sisi, but he was wary of her father, who was rumored to be a legendary spirit summoner. Want to come with me to exchange items later? Yi Sisi asked. The second place prize isn't as good as the first, but there are still 3 blue quality items to choose from. Sure, Qingyi agreed with a nod. Later, Qingyi selected a metal attribute treasure from the official treasury of Yeheshia Golden Tiger Pearl, a king-level treasure crafted by a formidable expert, rich in metal attribute energy. Why did you choose this? Yi Sisi asked curiously. It doesn't seem to match your contract beast. Planning to feed it to your sea king to sharpen its claws? I have my reasons, Qingyi replied simply, without offering further explanation, and thanked her. In truth, when selecting the item, Qingyi had inquired about treasures related to the metal attribute tiger tribe, wood attribute dragon tribe, fire attribute bird tribe, and water attribute turtle snake combination. He knew this world didn't have concepts like azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, so he had to find a different way to acquire related items. They chatted a bit more, and the conversation turned to their upcoming school plans. When are you planning to head to school? Yi Sisi asked. I'll go once I receive my chosen spirit beasts and items, Qingyi answered. Did you get an A contract? Didn't you? Qingyi retorted. Of course not. I got an A-level contract, Yi Sisi explained. Unlike you, my talents are quite valuable. I only mentioned 2 talents, Qingyi argued. Out of 3 talents, you mentioned 2. Yi Sisi rolled her eyes. The one you didn't mention is quite valuable. It's worth countless ones of yours, Qingyi replied confidently with a smile. I don't believe it. Yi Sisi snorted softly, clearly skeptical of Qingyi's claim. As Qingyi was about to leave, Yi Sisi suddenly called out to him and quietly asked, tell me about the dark attribute spirit beasts they have. I call you sis, and you take it seriously, Qingyi said helplessly. Under Yi Sisi's urging, Qingyi briefly described the dark attribute spirit beasts available at Spirit Summoning University before they parted ways. Upon returning to the Qin family beast store, Qingyi headed straight to the backyard. He had just received a message from his mother that Elder Zhong had arrived with his chosen spirit beasts. Pushing the door open, Qingyi saw his parents chatting with Zhong Yin. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhong Yin took out 3 spirit summoning orbs of different colors from his briefcase and tossed them into the air. 3 beams of light shot out, transforming into shapes upon landing. A sleek, mirror-like pony, a skeleton horse with only a frame and eerie blue flame eyes, and a dog wielding a long blade, vigilantly scanning its surroundings. Qingyi eagerly observed the 3 spirit beasts, using his spirit eye to examine their attributes one by one. Radiant Colt, level 12, light attribute, moderate elite potential. Skeleton Horse, level 15, undead attribute, moderate elite potential. Guard Dog, level 8, common attribute, near high elite potential, with sword heart talent and sword intent skill. Qingyi was impressed by the high quality of spirit beasts provided by Spirit Summoning University, particularly the Guard Dog, whose potential was nearing high elite. He discreetly used Fate's Call on the Guard Dog, eager to see its future evolution. The Pathway Gun Dog, a low-tier leader, abandoned the sword to master the gun, cultivating a sense of gunmanship. The Bow Dog, another low-tier leader, let go of the sword to specialize in the bow, developing a sense of archery. The Axe Dog, also a low-tier leader, gave up the sword to focus on the axe, honing a sense of axemanship. Qingyi's eyes quickly scanned these evolution conditions, marveling at these unique requirements. When he observed the evolution conditions for the Dual Sword Dog, a mid-tier leader, he raised an eyebrow. Train with another sword, master the dual-wielding technique, and become proficient in using it. This seemed somewhat simpler than the previous requirements. However, when his gaze landed on the evolution conditions for the Sword Dog, a high-tier leader, he held his breath. Cultivate a sense of swordsmanship and defeat 10 beings using swords or blades in 1v1 combat, whose strength is not inferior to one's own. Upon meeting these conditions, evolve immediately if above level 20. If between level 10 and 20, there is a chance to evolve. Aren't they all the same species? Why is this one so special? Qingyi muttered to himself, his lips twitching slightly. Without the pathway talent, he couldn't imagine how long it would take to evolve this guard dog. A thought suddenly crossed Qin Ye's mind. Could the potential post-evolution be related to suitability? It seemed logical to him. Otherwise, why would the sword dog's potential be so high? But this hypothesis required further testing. Shaking his head, Qin Yi decided to set aside the question for now and continue examining the destinies of other spirit beasts. His gaze turned to the nearby Lingguang horse. The Shining Horse, a mid-tier leader, required no special conditions, only normal leveling. This seemed quite ordinary. However, when he saw the evolution conditions for the Flash Horse, a mid-tier leader, he was taken aback. Possess the flash of insight talent and have 2 or more speed skills at perfect proficiency. Qin Yi had heard of such special evolutions requiring specific talents, but seeing it firsthand was still surprising. He noticed the Flash Horse was listed below the Shining Horse, suggesting it might be better suited for this Lingguang horse. Reflecting on the destinies of Zuga and Luoya, Qin Yi seemed to find a pattern. Does stronger potential mean a better fit for the spirit beast? After all, if it wasn't suitable, why would the evolved potential be so strong? With this question in mind, Qin Yi decided to venture into the Night Sea Forest tomorrow to research similar spirit beasts. He realized he had been too focused on leveling up Zuga and Luoya, neglecting the testing of the pathway talent. Including this Lingguang horse, he had only activated the pathway 4 times so far. Finally, Qin Ye's attention shifted to the skeleton horse. The pathway skeleton warhorse, a low-tier leader, required no special conditions, only normal leveling. However, the evolution conditions for the skeleton rider and the ghostly horse, both mid-tier leaders, caught his eye. The skeleton rider needed to enhance its bone density, while the ghostly horse required an increase in ghostly attributes. These detailed conditions made Qin Yi realize that the effect of his pathway talent seemed to have improved after becoming a mid-level spirit summoner. While Qin Yi was deep in thought, Baya, sitting not far away, noticed his son's animated expressions and couldn't help but laugh. What are you doing with such an expressive face? Qin Yi snapped back to reality, scratching his head awkwardly, then turned to Mr. Zhong and said, Mr. Zhong, I want to choose this guard dog. Although he initially wanted a mountable spirit beast, faced with this unique and impressive guard dog, Qin Yi made his choice without hesitation. More importantly, according to the Spirit Eyes introduction, this guard dog's potential far exceeded the other 2 spirit beasts. Mr. Zhong reminded him, are you sure? This guard dog is indeed special and powerful, but we haven't found a suitable evolution path for it yet. It would be a shame to evolve it down another path. Qin Yi replied firmly, no need to think further. I'll choose it. Don't worry, I won't let it evolve down another path. Seeing Qin Ye's determined eyes, Mr. Zhong sighed inwardly but couldn't help advising again. Alright then. When the guard dog reaches level 40, if you haven't found its evolution path, let it evolve into a dual sword dog. It's quite suitable for it. A dual sword dog? Qin Yi asked, puzzled. Mr. Zhong explained, it's an evolution form of the guard dog, quite rare. In the Spirit Summoning Federation, only Sword King owns one. He glanced at the guard dog and continued, actually, this guard dog was brought back by Sword King from Wuing Star. The evolution requirements for the dual sword dog are similar to those for the gun dog and bow dog, needing to develop a sense, like swordsmanship or gunnery. This guard dog already possesses swordsmanship. You just need to give it another sword and let it become proficient in dual-wielding combat. These evolution conditions were shared by Sword King to be passed on to any summoner who contracts this guard dog. Qin Yi nodded, then asked the question he had been wondering about. This guard dog uses a blade, right? Mr. Zhong clarified, on Wuing Star, a blade is a sword, and a sword is a blade. They are the same to them. Training it with either is fine, as long as it becomes proficient in using 2 weapons in combat. Thank you, Mr. Zhong. Qin Yi expressed his gratitude sincerely. Mr. Zhong shook his head and confirmed once more, are you sure you want to choose this guard dog? Yes, I'm sure. Qin Yi answered resolutely. Mr. Zhong smiled and added, actually, this guard dog is quite good. If it evolves into a dual sword dog, it won't be weaker than the Lingguang horse or the skeleton horse. If you can't find a suitable evolution, let it evolve into a dual sword dog. Qin Yi nodded firmly. Got it. Mr. Zhong stood up, retrieved the Lingguang horse and the skeleton horse with the spirit summoning orb, then pointed to the guard dog not far away. Go ahead, contract your spirit beast. Hearing this, Qin Yi looked at the vigilant guard dog standing there, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Qin Yi stared at the guard dog, his sharp eyes holding a hint of confusion. With a gentle wave of his hand, he summoned Luoya. Pointing at Luoya, Qin Yi said to the guard dog, I'm not bullying you. If you can manage to hit my pirate king, I won't make a contract with you. He's 16 levels higher than you but still under level 20. This slight gap makes it fair for you to at least land a hit on him, don't you think? Qin Ming and the others were taken aback by his words. Qin Ming covered his forehead and turned away, silently expressing, this isn't my son. Baya couldn't hold back her laughter, giggling softly. Zhong Yin shook his head with a smile, thoroughly impressed by Qin Ye's approach. An 8th level against a 24th level, especially when Qin Ye's Luoya is considered top tier among its peers. This match clearly seemed like taking advantage of the young and naive guard dog. The guard dog was stunned at first by Qin Ye's words, but quickly regained its composure. It looked at the advancing Luoya, barking and shaking its head at Qin Yi. Qin Yi turned to Luoya. What's it saying? Luoya replied, quack, 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 quack. It's saying you should just make the contract. No need for this. Qin Yi was momentarily speechless. This was completely unexpected, not following the usual script. After a long pause, he reluctantly asked, really not even a single hit? The guard dog shook its head again, and Luoya immediately translated, quack, it's saying no. All right then. Qin Yi sighed and said to the guard dog, are you ready? Woof. The guard dog barked, its serious eyes shining with eagerness. Qin Yi was taken aback by this eagerness, but didn't dwell on it, as he began to cast the contract formation. Zhong Yin watched with a smile. Although he initially disagreed with Qin Yi contracting this guard dog, he felt reassured knowing Qin Yi had its class growth talent. This would make up for the time needed to find a suitable evolution path. After the contract was complete, Qin Yi smiled and said, looking forward to working with you. Woof! The guard dog responded, then closed its eyes to feel the surge of power within. Qin Yi didn't disturb it, and turned to thank Zhong Yin. Zhong Yin advised him to nurture it well and suggested he could use the facilities at Summoning University for training spirit beasts. After some brief farewells with Qin Ming and Bai Ye, Zhong Yin left. Bai Ye and Qin Ming also went about their business, leaving Qin Yi alone with his contracted beast. Qin Yi looked at the excited guard dog and immediately used his soul summoning eye. Species, guard dog. Level, 8 level 6, 5100. Attribute, normal. Potential, high elite 7100. Talent, sword heart. Skills, duel/mastery 31100, draw/mastery 27100, battle will proficiency 17100, sword intent proficiency 11100. Description: an exceptional guard dog with the sword heart talent. This genius dog king has met you, and its fate has quietly changed. Qin Yi was amazed to see that, with the child of nature boost, the guard dog had become a high elite. He couldn't suppress his smile, thinking that high elite had a brighter future than medium elite. Looking at the guard dog's 2 mastery level skills, he couldn't help but softly exclaim, this talent effect is quite powerful. At this level, Luoya still didn't have a single master level skill, which left Qin Yi feeling somewhat regretful. He realized that not specifically training Luoya had been an oversight. If he had conducted targeted training before the contract, although mastering a skill might have been unlikely, he could have at least brought most of the skills to over half proficiency. However, when Qin Yi turned his attention to the newly summoned guardian dog, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This black creature possessed impressive skills and talents, prompting Qin Yi to eagerly think of a fitting name for it. He carefully observed the black creature, which was about the size of a small human boy, and noticed its preference for swords. A flash of inspiration struck, and Qin Yi blurted out, Sword Dog. Qin Yi was quite pleased with the name. He formally introduced Luoya and Zuga to Sword Dog, then decided to conduct a strength test. The results of the test left Qin Yi astounded. Even with Luoya fully focused, Sword Dog managed to seize a tiny opportunity and scratched Luoya's skin. This ability to grasp fleeting chances in battle earned Qin Yi's admiration. Alright, that's enough, Qin Yi called out, halting the test. He turned to the astonished Luoya. Did you feel that? Luoya quickly calmed down and nodded in response. Quack. Qin Yi smiled with satisfaction, then shifted his gaze to Sword Dog. His tone suddenly became serious. Your strength is impressive, and your ability to seize opportunities is strong. But this abrupt shift startled Sword Dog. Qin Yi softened his tone and continued. You're pushing too hard. Qin Yi stood at the edge of the night sea forest, his eyes sweeping over Luoya and Jian Quan as they trained. With a slight smile, he remarked, You're different from the Pirate King. He fights recklessly, trading blow for blow with no regard for his life. But you use extreme skill to perform extraordinary feats. Your attacks and evasions were way too risky just now. Jian Quan tilted its head, seemingly not quite grasping Qin Yi's words. Squatting down, Qin Yi gently patted Jian Quan's head and elaborated. I'm not saying you're doing poorly. I just want you to take fewer risks. Sometimes, dodging a hit won't cost you anything. Jian Quan listened, a flicker of contemplation in its eyes. Sensing Jian Quan's confusion, Qin Yi added, Of course, the reason you push yourself is probably because the Pirate King is much stronger than you. If he were on your level, you wouldn't need to go to such extremes. Qin Yi stood up, scanning the surroundings with a determined tone. So, let's work together, and with strength far beyond our enemies, we'll crush them effortlessly. Quack, well said. Luoya immediately agreed. Wolf right? Jian Quan nodded in agreement. Lying nearby, Zuga lazily barked, as if to show its approval too. Clapping his hands, Qingyi concluded, all right, that's enough talk. Let's continue training. The training resumed, and Qingyi was fully aware that Luoya had been holding back during the earlier battle. If Luoya had used his reckless fighting style, Jian Quan would have been defeated long ago. But Qingyi chose not to reveal this, as the battle's purpose was to assess Jian Quan's abilities, not to showcase their strength. On June 13th, Qingyi arrived early at the Night Sea Forest, training Jian Quan while testing the effects of his Destiny talent. After casting Destiny on multiple similar spirit beasts, he confirmed his previous speculation. The final evolution path shown in the Destiny interface was indeed the most suitable choice for that spirit beast. This discovery brought Qingyi a sense of relief. He continued to roam the forest, now focusing only on riding-type spirit beasts, hoping to find one with potential to use as a mount. Soon, his gaze landed on a one-eyed Gale wolf, noticeably faster than its peers. Qingyi quickly decided, this one will do. Let's catch it first. Luoya, grab that one-eyed wolf. With a swift strike, Luoya knocked the Gale wolf to the ground, and Zuga stood guard. Qingyi approached the weakened wolf and pulled out a summoning orb. With a soft click, the wolf was captured inside the orb. Picking up the summoning orb, Qingyi muttered to himself, whoever invented the summoning orb is truly a genius. He pocketed the now miniaturized orb, already planning to make a pendant for it when he got home. Though the one-eyed wolf was only level 14, Qingyi wasn't worried. With the college entrance exams over, he had plenty of time to train it. Besides, since it was caught with a summoning orb, he could easily replace it if he found a better spirit beast later on. On June 20th, at Huanling International Airport, a young boy dressed in a black printed t-shirt and brown casual shorts stepped off the plane. Standing at the top of the stairs, he glanced up at the bright sun in the sky, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. What are you doing? Let's go. A familiar voice called out. Coming. The boy, Qingyi, quickly moved forward when he saw Yi Sisi waiting for him ahead. Why did you come so early? Qingyi asked curiously. Just wanted to check it out, Yi Sisi explained with a smile. The training equipment here is much better than what I have at home. So I came early to train and hopefully score well in the freshman ranking competition to bring my blackguard home. You're opting for blackguard? Qingyi was a bit surprised. I need a frontline, and blackguard suits me perfectly. Yi Sisi nodded, then curiously asked, what did you choose? Didn't I tell you? Qingyi scratched his head in confusion. No. Yi Sisi replied firmly. Oh. Qingyi gave a mysterious smile. You'll find out soon enough. Get lost. Yi Sisi turned to glare at him, her tone carrying a hint of grievance. I told you what I chose. How can you be like this? Seeing her expression, Qingyi quickly confessed. Guardian dog. Guardian dog. Yi Sisi exclaimed. Yes, Qingyi confirmed with a nod. Regaining her composure, Yi Sisi remarked, Guardian dog is on the same level as my blackguard. What's there to hide? Qingyi thought for a moment and responded with a smile, because I like seeing that little pout of yours. Ugh. Yi Sisi rolled her eyes and turned to walk ahead. All right, just kidding. Qingyi laughed heartily, catching up to her. But my guardian dog is a bit different. How so? Yi Sisi asked instinctively. You'll see. Qingyi remained enigmatic. Realizing Qingyi wasn't going to give more details, Yi Sisi changed the topic. They chatted as they walked, soon arriving at the terminal of Huanling International Airport. Over there. Yi Sisi pointed to the left. Following her direction, Qingyi saw the various school signs standing there. These signs look a bit shabby, don't they? Qingyi couldn't help but comment. They're just for picking people up. No need to make them fancy. Yi Sisi shrugged it off. True. Qingyi nodded, walking alongside Yi Sisi towards the Huanling University reception area. At the reception, Fang Yuanyuan was standing with Wu De. Noticing the approaching duo, Fang Yuanyuan said to Wu De, who was holding a sign, the quality of this year's freshmen is really high. I wonder which school those two are from. Wu De looked over and immediately perked up. Sis, they're from our school. Fang Yuanyuan was startled, then quickly straightened up and asked Qingyi, who had reached them, are you this year's freshman at Huanling University? Yes, senior, Qingyi replied, retrieving his acceptance letter from the Huanling space and handing it to Fang Yuanyuan. Yi Sisi also handed over her letter. After a quick glance at both letters, Fang Yuanyuan returned them and said, follow me, I'll show you the way. She turned to Wu De. I'll leave this to you. I'm heading off. Bye. Wu De waved. Watching them leave, Wu De suddenly realized and exclaimed, whoa, they're the top two from Yihai City. Did we really snag the top two from Yihai City? This year's recruitment team did an amazing job. Although Yihai City isn't a first-tier city, it's definitely top-notch among second-tier cities. Moreover, these two scored 8,000 points in the practical exam, making quite a splash among the second-tier cities. Scoring 8,000 points in the practical exam is no easy feat from what Wu De knew. less than 20 people achieved at this time. Watching them walk away, Wuda clicked his tongue. This year's freshman ranking competition is going to be exciting. With Fei Hong from Huanling City, Liu Junyan from Jianling City, and now these two, there are already 7 people who scored 8,000 in the practicals. Soon, Fang Yuanyuan led Qin Yi and Yi Cixi to the entrance of Huanling University. Thanking the junior who drove them, she turned to the pair and said, "Follow me. I'll take you to register." Looking around, Qin Yi asked, "Why are there so few people?" Fang Yuanyuan explained with a smile, "It'll get crowded in a few days. The 25th and 26th are peak days. If you have nothing to do, come by and see, it'll be packed." Okay. Qin Yi nodded in agreement. Entering the registration area, Fang Yuanyu and called out to a group sitting not far away. "Stop playing around. New arrivals are here." "Fang Jia, keep it down." The leading guy couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Fang Jia is always so energetic. A girl beside him glanced at Qin Yi and Yi Cixi, then turned to Fang Yuanyuan. "Fang Jia, where did you find these new juniors?" Fang Yuanyuan laughed. "Picked them up from Huanling International Airport." Listening to their conversation, Qin Yi and Yi Cixi exchanged glances but remained silent. Before long, Fang Yuanyu and brought the pair to the guy she had spoken to earlier, Qianzhong. "Just register with him." Qin Yi and Yi Cixi politely greeted Qianzhong. "Hello, senior." Qianzhong nodded with a smile and said, "Please show me your acceptance letters and ID cards for registration." Qin Yi handed over his documents. Qianzhong swiped the ID card on a nearby machine, then glanced at the screen. Seeing the information displayed, he was slightly stunned. "Qin Yi, from Yihai City?" Before Qin Yi could respond, Fang Yuanyuan burst into a proud laugh. "How about that? Aren't I impressive?" "Impressive indeed." Qianzhong couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Fang Yuanyuan. Having the foresight to connect with Qin Yi and Yi Cixi early was indeed quite lucky. Recalling Yi Cixi's information after seeing Qin Ye's, Qianzhong realized these two were the renowned duo from Yihai City. He told Qin Yi, "Wait a moment, you're exempt from tuition fees, no payment needed." "All right," Qin Yi replied simply. Qianzhong handed the acceptance letters and ID cards to Qin Yi and Yi Cixi, then pointed to a sheet of paper with a QR code on it, saying, "Scan it, download, and register. This is our university's official app, Huanling University." Hearing the name, Qin Yi thought to himself, "That's quite a straightforward name." He quickly took out his phone and scanned the QR code. Qianzhong briefly introduced the features of the Huanling University app. Users could check points, redeem items, reserve facilities, and more. After the introduction, he retrieved a finely crafted key from a drawer and handed it to Qin Yi. "This is the key to your dorm, a single room. It's in the East Residential Area, room 1007. "Thanks," Qin Yi said as he accepted the key and quickly stored it in his Huanling space. Qianzhong then handed another key to Yi Cixi. "You also have a single room, West Area, room 1004. "Thank you." Yi Cixi accepted the key, a hint of excitement in her eyes. Fang Yuanyuan turned to Yi Cixi with a smile. "Come on, I'll show you to your dorm." "Thank you," Yi Cixi replied, a bit shy. "It's no trouble at all," Fang Yuanyuan said, waving her hand dismissively. Before leaving, Yi Cixi glanced at Qin Yi, who raised his phone to show her. "I've got a map on my phone. I'll manage." Yi Cixi nodded slightly and then followed Fang Yuanyuan out of the registration area. Qianzhong noticed Qin Yi still on his phone and asked, "Do you need me to show you around?" "No, thank you. I'll just explore on my own." Qin Yi politely declined. "All right," Qianzhong replied, not minding, and enthusiastically pointed out some useful places around Huanling University. "Thank you." After expressing his gratitude once more, Qin Yi left the registration area. Just as he stepped outside, Qin Ye's phone rang. He answered it to hear a familiar voice. "Zhong Lao, why didn't you tell me when you arrived?" Zhong Lao's voice carried a hint of reproach. Hee, Zhong Lao, I just haven't had the chance yet," Qin Yi said, scratching his head sheepishly. "Come out for dinner tonight," Zhong Lao suggested. "Sure thing, Zhong Lao." Qin Yi agreed cheerfully. After hanging up, Qin Yi looked up to see an ancient-looking building with Treasure Pavilion prominently displayed on the sign above the door. He walked right in. Inside the bustling Treasure Pavilion, Qin Yi quietly sat down at a station with a tablet. Familiarizing himself with the basic functions, he began searching for items related to the wood attribute Dragon Clan. Would Dragon Root Yellow. Root nourished by an unknown would attribute Dragon Spirit Beast. Rich and would attribute energy. Qin Yi murmured to himself, "This is the one." Recalling the wood dragon stone from before, he wondered, could the wood dragon root and wood dragon stone be related? Qin Yi clicked the confirm button, and a QR code appeared on the screen. Following the process, he scanned the code with his phone, which displayed two options. 1. Redeem with 5,000 points, but you currently don't have enough points. 2. You have one free exchange for a yellow quality item. Without hesitation, Qin Yi chose the second option. The words "exchange successful" appeared, and he smiled slightly. The system then asked if he wanted to pick it up in person or have it mailed. Choosing to pick it up in person, Cheney headed to the front desk. "Hello, how can I assist you?" The man at the front desk inquired. "I'm here to pick something up," Cheney replied, showing the number on his phone. After verifying, the man nodded. "All right, please wait a moment." Soon, a distinguished middle-aged man emerged from the elevator and approached Cheney. "Number 78?" the man asked, looking Cheney over. "Yes," Cheney nodded. "Follow me," the man said, leading Cheney to a nearby room. Inside, the man sat down, retrieved a black wooden box from his Huanling space, and pushed it across the table to Cheney. "Here is your item." Opening the box, Cheney found an ordinary-looking green root branch. Using his Huanling soul eyes to confirm its properties matched the description, he closed the box and thanked the man. Shaking his head, the man curiously asked, "Cheney?" Cheney nodded. "How's your dad doing these days?" The man explained, "Qing Etian, an old classmate of your father's. You resemble Qin Ming a bit, so I guessed." "Oh, I see." Cheney realized, "My dad's doing quite well." "That's good to hear." Qing Etian smiled. "Let's exchange contacts. Feel free to reach out if you need anything." "Thank you, Uncle Qing," Cheney said, adding the contact. Suddenly remembering something, he asked, "Uncle Qing, is there a connection between the wood dragon root and the wood dragon stone?" "You asked the right person," Qing Etian chuckled. "Those two items were delivered by the same person, and I was the one who received them." "Why? Are you curious about their origin?" Cheney quickly shook his head. No. I just saw the wood dragon stone during a points exchange before, so I was curious if they were related." "They are indeed related," Qing Etian confirmed. "Anything else you want to know?" "No, that's all." Cheney shook his head. Qing Etian gestured to the wooden box on the coffee table, then put that away. Cheney promptly stored the box in his Huanling space. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Qing Etian, he left the treasure pavilion. Arriving at the entrance of room 1007 in the east residential area, Qin Yi stared at the two-story villa before him. Double-checking the number on the key, he couldn't help but gasp. Huanling University sure is generous with their dorms. He opened the door and stepped into the spacious interior, then waved his hand to summon Zuga and the others. "Feel free to explore. I'm going to register my fingerprint." "Got it." "Quack." "Woof." They responded enthusiastically. The next morning, just as Qin Yi closed his door, he heard another door opening nearby. He turned his head and saw a young man walking out from the villa. As Qin Yi was about to move on, the young man spoke up. "Morning." The young man greeted enthusiastically. "Morning," Qin Yi replied briefly, turning around. "Jianling City, Lu Junyan." The young man introduced himself. "Yeah, hi, Qin Yi." Qin Yi responded calmly. "No way. The legendary duo of Yehai," Lu Junyan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Qin Yi fell silent, internally rolling his eyes at the unexpected nickname. Realizing his overexcitement, Lu Junyan quickly apologized. "Haha, sorry about that. Are you heading for breakfast?" "Training," Qin Yi replied succinctly. Lu Junyan paused for a moment, then gave a thumbs up, as expected from the legendary duo of Yehai. "I'm off," Qin Yi said, turning to leave. "Wait up." Lu Junyan hurried to catch up, adding, "No, it's just on my way." Qin Yi arrived at the gravity training room and skillfully booked a session after inquiring. The room's intelligent assistant chimed in. "Welcome to the gravity training room. I am Gravity 17, your assistant. If you need anything, just call me." Qin Yi waved his hand, summoning 3 beams of light, and Zuga, Luaya, and Jianquan appeared around him. He smiled and said, "This is the gravity training room. Get ready. You'll be experiencing 1.2 times gravity soon. Bring it on." Luaya shouted excitedly. Zuga followed closely, while Jianquan remained silent. Since the college entrance exams, their abilities had significantly improved. Luaya reached level 26, Zuga level 23, and Jianquan level 16. Qin Yi gradually increased the gravity from 1.2 times to 1.3 times, finally setting it at 1.5 times. He observed the reactions of the 3 spirit beasts with satisfaction and then assigned them each their training routines. 2 hours later, Qin Yi finished his training and returned to the dormitory. From a distance of 100 meters, he saw Lu Junyan waving at him from the entrance. "Good evening. Is there something you need?" Qin Yi asked as he approached. Lu Junyan smiled and replied, "There's a freshman gathering happening soon. Are you coming?" "Over 50 people are already there." "A gathering?" Qin Yi asked, puzzled. "Is there a group?" Lu Junyan explained. "Of course there's a group." He pulled out his phone, opened the Huanling University forum, and showed Qin Yi a post. "Huanling University Freshman Exchange Hub." Qin Yi glanced at the small text on the phone and nodded slightly. "Got it? Are you going?" Lu Junyan asked again, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Qin Yi shook his head firmly. "No thanks. I don't really like crowded places, and I've already had dinner." He recalled skipping even his last high school reunion, let alone having dinner with strangers. All right, I'm off then. Lu Junyan waved and turned to leave. Qingyi watched Lu Junyan's figure disappear at the end of the corridor before opening his door and entering his dorm room. He reflected on his productive day. A 2-hour session in the gravity training room in the morning, followed by training with his contracted beasts, including Zuga, in the earth, water, and general attribute training grounds in the afternoon. The results were impressive, with experience gained at a rate comparable to slaying spirit beasts outside. The only downside was the high cost in points. Although both the attribute training grounds and the gravity training room required just 1 point per hour, his beast's varied attributes meant his overall expenditure was higher than most. I need to earn more points, Qingyi resolved to himself. Back in his dorm, Qingyi took Zuga and the others to the underground training room for another session, wrapping up his day's training plan. After a shower, he grabbed a bottle of apricot peach sparkling water from the fridge and sat down in his room. Picking up his phone from the table, Qingyi skillfully opened the Summoner University app. He went straight to the task icon, searching for a suitable task. As he browsed through, one task caught his eye. Looking for a sparring partner. Task description: bring a powerful spirit beast to test my 15-level fire attribute Fire Fist Monkey's current strength. Task requirements: spirit beasts below level 20. If you think you can match a level 20 spirit beast, you're welcome to. Task time: 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Specific time to be notified. Task reward: 1.2 hours, even if less than 2 hours, still 1 point. Fire Fist Monkey, the evolved form of Little Fist Monkey, Qingyi muttered, decisively accepting the task. However, upon accepting, a screen popped up, requiring him to fill in the details of the spirit beast that met the task requirements. Qingyi realized why the task hadn't been taken yet. He quickly filled in the basic information of his sword dog: name, level, and attribute. Shortly after, his phone chimed, indicating the task had been successfully accepted. Qingyi immediately opened the chat with the task poster. Fire Fist, are you there? Turtle Duck Dog, yes. Fire Fist, do you really have a guardian dog? Qingyi casually snapped a photo of his sword dog and sent it over. At the moment, the sword dog was sitting cross-legged, engrossed in a manga titled Sword God, not recognizing the words but clearly fascinated by the artwork. Fire Fist, it really is. Are you free tomorrow? Turtle Duck Dog, I am. Fire Fist, then tomorrow at 1 p.m. Turtle Duck Dog, sure. Fire Fist, I'll tell you where to come. Turtle Duck Dog, no problem. After a brief chat, Qingyi went to shower and sleep. He only took this one task, not because he couldn't handle others, but because this one offered the best value. Although it was just sparring, it was an effective training method when levels were similar, and the points offered were quite decent. The next afternoon, after 2 hours in the gravity training room and lunch, Qingyi headed to the agreed location, another dormitory area. He rang the doorbell and soon, a red-haired man opened the door. The red-haired man looked puzzled at first but quickly realized, Turtle Duck Dog? Yes. Qingyi nodded in confirmation. Come in. Fire Fist invited Qingyi into the villa. Fire Fist grabbed a soda from the fridge and handed it to Qingyi. You're right on time. Thanks. Qingyi accepted the soda. I came right after lunch. After some small talk, Fire Fist led Qingyi to the underground training room. This was a standard feature in every villa, whether for single or shared occupancy. Come out, Fist. Fire Fist called out his Fire Fist monkey, introducing it to Qingyi. This is my Fire Fist monkey, Fist. Qingyi observed the fiery little monkey, full of fighting spirit, and nodded approvingly. Impressive. Of course, Fire Fist grinned. Let your guardian dog out. With a thought, Qingyi summoned the sword dog beside him. Wow. Fire Fist exclaimed. This guardian dog looks powerful. That gaze, that aura. It's not something a weakling could mimic. Not bad. Qingyi smiled slightly. Is it really level 16? Fire Fist looked between the guardian dog and his fist, feeling his monkey was outmatched in terms of presence. You can use your summoner's eye to check, Qingyi reminded him. Fire Fist had already activated his summoner's eye, noting the unusual nature of the guardian dog. Why is your guardian dog wielding a long sword? Fire Fist asked, noticing the talent name and unable to resist inquiring. It's a talent thing, Qingyi explained with a smile. That makes sense. Fire Fist nodded in understanding, then turned to his fist. Do you think you can take it on? Squeak. Fist cried, confidently pounding its fists together. Great. Fire Fist smiled with satisfaction, turning to Qingyi. Let's get started. Qingyi turned his head and instructed Sword Dog, just block its attacks. Sword Dog's eyes were sharp, and it nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Fire Fist muttered, what a cool bodyguard dog. Then he spoke to his own fist. Go on. Show him what you've got. With a sharp screech, the fist shot forward like a car with the pedal to the metal, charging at Sword Dog. Facing the fierce attack, Sword Dog remained expressionless, calmly swinging its blade to block. A loud bang echoed as the fist struck heavily against the blade. What followed was a series of bang, bang, bang sounds as the fist rained down like a storm, yet every strike was effortlessly deflected by Sword Dog. Fire Fist exclaimed, "Wow, this dog's reaction speed is incredible." Hearing this, Chinyi couldn't help but smile slightly. Despite his fists failing to break through, Fire Fist seemed thrilled. Not bad, this opponent is good. Though puzzled, he felt more joy than anything. He realized that if his fist could land a hit anywhere other than the blade, it would signify a breakthrough in his strength. With this thought, Fire Fist turned to Chinyi and asked, "Do you have time over the next few days?" Chinyi thought for a moment and replied, "I should have some." Fire Fist grinned and suggested, "Let's exchange contact info. If you're free, let me know. We can train for 2 hours a day." He explained that while sparring with other contract beasts could improve his fist's strength, it lacked comparison. With an opponent like Sword Dog, he could better assess his fist's abilities among beasts of similar levels. Chinyi agreed with a nod. After exchanging contact information, Fire Fist warmly said, "If you ever get bored, you can train other contract beasts here. I've got plenty of space." After expressing his thanks, Chinyi summoned Luoya. As for Zuga, he was napping. Despite his strength increasing, Zuga seemed to sleep even more. But if Chinyi called, he would wake up for training. Seeing Luoya, Fire Fist exclaimed again, "It's Pirate Duck." He had lost count of how many times the young man before him had surprised him. 2 hours later, Fire Fist stood at the door, introducing himself with a smile. "Zhang Quan. Quan is in power." Chinyi responded. "Chinyi?" Zhang Quan once again marveled. "You're really strong." Chinyi smiled, and after exchanging a few more words, he left. Watching Chinyi's departing figure, Zhang Quan murmured to himself, "This year's newcomers are really something." He then began searching for information about Chinyi. Not long after, looking at his phone, Zhang Quan muttered, "No wonder he's so strong. He's an 8,000 point competitor this year." But wait, aren't 8,000 point competitors supposed to have at least an A-level contract? With 80 points for an A-level contract, doesn't he have enough? Zhang Quan shook his head in confusion. After leaving, Chinyi went to the Earth Element Training Ground and booked an hour for Zuga's training. Time flew by, and before long, it was June 30th, the day before the start of school. When Chinyi saw the number in parentheses behind Sword Dog's level reach 99, he immediately returned to his dorm and continued training in the underground training room. Soon, a glow of evolution enveloped Sword Dog. Chinyi was thrilled, clenching his fist and shouting, "Ha! I knew it couldn't be that hard." He then sat down cross-legged, ready to embrace the surge of energy. Watching Sword Dog grow taller within the evolutionary glow, Chinyi remarked, "Just like in One Piece, it goes from a little kid's height to a 12-year-old's height in one go. One more evolution and it should be about my height." He thought to himself that he quite liked Luo Ya's and Sword Dog's current cute and cool looks. With one more evolution, only the cool look would remain. Then, Chinyi checked Sword Dog's panel information. Species, Swordsman Dog. Level, 20 level 1100. Attribute, Normal. Potential, High. Leadership, 66,100. Talents, Sword Heart, 8 forms of Heavenly Moon. Skills, Perfect Double Slash, Perfect Draw Slash, Perfect Battle Intent, Perfect Sword Intent, Skill Dark Moon Slash, Novice Shadow Step. Description: a bodyguard dog with the Sword Heart talent that, due to immense evolutionary force, unexpectedly activates hidden dark attributes, awakening a talent called 8 Forms of Heavenly Moon. Chinyi repeatedly checked the panel and Sword Dog, saying somewhat speechlessly, "This dog must have quite the background. Maybe it's the lost son of some big shot." Sword Dog, noticing Chinyi's scrutiny, barked questioningly. Chinyi shook his head with a smile. "Nothing. How are you feeling?" A hint of joy appeared on Sword Dog's usually stoic face as it responded, "Woof woof, very good." "Good to hear." Chinyi sighed in relief, letting Sword Dog go play with Luoya and the others, while he continued to study Sword Dog's panel. Chinyi gazed at the skill description of the Heaven Moon 8 styles and murmured to himself, "What a straightforward and brainless introduction." His eyes skimmed over the first 3 styles and stopped at the last 5, where he noticed the identical unawakened requirements. His lips twitched slightly in response. Who would have thought I'd end up contracting a spirit beast that seemed to have a generic attribute, but actually has a dark attribute? Chinyi pondered. This awakening requirement clearly demands enhancing the dark attribute proportion. Looks like contracting another dark attribute spirit beast is out of the question. He shook his head and continued to examine the other 2 skills. As he expected, one was a dark attribute attack skill, and the other was a dark attribute speed skill. An attack and a support, not bad, Chinyi concluded. After confirming he hadn't missed any details, Chinyi turned his attention to Luoya and the others who were training. He fell into deep thought and suddenly shouted, "Oh crap! I forgot about the ghost spirit." Luoya and the other three turned to look at him. Zuga silently glanced at Luoya, who was first puzzled and then suddenly understood. Jian Quan, the sword dog, looked curious, clearly unaware of the situation. Qin Yi laughed awkwardly, haha, I forgot all about it in the midst of everything. He turned to Luoya and asked, why didn't you remind me? Luoya was at a loss for words and could only express his confusion with a. Qin Yi quickly retrieved a transparent container from the spirit's summoning space, which held a flickering blue ghostly shadow. Come here, quickly eat this, he said, placing the container on the ground and gesturing to Luoya. Luoya immediately approached, with Zuga and Jian Quan following out of curiosity. Qin Yi said, hold on, let me check if your fate has changed. He activated his fate skill, and the result showed. Fate. Captain Duck, Middle Lord, requires a pirate ship. Still no change. Qin Yi remarked with a pout, go ahead and eat. Luoya nodded vigorously and then opened the container. The ghostly spirit shot up, and Luoya quickly swallowed it. Impressive. Qin Yi gave a thumbs up in admiration. Luoya chirped proudly, but soon his face twisted. Qin Yi quickly encouraged, come on, you're going to be the Pirate King Duck. You can't give up at this stage. Endurance is part of the training. Luoya took a deep breath, and his expression gradually calmed. Qin Yi was surprised, realizing that those words had given Luoya a significant boost of strength. As the blue shadow enveloped Luoya, Qin Yi turned to Jian Quan and activated his fate skill. The results showed Jian Quan's 2 Fate Sword Master Dog and Dark Moon Dog both required defeating 1,000 swordsmen of equal or greater strength alone. It's already 1,000. What's next, 10,000? Qin Yi worried. Finding 1,000 swordsmen at levels 20 to 50 is doable, but 10,000 after level 50 is a different story. If he can evolve a bit earlier, at level 40, it would be better. But we'll take it slow. Let's tackle these 1,000 first. Qin Yi pulled out his phone and began searching for the Spirit Beast Park in Summoning City. Time passed slowly, and as the blue shadow surrounding Luoya faded, Qin Yi put down his phone and immediately used the Spirit Vision Eye on Luoya. The results showed that Luoya had reached level 29, with his potential increased to a Height Ear Commander, and he had acquired new talents and skills. Qin Yi was amazed. The effect of purple-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures is truly strong. He examined the new talents and skills closely, noticing some differences from the descriptions in the exchange interface. The ghost form allowed Luoya to not feel pain and reduce physical damage. Ghost Slash could inflict massive damage, and Ghost Clone could summon a clone with 30 of his strength. There's definitely a difference, Qin Yi smirked. These talent effects are quite impressive, much better than what was described. He speculated that once Luoya mastered the Ghost Clone skill, its effects might rival those of the Flame Spirit. Qin Yi gazed at Luoya, the little duck that had just absorbed the ghostly energy. Without hesitation, he unleashed a power of destiny over Luoya. The information about destiny instantly surfaced in Qin Ye's mind. Captain Duck. High Lord, requires a pirate ship. Ghost Duck. Candidate King. Increase its ghost attribute to at least 30 of its total, currently 15. The higher the ghost attribute, the greater the chance of evolution at each whole number. If the ghost attribute surpasses the water attribute, immediate evolution will occur. Qin Ye's eyes widened in surprise. Not only had a new path for Ghost Duck appeared, but the evolution potential of Captain Duck had also leapt from a mid-level lord to a high lord. This significant change made him feel the power of destiny once more and filled him with anticipation for the future. However, when he used his spirit eye to check Luoya's attributes, Qin Yi fell silent. Water attribute, 80. Ghost attribute, 15. Metal attribute, 3. Faced with this vast disparity, Qin Yi decided to first boost the ghost attribute to 30. After all, quickly surpassing the water attribute seemed impossible unless he could find several purple quality ghost attribute treasures. Unfortunately, he was short on resources at the moment. Shortly after, while browsing forums, Qin Yi heard Luoya's quack and looked up, asking, how does it feel? Luoya excitedly flapped its wings. Quack, quack, quack. Qin Yi nodded with a smile and turned to Zuga. Once they wake up, help them test their new skills. Zuga nodded quietly, accustomed to such arrangements. Qin Yi looked at Luoya and Jian Quan, asking, which of you wants to go first? Luoya immediately quacked, quack me. Jian Quan hesitated, but remained silent. Noticing this, Qin Yi decided, let's have Jian Quan go first. Luoya, though puzzled, agreed after seeing Jian Quan's expression. Quack, that's fine. Qin Yi patted Luoya's head approvingly. Good, you're growing up. He then turned to Jian Quan. Go ahead. Jian Quan barked twice at Luoya and moved to the appropriate position. Qin Yi instructed, start with the Heavenly Moon 8 forms, followed by Dark Moon Slash and Shadow Step. Jian Quan nodded and barked at Zuga. Woof woof, here I come. Zuga quietly cast a master-level earth shield and rock armor on himself. Without hesitation, Jian unleashed his newly acquired Heavenly Moon 8 forms. In a flash, energy surged around him, forming a crescent moon behind him. As Jian swung his blade, a bright crescent-shaped slash with immense power struck Zuga's earth shield. A booming sound resonated, and when Qingyi recovered from the shock, he noticed that Zuga's earth shield, though intact, had significantly dimmed. He gasped, "That's some serious power." Seeing both Zuga and Jian stunned by the impact, Qingyi shouted, "Keep going." Release the second form. Jian snapped back to reality and barked at Zuga, who quickly reinforced the earth shield with energy. As Jian unleashed the second form, Qingyi witnessed an even more astonishing sight. The crescent in the sky rapidly transformed into a half-moon, and the brightness and speed of Jian slash increased. Another boom echoed, and Zuga's earth shield cracked, riddled with holes. Qingyi exclaimed in delight, "That power is impressive." He realized that Jian, despite being 5 levels lower than Zuga, nearly shattered Zuga's master-level earth shield. Such power was exceptionally rare and formidable among spirit beasts at this stage. Qingyi confidently assessed the strength of the new students in his cohort. Based on his analysis of previous year's news, fewer than 50 freshmen typically manage to elevate their spirit beast skills to a masterful level at this stage. Moreover, their spirit beasts usually have only 1 or 2 skills at this proficiency. In contrast, Qingyi's spirit beast had already mastered 3 or 4 skills at this level, which was unprecedented in the news he had reviewed. Turning his gaze to the motionless Zuga and the sword dog, Qingyi loudly encouraged, "Keep going." The sword dog barked excitedly. After Zuga replenished the energy of the earth shield, the sword dog immediately began executing the third move. Under its energy control, the half-moon in the sky quickly condensed into a full moon. As the sword dog swung its blade, the brightness of the blade light matched the full moon, and its speed was noticeably faster than before. A roaring sound ensued, followed by a series of collisions. The earth shield only held for a second under this strike before shattering. Qingyi noticed the blade marks on Zuga's stone armor and couldn't help but gasp. He estimated that the power of this third move was more than twice that of the second. "Impressive," Qingyi remarked with a slight smile, then asked Zuga with concern, "Are you all right?" Zuga shook his head, a hint of surprise on his face. Although he could withstand such an attack, he was still surprised by the sword dog's ability to unleash such power. Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the sword dog to inquire, "How much energy did those 3 moves use?" "We've seen the power. Now it's about the energy." The sword dog assessed its remaining energy and barked at Qingyi. "Woof woof, 28. 28. Huh? That's not too bad." Qingyi muttered under his breath, then asked, "How much did the third move take?" The sword dog furrowed its brow and then shook its head. "Woof, not sure." Qingyi was silent for a moment before smiling. "Let's try again later. For now, test out the other 2 skills." "Woof," the sword dog responded eagerly. On July 1st, at 9 a.m., in the Sky Stadium, Qingyi entered the stadium using his ID, immediately greeted by the bustling scene of a crowd. Silently, he found an empty seat towards the back, wondering to himself, did everyone arrive this early? The opening ceremony was scheduled for 9:30, and he thought arriving half an hour early would suffice. However, he now felt he was slightly late. Still, he reassured himself that as long as he wasn't late, it was fine. Not long after he sat down, a familiar figure approached him. Lu Junyan plopped down next to Qingyi, exclaiming, "It really is you. Everyone's super early. I almost thought I was late." "Same here." Qingyi nodded in agreement. As they chatted, time slipped by unnoticed. Soon, a middle-aged man stepped onto the nearby podium, and the entire stadium fell silent. This man was He Wu, the vice principal of Awakening University and the highest authority at this opening ceremony. Listening to Vice Principal He's smooth speech, Qingyi learned that this year, Awakening University had enrolled 820 students, just shy of 1,000. Besides this, most of his speech revolved around the school's history and motivational words. While these words were indeed inspiring, as evidenced by the thunderous applause and the many beaming faces, Qingyi found the enrollment numbers to be the only useful information. After Vice Principal He, several others took to the stage. The last was Jose, a third-year student representative and a super summoner second only to the strongest third-year student, reportedly just a step away from becoming a master summoner. Just as Qingyi was beginning to doze off, the most crucial figure for them finally took the stage. After Jose stepped down, a laid-back young man appeared at the podium. He leisurely took out some prepared papers from his summoning space and placed them on the podium in front of him. Glancing over the 820 freshmen from all over the country, the young man smiled slightly and began, "Good morning, everyone." Hearing this unexpectedly relaxed tone, Qingyi immediately looked up at the young man on stage, his drowsiness dissipating somewhat. The young man continued, "My surname is Zhao, and my given name is Xian, the Xian from Xinyuan. Zhao Xian. I am your class teacher for this year." Upon hearing the words, class teacher, Qin Yi was fully awake, curiously observing Zhao Xian. This person seemed quite extraordinary. With a smile, Zhao Xian said, "You are my first batch, my real first batch, not a fake one. So if I don't do something well, I hope you all can understand." Seeing Zhao Xian's cheerful demeanor, Qin Yi couldn't help but smile as well. Definitely not ordinary. After a brief introduction, Zhao Xian continued, "Our training mechanism at Awakening University is different from other universities. We use a sect system. This means that you 820 are one class, and there is no second class." He pointed to a group of people standing not far away. "See those people over there? They are your teachers, your accompanying teachers. You can choose which classes to attend through the official Awakening University app, where you'll find detailed course information. If you miss a class for any reason, don't worry. The app has video recordings of the day's classes, which you can watch anytime, anywhere. Also, because we use the sect system, you can take on a mentor. The teachers are the ones you can choose as your mentors." Zhao Xian pointed to the teachers again. Of course, some big shots aren't here, like our university's most esteemed principal, the legendary summoner, Principal Zhao. Principal Zhao himself will also accept students, provided you have what it takes. When Qin Yi heard Principal Zhao, something suddenly clicked in his mind. He carefully observed Zhao Xian, and then looked at the other teachers around him. He seemed to notice something significant. Hopefully, he was wrong. Qin Yi shook his head and refocused on the speech. After addressing the learning-related matters, Zhao Xian finally mentioned the freshman ranking competition. The freshman ranking competition will officially begin tomorrow and will last for 3 days. Zhao Xian raised 3 fingers. The specific rules are as follows. On the first day, you will brave the Tower of Gods and Demons. The Tower of Gods and Demons is our university's landmark tower, filled with countless treasures. For every level you conquer, you will receive a treasure. As for how many levels the tower has, it remains unknown. On the second day, we will divide you into several groups based on the levels you passed and have you compete against each other. The competition will take place in the adjacent Sky Gymnasium. Zhao Xian pointed to the nearby gymnasium. Qin Yi followed his gaze, memorizing the location of the Sky Gymnasium. The third day is the same as the second. The competition times for these 2 days are from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. During the freshman ranking competition, please take it seriously, as it concerns your future. Zhao Xian pointed to the teachers again. See those big shots over there? They will be closely watching the freshman ranking competition. So if you want to take on a mentor, be sure to perform well during the competition. Alright, that's enough talking for now. I'll see you all at the entrance of the Tower of Gods and Demons tomorrow. Zhao Xian said, then added, almost forgot. The Tower of Gods and Demons opens at 8 a.m. and closes at 11 p.m., accommodating up to 100 challengers at once. So there's no need to rush. There's plenty of time. Thinking it might be inappropriate to leave immediately, Zhao Xian asked, do any of you have questions? Instantly, dozens of questions came from all directions. Teacher, do we need to spend points to challenge the Tower of Gods and Demons this time? Mr. Zhao, how can we contact you regularly? Mr. Zhao, where can we get our spirit beasts treated if they're injured? Zhao Xin quickly called out, stop, stop, stop. Raise your hands. One at a time. Once the chaos subsided, Zhao Xin pointed to a red-clad boy on the left. You, go ahead. Mr. Zhao, as I understand, it usually costs 100 points to challenge the Tower of Gods and Demons. Do we need to spend points this time? No, this time it's free. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Next, Zhao Xian concluded the nearly half-hour QA session and announced the official end of the opening ceremony. Qin Yi quietly left the Sky Stadium with the crowd. Beside him, Lu Junyan asked, what are you planning to do today? Qin Yi glanced at his phone and replied simply, eat. Lu Junyan followed up. Together? Qin Yi nodded, sure. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was 1 p.m. on July 2nd. Qin Yi stood in front of the Tower of Gods and Demons, gazing up at the towering structure that stretched dozens of floors high. He couldn't help but think to himself, if only this were mine. But he quickly shook his head, dismissing the unrealistic thought, and continued walking. As soon as he entered the tower's vicinity, he was met with a chorus of discussions around him. Has anyone passed the 30th floor? Someone did this morning, but unfortunately, none of them made it to the 31st floor. Who was it? Who else? It was those guys with the 8,000 points. Did they all go up? Not exactly. Is the 31st floor that hard? The floor itself isn't hard. They just ran out of energy after the 30th floor. Listening as he walked, Qin Yi made his way to the entrance of the tower. Looking up, he was momentarily stunned by the leaderboard displayed on the screen. Spirit Summoning University 45th Tower of Gods and Demons rankings. First, Fei Hong 30 floors in 1 hour 45 minutes 39 seconds. Second, Yi Cc 30 floors in 1 hour 57 minutes 42 seconds. Third, Lu Junyan 30 floors in 2 hours 01 minute 33 seconds. Fourth, Shueqingyue 30 floors in 2 hours 11 minutes 12 seconds. 5th, Wu Jun 29th floors in 1 hour 51 minutes 10 seconds. Qingyi glanced back at the group discussing earlier and realized what was going on. Feeling a bit played, he quietly approached Zhao Xian, who was sitting nearby. When did you get here? Zhao Xian asked, slightly surprised. Just now, Qingyi replied succinctly. Wow, your talent is something else. Zhao Xian quickly realized the reason. If he hadn't been engrossed in his game, he would have sensed Qin Ye's presence due to his own abilities. Are you planning to go in? Zhao Xian asked, showing keen interest in this first-year student of his. Can I go in now? Yes, you can. Do I just walk in? Just keep this on you, and you can enter. Zhao Xian handed Qin Yi a wooden token. Thanks. Qin Yi took the token and headed towards the tower's entrance. Zhao Xian decisively put down his phone to focus on the tower's developments. The surrounding chatter suddenly ceased as all eyes turned to Qin Yi. Isn't that Qin Yi? It's not just isn't, it is Qin Yi. Another 8000 point expert has arrived. Do you think he can pass the 31st floor? Not likely. Why not? He's not even as good as ECC. Do you think he can pass the 31st floor? Isn't he the top in Yihai City? Rumor has it that ECC stepped aside for him. Really? Sure. That's just what I heard. Even so, he's still an 8000 point expert, which is undeniable. True enough. Amid the buzzing discussions, Qin Yi entered the tower. He found himself in a bizarre battlefield. The sky a murky gray with shattered buildings isolating the area and bodies strewn about. A feeling of suffocating unease crept over him. What kind of place is this? Qin Yi surveyed his surroundings, realizing that this wasn't an illusion but a real, isolated scene. Taking a deep breath, he was about to ask a question when a voice from the sky interrupted. Since this is your first time entering the Tower of Gods and Demons, I will explain the rules to you. Please listen carefully. The tower spirit began to explain the rules one by one. After listening, Qin Yi summarized the key points. 1. The spirit beasts on each floor of the tower are created from energy and will transform into energy for the slayer upon defeat. 2. Clearing 1 floor grants a 1-minute rest and a reward. Clearing 5 floors grants a 3-minute rest and a major reward. 3. Upon re-entering the tower, the challenge will resume from the last failed floor. With a thought, Qin Yi summoned 3 beams of light. As Zuga and the others appeared, he said, Let's begin. The first floor will commence in 10 seconds. As the tower spirit's voice faded, the space began to tremble slightly. Nearby, energy surged from the ground, forming a blue slime. Looking at the weak spirit beast of the first floor, Qin Yi fell silent. He turned to his sword hound and issued a concise command. Make it quick. The sword hound paused for 2 seconds before striking with a swift blow. The blue slime was instantly sliced into pieces, turning into energy that flowed into the sword hound. Qin Yi curiously used his spirit summoning eye to check the sword hound's status. Level 21, 15100. Noting the data, Qin Yi said, Continue. Although there was a 1-minute rest period, he didn't want to waste time. He wasn't sure if he could pass the 31st floor, and if not, this minute could be crucial. Following his command, another spirit beast formed nearby this time. 3 gray wolves. Though they were all level 2, their numbers made Qin Yi feel more comfortable. After the sword hound swiftly defeated the wolves, Qin Yi checked the status again. Level 21, 17100. Surprised, Qin Yi rubbed his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken, and then marveled. This energy is something else. The 3 gray wolves had given his sword hound 2 experience points, which was astonishing. After all, these were level 2 spirit beasts, not level 20. With his sword hound's current level, defeating level 2 beasts outside wouldn't yield any experience, but here it did. No wonder this place charges a fee. Even gaining experience from defeating level 2 spirit beasts is worth the 100-point cost. After the 5 level 5 spirit beasts on the 5th floor were effortlessly defeated by the sword hound, the voice of the tower spirit echoed again, announcing Qin Ye's successful clearance of the 5th floor. 3 reward options appeared before him. The rebound fruit, the Xiaoyi fruit, and a fine longsword. Qin Yi quickly reviewed the effects of each option, and without hesitation chose the Xiaoyi fruit. Although it was only of green quality, for the sword hound, the Xiaoyi fruit could not only boost experience but also increase the proportion of dark attributes. A minute later, the 6th floor was unlocked. Qin Yi noticed a distinct difference in the aura of the 6 spirit beasts, not far away, and immediately used the spirit summoning eye to check. To his surprise, the spirit summoning eye could reveal the true and false levels. These jumping frogs were actually only level 8. Realizing the importance of this discovery, Qin Yi broke into a bright smile and promptly commanded the sword hound to finish them swiftly. The difficulty of the subsequent floors gradually increased. The 7th floor had 7 level 9 spirit beasts, the 8th floor 10 level 9 spirit beasts, the 9th floor 5 level 10 spirit beasts, and the 10th floor 10 level 10 spirit beasts. By the 11th floor, 3 level 12 spirit beasts appeared. Cheney noticed the significant leap in difficulty, but he wasn't worried. Instead, he was excited about the substantial experience he was about to gain. After clearing the 14th floor, the Swordhound's level increased to 22. Cheney realized that gaining experience wasn't as straightforward as he initially thought. It was determined by the Tower of Gods and Demons. Starting from the 15th floor, due to the increase in the number and level of spirit beasts, Cheney had Zuga and Luoya join the battle. As the floors progressed, the levels of all three pets increased. By the time they attacked the 20th floor, Zuga had reached level 27, Luoya level 30, and the Swordhound level 22. Upon successfully clearing the 20th floor, Cheney once again faced a reward selection, and without hesitation chose the blue-quality ghostly grass to enhance ghost attributes. The 21st floor opened, and the situation changed. The spirit beasts were no longer of the same type. Instead, there were 3 different forms, totaling 6, with one reaching level 22. Cheney realized that the upcoming challenges would be tougher, yet he remained confident. As the floors increased, both the number and level of spirit beasts continued to vary. By the 25th floor, there were 2 level 27 and 3 level 26 spirit beasts. Despite the rising difficulty, Cheney remained calm and ordered the attack to begin. Although the spirit beasts on this floor were of higher levels, they were still within a manageable range for Cheney's team. Congratulations on successfully passing the 25th level. 3 rewards appear before you: a dark fruit, a water heart blue flower, and a shadow blade blue, each radiating a mysterious glow. Cheney, slightly puzzled, chooses the first option, the dark fruit. Although this reward is decent, he secretly hoped for a treasure with ghostly attributes. Unfortunately, his wish wasn't granted this time. The challenge of the 26th level begins immediately. 6 spirit beasts appear. 1 at level 28, 3 at level 27, and 2 at level 26. Cheney breathes a sigh of relief, thinking this seems much easier than the previous levels with 10 spirit beasts each. However, he realizes the highest level beast surpasses Zuga's level, with only Luoya being 2 levels higher. The level 23 Sword Dog finds it increasingly difficult to handle the level 26 beasts without using the Celestial Moon 8 styles, and the 1 CZ one-hit kills are no more. The battle of the 27th level follows swiftly, with 2 level 28 and 5 level 27 spirit beasts charging in. Seeing the Sword Dog panting, Cheney quickly commands it to step aside and watches Zuga and Luoya swiftly dispatch the enemies. The challenge of the 28th level is even tougher. 1 level 29, 3 level 28, and 2 level 27 spirit beasts eye them menacingly. Having rested for a round, the Sword Dog is eager to fight. This time, Cheney doesn't hold it back. Instead, he encourages it to unleash the Celestial Moon 8 styles freely. Recalling the test results on the energy consumption of the Celestial Moon 8 styles, Cheney feels a bit worried about the Sword Dog overexerting itself. But as he watches the Sword Dog repeatedly unleash crescent slashes, the 6 spirit beasts are quickly engulfed by the blade's energy and absorbed by the Sword Dog. This round gives Luoya and Zuga a chance to catch their breath. The battle of the 29th level is even more intense, with 2 level 29, 5 level 28, and 3 level 27 spirit beasts appearing simultaneously. With its energy depleted, the Sword Dog retreats, and Luoya becomes the main attacker. Luoya, wielding a long blade, uses its cloning technique, while Zuga sets up a turret to assist in taking down the attacking spirit beasts. Through the perfect cooperation of the turtle and duck, the 10 spirit beasts are swiftly defeated. Cheney watches this mesmerizing display, marveling at the power of such master-level skills. A minute later, 10 misty spirit beasts appear in the distance. Meanwhile, outside the Tower of Gods and Demons, Cheney's name jumps to 5th place on the leaderboard, with a time of just 1 hour, 35 minutes, and 15 seconds. This astonishing achievement causes a stir among the spectators, even piquing the curiosity of the usually composed Zhao Xian. Inside the mythical space, Cheney exclaims, "Elemental race." He finally understands why Yi Cici and others couldn't continue after completing the 30th level. These Thunder Cloud and Electric Cloud spirits possess the ability to elementalize, making physical attacks extremely challenging. Cheney decides instantly, no more holding back, let's finish this quickly. He worries that hesitating could lead to Luoya suffering from the lightning strikes of these Thunder Element spirit beasts. He decisively commands, Pirate King, do as you please. Zuga, release the Earth Shield and then attack with the Li Trigram. Sword Dog, attack from a distance with the Celestial Moon 8 styles, but conserve your energy. The turtle, duck, and dog respond in unison, preparing to face this formidable battle. Shadow Slash. Luoya swung his blade, and the sword's light followed like a shadow, hurtling towards the nearby Electric Cloud sprite with lightning speed. A thunderous roar erupted as the sprite, unable to dodge, was instantly reduced to energy and absorbed by Luoya. A clean, swift one-hit kill. Qingyi paused for a moment, then smiled in relief. He realized his worries were unfounded. The electric cloud sprite was defeated not just because of the incredible speed of the shadow slash, but also because it was an energy attack rather than a physical one. Although the sprite could change form to evade attacks, it required time to do so. As long as the attack was faster than its transformation speed, escape was impossible. The battle erupted in an instant. Zuga swiftly unleashed the Li Trigram, firing a series of small fireballs at the approaching enemies and the attacks directed at Luoya. Although Jinquan was nearly out of energy, it still mustered the strength to aim a Sky Moon 8 style at an electric cloud sprite. The Thunder Cloud sprites and electric cloud sprites weren't to be outdone, launching thunder-based skills in defense and counterattack. In a flash, the air was filled with roaring sounds, and Qin Ye's vision was repeatedly dazzled by the bursts of light. The battle began and ended quickly. With Zhuge and Jinchuan's diversion, Luo Ye's shadow slash cut through the elemental beasts effortlessly, taking them down one by one. By the end of the battle, Luo Ye had successfully leveled up to 31, partially restoring its depleted energy in the process. Congratulations on passing the 30th level. Please choose one of the 3 rewards before you, the system's voice announced. The 3 options presented were Roaring Fruit, Nightshade Yellow, and Ghostwater Yellow. After careful consideration, Qingyi chose the Roaring Fruit. He handed it to Luoya, who devoured it in 3 bites. 3 minutes later, Luoya opened its eyes and let out a deafening roar, emitting a blue glow from the sound waves. Pirate King, well done! Qingyi exclaimed excitedly. Luoya stood tall, looking pleased with itself. Qingyi immediately used the Soul Eye to check Luoya's status. When he noticed the new skill Nether Roar, he was taken aback. Although he wasn't sure of the exact differences, he sensed that Nether was more powerful than Ghost. While Qingyi reveled in his joy, a storm was brewing outside the Tower of Gods and Demons. Qingyi has reached the top, the leaderboard displayed, showing Qingyi completed the 30 levels in 1 hour, 42 minutes, and 2 seconds. Zhaoxian analyzed. His time is a bit slower than Fei Hong's, probably due to the level difference. Qin Ye's contracted beast might be at a lower level than Fei Hong's. However, as the outside world buzzed with speculation, Qin Yi was struck silent within the divine demon space. He was stunned by the scene before him, a 33-level mechanical giant ape, 2 32-level mechanical apes, and 4 31-level mechanical monkeys. The formidable presence of this mechanical monkey family left Qin Yi utterly bewildered. What are these mechanical monkeys? Qin Yi frowned in thought. It's one thing for them to be mechanical, but why are they so aggressive? He quickly recalled the information he had just acquired. Mechanical monkeys are the initial form of mechanical great apes, with a minimum potential of a low-level elite. The mechanical ape and mechanical great ape are their first and second evolutionary forms. No wonder they couldn't defeat them. Qin Yi shook his head in resignation. They had just dealt with a wave of annoying thunder element spirit beasts, only to encounter these even more troublesome mechanical monkeys. The team was already exhausted. Even he found this combination challenging. If the spirit beasts were in good condition, or if there wasn't that mechanical great ape, it might have been more manageable. But reality is often harsh. Qin Yi stared at the 7 mechanical monkeys poised to attack, then turned to Zhuge and the others, saying, "This battle will be tough for us to win. But no matter how difficult, we must fight to the end. In the Tower of Gods and Demons, they can't kill us, so there's no need to fear. Give it your all." He briefly explained the rules of the Tower of Gods and Demons. The challenger's spirit beasts won't be killed by the tower's beasts. When they are near death, the tower will forcibly stop the battle and seal the injured spirit beasts until the challenger leaves. Quack! Woof! The turtle, the duck, and the dog responded in unison. Qin Yi pointed to the 4-meter-tall giant ape in the center and instructed the sword dog. "You handle the mechanical great ape and buy the pirate king some time. Delay it as long as you can." The sword dog nodded vigorously, looking in the direction Qin Yi pointed. But upon seeing the gigantic ape towering over him, he hesitated. Was this really an opponent he could handle? Sensing the sword dog's hesitation, Qin Yi reassured him, "Don't worry, it can't kill you. You don't need to fight it hidden. Just keep it busy. If you can distract it for a minute or two, the Pirate King and Zhuge can turn the tide. Zhuge will help you too, so don't be afraid." Woof! The sword dog, encouraged, regained his confidence and was filled with determination. Qin Yi smiled with satisfaction. He liked seeing the sword dog so confident. Turning to Zhuge, Qin Yi continued to assign tasks. Charge into the monkey group, deploy turrets, and draw their attacks. Attract as many as you can. Considering Zhuge had been casting spells from the back and was in good condition except for some energy depletion, he should be able to withstand some attacks. Understood. Zhuge nodded slightly, his smart mind already grasping the strategy. Finally, Qin Yi looked at the Pirate King. Follow behind Zhuge. Target the mechanical apes first. then deal with the mechanical monkeys. Although the mechanical apes and monkeys were only one evolution apart, the apes were much stronger and faster. Quack quack, watch me take them down. Luoya responded eagerly, as he loved close combat. Qingyi then briefly explained some tactical details. With the deafening roar of the 7 monkeys, the battle on the 31st floor officially commenced. Qingyi frowned and rubbed his ears, aching from the sound waves, and gave the command to attack. Go! Quack! Luoya shouted, locking onto his target and following Zuga. Before the battle, Zuga had already summoned 3 earth shields, and now he fearlessly cast Thorn Whirl as he charged towards the monkey group. However, just as everyone thought he would dive into the fray, he suddenly stopped midway and decisively cast the Li Gua. Luoya, who had caught up with Zuga, also paused, neither hurried nor rushed. The sword dog faced the charging mechanical great ape Hedon, gripping his long sword tightly and unleashing a dark moon slash. The black blade energy struck the leaping mechanical great ape, causing a loud boom. The mechanical great ape roared in anger, emerging from the black mist unscathed, and locked onto the sword dog. Seeing this, the sword dog immediately turned and successfully lured the foolish mechanical great ape away from the monkey group. Meanwhile, Zuga's turrets fired several small fireballs at the surrounding monkey group. Amidst the continuous explosions, Luoya, having left Zuga's side, unleashed his fighting spirit and approached a mechanical ape that had just shattered a small fireball and was still roaring. Luoya raised his blade, and a masterful water blade enveloped the long sword. To conserve energy for the mechanical great ape, he relied on the water blade and his own strength. Roar! The mechanical ape howled, swinging its fists wildly, unaware that Luoya had already moved behind it. Another deafening boom followed, this time from a masterful water wave slash. Despite needing to conserve energy, Luoya acted decisively at the critical moment. He calmly swung his sword twice more and left without looking back. A mechanical ape dissolved into light and was absorbed into Luoya. Watching Luoya's smooth maneuvers, Qingyi couldn't help but smile. The training sessions between Luoya and the sword dog had paid off. Though the sword dog wasn't as strong as Luoya, his swordsmanship was far superior. Qingyi arranged daily sparring sessions for them, allowing Luoya to learn sword techniques and the sword dog to build resilience. Clearly, both had made significant progress. Qingyi glanced over at the sword dog, who was successfully toying with the mechanical great ape. He suddenly felt hopeful about this level. Reflecting on the sword dog's momentary lack of confidence earlier, Qingyi realized it wasn't due to the mechanical great ape's power but rather its sheer size. The sword dog had never encountered such a towering spirit beast before, hence his brief moment of doubt. Watch out! Qingyi shouted as he saw the mechanical giant ape seize the opportunity to launch a furious punch at Jian Quan. Jian Quan had been evading the mechanical giant ape for nearly 3 minutes and was finally running out of stamina. Yet, as the attack approached, he calmly placed his sword at his waist, assuming a drawing stance. In the instant before the ape's attack could land, Jian Quan drew his sword with lightning speed. Draw slash! A brilliant arc of light from the sword struck the mechanical giant ape, but Jian Quan was also sent flying by the ape's furious punch. Blood spurted from his mouth, staining the ground. Ignoring the pain, he quickly got back on his feet and ran towards Luoya while the ape was still reeling from the attack. Meanwhile, with the help of Jian Quan and Zuga, Luoya had already taken down 1 mechanical ape and 2 mechanical monkeys. Seeing Jian Quan being knocked away, Luoya, undeterred by the mechanical ape's assault, swung his long sword fiercely. Quack die! With a loud bang, the mechanical ape's attack hit Luoya, but his long sword pierced through the ape's body. Despite the pain, Luoya withdrew his sword and unleashed a masterful water jet from his mouth. The powerful stream of water blasted the mechanical ape away. Stowing his water gun, Luoya turned and charged at the mechanical giant ape pursuing Jian Quan. Quack, quack, quack. Leave them to you guys, this monkey is mine. Luoya dashed past Jian Quan, swinging his sword towards the giant ape. Water blade slash. Impact fist. The mechanical giant ape, unwilling to back down, swung its fist to meet the attack, the force of which seemed to shake the very air. The roar of the impact mingled with the ape's pained cries, echoing all around. Quack, stupid monkey. Luoya sneered at the mechanical giant ape. This isn't just a level 23 Jian Quan. This isn't a Jian Quan without a master level skill. Due to the giant ape's massive size, Luoya could only target its lower body. Lacking energy, he relied on his own strength to gradually wear it down. His long sword enveloped in a water blade, Luoya struck again. With a thud, the sword embedded itself in the center of the mechanical giant ape's left foot. Startled, Luoya quickly withdrew his blade and retreated. The ape's eyes widened in fury, its mouth opening to unleash a laser-like energy blast at Luoya. Unable to dodge, Luoya swung his long sword, the water blade transforming into a blade of light to intercept the attack. As the roar resumed, Luoya seized the opportunity, swiftly attacking again. Shadow slash. The blade of light, moving with incredible speed, struck the already damaged left foot of the mechanical giant ape. Amidst its wails, the ape's left foot was severed, causing its body to tilt to the left. Luoya's eyes were sharp as he charged at the mechanical giant ape. He didn't release his skills from a distance, not because he didn't want to, but because he lacked the energy. He feared the skill would be nullified by a single punch from the ape, wasting his precious energy. Although the ape was howling in pain, it didn't mean it couldn't retaliate. To ensure his skill hit its mark, Luoya opted for the most reliable strategy. If only he had energy, it would have been over by now. Qingyi sighed as he watched Luoya battle the mechanical giant ape. Seeing that the situation was under control, he turned his attention to the other side. The fight on the other side was even more stable. The mechanical monkeys were far less formidable than the giant ape, making it much easier for Jian Quan to evade them. The mechanical ape had already been finished off by several of Zhuge's small fireballs after Luoya left. At this point, Jian Quan and Zhuge were each holding off a mechanical monkey. With their energy depleted, neither Zhuge nor Jian Quan could defeat the mechanical monkeys, but the monkeys' attacks weren't enough to threaten them either. Both sides were locked in a stalemate. Qingyi shook his head with a smile and continued to watch Luoya's battle. The mechanical giant ape, having lost a foot, was eventually no match for Luoya's agile movements, and was soon defeated. Afterward, Luoya rushed over to assist, quickly taking down the remaining two mechanical monkeys. By the end of the battle, Luoya, Jian Quan, and Zhuge were nearly out of energy, their bodies covered in Wunsa, stark contrast to their confident demeanor before the fight. Despite their exhaustion, their smiles were brighter than ever. They had finally passed this level. Shall we continue? Qingyi asked with a smile. Quack, let's go on. Luoya replied without hesitation. Jian Quan wiped the blood off his long sword, his gaze fixed on Qingyi, clearly eager to continue the challenge. Zhuge responded languidly. If we can't avoid it, then we just have to fight. Then let's keep going. Qingyi laughed, joining Luoya and the others as they awaited the arrival of the 32nd floor. Outside the Tower of Gods and Demons, after Qingyi cleared the 31st floor, silence fell around him. Moments later, a gasp erupted from the crowd. No way. He cleared the 31st floor. 1 hour, 53 minutes, and 45 seconds. He took less than 10 minutes to clear the 31st floor. A level 33 mechanical giant ape, 2 level 32 mechanical apes, and 4 level 31 mechanical monkey she cleared the mechanical monkey group in under 10 minutes. Is he cheating, or what? His contracted beasts must be low on energy by now. How did he manage that? Could it be that he found some treasures to restore energy while climbing the tower? That might explain it. Mechanical monkeys aren't ordinary spirit beasts. Even if his contracted beasts had energy, it wouldn't be that easy to pass. Level suppression? That's even less likely. They say he only became an intermediate spirit summoner during the college entrance exam. How high do you think the level of a contracted beast for someone who just became an intermediate spirit summoner could be? As the crowd fell silent, Zhao Xian, who had been sitting nearby, suddenly spoke up. Skill proficiency. As soon as Mr. Zhao finished speaking, a young boy questioned in confusion, even if his contracted beast skills are perfectly mastered, it's still impossible, right? Zhao Xian smiled slightly and turned his gaze to the questioning boy. He replied slowly, perfectly mastered may not be enough, but what about transcendent? Transcendent. The boy's eyes widened in astonishment. Exactly, Zhao Xian continued to explain. His contracted beast doesn't just have one transcendent skill. Only this can explain how Qingyi managed to pass the 31st floor despite his contracted beast's lower level and limited energy. As Zhao Xian glanced around at the suddenly silent crowd, he calmly said, keep working hard, everyone. You still have a chance to catch up with him. Without Qin Ye's extraordinary talent, you'll just have to rely on more effort to chase after him. The boy who had asked the question couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. Internally, he couldn't help but think, effort is useless. No matter how hard I try, I can't catch up to Qin Ye's talent. While the crowd murmured amongst themselves, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in the divine and demonic space. Challenge failed. Would you like to leave the divine and demonic space now? Qingyi quickly shouted, wait. The mechanical voice continued, you have 10 minutes of staying time. After 10 minutes, you will be automatically transported out of the divine and demonic tower. As he watched the surrounding spirit beasts disappear, Qingyi spoke to the unsealed turtle, duck, and dog. You've worked hard today. Rest in the spirit summoning space first, and once I get out, I'll treat you to some delicious food. Quack. Luoya nodded tiredly, too exhausted to speak. Seeing this, Qingyi decisively sent the 3 of them into the spirit summoning space. He then began organizing the items he had obtained in his backpack. From this challenge in the Divine and Demonic Tower, he acquired 31 items in total, with 30 remaining in his backpack after consuming a roaring fruit. Among them were 1 skill fruit, 2 blue quality items, 11 green quality items, and 16 white quality items. Seeing these abundant rewards, Qinyi was momentarily stunned. The reward for the 31st floor was a blue quality energy orb. The purpose of the energy orb was clear: to enhance one's strength. Besides the 3 selectable rewards, most were energy orbs of varying quality, with only a few being rare treasures. Qinyi happily stored each of these items in the spirit summoning space before disappearing from his original location. Outside the Divine and Demonic Tower, the crowd engaged in lively discussion turned their attention to the tower door upon hearing footsteps. A chubby boy emerged from the tower, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Feeling a bit embarrassed by the sudden attention, the chubby boy scratched his head and asked, "What's going on with you all?" A girl nearby replied, "We thought Qinyi had come out, but it turned out to be you. What's up with Qinyi?" The chubby boy asked, even more puzzled. "Just look at the leaderboard behind you," the girl pointed. As the chubby boy was about to turn around, he saw Qinyi walking out of the Divine and Demonic Tower. Qinyi winked at him and continued walking forward. The girl curiously asked, did Qinyi come out?" Qinyi paused for a moment and shook his head. "I don't know. I was alone when I came out." "All right, thank you." The girl glanced at Qinyi a few more times before shifting her gaze back to the Divine and Demonic Tower. She secretly vowed to wait until Qinyi emerged, refusing to believe he could pass the 32nd floor. Watching Qinyi approach, Zhao Xian couldn't help but praise, "Your talent is truly something." Qinyi responded with a smile, "It's probably because they haven't seen much of me. That must be it." Zhao Xian nodded slightly in agreement. He continued to inquire, "How did you get through the 31st floor?" Qinyi thought for a moment, unsure of how to explain, and simply said, "I just got through it." Zhao Xian fell silent for a moment, then asked, "You must have more than one transcendent skill, right?" "More than one," Qinyi admitted directly, knowing that once the battle began tomorrow, everyone would naturally see. "Then there's no problem." Zhao Xian smiled and finally reminded, "Let's go, they've already noticed you." "All right, I'm off," Qinyi said calmly as he walked forward, ignoring the gazes directed at him. The girl who had inquired about Qinyi was completely stunned. She regretfully thought, "He was right beside me, and I didn't even realize it." Zhao Xian looked at the girl and explained, "Go on home. It's not your fault you didn't notice him. It's his talent. He has a gift for lowering his presence." "No wonder," the girl realized with a start. The young girl wondered to herself and suddenly realized it was his natural talent. She turned to Zhao Xian and sincerely thanked him. "Thank you, Mr. Zhao." Zhao Xian just smiled and gently shook his head, dismissing it. Qinyi was on his way back when his phone buzzed with a congratulatory message from ECC. He replied briefly and then headed towards the cafeteria. The cafeteria at Huanling University operates around the clock, and he planned to buy some hearty meals to reward Zuga and the others. Additionally, he intended to pick up dinner and some snacks for later, as he didn't plan to go out again that night. Once back in his dorm, Qinyi intended to carefully review the day's gains so that Zuga and the others could quickly absorb the energy and strengthen themselves for the upcoming battle. Just as Qinyi was settling in, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Upon opening the door, he found Lu Junyan standing there, looking exhilarated. Qinyi asked with a hint of resignation, "Aren't you training today?" Lu Junyan followed him into the room, explaining as he walked, "I was just curious about how you got past the 31st floor." Qinyi replied nonchalantly, "How else? With skill, of course." He thought to himself, knowing how troublesome it would be to clear the 31st floor, he would still have done it for the tempting rewards. Lu Junyan marveled, "Your talent is incredible." Although he wasn't sure of Qin Ye's exact abilities, his performance suggested it was related to development. Qin Yi shrugged it off and tossed a soda to Lu Junyan. "It's all right." Lu Junyan caught the soda, opened it, and said with a hint of puzzlement, "I almost cleared the 31st myself." Qin Yi couldn't help but ask, "So why didn't you?" Lu Junyan took a sip of the soda and explained, "I just needed to switch attributes to pass the 31st. My talents are all combat-oriented, so I contracted a support-type spirit beast as my second, and its attack skill is poison-based." Qin Yi realized that poison indeed wasn't effective against mechanical attributes. If it were pure poison, there might have been a chance, but unfortunately, it wasn't. Non-pure poison types are almost useless against the mechanical monkey on the 31st floor. After Lu Junyan left, Qin Yi quickly sprang into action. He took out a variety of luxurious meals from the shopping bags and carefully arranged them on the coffee table in the living room. The aroma was irresistible. Then, he summoned Zuga, Luoya, and Jin Quan. "Come on, dig in," Qin Yi said with a smile, gesturing toward the feast laid out before them. Luoya's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he grabbed a golden, crispy drumstick and began to devour it. Seeing this, Zuga and Jian Quan quickly joined in the culinary indulgence. Qingyi also didn't hold back, picking up a piece of meat and enjoying it heartily. After they were all satisfied, Qingyi used the soul summoning eye on Zuga and the others. Data immediately appeared before him. Zuga, level 27, 88100. Luoya, level 31, 21100. Jinquan, level 23, 85100. The Tower of Gods and Demons truly lives up to its name, worthy of being the pinnacle of summoning university. Qingyi exclaimed sincerely. Once his companions finished their meal, Qingyi took a white energy orb from the summoning space and placed it in front of Zuga. Consume this and let's see how much experience it adds. Zuga nodded gently and swallowed the energy orb in one gulp. Qingyi watched Zuga's panel as the experience points increased, finally stopping at 98. A white energy orb adds 10 experience points? Qingyi mused, then handed another orb to Jian Quan. Jian Quan swallowed it without hesitation, and his experience increased to 95. Having confirmed the effect of the energy orbs, Qingyi gave Zuga and Jian Quan 2 more each to help them level up. However, this time they only gained 9 experience points each, 1 less than before. There's even resistance to these? Qingyi said, somewhat speechless. Who would have thought energy orbs could have diminishing returns? Next, Qingyi tried the energy orbs on Luoya. The first orb added 8 experience points, while the second only added 6. Qingyi quietly took out the remaining 6 white energy orbs and distributed them among his 3 companions. Then, Qingyi produced 6 green energy fruits. After testing, he discovered that the green energy fruit provided 20 experience points. He divided the remaining 4 among Luoya, Jinquan, and Zuga. The last blue energy fruit was given to Luoya without hesitation, helping him reach level 32 with an additional 30 experience points. At this point, their levels were as follows. Zuga, level 28, 66100. Luoya, level 32, 19100. Jinquan, level 24, 45100. Let's go digest this, then move on to the next part of our training, Qingyi said, leading his companions to the basement. While their energy recovered, each engaged in their own training. Zuga meditated, while Luoya and Jian Quan practiced sword technique side by side. An hour later, Qingyi gathered everyone and retrieved a fruit, an herb, and a glass container from the summoning space. Zuga, this is your red feather herb, Qingyi said, handing the container to Zuga. After you consume this, there's the wood dragon root waiting for you. Once you digest the wood dragon root, you should be close to reaching level 30. After consuming the red feather herb, Zuga's level rose to 28, 78100, with his potential reaching high elite 62100. Satisfied, Qingyi nodded and sent Zuga back to the summoning space to digest. Next, Qingyi gave the dark control fruit to Jian Quan and the ghost herb to Luoya. Eat up, and I'll send you to the summoning space to digest. Luoya and Jian Quan quickly consumed the precious materials, and after a brief wait, Qingyi sent them into the summoning space. It's still early, let's continue training. Qingyi checked the time, picked up his long sword, and began to practice. This period of growth made him feel that his strength was now comparable to a level 20 spirit beast, even though he hadn't yet learned any skills. Qingyi knew that once he became an advanced summoner, he would fully control his elemental powers and be able to unleash them. At that point, through his connection with his contracted beasts, he would gradually learn various skills. With anticipation for the future, Qingyi focused on his current training. On July 3rd, at 9 a.m., the atmosphere inside the Sky Sports Arena was tense yet filled with anticipation. 20 battle arenas were neatly arranged, and in the center stood Zhao Xian. His gaze swept over the 820 freshmen seated around him as his voice echoed clearly throughout the venue. The freshman ranking matches are divided into 5 groups. A, B, C, D, and E. Group A has 50 members, Group B has 100, Group C and D have 200 each, and Group E has 270, Zhao Xian announced, prompting a murmur of discussion. He continued, I know some of you might be dissatisfied with the group assignments. Don't worry, once the rankings are confirmed, you can challenge those ranked higher. There's no limit to the number of challenges, but if you fail 5 times, you can't challenge again this month. Those being challenged can refuse 3 times per month, but if they successfully defend 5 times, they can refuse all challenges. Remember, you can only challenge classmates ranked up to 5 places above you. Zhao Xian paused briefly to let the information sink in, then added, more detailed rules can be found on the official app. You should have received your battle arena and sequence information. If not, check your phone or the large screens above, and we'll also announce them via broadcast. He pointed to the 4 large screens suspended in the air and continued. This competition uses a group battle system. You can use any number of contracted beasts or participate personally. Group A's top 20 from the Tower of Gods and Demons and the top 50 from other groups will have a bye for the first 2 rounds and will start their matches tomorrow. This is to ensure all matches are completed within 2 days. Zhao Xian surveyed the room, ensuring everyone was paying attention. The final rankings will be determined by a professional scoring team based on your performance. If you're dissatisfied with your ranking, you can apply for a challenge the day after tomorrow. Monthly ranking rewards will be distributed at midnight on the last day of the month. After the freshman ranking matches, you'll have more than 20 days to improve your ranking. For now, your primary goal over the next 2 days is to showcase your abilities and catch the teacher's attention. He gestured towards a group of teachers behind him, emphasizing, remember, the most important thing in this competition is to display your strength and get noticed by the teachers, aiming to become their disciple. Finally, Zhao Xin announced loudly, the 45th freshman ranking tournament of Summoning University is officially underway. Immediately, the broadcast began. Match A1, Wang Bing vs. He Jia. Match A2, He Yingjia vs. Zhang Shuijun. Match A3. Lu Junyan turned to Qinyi beside him and asked, when do you plan to leave? Qinyi calmly sipped his sparkling water and replied, I'll watch for a bit longer. Even though he wasn't competing today, he was intrigued by his classmates' spirit beasts. Seeing that no one around him was leaving, Lu Junyan decided to stay as well. As the day progressed, a variety of rare spirit beasts took the stage. The swift wind wolf, electric light fox, gale eagle, sonic bird, fire pattern cat. Qinyi, captivated by these unique creatures, decided to watch all the morning matches. Originally planning to leave, Lu Junyan was also drawn in by the exciting battles and chose to stay. The next morning at 9 a.m., the A2 match began. As one of the first competitors of the day, Qinyi took to the stage. His opponent was Wang Yu, ranked 25th in the Tower of Gods and Demons, signaling the start of an intense battle. Wang Yu's performance yesterday was impressive with 2 wins in 2 matches. Qinyi also watched his first match. Wang Yu's main contract beast is a level 33 rampage bear, which has a general attribute and is an evolved form of the Baobao bear, with the potential of a low-grade leader. On the battlefield, Wang Yu eyed Qinyi with a hint of disdain in his voice. I wonder if your strength is really as the Shanamo Tower rankings suggest. He was secretly annoyed, having had to fight 2 more matches than others, and this frustration unconsciously shifted toward Qinyi. Qinyi remained unfazed, responding calmly, you'll find out soon enough. As the two stepped into the arena, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Those who were not competing and spectators alike focused their attention on the match. Being the first match of the morning, it was undoubtedly the most anticipated. After all, this was the debut of the top ranker of the 45th Shanamo Tower. Many who hadn't planned to come made their way to the event upon hearing Qin Yi would be part of the first match. The referee of Arena A2 glanced at both contestants and asked solemnly, are you ready? Ready, Wang Yu replied crisply. I'm ready too. Qin Yi followed suit. With the referee's signal, all right, let the match begin. The battle commenced. In an instant, for summoning lights flashed across the arena. On the night of May 7, 2024, in Yahai City, at the Qin by rampage bear shop, giant serpent on the opposite side, wearing a black cartoon long commanded his own duck prince, Zuga, dashed out of the store like an arrow, finished carrying a white plastic bag with 3 large buns and a black shoulder long sword. Before leaving with a cold light, he turned back and shouted into the store. Without hesitation, I'm off. It charged at the giant serpent. A delivering young woman who had just sat down, heard her son's call and quickly ran outside. Watching his vibrant and youthful figure, the giant serpent smile of happiness spread across her face, its body moving agilely as its tail lashed out. Try to awaken an extraordinary talent. A loud crash was followed by the serpent's cry with a radiant smile, waving at his mother before continuing to sprint forward. He couldn't comprehend the time was of the essence. The giant serpent's tail whip skill was effortlessly countered by Luoya's unique traveler from another world. Although the giant serpent wasn't severely injured, he had not unexpected turn of events left Wang Yu unsettled. It wasn't until he was 3 years old that these memories surged like a tide. Luoya had already darted often like revisiting past rampage bear's dreams. The initial fear and astonishment gradually subsided over time. Zuga's cannon turret was rapidly assembling in the air. He began to explore this new world. What an incredible skill! He discovered that on Ling the massive fireball could awaken resembling a cannonball and become far more inspiring mystical creature than I ever imagined. His heart was filled with longing upon learning a gigantic fireball. He realized it was a world of endless possibilities from the dominated by summoners. People were abuzz, however, discussing this astonishing skill. These powerful creatures weren't called when it's unleashed looks terrifying. Do you know what skill that is? At Yahai First High School, Class 4 of Grade 12, spirit eye to check it out. Teacher Yi just entered the classroom and quieted the noisy students with a gentle clap of her hands. Holy crap! Instantly, what on earth is his status screen? Before you go, now I want to say a few things. Is that status screen real? Adjusted her gold rimmed glasses and elaborated on the important points. Even the teachers were caught up in the area must leave immediately regardless of success. Those who successfully awaken their talents could choose to register at the talent registration center. Although
saying,
not mandatory,
this turtle has
registering grants
opportunities
priority
your
in
imagination.
choosing spirit beasts
Alright,
in the
then,
spirit beast
the
room.
middle-aged man
The
who had
initially
just asked the
indifferent
question
student
chuckled.
became silent
Does
and
anyone want this
thoughtful upon
kid?
hearing this.
The surrounding
Ichio
chatter
instantly
continued,
died down,
explaining that
What do
those
you
who
mean?
awaken
None of you
excellent
want him?
talents might
The
receive
middle-aged
special
man
training from the
frowned.
authorities.
Sunya responded,
She comforted those who
Liu Tianqi,
failed.
there's
You
no
are
need to
luckier
ask
than
that.
people from
We just
100
have to
years
show
ago.
our sincerity.
You can
and
now
let
become
him make his
spirit
own
beast
choice.
masters through
Boring.
hard work.
Li Tianqi
This was
said,
all thanks to the
sitting back in
legendary
his seat,
summoner Master
disinterested.
Luoqing. On
Meanwhile,
January
on
11,
Field
2111, the Raging Bear had been
developed
beaten
a
beyond
groundbreaking
recognition by
product that
Luo
changed
Ya
Ling
and
Xing's
Zuga.
history. The
It lay
summoning
on the
orb,
ground like
after
a
more than a
massive lump
century
of
of
charcoal,
development, the price of the
motionless,
summoning
with
orb
lingering
became
flames
quite
on its
affordable.
body.
With the
The giant
standard python
python
fared
costing
no
only
better,
1,000
suffering
Ling
from Luo
coins.
Ya's fierce
Besides
attacks
becoming
and fireballs
summoners
flying
or
from
spirit
every
beast
direction.
masters. In the next
Ichio
moment,
mentioned another
a series
path
of
becoming a
booming
spirit
sounds
nurturer.
erupted as the
In our
giant
class,
python succumbed to the
parents are
barrage of
well-known
small
spirit
fireballs,
nurturers in Yahai
collapsing
City, she
completely
said,
on the field.
glancing at the
It was a
daydreaming
one-sided
Chinyi,
slaughter,
who quickly straightened
vividly
up.
displayed
Ichio
before
then
the
led the
audience.
students,
Well
each with
done.
different expressions,
Shinji smiled
to the
slightly at
gymnasium.
Wang Yu,
Walking
who was
at the
still in
back of the
shock.
line, after the
Shinji
referee
looked at his
announced the end of the
classmates'
match,
innocent
then
and eager
turned
faces,
and left,
sighing
Wang Yu
inwardly.
finally snapped
To
back
him,
to reality.
they seemed too
looking
young.
complexly
While
at the
becoming a
raging
summoner
bear
could
could
make
giant
one
python
stronger,
before
the
recalling
situation
them into
for
the
spirit beast
summoner's
masters
face.
was not
Though
as
they were
optimistic.
badly injured,
Although
they would
spirit
recover
beast
fully
masters
after
could
some
also
time and
battle with
space.
spirit beasts,
Zhao Xian
their
turned to the
safety was
handsome
less
man beside
assured.
him. Summoners
Yuan
fought
Wu
by contracting
asked,
spirit
"What do you
beasts
think?"
and received
What do you
feedback
mean?
when the beast
Yuan
leveled
Wu
up,
asked,
enhancing their
puzzled.
own strength.
You came to see
Powerful
Qin Ye's
summoners
strength,
could even
didn't
shatter
you?
mountains
Now
with
that
a
you've
punch.
seen it,
Do you have any
Beast
plans?
Masters, like
However,
arranging his
couldn't
next
achieve
opponent?
this.
Yuan
Worse
Wu
yet,
paused for a
incidents
moment,
of spirit
then
beasts
laughed.
killing
Honestly,
spirit beast
I came to
masters
see that
occurred
card
frequently,
but who
due
knew
to the
he
frequent
wouldn't summon
occurrences
it?
of
Are
spirit
you an
beast
idiot?
backlash.
The
Zhao Xian
threshold
said,
for becoming a spirit
exasperated.
beast master was
Qin
much
Ye's
higher
only
than
had a
before.
contract with that
Despite
dog for
this,
less than a
their
month.
situation
How
was
much
still
do you
much
think
better
it could
than a
level up
century
in that
ago.
time? In this
Haha,
perilous world,
I totally forgot.
at least they could
Yuan
summon
Wu
spirit
laughed
beasts
heartily.
for protection.
Are you
at
interested
any
in
time.
that duck?
At this moment,
That duck?
in the gymnasium,
I am interested.
the principal was
Then why
delivering
aren't
an
you taking
impassioned
action?
speech.
What's
Marking
the
the
rush?
start of the
There's
awakening
still another
ceremony.
match.
The ceremony,
Zhao Xian shook
though
his
seemingly
head,
simple,
pulling out his
was
phone to
filled
type
with
a
mystery.
message.
All right,
Those
then,
called had to
let him
step
take on Lu
forward
Junyan
and touch the
These
awakening
two are
orb.
so close.
If the light intensified,
Let's have them fight
it meant
each other.
success. Done.
Otherwise,
Zhao
it was a
Xian put down
failure.
his phone.
Due to the
Soon
limited
you'll get
number
to
of
see your
awakening
dog.
orbs,
Why?
students had to
Zhao
proceed
Xian
in
explained
batches.
that Lu Junyan's
Soon,
second
it was
contracted
Qin
beast
Ye's turn.
is a healing
With
furnace
Ichio's
spirit.
reassurance,
To stand a
he
chance
calmed
against
his nerves
Qin Yi,
and placed
he'll
his
have to
hands on
summon
the
his
awakening
third
orb.
contracted beast,
A
the Star
warm
Wolf.
current flowed through his
Elsewhere,
body.
Qin
and
Yi saw Lu
emitted
Junyan
a
wave at
faint
him
glow.
and walked over.
He did it.
Brother,
The fifth
that was
one.
awesome.
When are
Ichio
you up
whispered
next?
excitedly.
After the
Her class had
A3
15
match,
students
it's my
complete
turn.
the awakening.
5 minutes
With
later,
5 successful
Lu Junyan
gaining
left his
talents,
seat and
far
headed to
exceeding
field
the outside
A2.
probability
Qin Yi
of
watched
1/5.
as a flashy
Upon
sword
checking
and
the
a
panel,
green spirit
Qin Yi
holding an
discovered his
incense
awakened
burner
talent
appeared in front of him.
all-encompassing.
Curious,
The
he
more
used his
different
primary
primary
attribute
to check their
spirit
attributes
beasts
he contracted,
information
the more
on
feedback
Song
energy
and
he
the healing
received.
furnace spirit
Contracting
appeared,
spirit beasts
and
with the
Qin Yi
same
frowned as he
primary
searched for more
attribute
details.
wouldn't enhance this
He realized that
At the
Song is an
registration
awakened
center,
spirit
a staff
beast,
member
a new
explained
type
the
of spirit
characteristics
beast
of this
that has
growth type
emerged in
talent
recent
teaching them.
decades. Although
They are
almost
formed from
useless
weapons,
at first,
armor,
its mid to
and
latest
other objects
objects
gaining
depended on
consciousness,
talent strength.
possessing
If
uniqueness,
strong enough,
and
it
lacking
could lead to becoming a king in the
abilities.
future.
They can only
However,
enhance their
it had
potential through
limitations.
leveling
It could
up
only
and absorbing
contract
special
spirit
materials.
beasts of different
Awakening
attributes.
type spirit
If you
beasts
contract
may not
would
evolve
attribute
as quickly
spirit
as other
beast,
types.
you can't
But they have a
contract
slight
another
initial
attribute
advantage.
one later.
This advantage
as it
stems
would be
from their starting
disadvantageous.
potential.
Which is
When
determined
Qin Yi
by
returned to the
factors
group,
such as their
it was
quality,
soon Du
the
Feng's
strength of their
turn.
user,
As a
and the
child from a
duration of their
summoner
use.
family,
High-quality
Du Feng
awakening
unsurprisingly
spirit beasts with
succeeded in
strong
awakening.
users often have
Beaming,
terrifying
he told
potential.
Qin Yi.
Conversely,
I
there are
awakened the
many
same
with
with
low
low potential
potential
as
as
well.
well.
A
Lu
fire-type
Junyuan's
talent
song
is
is
an
an
extraordinary
enhancement
fire-type talent that can
According
boost
to
the
news
power of
reports
the
he read on his
fire-type
phone,
spirit beast
before awakening as a
contract.
spirit beast,
Song was the personal sword of the Lu family's king.
Learning this, Qin Yi couldn't help help but be drawn to the match on the A3 field. In an instant, Putsang transformed into dozens of sharp swords, launching a fierce assault on the opponent's Firebird and Firefox like a storm. The fiery red spirit beasts were struck down before they could counterattack, so quickly that even the green fairy holding an incense burner on the field couldn't offer assistance. Impressive. Qin Yi couldn't help but admire, noting that Lu Junyan was the strongest spirit summoner of his rank he had seen, aside from Yi Cixi. Not long after, Lu Junyan approached Qin Yi with a smug expression. How was it? Was I cool? I don't know about cool, but your strength is undeniable, Qin Yi replied with a smile. Of course, Lu Junyan said, sitting down and checking his phone, before suddenly freezing. What's up? Qin Yi asked curiously. My next opponent is you, Lu Junyan said, showing Qin Yi his phone screen. Qin Yi was taken aback. This must be rigged. Probably, Qin Yi confirmed with his own phone, then looked across the way and quickly noticed Zhao Xian's meaningful smile. All right, no need to guess, it's definitely rigged. Qin Yi pointed towards Zhao Xian and said to Lu Junyan. Lu Junyan followed his gaze, the corners of his mouth twitching. All right then, seems like it's time to put on a spectacular show for them. Qin Yi rolled his eyes, but couldn't help the slight smile that crept onto his face. Group A's 50 participants were divided into 4 battlefields, completing the first round of matches in under an hour, with each match averaging about 5 minutes. During this time, Qin Yi also saw appearances from Fei Hong, Yi Cixi, Shui Qingyue, and others. Fei Hong was a scholarly-looking young man, and his contracted beast carried an air of elegance. A wood attribute scholar child and a cloud attribute cloud crane, both with potential reaching high commander levels. Qinyi couldn't help but drool, as he was currently lacking a genuine long-range spirit beast to balance his team. Let's go. It's our turn, Lu Junyan said to Qinyi as the broadcast called them. All right. Qinyi stood up and walked with Lu Junyan towards field A1, drawing the attention of the entire audience. Once the referee confirmed both sides were ready, he announced, "Begin the match," and stepped aside. This time, I won't hold back, Lu Junyan grinned as 3 summoning lights appeared around him. Seeing this, Qinyi didn't hesitate and immediately summoned his spirit beasts, including Zuga. In the audience, Yu Wenwu sat up straight in shock upon seeing the sword dog in front of Qinyi. Damn, this kid's got something. What is it? Zhao Xin asked, puzzled. Look at his guard dog, Yu Wenwu said, using his spirit sight on the sword dog. Zhao Xin looked down, frowning slightly. A swordsman dog, it really is a swordsman dog. Yu Wenwu laughed as he read the information. Zhao Xin realized. Qin Ye's evolved his guard dog into a new form. How did he do that? How would I know? Yu Wenwu leaned back, happily watching the imminent battle. We'll find out once we recruit him. What if he doesn't want to join you? Zhao Xin joked. He will, Yu Wenwu said confidently. Zhao Xin glanced at Yu Wenwu, choosing to focus on the battle below. Meanwhile, not far away, Zhong Yin was also taken aback. This kid's luck is incredible. Less than a month, and he's found an evolution for his guard dog. That's some luck. His smile grew wider. His luck is good and so is mine. On field A1, upon seeing the information about Lu Junyan's 3rd contracted beast, Qinyi decisively sent the sword dog to withstand the pressure. It was a level 27 star wolf with high commander potential. Given Luo Ye's strength, it should be manageable. Although the sword dog's level was lower, its pressure resistance had significantly improved thanks to Luo Ye's training. Moreover, it wasn't fighting alone, with Zhuga's shield and the turret's fireball for support. Lu Junyan saw Jianquan charging at him with Po Chang, and without hesitation, he ordered Po Chang to engage. If you think a level 23 spirit beast can stall my strongest contracted beast, then I won't hold back. He quickly adjusted his tactics, directing the medicine furnace spirit and Star Wolf to counter Luaya, employing a strategy similar to Qin Ye's. In the audience, Zhao Xin turned to Yuan Wu and asked, "They're using a switch tactic. Who do you think will win?" From the levels, Lu Junyan seems to have the advantage. Yuan Wu paused for a moment before slowly responding. There are many factors in a battle, but judging by their displayed strength, they aren't far apart. Seeing Zhao Xin's puzzled expression, he added, "Let me observe a bit more." With that, he refocused on Arena A1. At this moment, Luaya, full of fighting spirit, swung his blade to unleash a master-level water wave slash. The powerful wave carried several flying fireballs, heading straight for Star Wolf. Enveloped in a green barrier, Star Wolf fearlessly charged forward, delivering a star palm strike. The massive wolf paw, shimmering with starlight, collided with the oncoming attack. Amidst the roar, azure and dark blue lights intertwined and flashed. A figure was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground nearby. Luaya, expressionless, charged again, clearly intending not to stop with just one water wave slash. Damn! Lu Junyan shouted in shock. Don't go head-to-head with him, just stall him. Star Wolf struggled to get up, and a green orb flew into its body, quickly healing the damage it sustained. Qinyi watched as the medicine furnace spirit promptly used a healing skill, contemplating whether he should contract a healing-type spirit beast. He then telepathically instructed Zuga, "Take out that little spirit. Don't let it be so comfortable." Upon hearing this, Zuga immediately launched 3 small fireballs at the medicine furnace spirit. The spirit, unflustered, waved its hand to counter with 3 green orbs. However, the green orbs were instantly destroyed, leaving the spirit in panic as it hurriedly sent out 3 more. While it was busy dealing with the fireballs, Star Wolf was struck by another powerful blow from Luaya. Sensing the unfavorable situation, Lu Junyan decisively used his innate ability. 3 beams of light descended from the sky, precisely landing on his contracted beasts, creating identical clones beside each one. Qinyi muttered to himself, "Cloning ability? No wonder he said he could clear the 31st level without mechanical attribute beasts." He then turned to Luaya, telepathically instructing, "Release your clone and finish this quickly. 1 Pochang can be handled by Jianquan, but 2 will be too much." Luaya responded by swinging his blade, and a shadow separated from his own, forming an identical clone. Lu Junyan's face twitched slightly, sensing trouble. His instincts were right. Luaya's ghost clone, after days of training, had reached a proficiency level of 50. Watching his 2 wolves being outmatched, Lu Junyan shouted encouragement, "Hang in there, just a bit longer. That dog can't hold out much more." Hearing Star Wolf's cries, Qinyi smirked. your dog's probably done for. As for holding out, are you kidding? My Jinquan can last another 2 or 3 minutes, no problem. After all, Jinquan isn't fighting alone. At this moment, Jinquan, supported by Zhuge's fireball attacks, was valiantly resisting multiple strikes from Po Chang. Although Zhuga was targeting the medicine furnace spirit with small fireballs, most of his firepower was still focused on Po Chang. Despite the numerous clones, their attacks were weak, and Jianquan managed to handle them without much difficulty. Additionally, the clones had to evade the occasional fireballs. Po Chang's main body was powerful, but Jinchuan's earth shield was formidable. Breaking through it in one hit was nearly impossible, and every time it was breached, Zhuga would promptly reinforce it. This cycle left Po Chang unable to deal with Jianquan effectively. No wonder he could clear the 31st level. That earth shield is insanely tough. Lu Junyan lamented. He had considered having Po Chang take out the tortoise first, then deal with the dog. But he quickly realized how absurd it was to think they could handle a level 29 beast when they couldn't even deal with a level 23 one, and abandoned the idea. Seeing Star Wolf defeated, Lu Junyan urgently called out to the medicine furnace spirit, "Go help Po Chang." The spirit felt bitter. It was the first time it had experienced such a baptism of fire in battle. Qin Ye's voice echoed in Zhuga and the others' minds. Jianquan, use the Heavenly Moon 8 styles. Zhuga and Luaya, take out those medicine furnace spirits. Jianquan seized an opening, and energy erupted from within, forming a complete full moon above him. In the next instant, a dazzling blade light shot skyward, slicing through one Po Chang clone after another, with explosions ringing out continuously. What kind of skill is this? Lu Junyan exclaimed in disbelief, yet again stunned by the unfolding battle. Simultaneously, the sound of a sword rang out as Po Chang immediately unleashed its skill, a sword light shooting skyward to meet the incoming blade light. With a thunderous clash, the blade light was engulfed by the sword light, which also dimmed significantly. But just then, the blade light surged upward again, heading towards the sword light. Damn, is this never-ending? Lu Junyan was left speechless. At this point, he was so captivated by the spectacular battle that he had completely forgotten about the medicine furnace spirit nearby. Suddenly, the spirit's terrified cries came from a short distance away. Lu Junyan quickly turned to see multiple attacks heading toward the medicine furnace spirit, leaving him momentarily stunned. The referee suddenly appeared beside the medicine furnace sprite, effortlessly deflecting the incoming attack. Lu Junyan swallowed hard and quickly thanked the referee. The referee calmly explained, the attack was strong, but not enough to kill your spirit beast. With that, he stepped back again, waiting for the battle to continue. Lu Junyan looked at Qinyi in shock, exclaiming, "Whoa, you really hit hard." Qinyi responded with a blank expression. Luoya didn't even use his full strength. He didn't elaborate further, though he inwardly shook his head, amazed at how Lu Junyan could forget about his own contracted beast during the duel. In the audience, Yu Wenwu turned to Zhao Xian and said, "Qinyi is sure to win." Zhao Xian gave him a resigned look, thinking it was obvious. Yu Wenwu continued to marvel. His talent is really impressive. Zhao Xian nodded in agreement but pointed out, his energy consumption is quite high. If he were at level 34, the fight would have ended long ago. With Luoya joining forces with the Sword Hound, the tide of the battle quickly turned. Under the assault of the 3 spirit beasts, Lu Junyan's Po Song was swiftly defeated. As Lu Junyan withdrew his contracted beast, he genuinely remarked, "Your strength leaves me speechless." Qinyi smiled and replied, "Thanks for the match." After the referee declared Qinyi the winner, the two left the arena together. On the way, Qinyi listened to the surrounding discussions and asked Lu Junyan if he had any other battle talents. Lu Junyan admitted he had a talent for continuous energy recovery, but it wasn't very effective in short duels. On the morning of July 5th at 9 a.m., the 4th-5th cohort of freshmen gathered once again in the Sky Arena. Zhao Xian announced the conclusion of the freshman ranking competition and explained the ranking rules and reward system in detail. When Qinyi checked the rankings, he found himself at the top, with substantial rewards. Zhao Xian continued to announce that classes would officially start the next day, reminding some students that they would receive invitations from teachers within the school. After outlining the course schedule and Spirit Beast contract options, Zhao Xian dismissed the assembly. Lu Junyan was surprised to learn that Qinyi had already chosen his Spirit Beast, implying he likely had an A-level contract. The two briefly discussed this year's contract situation before Qinyi got up to leave, ready to train. However, a handsome man who introduced himself as the Sword King blocked Qin Ye's path. It turned out to be Yu Wenwu, who wanted to invite Qinyi to practice swordsmanship with him. Qinyi explained that he used a sword, but Yu Wenwu insisted it didn't matter. At that moment, Zhao Xian approached and explained that Yu Wenwu's mentor was the school's strongest master of both sword and blade. "Mr. Zhao." Qinyi turned to Zhao Xian, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. His mind was racing, considering a shocking possibility. The strongest swordmaster at Spirit Summoning University was the mentor of the Sword King, and the Sword King himself was a king-level spirit summoner. So, wouldn't the person who could be the Sword King's mentor be? Qin Ye's expression shifted from confusion to shock, a series of subtle changes that Zhao Xian noticed. Zhao Xian smiled slightly and said softly, "You're not wrong, so hurry and go with him." Faced with such significant information, Qin Yi was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Zhao Xian noticed his awkwardness and reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm not in a hurry, take your time to think." Seeing Qin Yi at a loss for words, Yu Wenwu turned to Zhao Xian and said confidently, "Of course, I wouldn't be here without confidence." Zhao Xian raised an eyebrow and asked, "Aren't you afraid the others will come and compete with you?" Yu Wenwu replied assuredly, "They won't come. Qin Ye's spirit beast doesn't get along with theirs, they won't mislead him." He kept a more important reason to himself, a secret he would never share with Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian mused, "That's not necessarily true." As the two conversed, Qin Yi finally cleared his thoughts and mustered the courage to speak. "Sword King, is there anything I need to do?" Yu Wenwu looked at Qin Yi with a smile. "Have you decided to train in swordsmanship with me?" Qin Yi scratched his head in embarrassment, knowing his current skills were far from those of the Sword King. Seeing this, Yu Wenwu said again, "Since you've decided, then come with me." Qin Yi nodded obediently, "Okay." Yu Wenwu waved goodbye to Zhao Xian. "No more talking, we're off now." Qin Yi turned to Zhao Xian and said sincerely, "Thank you, Mr. Zhao." Zhao Xian corrected him, "From now on, call me Brother Zhao." "Thank you, Brother Zhao." Qin Yi immediately corrected himself. "Hurry up and go," Zhao Xian urged. "Okay," Qin Yi replied, following Yu Wenwu out of Zhao Xian's sight. Zhao Xian watched them leave and murmured to himself, "Lucky kid. Hope your future turns out well." With that, he turned and left as well. On the way, Yu Wenwu looked at Qin Yi and said, "From now on, don't call me Sword King. Call me Brother Yu or Big Brother Yu. Wenwu brother works too." Without hesitation, Qin Yi replied, "Sure, Wenwu brother." Yu Wenwu happily patted Qin Yi on the shoulder. "Haha, not bad, not bad." Then he curiously asked, "How did your guard dog evolve?" Qin Yi shook his head in confusion. "I don't know. It just evolved on its own after reaching level 20. Yu Wenwu pressed, "Think carefully. Did anything unusual happen during the leveling up?" He didn't find Qin Ye's response odd. "Unusual things?" Qin Yi furrowed his brow in thought. Yu Wenwu explained, "Yes, unusual things. Most of the special evolution paths we've discovered were deduced through reverse engineering." Seeing Qin Ye's confusion, he elaborated, "For example, the scout duck. We found a common trait among several scout ducks was their ability to use stealth skills. So, we trained a sailor duck with stealth skills, and it evolved into a scout duck. As for the scout hat, they knew about it the first time they saw a scout duck because pirate ducks and navy ducks needed it too." Yu Wenwu continued listing. "So think back. See if you did anything special while leveling up. Did you consume any rare resources or defeat any unique spirit beasts, for example?" Qin Yi stopped pretending to think and directly asked, "Does defeating sword-wielding spirit beasts count?" Yu Wenwu was taken aback, muttering, "Sword-wielding spirit beasts." Qin Yi continued, "I killed dozens of frenzied sword pigs and saber wolves in a spirit beast park. Also, I made my sword dog practice swinging its blade daily, though I'm not sure if the number of swings matters. Other than that, nothing special." Yu Wenwu's eyes lit up with excitement. "Sword-wielding, sword dog. There might be something there. I'll ask someone to calculate it for me." With that, he took out his phone to contact a friend. After making the call, Yu Wenwu explained, "Some spirit beasts have destiny-related skills, and if you tell them the relevant information, they can provide some answers." Qin Yi nodded slightly, a look of envy on his face. Yu Wenwu asked curiously, "Aren't you surprised?" Qin Yi shook his head. "I understand destiny attributes spirit beasts, and besides destiny, there's also space, time, life, death." Yu Wenwu was surprised. Do teachers teach so many attributes now?" Qin Yi grinned. "Not really. I asked my parents. I thought so." Yu Wenwu continued chatting with Qin Yi as they walked. Soon after, Yu Wenwu received a message and looked at Qin Yi excitedly. "Wow, you guessed right. The evolution of the sword dog is indeed related to sword-wielding spirit beasts." Qin Yi was slightly stunned. "That was quick?" Yu Wenwu clarified, "Not exactly. But since we know there's a connection, we can experiment. It only tells us if there's a relation. If not, there's no point experimenting. If there is, we can proceed with tests." "Isn't there a risk of errors?" Qin Yi asked. "Hardly," Yu Wenwu confidently replied. "All right, once I deliver you to my mentor, I'll go experiment." He rubbed his hands, eager to start testing. Qin Yi suddenly asked, "Are there other guard dogs with sword intent?" Yu Wenwu paused, frowning in thought. That's a problem. He could get a guard dog, but one with sword intent was another matter. "Never mind, we'll figure it out later." He shook his head and continued leading Qin Yi forward. Not long after, Yu Wenwu led Qinyi into a dense forest. Qinyi was amazed by the jade-green bamboo and crystal-clear streams surrounding them. This place is amazing, right? Yu Wenwu asked with a smile. Qinyi snapped out of his daze and nodded vigorously. Yes. Yu Wenwu laughed heartily. Haha, I was a bit awestruck the first time I came here too. He took a few steps forward and shouted, Old man, I've brought the person back. Hearing this title, Qinyi looked at Yu Wenwu with a strange expression. Yu Wenwu reassured him. Don't worry, the old man might be a bit old, but he's got a good temper. He continued leading Qinyi deeper in. They hadn't walked far when an angry voice came from within. You brat? Who are you calling old man? Qinyi turned his head upon hearing a voice and saw an elderly man with a long beard approaching. He was momentarily stunned. The old man wore a kind smile and said warmly, Ye boy, it's been a while. Have you missed your Grandpa Mingshan? Grandpa Mingshan? Qinyi exclaimed in surprise, suddenly realizing why Yu Wenwu had sought him out and why such a legendary figure wanted to meet him. It turned out to be his father's mentor, Grandpa Mingshan. Mingshan sighed softly. Time flies. It's been over a year, and you've already become a mid-level spirit summoner. His eyes were filled with affection. Qinyi scratched his head sheepishly. Come with me, Mingshan said, turning to Yu Wenwu, who stood by with a silly grin. Well done. Yu Wenwu straightened up proudly, of course. Although he had only recently become a disciple of Mingshan, he was familiar with the affairs of Qin Ming and Qinyi. Soon, Qinyi followed Grandpa Mingshan into a picturesque villa. Once seated, Mingshan asked, How's your father doing lately? With a smile, Qinyi shared some amusing stories from the past year. My dad's enjoying life more than I am. Mingshan nodded with a smile, then shifted the conversation to the main topic. Is there anything you need while training your spirit beast? Mingshan asked directly. Qinyi was taken aback, not expecting the quick shift in topic. Mingshan laughed heartily. Just tell me, consider it a gift from me. Without hesitation, Qinyi expressed his needs. My sword dog evolved into a sword master dog and awakened its dark attribute talent. I want to know if there's a place with a high concentration of dark attribute energy on Lingxing. I want to take him there for a few days of training to let him experience the intense dark energy. He explained that although the Spirit Summoner University had dark attribute training grounds, a few hours there didn't seem enough. Mingshan quickly identified the issue. You want your sword dog to cultivate dark attribute sword intent? Yes. Qinyi nodded vigorously. Sword dog's talent is related to dark attributes, so I feel it should be quite suited for dark attribute sword intent. Let your sword dog out and show me its talent, Mingshan instructed. Qinyi immediately stood up and summoned the sword dog. Yu Wenwu, sitting nearby, added, This sword master dog's attack talent is indeed strong. It can withstand the sword aura of a level 34 high-ranking spirit beast. He briefly described yesterday's battle and the possible evolution requirements for the sword master dog. Mingshan nodded in agreement. It's possible, but this can't be rushed. He curiously observed the sword dog, then said to Qinyi, Let him release his power outside. After Qinyi gave a simple command, the sword dog gripped its long sword and took a few steps forward. Suddenly, an energy burst from within it, forming a crescent moon above its head. The sword dog swung its sword, and the light shone like a crescent moon. Then, the crescent turned into a half moon, and the half moon into a full moon, executing the 3 moves of the Sky Moon 8 styles. Impressive. Mingshan's eyes lit up. This dog is well trained. The sword dog sheathed its sword and looked at Qinyi. Receiving a nod of approval from Qinyi, he asked Grandpa Mingshan, what do you think of my idea? It's doable, Mingshan replied. You could take him to Haigu City. The 21st dimensional rift there connects to the Heiha Star's Black Cloud Mountain Range, which has many spirit beasts below level 50. Thank you, Grandpa Mingshan. Qinyi expressed his excitement. Mingshan smiled and asked Yu Wenwu, Is the annual clearing operation for the 21st dimensional rift starting soon? Yu Wenwu checked his phone and replied, It starts on July 15th and lasts for 15 days. Mingshan explained to Qinyi, If you go between July 15th and 30th, it'll be safer. Each year, we clear high-level spirit beasts around the dimensional rifts to prevent overpopulation. Qinyi nodded, somewhat understanding. Mingshan continued, During that time, it'll be safer, and you'll encounter higher-level spirit beasts. After that, you'll rarely find spirit beasts above level 30. What? Qinyi exclaimed. They kill all those above level 30? Mingshan took a sip of tea and explained. Not exactly. They drive them away, capture, or subdue them, ensuring they don't remain in that area. Qinyi finally understood. Mingshan then elaborated on some methods for training the sword dog and asked, What gift do you want? The previous topic was a question, not a gift. After thinking for a moment, Qinyi said, Grandpa Mingshan, I want a mysterious ship. The more mysterious, the better. Mingshan paused slightly with his teacup in hand. He set it down and asked, Your dad didn't prepare a ship for you? Probably not. Qingyi hadn't considered that possibility. Mingshan was about to call when Qingyi quickly explained, Grandpa Mingshan, I want a mysterious ship. Even if my dad prepared one, it wouldn't be mysterious. Mingshan looked puzzled. A mysterious ship? Yes. Qingyi nodded with a smile. I gave my duck a purple quality treasure, the ghostly doppelganger, and it looks really cool in ghost form. So, I want a mysterious ship to match its ghostly appearance. So, you want a ship with ghostly attributes? Mingshan's expression grew even more puzzled. Exactly. Qingyi continued, if there's none available, could you help me find where I could get a ghostly ship? I can search for it myself. Hold on. Let me have your dad cancel the ship. Mingshan decided to make the call. Listening to the faint conversation on the phone, Qin Ye's face showed growing surprise. My dad really did prepare a ship for me. After a brief exchange with Qin Ming to cancel the ship, Mingshan told Qin Yi, I don't have such an odd request at the moment, but give me a few days, and I'll see if I can get one for you. Thank you, Grandpa Mingshan. Qin Yi expressed his gratitude eagerly. Mingshan frowned slightly as he looked at Qin Yi. This young man's requests were indeed unusual. He sighed softly and was about to speak when Qin Yi suddenly thought of something. Grandpa Mingshan, if possible, could you give me a knife? Qin Yi asked, his eyes gleaming. He had just realized that the weapons at home for his Luoya and Jianquan were only of blue quality, which had been sufficient until now. A hint of satisfaction flashed through Mingshan's eyes as he retrieved an exquisite wooden box from his spirit's summoning space and gently placed it on the table. This is the famous blade Heishan. It's of the dark attribute, perfect for your Jianquan, he said, glancing at the Jianquan standing by. Upon hearing this, Yuan Wu jumped up and exclaimed, Wow, Grandpa, you're really going all out. Qin Yi was taken aback, looking at Mingshan in confusion. The old man smiled and explained, this blade was crafted by an old friend especially for my partner, but I no longer have use for it. Qin Yi hesitated, quickly waving his hands. Grandpa Mingshan, I can't accept this. He knew well that a blade with such sentimental value could potentially become an awakened spirit beast, with potential comparable to Lu Junyuan's Song. Mingshan frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure in his tone. I can't use it anymore, so take it. Are you looking down on a blade I've used? No, not at all. Qin Yi quickly shook his head, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Mingshan pointed at the box, his tone firm. Then hurry up and take it. Qin Yi hesitated for a moment, then finally stepped forward, accepting the box with both hands and sincerely said, Thank you, Grandpa Mingshan. I'll take good care of this blade. I'm giving it to you to use, not just to keep. Mingshan chuckled and shook his head. Qin Yi smiled sheepishly and carefully stored the box in his spirit's summoning space. Mingshan watched with a satisfied smile. Although he felt a bit reluctant, thinking of Qin Ming made him feel even more guilty. Since Qin Ming couldn't become a legend, he was determined to fully support Qin Yi. Watching from the side, Yuan Wu also retrieved a wooden box from his spirit's summoning space and said with a smile, Luckily, my weapon isn't of the dark attribute, or it would be redundant. After watching your match yesterday, I prepared a long knife for that duck of yours, named Shui Ying. Qin Yi was momentarily stunned, caught off guard by this unexpected surprise. Yuan Wu continued, I don't have as much money as the old man, so this blade is of yellow quality. Thank you, Brother Yuan Wu. Qin Yi quickly expressed his gratitude, accepting the gift without hesitation. Yuan Wu laughed. Work hard and aim to bring back a first place from the Star Domain tournament in a few years. Qin Yi exclaimed, his mouth agape in surprise. Mingshan shot Yuan Wu a look. The Star Domain tournament is still far off for him. Don't pressure him. Haha, I'm just saying, Yuan Wu laughed, then sighed. But honestly, it's been a long time since Ling won the Star Domain tournament. That's something you can't force. Mingshan shook his head. I'll give it a try. Qin Yi suddenly said. Don't overthink it, just go with the flow. Mingshan advised. Besides, you might not even make it to this year's Star Domain tournament. With a bit of effort, I might just make it. Qin Yi said with a grin. Let's talk when you reach the master level. Mingshan chuckled. True. Qin Yi nodded slightly. Listening to this, Yuan Wu sighed again. I'm too impatient. Anyway, keep it up. Qin Yi suddenly remembered something and nodded vigorously. I will. He recalled that Brother Yuan Wu was the third place winner in the last Star Domain Master Tournament. In just 2 years, Brother Yuan Wu had advanced from Master level to King level, a testament to his formidable strength. As Qin Yi marveled at this, Mingshan spoke up, Put away the gift your Brother Yuan Wu gave you, and I'll teach you a skill. After expressing his gratitude to Yuan Wu once more, Qin Yi carefully placed the box containing the water shadow into his summoning space. His gaze then shifted eagerly to Grandpa Mingshan, his eyes filled with anticipation, eager to learn what new skill awaited him. Aside from your innate talents, you only know the summoning eye, correct? Grandpa Mingshan inquired. Yes, Grandpa Mingshan. Qingyi replied respectfully. Very well. I'm going to teach you a new skill interference. Qingyi immediately asked with excitement. Is that the skill that can prevent others from using the summoning eye on my contracted beasts? Exactly. Mingshan chuckled, however. I won't be teaching you interference. Tomorrow, during your class, regardless of the subject, every teacher will teach it. It's the first lesson at Summoning University, and all teachers cover it before their own material. Mingshan proceeded to explain the characteristics and effects of the interference skill. While it's not difficult to learn, its impact is quite powerful. It can disrupt others from using the summoning eye on your contracted beasts, but it only works on your own beasts. Mingshan explained this is because the skill is created from the unique bond between the summoner and their contracted beast. He then began teaching Qingyi the principles of the interference skill. The concept was simple. Use a small portion of one's energy to envelop the contracted beast, blocking the effects of the summoning eye. The learning process wasn't complex, mainly involving repeatedly experiencing and blocking the summoning eye's path to master it. With Yuanwu's assistance, Qingyi quickly grasped the skill. Mingshan instructed Qingyi to continue practicing until he could completely envelop his contracted beast, though in practice, only 80 effectiveness is needed. Qingyi was curious why such an important skill was taught now. Mingshan explained that it was due to the students' energy control abilities. It was more appropriate to teach it uniformly once they became intermediate summoners. After mastering the interference skill, Mingshan had Qingyi showcase the abilities of his other two contracted beasts and provided guidance. Then, they practiced swordplay together, with Mingshan pointing out areas for improvement in Jianquan and Luoya. Before leaving, Mingshan scheduled Qingyi for training every day at 1 p.m. for the next 7 days, and said he could ask questions in the group or seek advice from Senior Yuanwu if needed. With everything settled, Qingyi followed Yuanwu out of the bamboo forest manor, his heart brimming with anticipation for the upcoming training. After parting ways with Yuanwu, Qingyi returned to the dormitory immediately. The curious and eager eyes of Zuga and the others followed his every move as Qingyi carefully opened the long knife box gifted by Grandpa Mingshan. As the box slowly opened, a long knife with a blade as black as ink lay quietly inside, seemingly capable of swallowing all light. Qingyi swallowed hard and pondered to himself, is this knife something Jianquan can handle at this stage? He didn't doubt Jianquan's potential but was concerned whether Jianquan's current strength could earn Heishan's recognition. After all, people recognize swords, and swords recognize people, especially high-quality weapons like this. Qingyi recalled his knowledge about weapon quality. Weapons above the purple grade are incomparable to ordinary ones, possessing a new trait of faint intelligence. This slight awareness sets purple grade weapons apart fundamentally from regular ones. He examined Heishan's attributes closely. Heishan quality, purple, skill, dark resonance. Description: a dark attribute long knife forged by Mingshan's old friend, Shuizhongzi, using rare dark attribute minerals through countless rounds of hammering and polishing. Dark resonance. Heishan will resonate with surrounding dark attributes, enhancing its power. A weapon with its own skill. Qingyi murmured in astonishment. Though it might not be his first time seeing such a weapon, witnessing its effect was indeed a first. Gently pushing the wooden box towards Jianquan, Qingyi softly said, Jianquan, it's yours now. Jianquan stared blankly at Heishan in the box, unsure of what to do. At this moment, Luoya swaggered over, gesturing and instructing as if it were a master of numerous purple weapons. Qingyi smiled wryly and turned to open the second weapon box. Inside was a long knife with a slender and elegant blade. Qingyi couldn't help but compare. Sure enough, Heishan was more impressive. While Shuijing was exquisite, it lacked the invisible pressure and energy fluctuations of Heishan. Shuijing quality, yellow. Description: forged by Master Spirit Summoner Mo Yong using a mineral with water and ghost attributes, capable of bearing both water and ghost attribute energies. Qingyi handed Shuijing to an excited Luoya, reassuring him, though this knife isn't as good as Jianquan's, it's much better than what you're using now. Once we're stronger, I'll have a custom weapon made for you. Luoya joyfully took Shuijing and immediately began testing its power. Qingyi looked at the sheath left in the box and shook his head helplessly. Then, he turned to Jianquan, who was now holding Heishan. At this moment, Jianquan was confronting Heishan, occasionally emitting low growls. Qingyi's gaze fell on Zuga, who was lying nearby, and he smiled, it's your turn. You're almost at level 30. It's time to eat the last wood dragon root. After 3 days of digestion, it should be enough. Any longer, and you'll hit level 30. Excitement flashed in Zuga's eyes as Qingyi took out the container holding the wood dragon root, placing it in front of Zuga. Zuga carefully ate the wood dragon root piece by piece, while Qingyi watched expectantly, curious about what kind of talent Zuga would awaken upon evolving into a 4-symbol turtle. As Zuga swallowed the last piece of the wood dragon root, Jianquan, sitting not far away, suddenly stood up, gripping Heishan tightly. Qingyi watched in surprise, thinking, has it been recognized already? While he wasn't surprised that Heishan would eventually recognize Jianquan, he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. He was astonished by the speed of the sword dog. It was incredibly fast. Qin Yi stared intently at his contract beast, feeling both surprised and delighted. The sword dog's agile figure darted across the training ground like a flash of lightning, leaving afterimages in its wake. This kind of power and speed truly startled Qin Yi. Impressive, as expected from my contract beast, Qin Yi couldn't help but smile with pride. He then composed himself and entered training mode. His interference skill was not yet perfected, and he needed to work twice as hard. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains into the dormitory. Qin Yi got ready and was about to head to class. Just as he closed the dorm door, he heard a familiar voice nearby. Morning. Morning. Qin Yi turned to look at Lu Junyan and curiously asked, Did you choose a spirit beast yesterday? Lu Junyan wore a helpless expression. Oh, don't mention it. I did choose one, but I lost to Yi Cc. You're already competing for rankings? Qin Yi was taken aback, a bit surprised. Lu Junyan explained, choosing spirit beasts is based on rankings. I'm just one rank below her, so I tested her strength. He pouted, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. Qin Yi suddenly understood, realizing that his friend had lost. Your Night Sea City is really impressive this year. Lu Junyan sincerely admired. The Double Stars of Night Sea is truly a fitting name. Having lost to both Qin Yi and Yi Cc, Lu Junyan was momentarily speechless, left with nothing but genuine admiration. Qin Yi, on the other hand, fell silent, unsure of how to respond to such praise. By the way, are you heading to class now? Lu Junyan shifted the topic. Yeah, I'm going to a swordsmanship class. Qin Yi nodded. Although there's not much distinction between swords and knives on Wuing Star, there are still some differences. Qin Yi planned to see if the swordsmanship professor at Summoning University could offer anything beneficial for his spirit beast. Shall we go together? Lu Junyan suggested. The swordsmanship class is next door. All right, Qin Yi agreed. The two walked side by side toward the teaching building. Shortly after Qin Yi arrived at the classroom, Professor He, who taught swordsmanship, entered. As Grandpa Mingshan had mentioned, Professor He indeed started teaching interference skills. After explaining the method to the class, Professor He began guiding each student individually. When it was Qin Ye's turn, Professor He asked in surprise, How many days have you been learning this? Just started yesterday afternoon. Qin Yi answered honestly. Professor He looked at Qin Yi intently, silently impressed. Your talent is remarkable. No wonder you're the top freshman this year. Since you've already grasped it, continue practicing on your own. Got it. Qin Yi replied. Professor He moved on to the next student, while Qin Yi quietly directed Zuga, who was lying nearby, to begin training interference skills. The classroom was filled with the focused atmosphere of students practicing diligently, and Qin Yi was wholly committed, determined to master this skill to perfection. As night fell, Qin Yi and Zhuge's group left Grandpa Mingshan and headed straight for the gravity training chamber. After several hours of intense training, and with Zhuge on the verge of reaching level 30, Qin Yi quickly returned to the dormitory basement. Qin Yi watched Zhuge's status panel intently, his anticipation palpable. As the number in brackets next to the level jumped to 100, Zhuge successfully advanced to level 30. Qin Yi promptly closed the panel and turned his attention to Zhuge. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted from within Zhuge, and a beam of light emerged, enveloping him entirely. Qin Yi was secretly delighted, thinking, it really did evolve. He couldn't help but chuckle at himself. I must have a magic tongue speak of evolution, and it happens. Though for a spirit beast that first evolves at level 10, evolving at level 30 isn't too surprising. Qin Yi quickly sat cross-legged, waiting for the energy Zhuge would provide. Moments later, the light gradually faded, and a surge of energy flowed into Qin Ye's body. A few minutes later, feeling the newfound power within, Qin Yi couldn't help but smile slightly. The feeling of gaining power is amazing. Looking up at Zhuge, Qin Yi was stunned. Although Zhuge's size hadn't changed much, his overall appearance was completely transformed, exuding a mysterious aura. His head resembled a dragon, yet not quite, his limbs like a tiger's, yet not quite, and his tail had grown longer, with feather-like patterns on his scales. This dramatic change left Qin Yi, Luaya, and Jianquan awestruck. Impressive. Truly impressive. Qin Yi marveled, then silently activated his spirit soul eye. Zhuge's status panel appeared. Species, 4-symbol tortoise. Level, 30, 1100. Attribute, Earth. Potential, High Lord 88100. Talents, Brambleshell, Rock Spirit Power, 4 symbols, Current Hexagram, Li Hexagram, DUI Hexagram. Skills, Flame Jet Mastery, Earth Shield Mastery 4-symbol Shield Proficient, Wood Rain Entry, Gold Tiger Roar Entry, Scarlet Flame Burst Entry, Serpent Armor Entry. Description. A small rock tortoise that accidentally consumed a mysterious stone tablet has evolved from an earth spirit tortoise into a four-symbol tortoise under your careful nurturing. The mysterious stone tablet within its body has begun to slowly recover under the influence of the DUI hexagram. Hi Lord. DUI hexagram. For symbols. And 5 new skills. Chenyi was completely taken aback. Regaining his composure, he looked at the still unconscious Zuga and murmured, "You've got a lot of training ahead of you." Chenyi began to carefully examine the effects of the new talents and skills. The 4 symbols could summon 4 mythical creatures to fend off enemies or enhance Zuga's own power by merging with them. The DUI hexagram not only accelerated recovery and healed hidden ailments, but also harnessed the power of the Zay water to nourish allies and even cleanse the battlefield of negative effects. Incredible! Truly incredible, this is just too powerful, Chenyi exclaimed. The strength of the 4 symbols' talent far exceeded his expectations, but he quickly calmed down. Wait a minute. Summoning Azure Dragon and White Tiger seems a bit far-fetched. It feels like the summons here should be Wood Dragon, Gold Tiger. He then analyzed the other new skills in detail. The 4-symbol shield was a formidable defensive skill, Wood Rain was a restorative skill, Gold Tiger Roar addressed Zuga's lack of taunting abilities, and Scarlet Flame Burst was a potent counterattack skill. Finally, Qin Ye's gaze fell on the Serpent Armor, a skill so intriguing it brought a knowing smile to his face. Snake Concealment Armor is a unique defensive counterattack skill that left Chenyi utterly amazed. This skill allows the user to form a water attribute energy shield around them, with serpents lurking within. Once attacked, the serpents inside the shield swiftly strike back at the enemy. Chenyi meticulously pondered over the description of these 5 skills, unable to calm the shock in his heart. Such formidable abilities being classified under Earth attributes was truly puzzling. With curiosity, Chenyi intensified the effect of his soul-calling eye, and the attribute information appeared before him. Earth attribute 45, Fate 30. What the heck is this Fate attribute? Chenyi exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the data in front of him. This stone tablet contained a Fate attribute, and its power might far exceed his imagination. Frowning in thought, Chenyi turned his attention to the panel description of Zuga. After careful reading, he fell silent. The words, beginning to slowly recover, caught his attention. If he understood correctly, it meant that the stone tablet inside Zuga was self-repairing. Glancing at the still slumbering Zuga, Chenyi couldn't help but marvel. Your luck is truly extraordinary. It was clear that the mysterious stone tablet's recovery was closely linked to the DUI hexagram. More precisely, the incredibly fortunate Zuga had managed to swallow the most crucial piece of the mysterious stone tablet. This stroke of luck meant that Chenyi didn't need to search for scattered fragments of the stone tablet with Zuga. Over time, Zuga would naturally gain the full power of the mysterious stone tablet. The only unknown was how long this recovery process would take. Take it slow, Chenyi murmured softly, closing all the panels before him. He moved to Zuga's side, quietly waiting for this child of fate to awaken. During this long wait, Qin Ye's mind kept replaying the astonishing information he had just seen, anticipating the changes the future might hold. Ming Shan gazed at the creature Chenyi had summoned, a trace of doubt flickering in his eyes. Is this really Zuga? He asked softly. Chenyi grinned, showing his white teeth. Yes, Grandpa Ming Shan. Zuga evolved last night. Ming Shan stared incredulously at the creature before him, murmuring to himself, is this truly Zuga, the evolved form of the Earth Spirit Turtle? Despite his skepticism, he had to admit that this was indeed the contracted beast Chenyi had just summoned. Zuga had a bit of a lucky encounter. Qin Ye's smile widened, feeling secretly pleased at Ming Shan's astonished expression. Ming Shan looked at Zuga, who was lying at Qin Ye's feet, and shook his head gently. This isn't a form that just any small encounter can evolve into. Qin Ye's eyes shone with anticipation as he asked, Grandpa Ming Shan, could you help me find out where Zuga was captured? He had summoned Zuga not only to show off its new form, but also to learn about its origins, hoping to find more mysterious tablets there. Ming Shan was surprised and asked, Zuga was contracted from your school? Yes. Chenyi nodded, smiling. I thought he was different from the other small rock turtles, so I chose him. Besides having medium extraordinary potential, he also had an extra talent. Ming Shan couldn't help but admire Qin Ye's choice. Instead of contracting the family waterfowl duck, you gambled on a medium extraordinary small rock turtle. Chenyi scratched his head sheepishly. Hee hee. Ming Shan chuckled. Since it was contracted at school, there should be records of its origin. I'll ask around for you. Thank you, Grandpa Ming Shan, Chenyi said gratefully. After making a phone call, Ming Shan told Chenyi, let's start training while they look into it. All right. Chenyi nodded eagerly. Not long after, Ming Shan's phone rang. After the call, he looked at Chenyi, who was full of anticipation, and smiled. It was captured from a small rock turtle gathering spot near the border of Fengyin Desert and Fengsha Sea, next to Rock City. They caught all the small rock turtles there. Qingyi fell silent upon hearing this. Ming Shan continued, I'll send you the address. You can go check it out yourself. The address might not be very accurate, but it's nearby. If you want to find its opportunities, you can look around there. Thank you, Grandpa Ming Shan, Qingyi said gratefully. Ming Shan smiled. Let's continue. Okay. As night fell, Lu Junyan quickly caught up with Qingyi, who was walking ahead, and curiously asked, Why are you so busy when no one challenges you? Qingyi replied casually, It's not that busy. I have classes in the morning, train with Master in the afternoon, and then spend some time in various training rooms. How about you? Anyone challenging you? Lu Junyan shrugged helplessly. Plenty. I've already beaten the 5 people ranked behind me. I don't know what they're thinking, knowing they can't beat me but still wanting to challenge. He looked at Qingyi with envy. I envy you. They don't challenge you. Qingyi shrugged. I don't know why they don't challenge me either. Though he said this, he knew the reason. Fei Hong was quiet and not fond of fighting, while Yi Sisi said she wanted to defeat Fei Hong first before challenging him. With no one challenging him, Qin Ye's days were quite comfortable. He attended classes in the morning, trained with Grandpa Ming Shan in the afternoon, trained himself in the evening, and then went to bed. But these days wouldn't last long, as Grandpa Ming Shan was leaving soon. As a legendary spirit summoner, he had many matters to attend to. Envious, Lu Junyan sighed. Don't be. Your life isn't bad either. Qingyi consoled. Haha, it's alright. Lu Junyan laughed. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. In the evening, after dinner, Ming Shan lay in the courtyard of the Bamboo Grove Villa, enjoying the night view. He asked, I'm leaving tomorrow. Do you have any plans? Sitting on a small stool, Qingyi turned and replied, I want to visit the place where Zuga originated. After learning about it over the past few days, he knew that Fengyan Desert was a place where the average spirit beast level was 15, with none exceeding level 40. With his current strength, he should be fine going there. Ming Shan nodded slightly. You can go have a look. Before you leave, ask Fei Hong and Yi Cc if they want to challenge you. If not, you can go. If they do, have a match with them before going. Okay. Qingyi agreed. He had the same thought, as visiting Fengyan Desert wasn't a short trip. It might take up to half a month if slow, or 4 to 5 days if quick. Spirit Beast University was quite free, as long as one's strength improved each semester. If not, one might get expelled. Qingyi chatted with Ming Shan for over an hour before leaving the Bamboo Grove Villa. The next day, at the Rock City Airport, after asking Fei Hong and Yi Cc the night before and seeing them refuse to fight, Qingyi decisively bought a ticket for today and arrived at Rock City. Where to? The taxi driver asked. Sitting in the passenger seat, Qingyi answered, East Gate of Rock City. Fengyan Desert? The driver skillfully turned the steering wheel. Qingyi looked at the driver curiously. How did you know? Leaving the airport for the East Gate usually means heading to Fengyan Desert. The driver explained with a smile. Need me to take you there? This service exists? Qingyi was surprised. Yes, we even have spirit beast capturing services, the driver continued. But it costs extra. Qingyi shook his head. Just take me to the East Gate. All right. The driver dropped the topic and started chatting with Qingyi about other things. An hour later, after paying the fare and getting out of the car, Qingyi stood before the high-tech sandstorm barrier, marveling at the sight he couldn't see in Yihai City. Going to Fengyan Desert? Don't go with him, it's expensive. Come with me. I've been finding sand for 100 years, trust me. Qingyi followed the voice and saw a crowd gathered around a person not far away, quickening his pace. He was both surprised and puzzled. Was Fengyan Desert really this popular? Soon, he left the high-tech walls of Rock City. Once outside, he took the spirit summoning ball hanging from his neck and tossed it forward. In an instant, the one-eyed wolf appeared before him. Qingyi mounted the one-eyed wolf, patting its head. Move forward. Awoo! The one-eyed wolf howled and sprinted forward. The one-eyed wolf had grown significantly stronger due to careful nurturing over time. Although it was just a spirit beast casually raised by Qingyi, it had jumped from level 14 to level 20 in a short period, multiplying its power several times. This wolf, which had matured under the fierce attacks of the Sword Hound and Luo Duck, had now become Qin Ye's reliable assistant. Riding the one-eyed wolf, Qingyi felt the wind and sand striking his cheeks. He couldn't help but grumble. We haven't even reached the Windrock Desert yet, and I'm already eating sand. What will it be like when we get there? With that, he signaled the wolf to stop and summon Zuga. He then instructed Zuga to cast an earth shield on both of them before they continued their journey. That's better. No more sand. Qingyi nodded in satisfaction. Half an hour later, the vast expanse of desert and jagged rock formations came into view. Qingyi took out his phone, opened the address sent by Grandpa Ming Shan, and began navigating. He decided not to ride the one-eyed wolf directly to the destination but instead planned to fight his way through. Since he was here, he might as well make the most of it. After summoning the Sword Hound, Qingyi, along with it and the one-eyed wolf, headed towards their target. The Swordhound had undergone 7 days of intensive training with Grandpa Mingshan, boosting its level to 26. On the way, Qingyi encountered a Shasha mouse. He quickly used his spirit eye to check its attributes. Species, Shasha mouse. Level, 8. Attribute, sand. Potential, low extraordinary. Is this what professional sand hunters find? Qingyi mused over the Shasha mouse's attributes. Though the sand attribute was ordinary, it was less common, falling between ordinary and rare. This meant its market value was higher than that of ordinary fire or water attribute spirit beasts. Qingyi wasn't in a hurry to reach the navigation point. Instead, he planned to capture some valuable sand attribute spirit beasts to sell for a good price. With his spirit eye and destiny talent, finding spirit beasts with exceptional talent was a breeze for him. As Qingyi leisurely advanced, a figure hidden in the shadows of a cave several kilometers away suddenly opened its eyes. That aura. Couldn't resist coming, could you? Let's see who dared to take my hard-earned treasure. In an instant, the angry figure vanished from the cave. Unaware of the impending danger, Qingyi continued to advance towards his destination. Soon, a white figure quietly appeared behind a distant rock, observing Qingyi as he directed a battle. Not him. The white figure frowned and vanished again. Suddenly, it appeared openly in Qingyi's sight. Startled by the sudden appearance of the white cat, Qingyi exclaimed, appearing out of thin air, a spatial skill? The little cat scrutinized Qingyi and asked, who are you looking for? Where did you get that aura? The cat's abrupt question made Qingyi realize the situation had been found. Spatial abilities, aura sensing, and appearing here. It was clearly after Zuga. Though Qingyi understood the situation, he maintained a calm demeanor and frowned. What aura? Don't play dumb with me. The cat's eyes bore into Qingyi's. While the cat questioned him, Qingyi discreetly used his spirit eye. Species, dimensional cat. Level, 10. Attribute, space. Potential, quasi-mythical. Talent, dimensional, 9 lives. Skills, instant movement mastered, spatial/mastered. Description. A cat recently awakened from the effects of 9 lives, striving to become a phantom beast. Seeing Qingyi's pupils widen, the dimensional cat exclaimed, you can see my status panel. Although it wasn't yet a phantom beast, as a quasi-phantom beast, it shouldn't be possible for this young man to see through it. This revelation turned its understanding upside down. Qingyi regained his composure, took a deep breath, and smirked. Your level seems a bit low, he thought to himself. No matter how strong you were before or how high your potential is, at level 10, you're no match for me. The dimensional cat saw through Qingyi's thoughts and said, I can't beat you now, but you can't stop me from leaving. Qingyi was taken aback. While he didn't know the specifics of the dimensional talent, he was all too familiar with instant movement. The dimensional cat continued, hand over the one who consumed my item, and I'll pretend this never happened. I can't hand him over even if I wanted to. Qingyi shook his head. He's already digested it. Besides, he's my contracted beast now. You want me to give up my contracted beast? That's asking for too much. The dimensional cat blurted out, once I become a phantom god, I promise to help you find treasures that can heal your wounds, and I'll give you a spirit beast with legendary potential. I'd rather find them myself, Qingyi retorted. I don't know the specifics of your 9 lives talent, but judging by the name, you've probably died quite a few times. Died so many times and still not a phantom beast. Qingyi chuckled, leaving the sentence unfinished. The dimensional cat's expression darkened. Just say whether you will or won't. I won't hand him over, but I can help you. With your strength? How can you help me? The dimensional cat didn't look down on Qingyi, but as an intermediate spirit summoner, his strength seemed too low to it. Become my contracted beast, and I'll help you become a phantom beast. Meow. The dimensional cat bristled with anger. It hadn't expected Qingyi to propose a contract. Seeing the furious little white cat, Qingyi chuckled. Don't get mad. Aren't you curious why I can see your status panel? What's there to be curious about? It's probably due to a talent or skill. The dimensional cat calmed down gradually. I don't know how many more times your 9 lives talent will revive you, but I bet this isn't the last. Qingyi observed the cat's darkening expression and continued. So why not take a gamble and become my contracted beast? I'll help you become a phantom beast. The dimensional cat looked at Qingyi, who was smiling, and asked, what makes you think you can help me become a phantom beast? Because of the contracted beasts I've trained, Qingyi replied, and with a thought, 2 summoning lights appeared beside him. Qingyi summoned Zuga, Luoya, and Jianquan not only to learn the whereabouts of the mysterious tablet from the little white cat, but also to demonstrate their strength, allowing the cat to judge their abilities firsthand. He knew that stating his intentions outright would be futile and that the cat might not believe him, so witnessing it with its own eyes was the best option. As Zuga appeared, the dimensional cat suddenly vanished and reappeared in front of him. It furiously demanded, was it you? Why did you eat my stuff? I worked hard to snatch that. Zuga was momentarily stunned, but before he could react, Luoya had already gripped his water shadow and swung it at the cat. The blade's light flashed, and the dimensional cat blinked away, dodging the attack. Meow. The cat glared at Luoya, frowning. Luoya was about to strike again when Qin Ye's voice intervened. It's not our enemy. It's our good friend. Luoya halted and looked at Qin Ye. Unconvinced, the dimensional cat retorted, Meow. Who's friends with you? It pointed at Zuga and accused, that turtle ate my treasure. Qin Ye nodded and replied, he did have some opportunities, but how do you prove it's yours? He tried to coax more information from the cat, curious if it had other treasures. However, he realized that with the cat's teleportation speed, obtaining them wouldn't be easy. The dimensional cat warily responded, Meow, don't try to trick me. I'm not foolish. It waved a paw and produced a piece of a stone tablet. I'm not a bandit. This is part of the tablet, and I suspect your turtle has a similar talent. Qin Ye was taken aback, but quickly used his soul eye on the tablet. Information appeared before him. 8 trigrams tablet fragment, rainbow skill, Qian trigram introduction, from an unknown planet, currently incomplete. So, it's called the 8 trigrams tablet. Qin Ye murmured to himself. The dimensional cat exclaimed, you indeed have a top-tier detection skill. Only such a skill can see items of rainbow quality at your level. Qin Ye closed the panel and smiled. So, do you want to team up with a summoner who has a top-tier detection skill? The cat flicked its paw, making the tablet vanish, and coldly replied, no, you're too weak. Unfazed, Qin Ye continued to persuade, you're not that strong either. Without your former strength, we can help each other become the strongest. Isn't that better? Seeing the cat unmoved, Qin Ye elaborated, with me, you'll only get stronger. I can show you their skills. With that, he signaled Zuga and the others to display their extraordinary abilities. See, under my talent, you'll grow stronger than before, Qin Ye assured. And with me, you won't fight alone. I have a growth talent that lets me advance faster than others. If you still have your previous senses, you'd know my energy surpasses others at my level. The dimensional cat squinted, scrutinizing Qin Ye, sensing something different. Qin Ye, noticing this, proposed, how about this? Stay with me for a while. If it doesn't work out, you can leave. If it does, we can discuss a contract. You'll witness our growth and potential. As the cat pondered, Qin Ye analyzed further, honestly, at your current level, you can't do much to me. I don't know how long it'll take you to regain your strength, but it won't be quick. So, why not team up with me? Consider it before making any long-term decisions. As for handing Zuga over, that's out of the question. Qin Ye shook his head, offering 3 choices. First, you could become my enemy over the tablet with Zuga. You might succeed, but if I die, your outcome won't be great either. He has some backing. Second, forget the tablet and become friends or partners with me. This seems the best option. As my partner, there's a high chance I can fulfill your dreams. Qin Ye spoke with confidence, bolstered by his talents in all-seeing forest, fate, and child of nature. Third, pretend you never took the tablet. But I doubt you can forget. So, I suggest the second option. Even if you don't become my contract beast, you'll gain a friend. He finished, waiting for the dimensional cat's decision. It glanced around, its gaze lingering on Zuga, Luoya, Jinquan, and finally Qin Ye. Fixating on Zuga, the cat felt reluctant. After all, it had risked everything for this top-tier divine object. But Qin Ye was right. It had no means to act. Though it recovered faster than ordinary spirit beasts, returning to its peak would take time. The dimensional cat suddenly appeared in front of Qin Ye, with a clear purposito confirm whether he was the one, or if he possessed what it desired. As a being that had once reached the quasi-mythical level of 87, the dimensional cat had enough confidence to engage with Qin Ye. After a brief conversation, it quickly confirmed its suspicion. The item was indeed in Qin Ye's possession. However, the dimensional cat also realized that things were not that simple. Qin Ye's display of strength and his 3 unusual contract beasts indicated that this young spirit summoner was no ordinary person. Among the countless geniuses the dimensional cat had encountered, Qin Ye's potential definitely ranked in the top 10. Faced with such a formidable opponent, the dimensional cat hesitated. It considered seeking help from an old friend but feared the item might end up in someone else's hands. After careful consideration, the dimensional cat decided to follow Qin Ye for a while to observe the situation before making a decision. Seeing this, Qin Ye flashed a confident smile. He took the opportunity to suggest that the dimensional cat refrain from hastily increasing its level, hinting at a possible future contract relationship. Although the dimensional cat verbally resisted, Qin Ye knew that with enough time and patience, anything was possible. When Qin Ye asked if the dimensional cat wanted to enter the spirit summoning orb, the clever feline immediately refused, clearly unwilling to easily fall under control. To ease the tension, Qingyi shifted the conversation to the topic of the gossip stone tablet. The dimensional cat proudly recounted how it had snatched the tablet from several legendary powerhouses, only to lose it due to severe injuries. Despite the heavy price, the dimensional cat remained proud of its feat. Qingyi couldn't help but admire the cat's courage and strength, while also feeling fortunate to have become Zuga's contractor, as the situation might have unfolded differently otherwise. Just as they were about to leave, the dimensional cat suddenly warned Qingyi about an impending dimensional rift. Sure enough, a blinding pillar of light appeared in the sky above the distant desert, followed by a massive sandstorm. Qingyi immediately realized the gravity of the situation, quickly recalled his contract beasts, and mounted his one-eyed wolf to seek shelter. At the same time, he urgently contacted Ming Shan, Zhao Xian, and Yuan Wu to report the emergency. After hanging up, Qingyi hastened his search for a safe haven, feeling both anxious and excited, fully aware of the potential dangers and opportunities this unexpected event might bring. As the sandstorm roared closer, Qingyi needed to find safety quickly and prepare for the unknown challenges ahead. Inside a rocky cave somewhere in the Fengyan Desert, Weidu Cat watched the sandstorm fade into the distance and turned to Qingyi, asking, "Are you heading over there later?" Without hesitation, Qingyi replied, "No, why not?" Weidu Cat pressed on. "It's too dangerous," Qingyi explained succinctly. Unwilling to give up, Weidu Cat said, "But if we run into danger, I can get you out. Will you go then?" Qingyi looked skeptically at Weidu Cat, questioning, "Really? You, only at level 10, can actually get me out?" He thought to himself that if Weidu Cat were level 30 or 40, he might trust it, but at level 10, he found it hard to believe. Sensing Qingyi's distrust, Weidu Cat was a bit displeased and said, "Why would I lie to you? I really can get you out." Qingyi shook his head, firmly refusing, "Forget it. Let's wait for the others to arrive." He wasn't willing to risk his life. "Coward," Weidu Cat scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Qingyi. Qingyi remained unfazed, patiently waiting. Only when the sandstorm had completely passed did he step out of the cave. Surveying the surroundings, which hadn't changed much, he mounted his one-eyed wolf and headed toward the light beam. Weidu Cat, puzzled, asked, "Weren't you not going?" Qingyi calmly replied, "I'm not going into the dimensional rift." He explained that although he wouldn't be the first to enter the rift, he wanted to check the area to see if any unknown creatures emerged from it. Weidu Cat, with a peculiar tone, reminded him, "Aren't you afraid a level 70 or 80 monster might come out?" Qingyi was taken aback, then without hesitation, patted his one-eyed wolf, signaling it to turn around and leave. "You're leaving just like that?" Weidu Cat exclaimed in surprise. Qingyi explained, "Sorry, I might have been too bold earlier. I'll leave the dimensional rift to the experts." He only wanted to return to Rock City and wait for the outcome. Weidu Cat opened its mouth but ultimately said nothing, silently lying on the one-eyed wolf's head. Meanwhile, Yuan Wu appeared at a teleportation array in Rock City. These arrays were high-end tools essential to every city, used sparingly due to the vast energy required to activate them. A middle-aged man standing by the array asked, "Why are you here?" Yuan Wu looked at the man and replied with a smile, "Uncle Sure, I didn't want to come, but my junior discovered this dimensional rift." Shi Shu, whose full name was Shi Wu, was one of the guardians of Rock City. He was surprised. "Lord Ming has taken a disciple?" Yuan Wu shrugged and replied, "You could say that." He thought about Qingyi's relationship with him and his master, which didn't quite seem like a typical mentor-student bond. Nevertheless, Qingyi was indeed training with his master, so calling him junior wasn't wrong. Besides, he'd given a gift upon meeting. Shi Wu, though a bit puzzled by Yuan Wu's response, quickly shifted the topic. "Shall we go?" "Let's go. My junior is still over there," Yuan Wu said, and with that, he and Shi Wu took to the sky, heading for the Fengyan Desert. As they left, Rock City immediately went on high alert. Though the Spirit Star was powerful now, they hadn't forgotten the importance of vigilance. Halfway to his destination, Qingyi noticed two figures flying through the sky. Yuan Wu appeared before him, concerned, "Are you okay?" Seeing Qingyi unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Qingyi grinned, "Brother Yuan, I'm fine. You got here fast." Yuan said, "As long as you're okay. I need to check things out over there. We'll catch up later." "All right," Qingyi responded. Satisfied that Qingyi was safe, Yuan quickly caught up with Shi Wu, who was waiting not far away. Watching Shi Wu's retreating figure, Qingyi shouted, "Thank you, uncle." Shi Wu smiled and shook his head, saying to Yuan, "Your junior is quite polite." "He's just too courteous," Yuan replied. Having spent a few days with Qingyi, he had come to appreciate Qingyi's friendly demeanor and respectful nature. As they flew away, Qingyi turned to Weidu Cat, still perched on the one-eyed wolf's head, and asked, "He didn't see you just now?" Weidu Cat proudly responded, "Meow, not just anyone can see me." "That's good," Qingyi said, patting his one-eyed wolf and continuing forward. He speculated that Weidu Cat might have a stealth ability similar to a child of nature. Otherwise, with Yu Wenwu's abilities, he would surely have noticed it. Of course, it was possible Yu Wenwu saw Weidu Cat, but dismissed it as Qin Ye's small pet due to its weakness. After all, it wasn't uncommon for spirit summoners to keep small pets. Soon, Qin Yi arrived at the city gate on his one-eyed wolf. After completing a series of registration procedures, he successfully entered Stone City. He then rented a room at an inn and took Weidu Cat out for a meal. The next morning, around 9 a.m., Qin Yi saw a call on his phone and quickly answered. Grandpa Ming Shan? Xiaoyi, are you planning to go into the dimensional rift? Ming Shan asked. Can I go? Qin Ye's face lit up with excitement. Ming Shan replied. The area around the dimensional rift is quite safe. If you want to go, I'll put your name down. I'd love to. Thank you, Grandpa Ming Shan. Qin Yi exclaimed excitedly. He had stayed behind just to wait for this news. Ming Shan explained with a chuckle. Since you discovered the rift, you naturally have the right to explore it. Wenwu and the others are still inside. Just don't wander too far, and you'll be fine. Oh, and when you get there, they'll provide you with gear, which will keep you much safer. Thank you, Grandpa Ming Shan. Qin Yi responded eagerly. Ming Shan continued, I've already registered you. You can head over now. The rift opens at 1 p.m. So soon? Qin Yi said in surprise. Ming Shan explained, it's not as strict as before. As long as the other side is safe, you can enter directly. Of course, others have to pay with spirit coins or points to explore. Since you were the first to report it, you don't need to, and you'll have free access to this rift forever. After Ming Shan introduced some details about the dimensional rift, Qin Yi quickly packed his things and set off on his one-eyed wolf. Qin Yi rode his one-eyed wolf to a spot not far from the dimensional rift and was taken aback by the sight before him. Dozens of small structures surrounded the rift, all erected overnight. The efficiency of the Summoning Federation truly astonished him. He approached one of the entrances and gracefully leaped off the back of his one-eyed wolf. After dismissing his mount, Qin Yi, holding his dimension cat, proceeded forward. A man dressed in summoner gear stopped him and said, Hello, this is the dimensional rift area. Please show your ID. Qin Yi quickly pulled out his ID and handed it over. The man scanned it with a small device, confirmed its validity, and returned it, saying, Summoning Army, the official force of the Summoning Federation. Please go ahead. Thank you. Qin Yi put away his ID and, guided by another staff member, entered a lounge. About a tenth of the seats were filled with summoners who had arrived that morning. Scanning the room, Qin Yi chose a seat towards the back. No sooner had he sat down than a man approached him. Hey there, interested in joining our Swiftwind adventure group to explore the new dimensional rift? Qin Yi quickly shook his head. No, I'm just here to take a look. The man persisted. Exploring a new planet alone can be quite dangerous. Are you sure you want to go solo? Qin Yi thought for a moment and replied, My master says the dangers inside aren't too high, plus I have a senior brother in there. Understood. The man hesitated for a moment before standing up and leaving. He didn't dare to provoke a young summoner with connections, especially one with a senior brother inside. The others who overheard their conversation also abandoned any thoughts of approaching Qin Yi. With the attention off him, Qin Yi calmly took out his phone to check messages. The group chat created by Lu Junyan was buzzing with activity. Lu Junyan. A new dimensional rift appeared near Yanqing. Anyone going? Wang Yu. Seriously? Lu Junyan. It's on the news, can't be fake. Shui Qingyue. It's true, I heard about it yesterday. Lu Junyan. Anyone interested? We can form a group. If not, I'll drop it. Lu Junyan. Qin Yi, are you going? Qin Yi. I'm already here. Qin Yi sent a couple of photos, causing an uproar in the chat. Lu Junyan. Yi Cece. Fei Hong. Lu Junyan. No way. How did you get there? Qin Yi. I discovered it. Qin Yi. I reported it too. Lu Junyan. Awesome. Qin Yi smiled as he chatted with them for a while. As the clock neared 1 p.m., he put away his phone. Ultimately, Lu Junyan and the others didn't come, for a simple reason. They weren't strong enough to compete for the good stuff. Qin Yi understood this well. He looked around and realized he was the only intermediate summoner in the lounge. Most others were advanced summoners, with a few being super summoners. Master-level summoners weren't present because they were the Federation's treasures, with priority access to explore the dimensional rift. If they qualified, they didn't have to wait until 1 p.m. to enter with everyone else. Another reason Lu Junyan and the others didn't come was the issue of qualification. Although Summoning University had slots for each batch entering, these slots had to be exchanged for points. With insufficient strength and the need to spend points, they chose to stay at school and practice more. Since Qin Yi was already here, he decided to go in, especially since it was a free entry, costing neither money nor points. At 1 p.m., a burly man in summoner gear entered the lounge. Time's up, follow me, he said, turning away. Qingyi followed the crowd out of the lounge to the 10-meter-high dimensional rift. He was awestruck by the energy flowing within the rift. At that moment, the Dimension Cat in his arms spoke. Isn't it beautiful? Qingyi looked down at the Dimension Cat. Can you do something like this? I came through something like this. The Dimension Cat lazily licked its paw. Can you permanently maintain a dimensional rift like this? Qingyi pressed further. The Dimension Cat explained. Permanently? No. Back then, I could only maintain it for a long time. A level 70 Emperor can create a teleportation array on their planet. An 80 Totem can establish one with nearby planets. A 90 Legend can do so with more distant planets. And a 100 Myth can create a permanent teleportation array. It continued to explain the concept of potential levels. Emperor, Totem, Legend, and Myth are potential levels beyond Monarch. Level 70 Emperor means reaching level 70 with Emperor potential. A spirit beast with Emperor potential can easily reach level 70. Totem, Legend, and Myth follow a similar concept, with different starting levels. Totem at level 80, Legend at level 90, and Myth at level 100. Lower potential levels include Extraordinary level 10, Elite level 20, Commander level 30, Lord level 40, and Monarch level 60. Level 50 is Quasi-Monarch potential. Above Lord, levels are not further divided but are classified as quasi and actual. In short, the higher the potential, the better. Not only is leveling up easier, but the strength will also be significantly greater than spirit beasts of the same level. Before level 50, strength differences might not be obvious, but after level 50, potential differences will visibly reflect on strength. Qingyi nodded thoughtfully and looked ahead. At that moment, the burly man took out a watch and announced loudly, "Enter one by one. Before going in, wear the watch on your wrist. It has positioning and SOS functions. Once activated, we'll come to your rescue immediately." After a brief explanation, he began guiding the group to the nearby dimensional rift. The muscular man carefully examined the ID card handed to him by Qingyi and looked up to confirm. "You are Qingyi?" Qingyi nodded. "Yes, I am. Take care of these, Wang Yu," the muscular man instructed. Wang Yu took the ID card, returned it to Qingyi, and also retrieved a rectangular box and a watch from the summoning space, handing them to Qingyi. "This box contains your clothes. Once you enter the dimensional rift, press the button in the center of the box, and the clothes will automatically fit onto you," Wang Yu explained. "Thanks, Brother Wang." Qingyi accepted the items, stored the box in his summoning space, and wore the watch on his left wrist. Seeing Qingyi was ready, Wang Yu nodded and said, "Go ahead and be careful." "All right," Qingyi replied and walked towards the dimensional rift under the curious and amazed gazes of the crowd. Not far away, a man from the Gale adventure group witnessed this scene and felt relieved, thinking, good thing. It's a good thing that kid rejected me." He took a deep breath, feeling lucky. He was just a small fry, and couldn't afford to mess with someone with such strong backing. After Qingyi entered the dimensional rift, Wang Yu turned to the people in line and said, "Next." Qingyi passed through the dimensional rift and, after a moment of disorientation, found himself in an unfamiliar place. He rubbed his aching forehead and looked around, seeing small buildings neatly lined up. "No wonder it's called the Federation of Summoning Maniacs," exclaimed the dimensional cat beside him. "The speed is incredible." Dumbfounded, Qingyi walked towards the official personnel in the distance. After showing his ID, he officially set foot on this unknown planet. Leaving the dimensional rift area, Qingyi spotted a familiar figure, the middle-aged man who had been with Wenwu the previous day. Shiwu, who was in conversation, sensed the gaze and turned to Qingyi, waving with a smile. Qingyi quickly approached. Shiwu smiled and said, "You actually came in? My master said there's nothing dangerous around this dimensional rift, so I came to take a look." Qingyi answered honestly. "Indeed, there's nothing dangerous around here." Shiwu nodded. "But still, be careful and don't wander too far." "Got it, I will." Qingyi nodded firmly. "By the way, my name is Shiwu. You can call me Uncle Shir, like Wenwu." "Uncle Shir." "Haha." Shiwu patted Qingyi on the shoulder. "Go on, have your adventure." "All right," Qingyi replied with a cheerful smile. "I'll be off then, Uncle Shir." Shiwu, noticing Qingyi's outfit, loudly reminded, "Remember to put on your clothes." "Thanks, Uncle Shir." Qingyi suddenly remembered the box in his summoning space. He retrieved it, fiddled with it, and pressed the round button. In an instant, the box transformed into a beam of light that enveloped Qingyi. When the light faded, Qingyi found himself dressed in a brown jumpsuit, speechless with surprise. "What is this, a Kamen Rider transformation?" Qingyi muttered to himself, then thought the outfit looked pretty cool. Shiwu, observing Qingyi's new attire, couldn't help but laugh. Qingyi examined his outfit curiously and asked, "Uncle Shir, what kind of clothes are these?" "Sandproof suit," Shiwu explained. "It can withstand 3 attacks from level 50 sand attribute spirit beasts and 1 attack from other attributes." "I'm not kidding. It's really called a sandproof suit. We also have fireproof suits, waterproof suits in our federation." What a straightforward naming convention, Qingyi whispered. Haha, as long as it works, Shiwu laughed heartily. Qingyi nodded, bid farewell to Uncle Shi once again, and left. Watching Qingye's departing figure, Shiwu couldn't help but remark, that kid is really polite. Outside the base, Qingyi faced an endless desert and couldn't help but lament. Another desert? Seriously? The dimensional cat, perched on Qingye's shoulder, sniffed the air and said, the sand attribute is strong here. It seems to be a sand-dominant planet. What does sand-dominant mean? Qingyi asked curiously. Sand-dominant means most of the spirit beasts on this planet have sand attributes, the dimensional cat explained. So, what's the dominant attribute of our planet? Your planet has a bit of everything. I can't tell, the dimensional cat replied. I can only sense planets where a single attribute makes up more than half of the spiritual energy density. All right then. Qingyi looked around, summoned the one-eyed wolf, and rode it to the left. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, and a massive figure burst from the desert. Is that a snake? Qingyi observed the snake-like creature, several meters long, and quickly used his summoning soul eye to check its information. Species: Sandtail worm, level 31. Attribute: Sand, potential, medium elite. Qingyi read out the information and muttered, it's that big, yet only has medium elite potential? He swiftly summoned the duck and sword dog, commanding, let's finish this quickly. The duck and sword dog immediately sprang into action, wielding their weapons to attack the sandtail worm. The black and blue sword beams struck the sandtail worm, causing another round of booming sounds. Quack! The duck turned to Qingyi, indicating it had gained experience points. Well done. Qingyi encouraged, riding the one-eyed wolf as he led the team onward. The potential of the spirit beasts here is a bit low, but their levels are decent, making it a good place for the duck and the others to level up, Qingyi thought. And so, they embarked on a journey that was both exciting and somewhat monotonous. The excitement came from encountering many spirit beasts they had never seen before, while the monotony was due to the endless cycle of defeating spirit beasts and admiring the surrounding scenery. However, faced with the boundless desert, Qingyi couldn't help but fall silent. There wasn't much to see in this landscape. Time flew by, and soon it was July 28th. Qingyi, riding the one-eyed wolf, appeared at the entrance of the dimensional rift base, connecting the Wind Sand Star and Spirit Star. Wind Sand Star was the name given to this planet by the Federation of Summoning. After over half a month of exploration, they found the overall strength level of this planet to be average, with no strong spirit beast civilization, so they named it accordingly. During this time, Qingyi only returned once on the second day to report his safety and briefly introduced the spirit beast situation here to Lu Junyan and the others. Since then, he had been leveling up here until now. As the end of the month approached, Qingyi decided to return to school. He had 3 goals: to check if Cece and Fei Hong had issued a challenge to him, to take his newly leveled up Swordhound to Heiyun Mountain on the Black River, Star to understand the dark attribute sword intent, and most importantly, to be there as the operation to clear Heiyun Mountain was about to conclude. Before leaving, Qingyi went to bid farewell to Shiwu. As Qingyi approached, Shiwu asked, leaving already? Although the planet had been deemed relatively safe after more than half a month of exploration, Shiwu still needed to remain stationed there as a precaution. Yes, Uncle Shi. Sorry for any inconvenience I've caused during this time, Qingyi said sincerely. He had returned every couple of days for supplies and had several conversations with Uncle Shi, receiving a lot of help. Will you be coming back? Shiwu inquired. Not anytime soon. I'm heading to Heiyun Mountain on the Black River Star, Qingyi replied. Shiwu nodded and continued, Heiyun Mountain. The spirit beasts there are on par with those in the Thousand-Mile Desert, a good place for leveling up. However, the beasts there are mainly dark attributed, generally tougher than sand attributed ones. Also, there are several major forces on the Black River Star that like to secretly release spirit beasts into Heiyun Mountain to attack our people. So be careful. I will. Thank you, Uncle Shi. Qingyi said earnestly. He had already learned about these matters from Grandpa Mingshan. Black River Star is a planet with a powerful spirit beast civilization, including a force known as Black River, not inferior to the Spirit Summoning Federation. Although Black River is formidable, Heiyun Mountain is not under their jurisdiction. It belongs to the Shadow Valley Force. Currently, the Spirit Summoning Federation has occupied Heiyun Mountain and the adjacent Heiyun Forest, originally territories of Shadow Valley. Shadow Valley is very displeased with this, and frequently sends spirit beasts to ambush those training and capturing spirit beasts there. The Spirit Summoning Federation has tacitly accepted this, as it is not their planet, and there is the equally powerful Black River presence. Both sides exercise restraint, with the Federation only occupying Heiyun Forest and Mountain, while the beasts sent by other factions are below level 50, mostly around level 40. Upon returning to Ling Star, Qingyi took a deep breath and exclaimed, the air at home is the best. Ignoring the odd looks from around him, he calmly headed towards the officials nearby, passed the inspection, and left smoothly. So, are you interested in forming a contract with me? Qinyi asked the dimensional cat in his arms. After more than half a month of battling, the swordhound had reached level 30, the duck was at level 36, and Zuga was at level 33. The dimensional cat yawned lazily and replied, "Let's talk when you become an advanced summoner." "Almost there. I can feel it," Qinyi said confidently. "That soon?" The dimensional cat seemed skeptical. "Why would I lie? If nothing unexpected happens, once the swordhound levels up 2 more times, I'll reach advanced level," Qinyi explained with a smile. The dimensional cat frowned and thought. In its experience, to become an advanced summoner without contracting high-level spirit beasts, the average level of 3 spirit beasts should be around 37 or 38. Qinyi's beasts averaged only level 33, making it hard to believe. It reiterated, "Let's talk when you actually reach advanced." "All right," Qinyi chuckled, mounted the one-eyed wolf, and headed towards Rock City. Upon arriving at the Spirit Summoning University, Qinyi lay down on his bed and sighed, so tired. The dimensional cat looked around and remarked, "Meow, your university dorm is quite nice." "This is the best university of the Spirit Summoning Federation," Qinyi replied, pulling out his phone to message Fei Hong and Yi Sisi, asking if they wanted to challenge him. Fei Hong replied that they would discuss it next month. Yi Sisi, however, expressed interest in a match, suggesting 2 unknown battles in her training room. Qinyi agreed and set the meeting for 5 p.m. At the appointed time, Qinyi rang the doorbell of Yi Sisi's room. She opened the door and led him inside with a smile. "Do I need to change shoes?" Qinyi asked. "Of course." Yi Sisi tossed him a pair of slippers and frowned disdainfully at him. "You're so tanned." Qinyi paused and explained. "The sun was really strong over there. Why didn't you use energy for protection?" Yi Sisi questioned. Qinyi was silent for a moment, admitting, "I didn't think of that." "How silly." Yi Sisi rolled her eyes. "Not as silly as you." Qinyi retorted, then asked, "Shall we start now?" "Yes. Let's fight first, then eat," Yi Sisi replied. The two headed to the underground training room, where Qinyi immediately summoned Zuga and instructed, "Use the DY hexagram on me." "Meow." The dimensional cat, wandering nearby, looked at Qinyi in surprise, thinking, "Is that how you use that talent?" Zuga threw a small green orb at Qinyi. Although it wasn't the complete form of the DY hexagram, it contained part of its effect. Before Yi Sisi could locate the source of the cat's meow, she watched in astonishment as Qinyi's sundarkened skin lightened visibly with the green orb's infusion. Within seconds, not only had his skin returned to its original tone, but it was even fairer and more delicate than before. Yi Sisi widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at Qinyi standing before her. His skin had undergone a remarkable transformation, as if he had been completely renewed. Noticing her surprise, Qinyi chuckled smugly. "Not dark anymore, am I?" Yi Sisi snapped back to reality and immediately shouted, "Give me one too." "You just said I was dark." Qinyi's lips curled up slightly as he retorted, "You're the fairest of them all." Without hesitation, Yi Sisi exclaimed, "Quick, quick, give me one too." She hurried over to Qinyi, pleading in a pitiful tone, "Brother Qin?" Qinyi was startled and quickly turned to Zuga, saying, "Give your sister Yi one too." Yi Sisi grinned at Zuga, "Give your sister Yi just a little, not too scary." Zuga let out a low hum, and a smaller green orb than the one given to Qinyi formed around him and flew towards Yi Sisi. She watched the approaching green orb with eager anticipation. Qinyi shook his head with a smile. Every girl loves to look beautiful. Even she can't escape this rule. Moments later, Yi Sisi looked at her newly refreshed skin with satisfaction. "This skill is really amazing." "Qinyi, where did you get this turtle?" "I want one too." Qinyi replied helplessly. "This is Zuga, you can't buy it." "What?" Yi Sisi stared at Zuga in shock for a while before exclaiming, "This is Zuga?" "Yes, he's evolved." Qinyi answered calmly. Yi Sisi examined Zuga closely, muttering to herself, "It really is Zuga." She realized that her spirit vision was still ineffective against Zuga. Seeing her still staring at Zuga, Qinyi asked, "Are you ready for the battle?" "Ready." Yi Sisi snapped back. "Are you starting with Zuga?" "No, Zuga's not joining." Qinyi shook his head. 1v1. "I'll use Pirate King and Sword Dog." "All right, then I'll use Little Black and Little Soldier." "Little Soldier? Black Bingwei?"
Yes.
"My Sword Dog is level 30. Are you sure you want to use Black Bingwei?" "Level 30 already?" Yi Sisi was slightly taken aback. Qinyi boasted, "Yeah, I haven't been slacking off on Sandstorm Star." Yi Sisi thought for a moment and decided, "Let's give it a try. My Little Soldier is level 25. "All right, just don't blame me for bullying the weak if you get defeated." "I'm not that kind of person," Yi Sisi retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Qinyi laughed and summoned his Roe-Duck and Sword Dog. Not to be outdone, Yi Sisi summoned her 3 contracted beasts. Qin Yi observed Yi Cici's black Bingwei, a faceless humanoid creature clad in black armor and wielding a long blade. He didn't hesitate to use his spirit vision. Species: Black Bing Unit, Level 25, Attribute: Dark, Potential, Medium, Leader. Qin Yi quickly scanned the information on his panel. This Black Bing unit is pretty good, Qin Yi commented. Of course, it's my contracted beast, Yi Cici said proudly, while also trying to observe Sword Dog's information. Unfortunately, without Qin Yi's spirit vision, she could only see its species, level, and attribute. It's really level 30? Yi Cici still found it a bit unbelievable. The leveling speed is quite fast. Suddenly, she remembered something and looked up to ask, by the way, what level is your Zuga now? Level 33, Qin Yi replied. No wonder, Yi Cici murmured, then suddenly asked, did you just hear a cat meow? Are you talking about it? Qin Yi pointed to the dimension cat rolling its eyes at him from a distance. Yi Cici followed his gesture and saw a small white cat lying there, frowning slightly. Qin Yi explained, it's a bit special. I plan to contract it when it's more advanced. I can feel that. Yi Cici nodded gently, as her spirit vision had failed once again. Stop staring. Meow, the dimension cat suddenly appeared on Qin Yi's shoulder. Not just anyone can see through this cat. Space element, Yi Cici exclaimed. Qin Yi smiled and asked, not bad, right? Where did you find this cat? Yi Cici looked at Qin Yi with envy, and it can even talk. She thought to herself, this cat doesn't seem very powerful, yet it can speak, which means its potential is at least monarch level. A spirit beast with initial potential at the monarch level. The more Yi Cici thought about it, the more envious she became. Such a spirit beast is hard even for her to obtain. Looking at Qin Yi, Yi Cici suddenly felt that she had been too complacent lately. A surge of desire to go out and have an adventure welled up inside her. Qin Yi was oblivious to the dimensional cat's thoughts and simply responded calmly, it came by itself. No sooner had he spoken than the dimensional cat leapt onto his shoulder, protesting shrilly, he took my stuff. Unfazed, Qin Yi explained in a steady tone, I didn't take your stuff. You left it by the roadside for over 10 days, and I picked it up by chance. How can that be called taking? Taking would be. Yi Cici watched as Qin Yi and the little white cat quickly fell into a debate, and she couldn't help but ponder. She began to doubt whether Qin Yi could really form a contract with this temperamental cat at a higher level. Choosing to remain silent, she kept her thoughts to herself. A few minutes later, the argument seemed to reach an impasse. The dimensional cat gave a huff and suddenly vanished from Qin Yi's shoulder, reappearing on Zuga's back. Qin Yi glanced at Yi Cici with a hint of satisfaction. Raising an eyebrow, ready? Yi Cici glanced at the still sulking dimensional cat and asked, is it over? It's over. Qin Yi nodded, adding, it's always like this. It'll be fine after a while. Having spent over half a month with the dimensional cat, he had come to understand its personality well. Yi Cici sighed in relief and then curiously asked, can you really form a contract with it at a higher level? Qin Yi scratched his head awkwardly, avoiding a direct answer. Well see. Yi Cici rolled her eyes, thinking he was just boasting earlier. She decisively changed the subject. Enough about that, let's battle. Qin Yi turned his attention to Luoya, who was watching the scene unfold and grinned. My pirate king is ready to go. Luoya looked puzzled. Yi Cici turned to look, teasing. He doesn't seem that eager. Quack, quack, quack. Luoya protested loudly, disgruntled at Qin Yi's comment. He was thoroughly enjoying the show. Stop quacking. It's time for the showdown. Qin Yi chuckled. Go on, you're up first. Quack. Luoya enthusiastically drew his water blade, casually discarding the scabbard, and strode to the center of the field. Qin Yi shook his head with a wry smile, bending down to pick up the discarded scabbard. He knew Luoya disliked using the scabbard, but he always thought it was better to have it than not. Now, it seemed like it was better to just let it be. He turned to Yi Cici with the scabbard in hand. Do you want this? Do I look like an idiot to you? Yi Cici rolled her eyes, then instructed Xiao He, who was standing by. Go on, teach him a lesson. Coos, Xiao He took flight, soaring swiftly to face Luoya. Qin Yi quietly stored the scabbard away and asked, do you want to direct them, or let them handle it? Let them handle it. All right. Qin Yi called out to Luoya. Make it quick. Yi Cici shot Qin Yi a glare, thinking he was underestimating her. She immediately turned to Xiao He and shouted, make it quick. Coos. Xiao He, sensing Yi Cici's frustration, let out a sharp cry. Quack! Luoya roared, unleashing a terrifying, perfect-level nether sonic boom towards Xiao He. Caught off guard, Xiao He wobbled slightly in the air. It quickly regained its composure, flapping its wings forcefully to counter the approaching shadow slash. Yet, it was still knocked back by the shadow slash. Coos! Xiao He spun around and flew high into the sky, rapidly beating its wings to summon a dark storm against Luoya. Luoya remained calm, swinging his blade as an expert-level water wave slashed sword upwards. Another thunderous noise erupted, sending water droplets scattering in all directions. As Xiaohei regained sight of Luoya, it was startled to find an additional clone next to him. In the next moment, both Luo Yas swung their long blades, unleashing dual water wave slashes. Seeing this, Xiaohei flapped its wings again, conjuring another dark storm. Seconds later, the thunderous sound merged with Xiaohei's painful screech. Qingyi glanced at the dumbfounded Yi Sisi and chuckled. Not bad, right? How is that possible? Yi Sisi was incredulous. My Xiaohei is level 37. How could it be so easily defeated? Seeing Yi Sisi's expression, Qingyi quickly explained, it's not that bad, mainly because you didn't know the Pirate King has a roar skill, and it's at a perfect level. Our Pirate King also has a lot of expert level skills. Enough. I'm not that fragile. Yi Sisi took a deep breath. I'm just a bit surprised, that's all. As long as you're not fragile. Qingyi sighed in relief, fearing Yi Sisi might be too discouraged. After all, Luoya defeating Xiaohei seemed as easy as bullying a newbie. Certainly, Luoya's easy victory over Xiaohei was due to Xiaohei not knowing about the perfect level roar skill, but mainly because Luoya possessed many expert level skills. In the early stages, this kind of advantage was significant. Later, when everyone has several expert level skills, having more such skills won't make battles end as swiftly as today. Of course, this assumes both sides are of similar level and potential. If the gap is too wide, quick defeats will still occur. Want to continue? Qingyi asked Yi Sisi. Yes. Yi Sisi nodded resolutely. Quick and decisive, or take it slow. Quick and decisive. Qingyi replied firmly, his eyes glinting with confidence. Yi Sisi raised an eyebrow, her tone challenging. You said it? Don't underestimate me. That was just an accident. All right. Qingyi turned to the sword dog, his gaze resolute. Let's unleash the 8 moves of the heavenly moon later. Yi Sisi, hearing this, had a flicker of doubt in her eyes and asked, is that the move you used against Lu Junyan?
Yes.
Qingyi nodded, then looked at Yi Sisi questioningly. Why? Recalling the amazing power of that move, Yi Sisi's eyes darted between the sword dog and her own little soldier. She sighed, her tone softening. Let's take it slow. Seeing Yi Sisi's conflicted expression, Qingyi couldn't help but laugh. Haha, I'm fine with either. You keep laughing. Yi Sisi snapped, glaring at Qingyi, embarrassed and angry. Qingyi immediately stifled his laughter, putting on an innocent face, blinking his eyes. Yi Sisi snorted softly and turned to her little soldier, her tone gentler. Go on, learn well from the sword dog. The little soldier, upon hearing this, gave sword dog a defiant look. Sword dog, expressionless, simply walked forward. Watching this, Qingyi sighed. It seems your little soldier hasn't received any professional guidance yet. It will soon. Yi Sisi had already noticed this issue, which was why she arranged this match. Her earlier harsh words were just for show. The scene that followed was heartbreaking for Yi Sisi. She watched as her little soldier was mercilessly defeated by the sword dog, left with vacant eyes, seemingly lost in self-doubt. Yi Sisi quickly approached, squatting down to comfort her contract beast. At that moment, Dimension Cat quietly appeared on Qin Ye's shoulder. Following Qin Ye's gaze to Yi Sisi comforting the little soldier, it suddenly asked, Are you interested in her? Qin Yi calmly turned to Dimension Cat, a slight smile on his lips. Not really. I'm actually quite interested in you too. Meow. Dimension Cat rolled its eyes and vanished, reappearing beside Yi Sisi. Qin Yi noticed Yi Sisi's cheeks suddenly turning red and frowned. He seemed to realize something and quickly pulled out his phone to hide his slightly awkward expression. Moments later, Dimension Cat appeared in front of Qin Yi again, grinning. Do you want to know what she just said? You're so boring, Qin Yi said helplessly, yet he couldn't help feeling a bit curious. Seeing through Qin Ye's thoughts, Dimension Cat became even more smug. You really want to know, don't you? But I'm not telling, Mia. Just as Qin Yi was about to respond, Yi Sisi's voice interrupted them. Let's go. Time to eat. Seeing Yi Sisi had already put away her contract beast, Qin Yi quickly replied, Coming. He swiftly returned Zuga and the other contract beasts to the summoning space. The two of them hurried away, leaving a bewildered little white cat behind. That cat is so annoying, Yi Sisi muttered softly. Yeah, Qin Yi agreed. But it's kind of cute too, Yi Sisi added. Is. What? Qin Yi looked at Yi Sisi in surprise. It's cute? Isn't it cute? Yi Sisi countered. Is it? Qin Yi found himself deeply puzzled. At that moment, Dimension Cat's voice suddenly sounded behind them. I'm not cute. Meow. On the afternoon of July 29th, at 1 p.m., Qin Yi arrived in Haiga City by plane. After a quick lunch, he headed straight for the dimensional rift leading to Heiha Star. Lacking any special privileges, he didn't receive the official anti-dark gear. but he did get a free emergency watch, a standard issue for anyone entering the rift, to be returned upon exit. After paying the required fees and securing the watch, Qingyi stepped into the dimensional rift. A brief moment of disorientation ensued before he found himself in a dimly lit, yet navigable land. Once confirmed by the official personnel, he left the entry area. As soon as he stepped beyond the control zone of the rift, a cacophony of vendors' calls surrounded him. Need anti-dark gear? Only 1,000,000 spirit coins per set. Dark attribute defense clothing, just 100,000 spirit coins each. Big sale on light attribute equipment. Fresh, high potential dark attribute spirit beasts, selling cheap. Qingyi surveyed the bustling scene around him, amazed by the lively atmosphere. A middle-aged man noticed his reaction and struck up a conversation, asking, "First time here?" Qingyi nodded in confirmation. The man explained that this was typical for a dimensional rift under Spirit Star's control for over 3 years, with the usual crowd being about 1/3 less than today. After thanking the man, Qingyi began to wander around, not aimlessly, but with a slow yet determined pace forward. The stalls he passed were filled with costly items, leaving him astonished. At this moment, the voice of Dimension Cat echoed in his mind, suggesting he use his top-tier detection skills to find hidden treasures. Qingyi was skeptical, but Dimension Cat insisted on checking out a seemingly ordinary stall. Approaching the stall managed by an elderly man, Qingyi inquired about the price of a stone on the far left. The old man squinted at Qingyi, quoting a price of 10,000,000 spirit coins, calling it a dark stonia type of dark attribute stone. Recognizing its high quality, Qingyi wisely decided to move on. Following this, Qingyi and Dimension Cat engaged in a humorous exchange over the failed treasure hunt attempt. Ultimately, Qingyi resumed his exploration, purchasing some essentials for his sword dog before summoning his one-eyed wolf and heading towards the forest ahead. In the forest, Qingyi encountered 3 black, cloud hunter-hunchbacked spirit beasts wielding curved blades and shrouded in black clouds. Excited, he immediately used his soul summoning eye to assess their attributes. Once confirmed, he commanded Sword Dog to attack. Sword Dog unleashed 3 swift blade beams, swiftly defeating the black cloud hunters. Qingyi marveled at the opportunities in this place and promptly summoned Luo Duck to join the fray. However, after some searching, he noted the scarcity of spirit beasts above level 30, a testament to the effectiveness of the annual clearance operations. Undeterred, Qingyi pressed on with his spirit beast team, venturing deeper into the vast expanse of the Black Cloud Mountains, eager to seek out more challenges and opportunities. "Ombois, are you ready?" A deep voice resonated in the darkness. "Boss, everything is set. We're just waiting for your command." Ombois responded quickly, his voice filled with anticipation and excitement. "They've been pushing us around for years. This time, we need to hit them hard. Let them know that the Hunshui gang isn't to be trifled with." The boss's voice carried a long-suppressed fury. Ombois hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, "Boss, are we really going through with this?" The boss dismissed the concern, saying, "What's the harm in doing it? We're only sending people below level 50, just with a little more manpower. After this, they might retaliate. We'll just stay at home and not come out." "Do they really dare to wipe us out?" Feeling somewhat reassured, Ombois replied, "I suppose you're right." "Stop dithering," the boss interrupted. "Wait for the signal from Shadow Valley. Once they give the order, you act immediately. Barring any surprises, it should start at midnight tonight." "Understood," Ombois answered firmly. Meanwhile, deep in the forest of Black Cloud Mountain, Qingyi rode on a one-eyed wolf, staring in astonishment at the nearby black waterfall. "The waterfalls here are all black." The Dimension Cat, perched on the wolf's head, opened its eyes at the sound and looked ahead. It sniffed the air and said, "If you want the sword dog to comprehend the dark attribute sword intent, you can let it try here. There's a small stone in the center of the waterfall, placed there by someone, probably for training." Qingyi observed closely and indeed spotted the small stone being battered by the waterfall. He turned to the sword dog and said, "Go sit on the small stone in the center of the waterfall and carefully sense the dark attributes in the water." Under the further guidance of the Dimension Cat, the sword dog made its way to the waterfall and soon sat on the small stone in the center. Watching the sword dog endure the force of the waterfall, Qingyi couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for it. The Dimension Cat suddenly suggested, "You could try it too. It can only benefit you." It then looked at Luoya. "You as well?" Luoya nodded excitedly. "Quack, I want to try." Qingyi chuckled. "Go ahead, let's do it together." He and Luoya approached the waterfall, summoning Zuga to stand guard nearby. As the icy water crashed down on him, Qingyi couldn't help but inhale sharply. "Hiss, it hurts." The Dimension Cat disdainfully remarked, "Weakling." This time, Qingyi remained silent, enduring the dark water's impact without a word. Seeing Qingyi refraining from retorting, the Dimension Cat grew bored and said to him, Take your time to feel it. I'm going to see if there's anything interesting around." With that, it disappeared from Zuga's turtle shell. A short while later, the Dimension Cat reappeared before Qinyi, urgently saying, "Wake up, stop training, get dressed quickly, someone's coming." Qinyi opened his eyes. "What's going on?" The Dimension Cat briefly explained what it had seen a scene of multiple spirit callers being killed. Qinyi asked in shock, "You mean, on your way back, you saw 5 spirit callers murdered? How dare they?" The Dimension Cat nodded. "That's right. It seems they've been pushed too far by your Spirit Calling Federation and are organizing a counterattack." Qinyi was silent for a moment before quickly standing up, stepping out of the waterfall's range to get dressed. "Let's go," he said to Zuga and the others. The Dimension Cat asked, "Where to?" "Where else? Back to the base." Qinyi summoned Zuga back into the Spirit Calling space, mounted the one-eyed wolf, and headed towards the base with Luo Ya and the sword dog. The base had lost its usual bustle, replaced by an atmosphere of tension. In the meeting hall, an elder walked in slowly. "Elder He, you're finally here," someone said urgently. The elder responded calmly. "Why the rush? We just got caught off guard." "Did you send out the red alert to their watches?" "It was sent 5 minutes ago," someone replied immediately. "Good, that's all we need." The elder took his seat at the head of the table and continued, "Send those with super abilities first. The rest of you follow in 10 minutes. "Why?" someone asked, puzzled. "Elder He, if we do that, many of us will die." Another person expressed concern. "Yes, Elder He. We can't do that," more voices echoed. Elder He explained calmly. "Why not? Without experiencing some danger, how will they grow into strong spirit callers? Besides, it's the last day of the purge event. How many people could there be outside?" "Elder He, that's true, but they are our future," someone couldn't help but say. "I didn't say you shouldn't go." Elder He looked at the speaker. "Too much protection is no good. They need to face some setbacks." Meeting adjourned. "You all go in 10 minutes. I'll handle things here alone." With that, he vanished from his seat. The people exchanged glances and finally, one person sighed. "Since Elder He said so, let's proceed as planned." "They're here." The Dimensional Cat stared intently ahead, its ears perked up in alertness. "Where?" Qinyi asked, quickly donning his sandproof suit. Although the suit was most effective against sand-type spirit beasts, it offered some protection against other types as well, albeit to a lesser extent. The Dimensional Cat pointed with its paw. "Around that corner, about 100 meters away. They're lying in wait." "An ambush?" Qinyi lightly tapped his one-eyed wolf, signaling it to change direction. The Dimensional Cat nodded. "They're not stupid." "True." Qinyi glanced at the original route and urged the one-eyed wolf to pick up the pace. Around the corner, 2 snake-like spirit beasts lay in the grass. The smaller snake flicked its tongue impatiently. "Why aren't they here yet? Did they give us the slip?" The larger snake reassured it. "Be patient. The intel should be accurate." The smaller snake reluctantly agreed but couldn't help asking 2 minutes later, "Do you think they've spotted us?" "They shouldn't have," the larger snake replied, growing uneasy. "Then why aren't they here?" The smaller snake pressed. "Maybe they took a different path," the larger snake speculated. "I knew this plan was flawed." The smaller snake snapped, flicking its tail in frustration. "We should have attacked first." The larger snake sighed. "I was just trying to play it safe." "Let's go. We can still catch up. Once we take them down, we need to leave. This place isn't safe anymore." The smaller snake slithered swiftly, with the larger one following close behind. Meanwhile, Qinyi and his companions encountered trouble, or rather, they sought it out. The Dimensional Cat informed him that 2 people nearby were being pursued by 4 spirit beasts, and Qinyi decided to intervene. He wasn't acting recklessly. The Dimensional Cat had assessed that the spirit beasts were within his capability to handle. Species: Black Cloud Hunter, level 37, attribute, Dark Species. Black Shining Serpent, level 35, attribute, Dark. Qinyi quickly scanned their stats. 2 snakes, 2 hunters. Too bad the hunters are archers, not swordsmen. After reviewing, Qinyi couldn't help but scoff. With this level of strength, they dare to hunt us? The Dimensional Cat pointed to a man and a woman not far away. "They're about to succeed." Qinyi fell silent, then wondered aloud. What are they doing here with such weak abilities? Despite his confusion, he commanded his raging duck and sword hound to charge in. The man and woman, on the brink of collapse, saw the duck and dog rushing toward them. At first, they felt despair, but when they realized the animals were attacking their pursuers, hope rekindled. "Are we saved?" the woman asked excitedly, looking at the man. The man's pale face showed a hint of relief. "It seems so. These 2 spirit beasts are so strong," the woman exclaimed, watching the duck and dog easily defeat the snakes and hunters, especially when she realized they weren't even level 40. At that moment, Qin Ye's voice came from a distance. "What are you doing here with such weak abilities?" The woman turned suddenly, seeing Qinyi on his one-eyed wolf, momentarily stunned. The man spoke quietly. We heard during the cleansing operation, high-level spirit beasts would be cleared out, so we came. Besides, we're not that weak. We're intermediate spirit callers. Qinyi glanced at the dog and leopard beneath them. Good thing you contracted spirit beasts that can run with you. The dog and leopard seemed in decent condition, thanks to the slow speed of the snakes and hunters. Hurry up and leave. More will come. Qinyi urged. Can we come with you? The woman asked softly. Qinyi assessed them, sighed, and said, all right, but I won't wait for you. Despite his words, his pace was not fast. After the raging duck and sword hound dealt with the enemies, Qinyi continued on with the two new companions. Not long after, a small snake darted out from behind a tree. Finally caught up. It can talk. The woman's face paled. Qinyi smiled calmly. Guess why it caught up with us? Without waiting for a response, he shouted. Make it quick. The raging duck brandished its blade at the small snake, while the sword hound engaged the newly appeared large snake. The battle commenced. It can talk, the woman stammered, repeating herself. The man, equally nervous, asked, can you handle it? Shouldn't be a problem, Qinyi replied, summoning Zuga to join the fight. He chose to confront them because the dimensional cat informed him that although the snakes were level 40 to 44, they were within his ability to handle. He had previously avoided confrontation because there was an option to retreat, but now, since they were being pursued, he decided to face them. Besides, he had two allies by his side. During the battle, Qinyi used his spirit eye on the snakes. Species: Black Shining Demon Snake, level 42. Attribute: Dark, Potential, Medium, Leader. Species: Black Shining Serpent, level 40. Attribute: Dark, Potential, Medium, Commander. Did it evolve into a small snake? Qinyi muttered, then turned to his companions. Do you have any spirit beasts over level 30? We do. They both replied immediately. Then summon them to assist my spirit beasts. Without hesitation, they summoned their contracted beasts, a green monkey and a flower spirit beast. Green spirit monkey, an evolved form of green wild monkey. Fragrant flower grass, an auxiliary wood-type spirit beast, evolved from fragrant grass. Nice. Qinyi's eyes lit up, and he instructed the woman, have your flower spirit use its support skills to aid my companions. Your monkey can go directly into battle. Okay. The man, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly commanded the monkey to join the fight. My wind shadow leopard is level 31. Should it join? The man asked. Qinyi glanced at the leopard beneath him and shook his head. No need, this is enough. The man nodded and focused on directing the monkey. To boost his confidence, Qinyi had Zuga cast a protective shield on the monkey. Fight without worry. My shield is strong. Seeing the colorful shield around the monkey, the man felt a surge of confidence. Heavenly Moon Sword Technique, Crescent Moon, Half Moon, Full Moon. The furious roar of Jianquan echoed across the battlefield. With the addition of the green spirit monkey, it finally found its chance to counterattack. Terrifying sword beams shot into the sky, relentlessly striking the giant serpent. The dazzling blade light illuminated the entire sky, leaving the onlookers, both the man and the woman, completely stunned. Meanwhile, the small snake, entangled in a skirmish with Luaya, was momentarily paralyzed by the astonishing scene. However, its daze lasted only a few seconds before Luaya's sudden attack snapped it back to reality. Realizing the dire situation, the small snake turned to flee without hesitation, fearing that lingering even a moment longer would mean being caught in the terrifying assault. Luaya was about to give chase when Qinyi promptly stopped him. Go help Jianquan with the giant serpent. Qinyi commanded decisively. Despite Jianquan's impressive attack power, the giant serpent remained standing due to its superior level. With Luaya's assistance, the tide quickly turned, and the giant serpent was soon sliced into several pieces. After the battle, Qinyi didn't immediately retreat. Instead, he took out cooking utensils and began preparing a meal on the spot. This action left the man dumbfounded once again. Brother, what are you doing? Shouldn't we be leaving quickly? Qinyi calmly replied, they won't come. We've made such a commotion, they wouldn't dare approach. He explained that, given the official response time, the rescue team should have arrived by now. The fact that they hadn't found them wasn't due to a malfunction in the locator, but rather because the area was too crowded for the rescue team to pinpoint their exact location. Just as Qinyi finished speaking, a water blue beam suddenly descended from the sky, striking the forest nearby. Qinyi continued to enjoy his snake meat unfazed, while the two beside him stood up excitedly, finally breathing a sigh of relief. A middle-aged man appeared in the sky, riding a dragon-shaped spirit beast, looking down in surprise at the relaxed Qinyi. You guys are really at ease. Aren't you afraid of danger? Qinyi looked up and recognized the newcomer, waving with a smile. Oh, it's you. I didn't expect you to be so skilled. able to ride a dragon-shaped spirit beast. The middle-aged man praised. Young man, your skills are impressive. He immediately recognized Qin Ye's extraordinary abilities. Qin Yi humbly responded, not too bad, mainly thanks to my capable partners. He held up the snake meat and asked, care for some? The middle-aged man declined the offer. No, thanks. You should head back soon. I've already dealt with that little snake. Since you're all right, I'll take my leave. See you at the base. After seeing the middle-aged man off, Qin Yi asked the two beside him if they knew who he was. The woman shook her head, indicating she didn't know, while the man excitedly explained, he's the heavenly king-level guardian of Black River Star, Lan Heng. That dragon is his core spirit beast, the illusion water dragon. Lan Heng, huh? Qin Yi murmured, then urged, hurry up and eat, so we can leave. On the way back to the base, Qin Yi engaged in a brief telepathic conversation with Dimension Cat. Dimension Cat claimed it didn't know Lan Heng and protested against the nickname Qin Yi had given it. The three continued their playful banter until they safely reached the base. Back at the base, the two rescued individuals gratefully invited Qin Yi to join them for a late-night meal. During the meal, Qin Yi learned they were students from Woodleaf Beast University, on a mission to capture spirit beasts suitable for themselves. This made Qin Yi genuinely realize the gap in strength between top universities and ordinary ones. As night deepened, Qin Yi strolled through the deserted streets, cradling Dimension Cat. To his surprise, the mysterious old man was still sitting in the same spot. Dimension Cat immediately became alert, as expected. You Spirit Summoners Federation folks are all sly old foxes. Just as Qin Yi was about to quietly leave, the old man's voice suddenly broke the silence. Young man, aren't you bringing your cat over for a look? Dimension Cat's fur stood on end, ready to flee, but Qin Yi calmed it down. What are you afraid of? You haven't done anything wrong. Only then did Dimension Cat realize, yeah, I haven't done anything wrong, so why am I nervous? Qin Yi calmly approached the old man with Dimension Cat in his arms, smiling, boss, your stuff is too expensive for me to afford. The old man sat up straight and pointed to the items on his stall, smiling at Qin Yi. Take whichever you like, and you can pay me later. Qin Yi shook his head, frowning slightly. I don't like the idea of owing money. I really don't want to experience that feeling. The old man paused, his expression turning a bit strange. Then how about I just give you one? Qin Yi's eyes lit up. Really? Seeing his reaction, the old man chuckled. Go ahead, but you can only choose one. He mused to himself, finding the young man quite interesting, preferring to owe a favor rather than money. Without hesitation, Qin Yi pointed to the dark stone. I'll take this one. He was well aware that this meant he owed the old man a favor, but wasn't owing money also a kind of favor? Besides, this was a dark stone, at least of yellow quality. Such a precious item couldn't be missed. As for owing a favor, if he could repay it, he would. If not, well, so be it. Good choice. The old man lifted a finger slightly, and the dark stone vanished, reappearing in Qin Yi's hand the next moment. Qin Yi looked at the old man in astonishment, feeling the unexpected weight in his hand. The old man smiled gently. Hold on to it. Thank you, Qin Yi said without hesitation, putting the stone into his summoning space. The old man turned to the dimensional cat beside him, speaking lightly. Little cat, now do you understand why I can see you? The dimensional cat snapped back to reality and retorted defiantly. I'm not little. It's just that my level is too low. If I were a bit higher, you definitely wouldn't be able to see me. The old man didn't argue, instead smiling as he asked, and whose fault is it that your level is so low? The dimensional cat glared at him and turned its head arrogantly. Trying to trick me into talking. Not a chance, Mia. The old man let it go and turned to Qin Yi. Are you planning to form a contract with it? Qin Yi stroked the soft fur of the dimensional cat in his arms. I'd like to, but it hasn't agreed yet. The old man looked at the cat with confidence. It will agree. The dimensional cat huffed. Meow. I won't agree. Playful little cat. The old man chuckled and said to Qin Yi, you can call me Elder He. Qin Yi quickly introduced himself. I'm Qin Yi, from the Summoner University. Elder He nodded slightly and took out his phone. Let's exchange contact information. They quickly swapped details. Elder He put his phone away and advised. Once you form a contract with this little cat, let me know. Sure. Qin Yi replied. See you. Elder He waved his left hand, and both he and the items on his stall vanished into thin air. Qin Yi was momentarily stunned, then asked the dimensional cat, why can Elder He see you? The dimensional cat lazily replied, he's at least a legendary level space summoner. Summoners of that level can sense spatial fluctuations, and that's how he discovered me. Do you have to be legendary to sense spatial fluctuations? Not necessarily, the dimensional cat explained, but only at that level can they detect me. Anyone below that can't. Do you have a way to improve? No, the dimensional cat said calmly. My level is too low now. Once I reach level 30, they won't be able to detect me at all. I see. Cheney nodded slightly and continued walking with the dimensional cat in his arms. After returning to the hotel and freshening up, Cheney took out the dark stone. The system displayed. Dark stone. Quality. Purple. Description. A type of dark stone containing abundant dark energy. It can be absorbed or consumed, and is a great supplement for dark attribute spirit beasts. Purple. Cheney exclaimed in shock. The dimensional cat appeared suddenly, puzzled. This is purple. Didn't you know? Cheney explained. I've never seen it before, so how would I know? I thought it was of yellow quality. He admitted he had considered it might be purple but quickly dismissed the thought, as he couldn't imagine someone casually selling a purple quality stone at a stall. The dimensional cat teased. You thought you were getting a bargain. Assuming Elder he didn't know it was a purple quality dark stone. Just because he has the soul sight doesn't mean everyone with soul sight can see the same information. Meow, even a cat can make mistakes sometimes. With that, the dimensional cat turned and walked away. Cheney watched the cat's retreating figure, smiling and shaking his head, then summoned the sword hound. He handed the dark stone to the hound. Eat it, and try to absorb the dark energy within. The sword hound nodded excitedly. Woof! Just as the sword hound was about to consume the dark stone, the dimensional cat's voice interrupted. Wait! Cheney and the sword hound looked over. The dimensional cat approached and suggested, You're wasting it. Wait until things calm down and go to the waterfall to absorb it. The dark energy is more concentrated there, making the absorption more effective. Cheney realized. That makes sense. You're truly my cat, helping me even before we've formed a contract. His smile grew brighter. Scram. The dimensional cat rolled its eyes and walked away. The sword hound looked at Cheney, puzzled. Cheney instructed, Put it away for now. We'll deal with it in a few days. The sword hound suppressed its desire and quietly stored the dark stone. With the powerful summoners joining the rescue effort, the major forces, led by Shadow Valley, were quickly eradicated. 2 days later, Cheney returned to the waterfall. During this time, he had been staying near the base. At the waterfall, Cheney summoned Zuga. As before, they stood under the waterfall, enduring its force, with Zuga guarding nearby. This time, the dimensional cat stayed, standing on Zuga's back, guiding the sword hound in absorbing the dark stone. The sword hound endured the waterfall's fierce impact while feeling the dark energy within the stone. Soon, the dark stone was entirely absorbed, turning into an ordinary rock. At the same time, a surge of dark energy erupted from the sword hound. A massive surge of dark energy suddenly burst through the waterfall, startling Cheney and Luoya who were training beneath it. Cheney quickly scanned the surroundings with heightened alertness and made a swift decision. He grabbed Luoya and hurriedly left the dangerous area, heading straight towards where Zuga and Wadu Cat were. Upon reaching their destination, Cheney immediately noticed the sword dog enveloped in dark energy. He pointed at it and asked in confusion, What's going on? Wadu Cat calmly explained. He just absorbed that entire stone. As Cheney was about to examine Sword Dog more closely, he suddenly felt a rush of energy within him. His expression changed, and he urgently said, Oh no, I'm about to break through. With that, he quickly sat down cross-legged and began to regulate his breathing. Seeing this, Zuga and Luoya immediately went on high alert. Their eyes were sharp as they scanned the surroundings, ready to ward off any potential threats. Wadu Cat observed their tense reactions and reassured them, Relax, I'll notice if anyone comes. However, Zuga and Luoya remained vigilant, not relaxing their guard despite Wadu Cat's words. Seeing this, Wadu Cat sighed lightly. Alright, that's fine too. It then refocused its attention on Sword Dog. At this moment, Sword Dog was still shrouded in dense dark energy. The energy that had previously burst through the waterfall had vanished, and the waterfall continued to cascade over the darkly cloaked Sword Dog. A few minutes later, Cheney opened his eyes first. He looked at the now stabilizing Sword Dog in the distance and softly asked, Is it not done yet? Wadu Cat replied, Almost. It turned to Cheney and asked, Did you advance? Cheney beamed and nodded. Yes. Wadu Cat's interest was piqued, and it inquired, What ability awakened? Cheney glanced at it with a playful smile. Not telling you. He then summoned his status panel to examine it closely. Name, Cheney. Level, Advanced Spirit Summoner. Abilities, All-Encompassing, Fate, Child of Nature, Damage Transfer. Skills, Spirit Summoning Eye, Disruption. Damage Transfer, can transfer a portion of damage received to his contracted beast. After reviewing his panel, Cheney murmured to himself with a hint of disappointment, It's alright. This ability doesn't seem as good as the previous ones, but it's not bad either. At least it enhances my defense, making me safer. Noticing Cheney's change in expression, Wadu Cat asked, Not good? Cheney candidly replied, It's alright. neither good nor bad. It doesn't feel as impressive as the previous 3 abilities. Weidu Cat pressed on. What type of ability is it? Qin Ye's lips curled slightly as he teased. Contract with me, and I'll tell you. Weidu Cat rolled its eyes. Are you that eager? Yes. Qin Yi nodded emphatically, explaining. My dad said the sooner you contract with a growth type ability, the better. If it's late, it can be quite detrimental. Weidu Cat paused, frowning. That doesn't sound right. Are you sure your dad wasn't mistaken? Why would it be wrong? Qin Yi asked, puzzled. Weidu Cat explained. What does the timing of a growth type ability have to do with contracting? You just need to contract with a lower level spirit beast. Whether early or late, it's just the difference between reaching the super level sooner or later. Is there any other difference? Qin Yi pondered for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. No, my dad was right. This ability indeed benefits from early contracting. Why? Weidu Cat asked, even more perplexed. Qin Yi explained carefully. The earlier I contract, the sooner I can become a super spirit summoner. Once I become a super spirit summoner, the effects of my abilities will enhance somewhat. For example, an original 1 bonus might become 2 at a higher level. If my contracted beast levels up within that 2 effect, the energy fed back to me will naturally be more than at 1. So, if I contract early and become a super spirit summoner early, I can enjoy more energy. If I contract late, Zuga and the others will have leveled up more, and the energy lost from those levels will be significant. Don't you think? Weidu Cat understood as soon as Qin Yi began explaining. Although it was reluctant to admit its mistake, it didn't argue. You're right. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yi asked, so when will you contract with me? Weidu Cat suddenly seemed to remember something, scratching itself frantically and exclaiming, meow. Then it said to Qin Yi, let's contract, but we need to agree on something. What is it? Qin Ye's smile widened upon hearing Weidu Cat agree to the contract. Weidu Cat said seriously, I like staying outside and not in the spirit summoning space, so after contracting, you can't put me in there unless it's absolutely necessary. Agreed. Qin Yi nodded with a smile. Weidu Cat continued, and you promise to help me become a legendary phantom beast. Don't forget that. I'll do my best. Qin Yi assured. Weidu Cat then laid out a few more conditions, such as potential enemies seeking revenge, daily baths, and its preferred spirit food. Except for the potential enemy issue, Qin Yi found the other requests manageable. Satisfied, Weidu Cat nodded. Let's contract. I'm going for it then, Qin Yi said with a grin. Weidu Cat sat down, looking at Qin Yi. Go ahead. I'm ready. Qin Yi nodded gently and began to cast the contract array. As the array formed beneath Weidu Cat, they quickly completed the contract. Once the contract was complete, a surge of energy poured into Qin Yi, far greater than before. He closed his eyes to consolidate this sudden influx of energy. Meanwhile, Weidu Cat also sensed the energy from Qin Yi. It looked at Qin Yi in surprise. Your ability is strong. My control over space has significantly improved. Although it wasn't as powerful as in its prime, it was much stronger than before the contract, enough to feel confident the old man wouldn't detect it now. So this is the benefit of contracting with a spirit summoner? No wonder they become so strong after contracting. Weidu Cat marveled inwardly. Shortly after, Qin Yi also opened his eyes. He smiled and said, looking forward to working with you. Quack quack. Zuga and Luoya echoed enthusiastically beside him. Weidu Cat couldn't help but smile brightly at the sight of the cheerful trio. Looking forward to it, meow. The dimensional cat lay quietly beside Qin Yi, its body emitting faint spatial ripples, as if it could vanish from this world at any moment. As a young cat that had recently awakened from its 9 lives, it had always strived to become a magical beast. Now, as Qin Ye's contracted beast, its destiny was beginning to change. Qin Yi curiously observed this unusual cat and asked, You've died 4 times already? The dimensional cat elegantly licked its paw and calmly replied, To be precise, I've died twice, and the other 2 times were self-induced. Were you born with near-mythical potential? Qin Yi continued to probe. The dimensional cat tilted its head, looking at Qin Yi with confusion. No. Why do you ask? Just curious, Qin Yi smiled. What was your potential when you were born? The dimensional cat's tail perked up proudly as it answered, Legendary. Its voice brimmed with pride, as a spirit beast born with legendary potential was indeed rare. Impressive, Qin Yi exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Luoya and Zuga, standing nearby, couldn't help but show envious expressions. They both understood the significance of potential. Despite evolving multiple times, they had not reached the king level, while the dimensional cat was born with legendary potential, a fact hard to ignore. Meow. The dimensional cat showed a rare moment of bashfulness, but quickly returned to its usual demeanor. Why are you asking this? Did you see something? Qin Ye's lips curled into a slight smile. Yes. You're 73 points away from mythical potential. What does that mean? The dimensional cat asked, puzzled. Qinyi briefly explained the unique effect of his spirit summoning eye on contracted beasts. Hearing this, the dimensional cat leapt up excitedly. So if I increase my potential by 73 points, I'll become a spirit beast with mythical potential? Exactly. Qinyi watched the excited dimensional cat and reminded, calm down. It's not easy to gain those 73 points. Meow. How can I not be excited? The dimensional cat trembled with emotion. I never knew how far I was from mythical potential. Now that I know, I won't feel lost in darkness anymore. You've given me hope. Qinyi was silent for a moment, feeling the weight of the dimensional cat's words. He continued, some things must remain hidden, or my life could be at risk. With that, he unleashed the fate path towards the dimensional cat. What's in the fate path? The dimensional cat keenly sensed Qinyi was withholding something. Qinyi looked at the blank fate path and sighed. No wonder you're born with legendary potential. There's nothing left to evolve. The dimensional cat's eyes widened in disbelief, trembling as it asked, You can't. Qinyi confirmed the dimensional cat's suspicion with a smile. You're right. I can see all your potential evolutionary paths. Really? The dimensional cat was incredulous. However, Qinyi's next words shattered its hopes, but unfortunately, you can't evolve. There are no suitable paths for you. It's the first time I've seen such a case. The dimensional cat's excitement dissipated instantly, looking at Qinyi with a sense of grievance. I could have evolved, but you took that thing away. No, it wasn't me who took it. You lost it yourself, and Zuga accidentally ate it. Qinyi quickly clarified. I don't care. It was taken by you guys, the dimensional cat huffed. I fought hard to get that. Yes, yes. Qinyi nodded repeatedly, swiftly changing the subject. But now that you're with me, doesn't the future seem full of hope? It's all right. The dimensional cat lifted its head with a hint of arrogance. Just as Qinyi was about to continue speaking, a disturbance erupted from the nearby waterfall. The sword dog suddenly opened its eyes, and a terrifying black sword intent burst from its body, sweeping the surroundings. The black waterfall above was cut several times by the sword intent. The sword intent came and went quickly, and within seconds, the area around the sword dog returned to calm. Qinyi's gaze immediately locked onto the sword dog, and his spirit summoning eye automatically displayed its information. Species, Sword Master Dog. Level 34 34100. Attributes, Normal 55, Dark 42. Potential, Low Lord 21100. Talents, Sword Heart, Heaven Moon 8 Styles. Skills, Dark Moon / Mastery, Shadow Step Mastery, Sword Intent Mastery, Dark Sword Intent Proficiency. Qinyi silently noted this information, paying particular attention to the fact that the sword dog had unexpectedly activated a deep-seated dark attribute within itself due to immense evolutionary power, awakening a talent called Heaven Moon 8 Styles. This talent fused the essence of heaven and earth with the spirituality of the moon, with each style containing profound dark attribute energy and power. The first style, Crescent Moon, and the fourth style, Silver Moon, had already been mastered by the sword dog, capable of delivering powerful dark attribute attacks to surrounding targets, with Silver Moon having a chance to inflict a bone-chilling negative status on targets. The fifth style had yet to awaken due to insufficient dark attribute ratio. Qinyi thoughtfully observed the sword dog, already strategizing how to utilize this powerful new ally. Level 34. Dear Lord. Awakening the fourth move of the Heavenly Moon 8 Styles. Qinyi stared at the information flickering on the Swordhound's panel, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. The effect of the Dark Stone was truly astonishing. A single purple dark attribute, Dark Stone, not only greatly enhanced the Swordhound's various attributes, but also propelled its potential to the Dear Lord level. Such an upgrade was terrifying, even though the Swordhound's original potential was just shy of reaching the Dear Lord mark. Apart from the breakthrough in potential, what thrilled Qinyi the most was the Swordhound's awakening of the fourth move of the Heavenly Moon 8 Styles, along with successfully comprehending the Dark Sword intent. The fourth move, Silver Moon. Just hearing the name sends chills down one's spine. The first three moves were already formidable, so the fourth move must be even more terrifying, especially with the added Frostbite buff effect. As for the Dark Sword intent, although it seems similar to ordinary sword intent on the surface, its actual power is undoubtedly superior. Even though the Swordhound's sword intent had reached an extraordinary level, it couldn't compare to this. How do you feel? Qinyi softly asked the Swordhound as it walked over. Woof woof, great. The Swordhound wagged its tail excitedly, clearly delighted with its progress. Not bad. Qinyi nodded with a smile, then turned to Zuga, Luoya, and the others. Let's head out. Since the Swordhound had already broken through, there was little point in staying here. The past 2 days of clearing operations had made spirit beasts above level 30 scarce. Today, he had only encountered 2. Are we leaving already? Dimension Cat tilted its head and asked. Cheney looked at it. Do you want to level up? If you need to, I can help you train for a few days. Although there aren't many spirit beasts above level 30, there are still plenty around level 10 to 20. Dimension Cat shook its head. No need. I don't need to level up. My strength grows automatically. Leveling up just speeds it up a little. Cheney frowned. Isn't that too slow? He recalled that when he first met Dimension Cat, it was only level 10, and now, after more than half a month, it had barely reached level 15. You told me to keep my level low. Dimension Cat rolled its eyes at him. Haha, I knew it. Cheney laughed heartily, then added, Oh, there's something I haven't told you. What is it? Dimension Cat looked puzzled. Cheney extended his palm with a sly smile. After forming a contract with me, I saw the effect of your 9 lives. As long as I don't die, even if you use 9 lives, you can't escape my grasp. In other words, no matter how many times you use it, you're still my contracted beast as long as I'm alive. Is that all? Dimension Cat rolled its eyes. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I've decided to stick with you in this life. It's secretly calculated that in previous lives, it had always fought alone, and in this life, it wanted to see what difference a contract with a spirit summoner would make. Its initial worries vanished after successfully contracting with Cheney and learning of his talent effects. Now, its only concern was the possibility of Cheney suddenly dying as long as Cheney remained safe. It had a strong premonition that this life would become legendary as a mythical beast. Thinking about possibly accompanying Cheney to the end and then being reborn as a mythical beast, free from all constraints, Dimension Cat couldn't help but grin foolishly. What are you thinking about? Cheney waved his hand in front of Dimension Cat. Nothing. Dimension Cat blushed but quickly regained its composure. Really nothing? Really nothing. Meow. All right, I'll take your word for it. Quack quack, it's definitely thinking about something. Luoya chimed in. Meow, you're the one thinking about something. The group continued on, chatting and laughing as they headed towards the camp. Upon arriving at the camp, Cheney saw Old Crane lying on a rocking chair in the distance and approached with a smile. At this point, Dimension Cat was perched on his shoulder, and Zuga and the others had been summoned back to the spirit summoning space. Oh. Old Crane opened his eyes, his expression shifting from a slight frown to shock. You've leveled up? I accidentally became a high-level spirit summoner just now. Cheney smiled and continued. I've contracted with Little Dimension Cat. Little Dimension Cat. Old Crane's eyes widened in surprise, focusing on the smug Dimension Cat on Cheney's shoulder. Old man, seeing me yesterday was just a fluke. Today, this is my complete form, Dimension Cat said proudly. But you were still seen by this old man. Old Crane laughed heartily. Meow. Dimension Cat snorted softly, ignoring Old Crane. After observing Dimension Cat for a moment, Old Crane remarked to Cheney, Your talent is quite impressive. It seems my investment won't go to waste. Hee. Cheney scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Old Crane handed Cheney a token. Take this. It's a teleportation token. You can use it 3 times. The teleportation is random. Cheney was momentarily speechless. Take it. I don't want to hear news that the person I've invested in suddenly died. Thank you, Old Crane. Cheney expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Old Crane waved his hand. Drop by for a chat when you have time, or we can talk on the phone. His special phone also had a signal here, though it was quite expensive. All right. Cheney nodded vigorously, waving goodbye to Old Crane. This old man is quite polite, Dimension Cat commented. Call him Old Crane, Cheney said, looking at the teleportation token in his hand. I'm older than him. Then I'll call you Old Cat. Meow. No way. Then what do you call Old Crane? Little Crane. Is that okay? That works too, I guess. Cheney shrugged. Little Crane sounds better than Old Man. As for how Old Crane felt about it, that was none of their concern. On August 24th, in the dormitory's underground training room, Cheney gazed at Luoya, who was enveloped in a mysterious blue glow, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Just a minute earlier, Luoya had reached level 40, triggering the power of evolution and beginning its transformation journey. At this moment, Luoya was evolving into its ghost duck form. Since returning from Black River Star, Cheney had secluded himself, rigorously maintaining a routine of study, training, and sleep. He focused primarily on training Luoya, while also caring for Zuga and the sword dog. As for the Dimension Cat, which had once reached over level 80, Cheney refrained from intervening, simply observing as it gradually regained its levels. Upon returning to school, Cheney promptly sold the spirit beasts he had captured on Wind Sand Star and Black River Star to the school, earning a substantial amount of points. He cleverly used these points to exchange for a yellow quality and a blue quality ghost attribute treasure, laying the foundation for Luoya's evolution. The school had strict standards for purchasing spirit beasts, equipped with specialized spirit beast qualification detectors. Not all the beasts Qin brought back met these standards. The ones that didn't were quietly sold off, bringing in some spirit coins. These unqualified beasts were intentionally captured by him to avoid drawing attention. Qin relied on his soul eye and fate abilities to assess the potential of spirit beasts. He first used the soul eye to filter out gifted beasts, then employed fate to view their evolutionary paths. Spirit beasts with unique evolutionary paths often had exceptional potential, and most of these passed the school's inspection. Ultimately, of the fewer than 20 spirit beasts Qin brought back, the school purchased 12. 3/4 of these were from Wind Sand Star, with the remainder from Black River Star. Because the spirit beasts from Wind Sand Star were new to the school, they offered higher points, allowing Qin to acquire the yellow quality ghost attribute treasure. Your talent is truly unbeatable, the Dimension Cat softly exclaimed, watching Luoya cloaked in blue light. To it, the ability to discern evolutionary paths and requirements seemed almost too extraordinary. Qin chuckled. It's only because of this talent that I dare to take such risks. That makes sense, meow, the Dimension Cat said, a hint of envy in its eyes. It too yearned for evolution, hoping to ascend to the level of a phantom god. As they chatted, a soft pop interrupted their conversation. The blue glow surrounding Luoya suddenly dissipated, revealing a newly transformed Luyate was slightly taller, more handsome, and exuded a more mature aura. Qin immediately activated his soul eye to carefully examine Luoya's new state. Species, Ghost Duck. Level, 40 level 1100. Attributes, Water, 57. Ghost, 38. Potential, Quasi-King 88100. Abilities, Plunder, Crisis, Ghost Form, Nether Perception. Skills, Ghost Doppelganger Mastery, Nether Roar Mastery, Nether/Proficient, Ghost Impact Beginner. Description: a sailor duck dreaming of becoming a pirate king, experiencing some changes on its evolutionary path. Quasi-King. Becoming a king is really tough. Qin murmured. I thought it might reach king level, but it's still just a bit short. He then proceeded to review the effects of the newly acquired abilities and skills. Nether Perception granted Luoya a special awareness of ghost and water attribute creatures, enabling it to anticipate and evade attacks from these types of beings. Qin gazed at Luoya and nodded in satisfaction. The new skill, Phantom Strike, pleased him greatly. It allowed Luoya to transform into a ghostly shockwave, rapidly charging at enemies with a chance to briefly stun them. Although it wasn't as practical as Captain Duck's ship, Qin wasn't concerned. To him, the potential of the pirate duck evolving into Ghost Duck was what truly mattered. With potential, strength would inevitably follow. What do you think? Asked Dimension Cat curiously. Hold on a second, Qin replied, directing his fate ability towards Luoya. The fate ability revealed. Captain Duck, Monarch, possesses a ship. Ghost General, Quasi-Emperor, enhances ghost attributes by at least 50, currently 38. Ghost Captain, Emperor, enhances ghost attributes by at least 50, currently 38, and possesses a ship. Qin chuckled. He had a hunch that Luoya could evolve into Captain Duck, and now it was confirmed. The potential of the Ghost Captain was evident from these evolution paths. After a moment of contemplation, Qin decided to aim for the Ghost Captain. He explained Luoya's evolution paths to Dimension Cat briefly. Dimension Cat immediately said, of course, choose the Ghost Captain. Emperor-level potential is much stronger than Quasi-Emperor. The potential gap in the later stages would result in a huge strength difference. Qin nodded in agreement but added, the Pirate King isn't that fragile. But you're right, I hadn't considered it that much. They discussed the issue of Luoya's slowed leveling speed. Dimension Cat estimated, Luoya's next evolution won't be until at least level 60. At the current pace, it won't be less than a year. That should give you enough time to find a suitable ship. Qin laughed. That's not certain. Dimension Cat suggested, if you can't find one, just get any ship for now. Qin shook his head. The ship is something that will accompany Luoya for life. It can't be just any ship. As they talked, Luoya opened its eyes. It glanced down at its body, observed its reflection in the water, and then sprayed a jet of water onto the ground, seemingly testing its new ability. He stared at his reflection in the water, his expressionless face suddenly breaking into a radiant smile. Suddenly, a series of intermittent sounds caught Qin's attention. Quack. I can. Surprised, Qin turned his head to see Luoya the duck trying hard to make sounds. Pirate King, you can talk. Qin exclaimed. Luoya responded excitedly. Quack. I really can. Although Luoya's pronunciation was still rough and hard to understand, Qin believed it would improve soon. He turned his gaze to the Dimension Cat and said, Xiao Wei Mao, I'll leave the task of teaching him to speak to you. Why me? Meow. The Dimension Cat protested immediately. Qin flashed a sly smile. Because you're the boss lady. Don't you want to be the boss? The Dimension Cat hesitated for a moment, but was eventually swayed by the title of boss lady, reluctantly agreeing. Meow. Fine, leave it to this cat. The following 7 days were a nightmare for the Dimension Cat. Nonetheless, it dutifully completed its teaching assignment. Quack quack, I can learn on my own. Luaya suddenly suggested. Cheney gently replied, let Catsis help you. She's experienced and will teach you quickly. Luaya heeded the advice and turned to the Dimension Cat. Quack quack, quack quack quack. Catsis, please help me. Hearing the title Catsis, the Dimension Cat's mood improved instantly. No problem, it's no trouble. Watching the contented Dimension Cat, Cheney shook his head with a smile. He turned to Luaya and asked, how do you feel after evolving into a ghost duck? Excitedly, Luaya picked up a shadow from the ground and began to wave it around. Not bad. You seem energetic. Cheney remarked, arranging for Luaya to be tested with Zuga and the sword dog. The next morning, during swordsmanship class, teacher he noticed a change in Cheney and curiously asked, have you advanced? Cheney grinned. Yes, teacher I reached an advanced level just last night. Since returning from Black River Star, Cheney had been concealing his strength to avoid drawing attention. With the help of his stealth technique and innate talent, he successfully kept everyone in the dark. When he first revealed to Grandpa Ming Shan that he was already an advanced summoner, the old man was taken aback. Once Grandpa Ming Shan calmed down, he listened to Chen Ye's advice and taught him the stealth technique without hesitation. Moreover, Grandpa Ming Shan spent several days personally guiding Chen Yi on how to learn skills from his contract beasts through their bond. However, not all skills of contract beasts are learnable by summoners. For instance, the Dimension Cat's 9 lives is a skill Chen Yi cannot master, no matter what. Although he can't learn 9 lives, the dimensional ability still holds promise, but Chen Ye's current strength falls short. With further improvement, he should have a chance to learn this skill. For now, the skills Chen Yi can learn are basic, like fire breathing and water spraying. As for more powerful skills like dimensional, Heavenly Moon 8 forms, instantaneous movement, and Li Gua, he needs to continue enhancing his strength to potentially master them. In a group chat dedicated to slacking off, a message sparked a lively discussion. Chen Yi, bro, have you leveled up? Lu Junyuan's question immediately caught everyone's attention. Oh? Wang Yu's string of question marks conveyed his shock. Xue Qinghua asked incredulously, really? Lu Junyuan added. Those attending the swordsmanship class were all buzzing about it. Chen Yi calmly responded. Yesterday, Luo Ye evolved. Did you really level up? Lu Junyuan asked again for confirmation. Would I lie about something like this? Chen Yi replied. Awesome. Lu Junyuan praised sincerely. Wang Yu chimed in. No wonder you could beat me. Fei Hong exclaimed. Things are getting intense. I need to step up my game. Yi Sisi and Zhang Shuijun also expressed their surprise and admiration. Chen Yi smiled at the messages in the group chat before exiting and opening a private chat with Yi Sisi. Yi Sisi, when did you reach the advanced level? Chen Yi. It's been a while. Yi Sisi. I knew it. Chen Yi. How did you know? Yi Sisi sent a rolling eyes emoji and said, I know your talent well enough. Chen Yi humbly replied, haha, it's all right. Yi Sisi, full of determination, said, just wait. I'm not far from leveling up myself. Chen Yi sent a cheering emoji in response. On August 29th, in the dorm room, Chen Yi, fresh out of the shower, received a message from Yu Wenwu. Wenwu, Jr., a relic appeared on Fengsha Star today. Interested? Chen Yi was slightly taken aback and then replied, is it dangerous? Although relics might have valuable items, his life was more important. Wenwu explained, there's an entry restriction. Only beings below level 50 can enter, which translates to spirit summoners below the super level in our terms. Chen Yi replied without hesitation, I'm in. When can we go? Now. Wenwu informed him, not so fast. The relic won't open until September 1st. Chen Yi thanked him, and Wenwu half-jokingly said, try to clear it out. Chen Yi cautiously replied, it's a bit tough, but I'll give it a shot. He was calculating in his mind. Although only those below level 50 could enter, his Luo Ye was at level 40, and Zuga and the others were still a bit away from level 40. Wenwu advised, haha, just kidding, be safe in there. Chen Yi confidently responded, don't worry, Wenwu, if I need to run, they won't be able to stop me. With Cat Sister and the teleportation token, he believed no one below level 50 could catch him. Wenwu reminded him, I know you're good at escaping, but be careful. This time, it's not just people from our planet. There are also beings from 2 other planets and local creatures. Watch out for them. Chen Yi frowned and asked, humans? Wenwu clarified, no, they're beings from Qian Star and Yubing Star. If you have the skill, you can capture them as contract beasts. They have pretty good potential. Chen Yi confirmed, Yubing Star is the one with lots of ghost attribute spirit beasts, right? Wenwu affirmed, that's right, that planet is rich in ghost attribute tool-type spirit beasts. Chen Yi understood. He knew that tool-type spirit beasts, while similar in appearance to awakened spirit beasts, had 2 key differences. They were naturally born, could evolve normally, and could reproduce. After chatting with Wenwu, Qin Yi began preparing for his trip to the Fengsha Star Relic. On August 31st, Qin Yi arrived a day early at the Spirit Summoner Federation outpost on Fengsha Star, located at the dimensional rift of the planet. The Dimension Cat perched on Qin Yi's shoulder, looking displeased with the surrounding sandy environment. Inside the outpost, Qin Yi noticed small trading markets forming around him. He hadn't walked far when he heard a familiar voice in his mind. Here so early? Qin Yi looked around and quickly spotted Uncle Sher setting up a stall. Uncle Sher, are you setting up a stall? Qin Yi approached and asked curiously. Sherwu pointed to the various spirit summoning balls on his stall and smiled. Selling some trinkets. Mystery balls, want to try one? Qin Yi quickly waved his hands. No, I'm not a gambler. Sherwu invited again. Give it a try. No charge. You can pay me later if you want. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yi agreed. All right, I'll give it a shot. Sherwu pointed to a few spirit summoning balls on the stall. Qin Yi crouched down, carefully observed, and selected a slightly yellow one, using his spirit eye to inspect it. Fengsha ball quality, green spirit beast, sand summoner. Description: a type of summoning ball that increases the capture rate of wind and sand attribute spirit beasts. Qin Yi was pleased internally and pointed to the summoning ball, saying, Uncle Sher, I'll take this one. Sherwu was surprised. Not bad luck. The spirit beast inside this summoning ball is a sand summoner, a humanoid elemental spirit beast. Do you want it? It's got decent potential, and I just caught it recently. Qin Yi politely declined. No, I was just trying my luck. He then asked, Uncle Sher, is the sand summoner unique to this planet? Sherwu answered proudly, yes, it was recently discovered, and I was the one who found it. Qin Yi quickly congratulated him. Congratulations, Uncle Sher. Sherwu laughed heartily, haha, just lucky. Qin Yi explained, discovering a new spirit beast and reporting it comes with rewards and honor. While rewards might not mean much to you, the honor does. After all, who can resist having their name appear on the Spirit Beast Encyclopedia? He continued, since you were the first to discover this spirit beast, once you report it and it's verified, your name will be listed as the first discoverer on the official Spirit Beast Encyclopedia. Qin Yi mentioned he also reported new forms of Zuga, Luoya, and Jianquan, but only provided names without revealing the evolution process. He explained, the official encyclopedia doesn't have detailed data on every spirit beast. Some only have names and the discoverer's information. So, the 3 names I submitted are similar. The rewards and honor are worth claiming, but as for other details about the spirit beasts, I'll let others figure it out themselves. Yu Wenwu approached and interrupted the conversation between Qin Yi and Sherwu. Hey Wenwu. Qin Yi turned and smiled. Uncle Sher had me play blind ball, and I chose a sand summoner's spirit ball. We were just discussing who discovered the sand summoners. Upon hearing this, Yu Wenwu glanced at Sherwu and teased. Just discovered a new elemental spirit beast? And you're already so proud? After over a month together, the 3 had clearly grown closer. Sherwu laughed heartily. Haha, elemental spirit beasts are a cut above the rest. The reward for this one can match finding 10 ordinary ones. Yeah. Yu Wenwu shrugged, then turned to Qin Yi. You're here early? Didn't want to miss tomorrow's trip to the ruins. Qin Yi explained. The ruins open at 2 p.m. tomorrow. I'll take you there, Yu Wenwu said. Come on, let me treat you to some local specialties. There are plenty of new dishes this month, like stir-fried sandgrass, 9-turn worm, and fine sandwater. Hearing these strange dish names, Qin Yi hesitated but followed along. Sherwu quickly packed up his stall and joined them. At the restaurant, Yu Wenwu noticed Qin Yi looking a bit pale and asked, how's the taste? After a moment of silence, Qin Yi reluctantly replied, most are okay, but this 9-turn worm, I just can't handle it. Haha, you just need to eat more of it to get used to it. Yu Wenwu laughed. Spare me. Qin Yi quickly declined, taking a sip of the orange sand palm drink. Its sweet and sour taste was the highlight for him. After the meal, Qin Yi bid farewell to the 2 and headed out alone. He planned to seize the opportunity to find high-quality spirit beasts and those over level 30 that had yet to be defeated. The next morning at 10 a.m., Yu Wenwu led Qin Yi and 5 others to the ruins. They stood on Yu Wenwu's giant sword, a level 70 awakening type spirit beast at least. Is this sword flight? Isn't the sword a bit too big? Qin Yi was amazed, looking at the massive sword beneath him. The Dimension Cat lazily reminded him in his mind. Relax, your cat is nearly mythical, you know? Qin Yi smiled and turned to Yu Wenwu, asking, Wenwu, when did you learn to fly on a sword? Pretty cool, right? Yu Wenwu replied proudly. Interested in contracting a similar spirit beast? Qin Yi joked, I used to be, but not anymore. I have too many weapon-based spirit beasts already. If I contract more, I might steal your title. Haha, cheeky kid. Yu Wenwu laughed. True, I would worry about you stealing my title. The other 5 overhearing the conversation, quietly discussed Qin Ye's identity. Qin Yi noticed but didn't mind, continuing to ask, Wenwu, you still haven't said when you could fly with a sword. Level 40 should do it, Yu Wenwu explained. Actually, level 30 is possible too, but you can't sustain it for long. Qin Yi realized this and immediately asked Lu Junyan, learning that Pi Song could take him on short flights at level 30. Sensing the quiet atmosphere, Yu Wenwu clapped his hands and said, all right, let's introduce ourselves. We'll need to look out for each other in the ruins. After a brief silence, Yu Wenwu gave Qin Yi a look. Understanding, Qin Yi spoke first. I'm Qin Yi, from Summoner University. I just became an advanced summoner. My skills are average, so please take care of me. A man exclaimed in surprise. Sun Wu, second year at Summoner University. I didn't expect you to be Qin Yi. I've heard so much about you. Nice to meet you, senior. Qin Yi smiled. Not at all. Sun Wu quickly shook his head, secretly admiring Qin Ye's talent, which far surpassed his own. The other four then briefly introduced themselves, sharing their names, backgrounds, and general strengths. The Windless Desert is a place where the air remains still, and it is within this desert that a recently discovered ruin lies. Surrounding the ruin, four factions have gathered in different directions, silently waiting for the ruin to open. Ling Xing from the Spirit Summoning Federation has taken up a position to the east of the ruin. This ruin isn't situated on the desert surface, but is buried deep beneath the Windless Desert. The scale of the ruin is unknown, but what is known is that as soon as it emerged, it was enveloped by a unique force known as the power of the planet. This force is irresistible and must be respected. Any attempt to seize the treasures within by force results in them turning to dust. This lesson was learned at a great cost by the mighty beings from various planets. As time passed, other beings from 2 additional planets and the native planet also discovered the ruin. Consequently, the 4 planets reached a consensus, allowing those who meet the criteria to compete for the opportunities within the ruin based on their abilities. Ling Xing, being the first to connect with Wind Sand Planet, had the initial advantage. Red Rock Planet and Ghost Soldier Planet established their connections in August. By this time, there were already 3-dimensional rifts on Wind Sand Planet. Suddenly, a gigantic sword sliced through the sky, drawing everyone's attention. The Sword King is here, make way. At this, the surrounding people quickly stepped aside. The massive sword landed steadily, and Qin Yi and others leapt down alongside Yu Wenwu. The sword then shrank instantly, hovering behind Yu Wenwu. You guys have fun. I'm going over to chat with them, Yu Wenwu said, leaving to join a group of impressive-looking men and women nearby. Qin Yi, feeling the gazes of those around him, quietly moved to the side. The Dimension Cat on his shoulder gazed at the large golden-yellow horn protruding from a nearby pit and communicated, that horn looks valuable. Qin Yi immediately activated his spirit eye to examine it. An unknown structure's horn, blue quality, looks like the top of some massive building, he muttered. The Dimension Cat regretfully noted, it's a shame. If it were the old me, a wave of the hand and that horn would be mine. Qin Yi reminded it of the presence of the planetary power with a smile. An hour later, a loud rumble shattered the silence. Qin Yi, who was meditating on a large reddish-yellow rock, snapped his eyes open to see a radiant golden light erupting from the pit, filling it completely. Yu Wenwu loudly announced the opening of the ruin and advised everyone to be cautious. As his words echoed, the crowd surged towards the pit. Qin Yi walked leisurely to the edge of the pit, hearing Brother Wenwu's encouragement in his mind. He grinned before stepping into the light. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself beside a dilapidated house. Not far away, an unknown spirit beast was watching him warily. Qin Yi quickly summoned 4 beams of light, but the beast did not attack. Instead, it fled decisively. A creature from Red Rock Planet? Qin Yi murmured, checking the information displayed on his panel. The Dimension Cat asked if he intended to pursue and kill it, but Qin Yi shook his head, expressing his principle of not harming the innocent. This led to a discussion between them about his approach to different targets. Following this, the Dimension Cat pointed to a massive structure in the distance that connected to the desert above, excitedly shouting, let's go. Meow. Luoya, puzzled, asked about the meaning, and the Dimension Cat explained it simply meant, let's go. Qin Yi gazed at the astonishing sight in the sky, paused for a moment, and decided to explore the surrounding area first. However, after a circuit around, Qin Yi found the region unusually barren, with scarcely any local spirit beasts in sight. He speculated that this might be an area newly isolated by the energy from the sky, hence its emptiness. Confronted with this desolate landscape, Qin Yi couldn't help but ponder deeply. It was the rock spirit beast we encountered earlier, and it seemed to be fleeing from something. Qin Yi led Zuga and the others toward a massive golden building, soon arriving at the center of a plaza. Suddenly, the Dimension Cat alerted them, and Qin Yi followed its gaze to the left intersection, spotting the familiar rock spirit beast desperately running in their direction. Qin curiously examined behind the rock's spirit beast, trying to identify what was pursuing it, but found nothing. Just as he was puzzled, the Dimension Cat advised, "It's underground." Observing closely, Qin noticed the ground behind the rock's spirit beast subtly shifting, with movements so slight they were almost imperceptible. "Shall we go?" the Dimension Cat inquired. Qin smiled and declined, deciding to investigate further. The Dimension Cat nimbly leapt onto Qin's shoulder, softly assessing, "The energy fluctuations are decent, but there are quite a few of them." Qin nodded slightly, preparing for battle. Luoyao excitedly gripped Shuai-ing, standing to Zhuge's left, while Jian Quan silently guarded the right. Zhuge let out a low growl, enveloping the group with 4 elemental shields. Qin instructed Zhuge to release the Li trigram, ready to strike the ground behind the rock spirit beast once it passed. Seeing the commotion ahead, the rock spirit beast's eyes flickered with hope, and it accelerated. Just as it burst out from the intersection, dozens of small fireballs shot from a massive fireball in the sky, fiercely bombarding the ground behind it. Amidst the roaring noise, the previously flat ground transformed into a rugged scorched terrain, revealing 4 giant spirit beasts. Qin quickly used the spirit summoning eye to inspect one of them. Sandstorm Worm, level 42, medium commander. Several more sandstorm worms emerged from underground, their numbers reaching over a dozen. Qin also spotted 2 different worms. Quicksand worms, level 48, Lote Ear Lords. When the level 48 quicksand worm warned them to leave, Qin turned to the rock spirit beast and, with a smile, said, "The talking one is yours to handle, all right?" Without waiting for a response, Zhuge and Jian Quan launched their attacks, while Luoya split and rushed toward the east intersection. The quicksand worm angrily ordered the extermination of the intruders. The worms fired sand spears, and a swirling sandstorm formed around the quicksand worm. Amidst the deafening roar, silver blades and countless fireballs pierced through the sandstorm, leveling the houses on either side of the intersection and leaving the sandstorm worms lying in pools of blood. The rock spirit beast watched in awe, amazed by the human strength. Just as it was about to pursue, it noticed Qin still standing in place. Puzzled, the rock spirit beast turned and asked, "Aren't you going to chase them?" "Why chase?" Qin responded, a hint of mischief glinting in his eyes. The rock spirit beast frowned slightly, a trace of confusion in its voice. "If you're not chasing, then am I supposed to chase?" Qin chuckled and shook his head. "I never said you should chase." The rock spirit beast was taken aback, and a chill swept over it. Its pupils contracted as if realizing some terrifying truth. Qin watched the rock spirit beast's reaction, a slight smile playing at his lips, but he offered no further explanation. Instead, he called out to Luoya, who was about to continue the pursuit. "Stop, there's no need to chase anymore." Surveying his surroundings, Qin mused, "Though these worms are numerous, not many are above level 40. Most are just over 30. You wouldn't know without engaging them. They seemed high-level at first glance." He continued analyzing. "Their levels are generally low, and they're clustered at the intersection, making them easy targets. Besides, with my innate talent boost, Zhuge and the others are far superior to these wild spirit beasts." Qin calculated his advantages. The heart of nature and his unique abilities allowed Zhuge and his contract beasts to easily overpower spirit beasts of the same level, even taking on higher-level challenges without much trouble. As long as the level gap wasn't too large, victory was assured. At present, his contract beasts were quite formidable. Zhuge at level 37, Luoya at level 40, Sword Dog at level 37, and Sister Cat at level 28. Zhuge had just leveled up in the recent battle, only a step away from reaching level 38. As Luoya returned, Qin didn't linger but decisively led his team toward the right path. The rock spirit beast hesitated for a moment, then hurried back in the direction they had come from. Dimension Cat noticed the rock spirit beast's unusual behavior and softly reminded, "It's not following us." Qin dismissed it casually. "Ignore it. Focus on sensing the energy fluctuations around us. There are wild spirit beasts here." Having discovered a large number of level 30-something wild spirit beasts, Qin decided to seize this opportunity. He aimed to quickly level Zhuge up to 38 and Luoya to 41. As for Sword Dog, he planned to take things slow since its evolution conditions were not yet met. A few hours later, Qin leisurely arrived in front of a golden building. The open doors and scattered corpses caught his eye, and he clicked his tongue. "What a mess," Dimension Cat sharply pointed out. "There are human bodies here." Qin nodded, his gaze sweeping over several human corpses, sighing softly. "I see them. Where there's a secret realm, there's death. It's common to see infighting over treasures, not to mention beings from other planets being involved. The beings from Yubing Star are relatively easy to deal with." No sooner had he spoken than Luoya and Sword Dog launched an attack, sending several blades of energy slicing through the air around Qin. The seemingly dead beings from Being Star suddenly sprang to life, exclaiming, "Damn! This human's got some skills. Brothers, let's take him down." The battle erupted instantly, with both sides clashing fiercely. However, the beings from Being Star soon realized their opponents were formidable, prompting their leader to decisively order, "This guy's tough. Fall back, everyone. I'll hold them off." The leading spirit beast soared into the air to face Luo Ya and the others. It looked at Qin Yi standing behind them and proposed, "We won't fight you if you go inside. Deal?" Qin Yi glanced at the massive sword exuding a ghostly blue aura in the sky, smiled slightly, and without replying, activated his spirit eye. Instantly, the creature's information flooded his mind. Species: Ghost Sword Spirit. Level: 47. Attribute: Ghost. Potential: High Lord. Description: a special evolution of the Ghost Sword, a hunter from Being Star. The Ghost Sword Spirit saw the smile on Qin Ye's face and understood his intent. Without hesitation, it unleashed a terrifying wave of ghostly energy, a gigantic energy sword overlapping with it, ready to strike. Simultaneously, the water shadow in Luo Ya's hand was enveloped in the same ghostly blue energy. In the next moment, the perfect grade nether slash sword skyward, colliding with the incoming giant sword. The deafening explosion forced Luo Ya back several steps, while the Ghost Sword Spirit remained unwavering in the air. "You're strong." The Ghost Sword Spirit acknowledged Qin Yi, with a hint of admiration in its voice, "But you're not my match yet. If it weren't for the concern of losing too many brothers, I wouldn't let you go." Qin Yi glanced at Luo Ya, softly lamenting, still a bit underleveled. Then he turned to the Ghost Sword Spirit, smiling, "See you inside." Despite the Ghost Sword Spirit's words, Qin Yi didn't agree. Besides Luo Ya, he also had Zuga, Sword Dog, and Sister Cat. Together, they could easily overpower the Ghost Sword Spirit. Moreover, if he wanted to escape, not even a group of its allies could stop him. Seeing Qin Yi signal his contract beasts to cease fighting, the Ghost Sword Spirit quickly gathered its companions and moved aside, making way for Qin Yi. As Qin Yi and his team headed toward the entrance, it called out, "See you inside." Qin Yi waved casually and led his contract beasts into the grand hall. A subordinate, puzzled, asked, "Boss, why let him go?" The Ghost Sword Spirit swatted the foolish subordinate aside with its sword, scolding, "Idiot. If we killed them, how many of us would survive? Rest up, and we'll continue later. A few more rounds, and we'll head inside." It glanced at a few onlookers nearby before leading its team away. During Qin Ye's confrontation with the Ghost Sword Spirit, a dozen or so spectators had gathered around. Seeing both sides leave, they too stopped waiting, entering the golden building one by one, as if prearranged. Qin Yi stepped into the building, his eyes scanning the murals on the corridor walls and the bodies on the floor, once again clicking his tongue. "What a scene!" Dimension Cat lazily commented, "That's how it is in ruins. You'll get used to it." Qin Yi nodded slightly, observing the murals on either side as he walked. Dimension Cat noticed the depiction of lizard men, eagle men, snake men, and other humanoid spirit beasts, and communicated telepathically, "This civilization seems advanced. They even knew how to paint." Qin Yi chuckled, "Building such sophisticated structures, painting isn't surprising. I didn't expect the rulers here to be eagle men instead of lizard men." His gaze fell on a mural depicting an eagleman holding a large staff and wearing a crown, exuding an air of authority. Qin Yi mused, "This eagleman looks impressive. I wonder if its essence remains in this ruin." The murals on both sides, though devoid of text, vividly depict the rulers of this city eagleman directing various mythical beasts in the construction of a golden palace. The murals intricately portray various humanoid creatures, including the familiar raging worms and other bizarre beings with distinct appearances. As Qin Yi stepped out of the corridor, a vast hall unfolded before him, leaving him in awe. Numerous passages stretched out like a spider's web, with dozens of watchful eyes fixed on him. The voice of the dimensional cat echoed in his mind. No wonder the corridor was so long. Turns out there are so many rooms. Qin Yi surveyed the people in the hall expressionlessly, then turned and walked toward a human man. Stopping at a safe distance, he offered a friendly smile and asked, "Brother, what's the situation here?" The man replied succinctly, "Nothing much. You want to go in, just pick a passage." Then, curiously, he asked, "Weren't you stopped by those guys from the Ghost Star when you came in? Were you attacked too?" Qin Yi was taken aback. The man shook his head. "No, I came in with them." Qin Yi nodded slightly and asked, "Aren't you going in?" "We're waiting for people to come out," the man responded. "Thanks, brother." Qin Yi expressed his gratitude, then stored Zuga and the others in his summoning space, leaving only Sister Cat outside. Seeing this, the man advised, "Don't put everyone away, it's not safe." Qin Yi grinned, "Thanks for the concern, brother. I'm capable enough." Even though Sister Cat doesn't have much combat power now, She can still get me out quickly. The man gave Qin Yi a deep look, silently memorizing his appearance. This conversation was enough for him to deduce how Qin Yi had entered. Time passed slowly, and gradually more beings emerged from the corridor, first a rock spirit beast, followed by a human woman from the Summoning Federation, and then more figures. The man standing not far from Qin Yi wondered aloud. Why are so many people coming all of a sudden? Qin Yi calmly explained. It's probably the group that was watching earlier. The man was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but remark, they didn't help you at all? Qin Yi shook his head. It's good enough they didn't make things worse. This exchange piqued the man's curiosity about Qin Yi, prompting him to speculate about the young man's identity and strength. Half an hour later, as more people entered the hall, those who had arrived earlier began to grow restless, with some heading into the passages. After another half hour, the man said to Qin Yi, I can't wait any longer. I'm going in. All right, good luck. Qin Yi replied, opening his eyes. Let's get to know each other. I'm Zhangji. Qin Yi. See you. Zhangji nodded slightly, waved goodbye, and headed for the fourth passage on the left. Qin Yi watched Zhangji leave, then mentally communicated with Sister Cat, who was strolling nearby. Have you discovered anything? There are barriers in these passages. Once you go in, you can't come back. The dimensional cat replied. We probably can't leave now either. So, this building is a one-way trip? Exactly, meow. Did the eagleman who built this place have such power? That, I don't know. Meow, the dimensional cat jumped back onto Qin Yi's shoulder. Shall we go in? Let's rest for another half hour. Qin Yi said unhurriedly. He noticed the scattered bodies in the hall, realizing there had been battles here, though the traces had been cleaned by those who came later. Another half hour passed, and as the hall emptied further, Qin Yi leisurely headed toward the third passage on the left. Once inside, he stopped and turned to look back. I didn't notice before, but now I'm sure this is an independent space. The dimensional cat said after inspecting the area. You won't find them by waiting. No rush, let Zuga and the others recover a bit more. Qin Yi said as he continued forward, albeit at a slower pace. While admiring the murals on either side, he asked, the ruler here seems quite powerful, doesn't it? Not weak, probably emperor-level strength. The dimensional cat lazily replied. Then why were they destroyed? The high-level combat power couldn't hold up. Even though most mythical beasts have longer lifespans than humans at the same strength level, long-lived doesn't mean immortal. When the top fighters' lives end, and there's no one to succeed them, they perish. Qin Yi nodded gently, understanding the dimensional cat's explanation. As they neared the exit, the dimensional cat, leading the way, suddenly became alert. Something's wrong. This is an illusion. What do you mean? Qin Yi was slightly puzzled. This is an illusion. The dimensional cat repeated. This corridor is an illusionary space. We're in an illusionary space right now. Can it be dispelled? No, I can't dispel it. The dimensional cat sat down, scratching its head. I'm too weak now. If I were my old self, I could break this illusionary space with a slap. Qin Yi laughed. Then there's no point in talking about it. Let's just keep going. If we can't break it, we have no choice but to move forward. The dimensional cat gracefully leaped onto Qin Yi's shoulder and whispered. This illusionary space is not dangerous. Its only purpose is to separate you all, preventing you from encountering each other in the corridors. It paused, a hint of doubt flashing in its eyes. There should be another purpose. Qin Yi glanced at the murals lining the corridor and replied thoughtfully, to let us witness the history of this city. Oh, I see. The dimensional cat followed Qin Yi's gaze, its tail swaying gently. Makes sense. Meow, get ready for battle. Qin Yi walked steadily out of the corridor and entered a room several times smaller than the previous hall. The air was filled with tension. Suddenly, a black blade slashed through the air. A lizard man with earth-colored scales held a long knife, licking its lips with a bloodthirsty expression. Another newcomer, huh? I guess you folks from the first level really can't hold back, it said threateningly. Human kid, the enemies here have already been wiped out by us. Be smart and offer us some compensation, or else. Qin Yi observed the lizard man and the other humanoid creatures around him, curiously asking, is your ruler still the eagle people? He had thought the mythical beasts depicted in the murals were extinct, surprised to find them still alive. Seeing the lizardman's expression darken, Qin Yi unhesitatingly cast a soul summoning eye. Information surged into his mind. Species, wild sand lizard. Level, 48. Attribute, sand potential, low-level lord. Description, an evolved form of the sand lizard, native to the wind sandstar, enjoys bullying the weak. So it's called a wild sand lizard, Qin Yi noted to himself, as he discreetly used the soul summoning eye on the other humanoid beasts. The wild sand lizard couldn't hold back any longer, roaring, you seek death. It charged at Qin Yi, gripping the long knife tightly. Qin Yi, quick on his feet, summoned two beings in front of him. First appeared Roya, wielding a water shadow, fearlessly meeting the wild sand lizard Hedon. Sword dogs soon joined the fray, and the battle grew increasingly intense. The wild sand lizard's companions were about to intervene when a human woman nearby stopped them. "I advise you not to move. He's not the only human here." Standing beside her, a burly man added with a grin, "Unknown is fine, but if it's too known, we're not just for show." The wild sand lizard's companions exchanged uncertain glances. Seeing this, the wild sand lizard shouted, "Stay back. I can handle them myself." Though the opponents were tougher than expected, it didn't want the situation to escalate. After all, the current scenario involved 3 planets united against humans from Ling Star, and it didn't want to spark a war over personal grievances. After several rounds of intense fighting, the wild sand lizard swept Roya and Sword Dog aside with a powerful strike and shouted, "Enough. I acknowledge you." Chinyi chuckled lightly. "I don't need your acknowledgement." He gestured for Roya and Sword Dog to stand down, internally sighing, "It's a pity its strength isn't greater. Otherwise, it wouldn't have stopped. It's still a bit weak." The wild sand lizard glared at Chinyi fiercely before retreating to its companions. Chinyi remained unfazed, merely noting its appearance before approaching the woman and the burly man, greeting them with a smile. "Sister Hu, Brother Li." They were Hu Ying and Li Junjie, 2 of the 5 who had arrived with Chinyi on Wenwu Ji's giant sword. Li Junjie couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder you're the top of Summoning University this year. That timing, that skill, impressive." Chinyi responded modestly with a smile, "You're too kind, Brother Li." Huing chimed in, "Don't be modest, you're impressive. What's the situation outside now?" Chinyi replied, "When I came in, most people had already entered." He then asked curiously, "Sister Hu, what's the deal with this building?" "When I entered, a bunch of people were waiting in the hall for you to come out." Huing nodded. "So that's how it is." "When we came in, the battle in the hall was wrapping up, and then we entered the 5th passage on the left with a group of people." Chinyi immediately added, "I came in through the 3rd passage on the left." Huing explained, "No matter which passage you enter, it's randomly assigned. Only a few from our group ended up here." Chinyi mused, "I see. Sister Hu, are there any rewards here?" Huing smiled, "Yes. According to what we heard in the hall, there are over a dozen treasures, though I'm not sure if that's true. But I can confirm there are 8 treasures in this room. Our people snatched 5. She then pulled out a reddish-yellow egg from somewhere. Chinyi looked at the egg in surprise. "What's that?" Huing beamed. "It's a pet egg of a little sand eagle. Li and I got it." Li Junjie added proudly, "Your brother Li's skills are not bad." Chinyi looked at them enviously and couldn't help but cast a soul-summoning eye. Little sand eagle's pet egg unactivated. Description: a pet egg of a little sand eagle, currently wrapped in a special energy and in an unactivated state. Infusing energy into the egg will activate it, beginning the hatching process. Li Junjie laughed heartily, "Haha, just average." Huing carefully put away the pet egg. Chinyi continued to ask, "Sister Hu, Brother Li, what are the guardians here?" Huing replied with a look of disdain, "A bunch of sand-formed beasts, summoned creatures. No experience, no corpses, just a pile of sand when they die." "Are they strong?" "Very strong and very annoying." Huing said bluntly, "They're genuinely tough and genuinely annoying. After all, there's nothing left after killing them. Isn't that frustrating?" "Of course, rewards aside from themselves don't count." Chinyi nodded, his gaze shifting to the nearby passage. "Sister Hu, has anyone gone into those 9 passages?" "Yes. We'll head in later," Huing explained. They weren't waiting for others to come out, but were instead recovering themselves and their contracted beasts. Chinyi nodded in understanding. "All right then, Sister Hu, Brother Li, I'll go ahead and scout the way for you." He thought to himself, having missed 2 opportunities to observe and claim rewards, he didn't want to miss a third. Even if he might not see it this time. Something seems off with these murals. Chinyi stared at a small fox depicted in one of them, his brow furrowing instinctively. His gaze was fixed on the fox, which appeared relaxed and free, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding scene where others were oppressed by birdmen. Dimension Cat followed Chinyi's gaze and noticed the anomaly too. It whispered, "Indeed, there's something odd. This little fox's expression doesn't match the environment." Suddenly, Dimension Cat leapt up excitedly and exclaimed, "I bet it's the one that overthrew the ruler here." Chinyi shook his head, signaling for calm. "Don't jump to conclusions. Let's keep looking." He and Dimension Cat continued to walk along the mural, harboring similar suspicions but knowing it was too early to be certain. Dimension Cat seemed impatient. "Trust me, it's gotta be it. These murals are so dull." Chinyi, sensing Dimension Cat's boredom, gently suggested, "If you're bored, why not rest on my shoulder?" As soon as he finished speaking, Dimension Cat vanished and reappeared on Chinyi's shoulder. He gently stroked its head, a smile playing on his lips as they moved on. Just as they were about to reach the entrance, Cheney abruptly stopped and asserted, "It's not the fox." Dimension Cat blinked awake, confused. "Huh, why not?" Cheney pointed to the last few murals and explained, "Look at it wandering around the city. It doesn't seem like the type to destroy it. Someone like that would only eliminate the villains unless absolutely necessary." Dimension Cat examined closely and was surprised. "It's a male fox." Cheney sighed. "That's what you're focusing on?" Dimension Cat chuckled. "I didn't expect this little fox to evolve into a humanoid form. Lizardmen, birdmen, foxmen. It seems this planet's feature is that most spirit beasts evolve into humanoid forms." Cheney teased. "So by your logic, should we expect wormmen too?" Dimension Cat quickly defended. "I said most, not all." Cheney rolled his eyes and then turned serious. "Open the dimension. We should leave." Dimension Cat was surprised. "Open it now?" Cheney explained. "Anyone who can reach the third room this quickly is likely formidable. It's best to keep a low profile." Dimension Cat nodded in understanding. "Makes sense. I'll open it now." With that, an invisible wave enveloped them, and they vanished from sight. Within the dimension, Cheney found the mural before him magnified hundreds of times, yet his steps covered the same distance as before. Initially disoriented by this bizarre state, he soon adapted through repeated attempts. In this manner, Cheney and Dimension Cat traversed the corridor and arrived at a new area. Before them was a slightly larger central hall with 6 passageway entrances. Cheney silently counted, noting there were 3 fewer than before. Dimension Cat smugly pointed out, "See, they didn't notice us." Cheney casually replied, "Impressive," while vigilantly scanning the surroundings. He saw people clearing a battlefield, wary of each other, indicating a fierce battle had just concluded. Determined to continue, Cheney chose the first passage on the left. Once in the familiar corridor, he asked Dimension Cat to temporarily disable its dimension powers to conserve energy. Returning to normal, Cheney cradled Dimension Cat and continued onward. Soon, they encountered new murals depicting a young foxman sitting on a throne, laughing heartily. Cheney chuckled. So it wasn't the fox that destroyed the city, but it did reshape this massive structure. Dimension Cat seemed disinterested. Just another invaded planet. Nothing new. The murals generally depicted the city during its prosperous era being invaded by creatures from another world. After years of arduous battles, victory was achieved, and the dimensional rift was sealed. However, the cost was severe, with nearly all the high-level warriors lost, leaving only this foxman. In a bid to preserve the history of the palace and city, the foxman used its remaining strength to complete these murals. Contemplating, Cheney remarked, "An invasion from another world? Aren't we doing the same here? Our planet was once invaded too. It's a world where strength reigns supreme. Only by becoming powerful can we fend off invasions and even conquer other planets to acquire resources." Exiting the corridor, Cheney didn't hear the sounds of battle, but rather conversations. They stealthily moved to a corner of the hall, standing against the wall. Dimension Cat counted the people in the hall. "There are quite a few here, 6 humans, 4 from Yubing Star, 6 from Chien Star, and 3 locals. This hall is even larger than the last one." Cheney scanned the room, noticing 5 pedestals with different items on them, guarded by spirit beasts. He began to count them. 1, 2, 3. No wonder Sister Who felt nauseous. Cheney quickly scanned the scene before him and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Around the treasure, a dense crowd of 300 spirit beasts was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. What was even more surprising was that when these spirit beasts were slain, they left neither experience points nor corpses, only turning into a pile of sand. They guarded 5 different items, and Cheney couldn't help but speculate on their value. His gaze fell on the only egg among the 5 items, and he immediately used his spirit eye. Unactivated pet egg of a little sand eagle, just as he suspected. Cheney had a familiar feeling about this egg at first sight, and now, having confirmed it, he turned to the Dimensional Cat and asked, "Sister Cat, can you sneak those things away?" The Dimensional Cat perked up with excitement. "You want me to do it? Can I really?" Cheney's expression was serious as he confirmed once more, "This is crucial for our next actions. There must be no mistakes." "Of course I can." The Dimensional Cat replied with a hint of discontent. "Are you doubting me?" "No. I'm just double-checking," Cheney quickly explained. "If you can indeed grab those items under their noses, we can go for the best items in this building." Cheney knew very well that the items in this hall were not the most precious. His gaze lingered on the only passage leading to the next area, which was likely the final battleground. He planned to let Sister Cat shine there. Although this wasn't his preferred strategy, in the absence of sufficient personal strength, it was the only way to obtain the best items. "Rest assured," the Dimensional Cat said confidently, "if that guy were still alive, I might not have been able to do it. But since he's dead, these guardian beasts created from residual energy can't stop me." "Residual energy?" Cheney asked curiously. That's right, meow, the dimensional cat explained. I sensed it. These spirit beasts created from energy originally had a strength of around level 70, but now, due to energy loss, they're down to less than level 50. Cheney asked in surprise, then what level was this fox when it was alive? The dimensional cat pondered for a moment and replied, if I'm not mistaken, it was at least a totem-level spirit beast, which means its potential was totem, and its level was 80. Totems are that strong? Then you must be. Cheney looked at the dimensional cat in shock. The dimensional cat smirked proudly. Now you know how powerful Sister Cat is. Amazing. Sister Cat, we'll be counting on you from here on out. Cheney praised sincerely. The dimensional cat puffed out its chest. Leave it to me. I'll make sure to get them all. A moment later, the dimensional cat asked, are any of those 5 items something we need? Cheney shrugged. Besides the egg, the others aren't much use to me. But with that egg, these items do have value for us. He explained that the other 4 items were directly related to the sand attribute. As for the egg, Cheney shook his head. Although he didn't want it, he was sure that the little sand eagle it hatched would have more potential than Sister Who's, given that this was the reward from the 4th hall, not the 2nd. Should we go for it? The dimensional cat asked. No, let's just watch for now. Once they're done fighting, we'll head straight into the passage, Cheney decided. The dimensional cat waited for a while, and then suddenly noticed the barrier on the distant passage. It turned to Cheney and said, you know, what? We can actually go straight to the next hall. We don't need to wait for them to finish off those guardians. With my dimensional abilities, a barrier this weak can't stop us. Cheney paused, looking at the dimensional cat's increasingly excited eyes, and said helplessly, why didn't you say earlier that we could use the dimension? You never asked. The dimensional cat jumped onto Cheney's shoulder. Shall we go? Let's go. Cheney walked decisively toward the only path. At the entrance, Cheney looked at the barrier before him and reached out a finger to test it. The dimensional cat watched his actions and said helplessly, don't worry, we can really go through. Even if we can't, at most we'll just be discovered. Hearing this, Cheney stopped his hand midair. True, he said, stepping forward. Passing through the barrier without any hindrance, Cheney turned back to look at the scene in the hall, exclaiming in surprise, Sister Cat, your dimensional ability is amazing. Of course, it's my specialty. The dimensional cat boasted. I've gotten a lot of good stuff thanks to it. Amazing. Sister Cat. Cheney praised sincerely. The dimensional cat waved a paw. Keep it low-key. Well then, Sister Cat, let's move on, Cheney said. All right, meow, the dimensional cat replied. By the way, this is actually the real passage. It seems the final challenge is up ahead. Let's hope so, Cheney said, looking at the bare, golden walls on both sides as he carried the dimensional cat and walked forward step by step. Just as they exited the passage, a voice echoed in the hall. Huh. Someone clearly came in. But why can't I see them? Hearing the voice, Cheney instinctively raised his hand to summon Zuga and the others. But after hearing the rest of the words, he lowered his hand and looked ahead. Not far away, a fox person was lounging lazily on a throne, with an item placed on either side. It's just a talent, Cheney replied calmly. Come out, let me see you, the fox person said. Cheney communicated with the dimensional cat. Cancel it. Meow. The dimensional cat canceled the dimensional effect. In the next moment, the fox person saw Cheney and frowned slightly. An outsider? Don't you know the situation outside? Cheney retorted. Don't you know the situation outside? The fox person shook his head. I'm just a consciousness left behind by him. I can't see the situation outside. I see. Cheney thought for a moment and briefly explained the current situation on Sandstorm Star and the characteristics of human spirit summoners. Being invaded again? Huh? The fox person sighed. But what does it matter to me? I'm just a consciousness he left behind. Taking advantage of the fox person's self-talk, Cheney used his spirit eye on the 2 items beside him. Unactivated pet egg of a little sand fox. Description. The only bloodline left by the last totem-level strongman of Sand Eagle City, Ching Hu, before his death. It is also the last little sand fox on Sandstorm Star. Desert gore. Quality. Orange. Skill. Shaping. Description. Ching Hu's personal gourd, a wondrous object of heaven and earth, containing infinite yellow sand, with the ability to control sand. It turned out to be the pet egg of that fox. Cheney's heart skipped a beat as he realized the truth. He hadn't expected the little sand fox's egg to be from the lineage of the one before him. Although surprised, upon reflection, it made sense. Ensuring a future for one's species and bloodline is a perfectly natural thing to do. Cheney couldn't help but marvel at the richness of the final reward. Not only was there a precious descendant, but also an added bonus of a rare orange-grade treasure. He imagined what it would be like if others were with him in this place. A fierce battle would likely ensue for these 2 invaluable treasures. But now, with only himself present, these treasures were destined to be his. As for how to acquire them, that depended on the blue fox seated on the throne. The blue fox, with eyes sharp and penetrating, looked at Qingyi and asked, "Can you tell me how you managed to enter here?" Qingyi understood that his response would determine how the blue fox would treat him. Without hesitation, he shook his head slightly and firmly said, "I can't tell you the method, as there's a chance you might tell others. But I can assure you that while I might not be the top of the new generation, I'm certainly in the top 10. He continued, "If you give me the items, I can't guarantee I'll make a contract with them. But I promise that if I don't, I'll ensure your descendant goes to someone suitable. If you don't want it to be contracted by anyone else, I can also release it into the wild once it can fend for itself. If you don't want it released, I can keep it by my side, growing and fighting alongside me." Qingyi explained, "Our human race has an item called a Spirit Calling Orb that can capture spirit beasts, allowing them to reside within it. From what I've experienced so far, the little sand fox's abilities are quite impressive. Its summoning and illusion skills are both something I currently lack. Summoning a large number of energy-created spirit beasts to fight and scout for me is something I really need. Moreover, besides its summoning ability, the little sand fox also has illusion capabilities. Although not as overwhelming as summoning, it's still better than nothing." He pondered that unless he encountered other spirit beasts with high potential and strong abilities, he would likely contract with the little sand fox. He felt the chances of encountering such beasts were slim, and even if he did, he would need to find two. After becoming a super spirit caller, he would gain 2 additional contract slots, not just one, making the odds even lower. Therefore, he was leaning towards contracting with the unborn sand fox, though he wasn't entirely certain, so he didn't make any absolute promises. The blue fox looked at Qingyi with interest and asked, "How can you prove you're in the top 10 of the new generation?" From Qingyi's words, he sensed sincerity, but he wanted to know if this claim was just talk, or if there was real strength behind it. If true, handing over the treasures wouldn't be an issue. If false, a test would be necessary. Qingyi smiled and replied, "Isn't my presence here and knowing that this egg holds your soul bloodline proof enough?" The blue fox was instantly shocked. "You know this is my bloodline." Qingyi showed a puzzled expression. "Didn't I just say that?" The voice of the dimensional cat echoed in his mind. "You said it was his descendant." "All right." Qingyi looked at the blue fox, who also recalled what was previously said and replied, "You did say that, but I thought you meant some other little sand fox." "No, no." Qingyi quickly denied, then added, "By the way, this little sand fox is the last of its kind on Sandstorm Star. They really didn't make it through." The blue fox sighed softly, a hint of loneliness in his eyes. Watching this, Qingyi remained silent, waiting for the blue fox's response. It wasn't long before the blue fox regained composure and said, "Our sand fox tribe is few in number and difficult to propagate. If we were numerous, the sand eagle tribe wouldn't have had any chance. Back then, we were less than 100, and after the war, fewer than 10 remained." "So, your response isn't enough?" Qingyi internally remarked, "What does your tribe's population have to do with my response?" But he also recognized the sand fox tribe's strength from the blue fox's words. There's a saying, "A race that reproduces with difficulty isn't necessarily strong, but a strong race is often hard to propagate." The stronger they are, the harder it is to reproduce. This isn't just idle talk, but a truth born from statistics. Qingyi replied, "If it's not enough, then so be it. I don't need to prove anything to you. Believe it or not." He hadn't expected the blue fox to believe him easily. If it were that simple, it would arouse suspicion. The blue fox wasn't angry at Qingyi's words, but calmly pointed to the summoned creatures below. Smiling at Qingyi, "Show me your strength." "I can't fight them. I'm not strong enough." Qingyi shook his head. "If I were strong enough, I wouldn't have appeared before you in this manner." "Fair enough." The blue fox nodded slightly. "Then summon your contracted beasts, and I'll adjust their levels." "Do I really have to fight?" Qingyi frowned at the blue fox, who nodded again. "But I don't want to fight. If I can earn these by merit, why should I fight for them?" He didn't want to fight at all. "Why not?" the blue fox asked. "Fighting consumes energy." Qingyi looked at the dozens of seemingly formidable guardians, continuing, "If I defeat them all, my companions will be low on energy, and if something unexpected happens, I won't have enough strength to defend myself." The blue fox paused, touching his chin. "Makes sense? How about defeating one level 50 Sand Emperor Eagle within a minute?" The blue fox looked at Qingyi with some exasperation. "I need to see your strength. Only when I see it can I entrust my family treasure to you with peace of mind. Otherwise, I can't rest easy." Hearing this, Qingyi grinned and said, "All right, but my strongest companion is only level 41. So I'll be fighting 3 against 1. "No wonder you said those things," the blue fox realized. This low level wasn't an exaggeration. It was genuinely low. The blue fox continued, "All right, as long as your companions are level 41, 3 against 1, or even 5 against 1, is fine. No need, 3 against 1 is enough." Qingyi shook his head. Zuga, Luaya, and Jianquan can handle a level 50 summon beast within a minute without much trouble. Qin Yi dared to accept Qing Hu's challenge not because Zuga and the others could actually defeat a level 50 spirit beast in a minute, but because he saw through the true nature of the Sand Emperor Eagle. It wasn't a real spirit beast, but rather a summoned creature formed from energy whose power had significantly waned. Faced with such an ancient and unstable summoned creature, Qin Yi naturally didn't need to worry much. More importantly, the presence of Sister Cat gave Qin Yi great confidence. Without her, even if he could finish the fight in a minute, he would have negotiated for more time. But now, he accepted the challenge without hesitation. Seeing Qin Yi agree, Qing Hu signaled the guards to step back, leaving only the Sand Emperor Eagle in the arena, holding a large triangular staff and wearing a crown. Qin Yi examined the eagleman, thinking how great it would be to have such a creature as a henchman. He quickly dismissed the thought and summoned Zuga and the others. 3 beams of summoning light flashed, and Zuga and the others appeared beside Qin Yi. Qing Hu was astonished by this and blurted out, "Humans can really contract spirit beasts." Qin Yi wore a peculiar expression. "You didn't think I was joking, did you?" Qing Hu hurriedly covered his embarrassment. "Haha. No. He found it hard to believe humans could contract spirit beasts. Qin Yi realized that Qing Hu's reaction was quite normal. From another perspective, if suddenly told that a species could contract you, anyone would be skeptical. He laughed. "I can tell you more about our planet and humans after the fight." Qing Hu nodded in anticipation. Qin Yi turned to Zuga and the others, giving the command, "Finish it quickly. Use your strongest skills and take it down." Watch this." "Woof." "Meow." Zuga and the others responded instantly. Even Dimension Cat let out a meow. Qing Hu heard the cat's call, looked around but saw no sign of it. He suddenly realized that the cat he couldn't see was the reason Qin Yi could enter this place. The battle erupted instantly. A fireball like the sun and a crescent moon rose on either side, creating a spectacular scene of ice and fire. Qing Hu watched in awe. The Sand Emperor Eagle remained expressionless, immediately summoning 4 eagle soldiers wielding long spears. The crescent moon in the sky turned into a silver moon, and the fireball split into dozens of smaller fireballs. The sword dog swung 4 times, unleashing massive silver blade beams. Luoya and his clones also released more ghostly blue blade beams. The sky was filled with blade beams and fireballs, all crashing towards the Sand Emperor Eagle. The Sand Emperor Eagle quickly condensed wind and sand to form a giant shield. The booming sound echoed throughout the hall, and Qing Hu snapped back to reality, waving his hand to disperse the smoke. "Enough. I acknowledge your strength." Qing Hu looked at the now unrecognizable Sand Emperor Eagle and remarked, "Even without that invisible cat, your combat power is impressive. Given time, you could indeed reach me on your own." Qing Hu fully acknowledged Qin Ye's strength and handed over the Sand Emperor Eagle to him. Before Qin Yi could respond, Qing Hu waved his left hand, and 2 objects flew towards Qin Yi. Qin Yi was taken aback, his eyes following the items, and asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to test them?" Qing Hu shook his head firmly. "No need. More tests are for others, not for prodigies like us. From our conversation, I've already gained some insight into your character and integrity. As long as you haven't deceived me, you're qualified. As for your strength, I've already witnessed it. It's indeed impressive. Not inferior to my level in my younger days." His gaze softened as it fell on the egg hovering in front of Qin Yi. "So, you're a suitable heir. I'll entrust it to you. Even if you don't wish to form a contract with it, let it stay by your side. I'll feel at ease with you looking after it." Qin Yi responded earnestly, "I will." Qing Hu chuckled. "I must have made a fool of myself." He looked at Qin Yi. "What's your name?" "I don't think I caught it." "Sorry." Qin Yi quickly replied. "I'm Qin Yi, from the Spirit Summoning Federation." "Qin Yi." Qing Hu nodded slightly, smiling. "I'm Qing Hu, the strongest in Shang City and its last guardian." Seeing the respect in Qin Ye's eyes, he continued, "I have a wish. Please go ahead. If you ever form a contract with it, I hope you can help me protect this planet from destruction." Without hesitation, Qin Yi replied, "Even if you hadn't asked, I would have done so." To Qin Yi, this was only natural. When you benefit from someone, it's only right to do something in return. Just like his contracts with Luoya and Jianquan, if their families were in trouble, he would certainly lend a hand. Of course, if he was outmatched, he wouldn't foolishly throw his life away but would remember the enemy and seek revenge when he was stronger. Moreover, Qing Hu's request wasn't excessive. He merely wished for the planet not to be destroyed. For Qin Yi, keeping this promise wasn't difficult. After listening to Qin Yi, Qing Hu's lips curled into a slight smile as she deftly stowed away her belongings. Following Qin Ye's expression of gratitude, his gaze settled on the floating pet egg and small gourd before him. He pondered for a moment, then retrieved a summoning orb from his spirit space and tossed it towards the egg in the air. As the summoning orb collided with the pet egg, a blue light flashed like lightning, enveloping the egg. The egg vanished in midair, and the orb fell to the ground, quivering slightly before coming to a halt. Witnessing this, Qingyi couldn't help but smile. He had intended to test whether he could capture the pet egg with the summoning orb, and was pleasantly surprised when it succeeded. With joy in his heart, Qingyi approached the summoning orb, picked it up, shrank it down, and placed it in his pocket. He then reached for the small gourd floating in the air and stored it in his spirit space. After completing these tasks, he turned to Qinghu, noticing a flicker of reluctance in her eyes, and expressed his gratitude once more. Qinghu shook her head and asked if she could see the pet egg again. Without questioning her reasons, Qingyi retrieved the summoning orb from his pocket and pressed the button, tossing it forward. A flash of blue light appeared, and the small sand fox pet egg reappeared on the ground. Qinghu's eyes widened with surprise as she saw her unborn child again, marveling at the power of the human race. At Qinghu's request, Qingyi put the pet egg away once more. With a gentle wave of her left hand, Qinghu conjured a fox-shaped wooden block out of thin air and sent it flying towards Qingyi. She explained that it was her legacy, giving Qingyi the option to decide whether to return it to her when the little fox was born. Qingyi accepted the wooden block and thanked her again. Qinghu curiously asked if he was often told he was too polite, to which Qingyi smiled and admitted it was true. Qinghu gestured that he could leave, but Qingyi reminded her that he hadn't yet shared information about his world and people. After giving a brief overview of his planet and race, Qinghu remarked that their world had its own challenges. Qingyi acknowledged the difficulties of the past, but noted that life was now much better. Qinghu nodded in agreement, then directed Qingyi towards the central passage where a pet egg with the bloodline of the Sand Eagle City Lord awaited. Qingyi asked if the relic exploration was still ongoing, to which Qinghu explained that although the best items had been acquired by Qingyi, she extended the time so others wouldn't leave empty-handed. As she spoke, Qinghu produced 5 treasures and explained that these were originally intended for others, now serving to cover up the fact that Qingyi had obtained the best item early. Qingyi was left speechless with admiration for Qinghu's arrangements for her unborn child. He thanked her once more, and Qinghu indicated he could go. Qingyi turned and headed towards the central passage, with Qinghu softly reminding him to take good care of her child. Without looking back, Qingyi waved his hand and continued on his way. On the journey, the Dimension Cat suddenly appeared on Qingyi's shoulder, informing him that Qinghu had vanished. Qingyi sighed, contemplating the reasons for Qinghu's disappearance. Upon reaching the barrier, the Dimension Cat applied its dimensional powers, allowing them to enter the hall. Qingyi scanned the area, searching for the rewards. Soon, he noticed 5 items displayed on a platform not far away. He instructed the Dimension Cat to secure the pet egg but advised patience, suggesting they wait until the battle was nearing its end before making a move. However, the Dimension Cat, eager and impatient, was already perched atop the egg. With a resigned smile, Qingyi shook his head and moved to a relatively safe spot. He summoned Luoya to join the battle, catching Sun Wu's attention. Qingyi explained that he had just arrived and used a small skill to remain unnoticed. Sun Wu advised him to stay safe, especially during the imminent scramble for the treasures. From a distance, Qingyi occasionally guided Luoya to be aware of the enemy's positions around them. His involvement in the battle was not only to conserve the Dimension Cat's energy, but also to gain valuable experience. A few minutes later, as the Guardians began to fall, those eyeing the treasures could no longer hold back and rushed towards the platform where the items were displayed. Sun Wu reminded Qingyi to stay safe before mounting his flying spirit horse, spear in hand, and joining the fray for the treasures. As the treasure hunt grew more intense, the Dimension Cat, perched on a pet egg, suddenly made a move. With a swift swipe of its paw, the egg vanished from sight, leaving everyone stunned. What the heck? Who just snatched the egg away? Who took my egg? Damn it! The scene quickly descended into chaos. Someone shouted, "Stop yelling, or everything else will get snatched too." Qingyi, witnessing the commotion, was secretly astonished. He couldn't help but telepathically ask the Dimension Cat, "Sister Cat, how did your paw come out?" He had clearly seen a familiar cat paw just moments ago. The Dimension Cat appeared on Qingyi's shoulder, grooming itself as it replied, "I'm not very strong. Just getting one paw out is already impressive, Mia." Qingyi sighed in relief, thankful that he hadn't let the cat snatch more. Good thing you didn't go for more. With just that one paw, you wouldn't have been able to grab a second one. The Dimension Cat felt a bit embarrassed. "Meow, I only just realized that. Next time I'll know better." "There won't be a next time," Qingyi stated firmly. He wouldn't let the cat act again until it could flawlessly retrieve items. The Dimension Cat wanted to say more, but Qingyi had already turned his attention to the battle ahead. It could only meow twice and settle down. Soon after, the treasure skirmish ended, and the various factions regrouped. A burly man shouted angrily, "Who took the stuff just now?" "Not me," a young girl shrugged. "I'm still wondering who did." Sun Wu speculated, "It's likely those from Yubing Star. Some ghost skills can take things without anyone noticing." Although puzzled, He wasn't too upset since he had managed to grab one treasure. After much discussion, they reached no conclusion. Qingyi, though feeling guilty, outwardly joined in the shared indignation, even offering some opinions. The Dimension Cat on his shoulder kept rolling its eyes but felt proud of Qingye's growth. An hour later, someone suggested moving to the next hall. Once agreed, the burly man led the way into the passage. As soon as he stepped in, he exclaimed, "Come on, we can all enter here. The next one should be the final hall." Chaos erupted once more. "We're coming," someone shouted. "Don't push one at a time. No need to rush. There will be more battles ahead." "Screw you. You want to die?" Qingyi watched, a bit bewildered. Sunwu laughed. "This is how it is out here. You'll get used to it." "Yeah." Qingyi nodded. "Are you going up? Let's go check it out. Together?" "Sure." Soon, Qingyi followed Sunwu into the final hall. The scene before him made him internally sigh with relief. Spirit summoners and spirit beasts from other planets crowded the area around 3 passageways. "Good thing we came, otherwise the pet egg and little gourd might not have been mine," Qingyi mused. "There are so many people," Sunwu exclaimed. "It's going to be tricky. More people means more unpredictability, and the battle will be even more chaotic." "There are still 5 items." Qingyi pointed to the objects floating around the throne. Sunwu examined them closely, frowning. "They're okay, better than before, but not as good as I imagined." "Yeah, a bit disappointing," Qingyi sighed. "I thought there'd be pet eggs." "Right. Where are the pet eggs? Why aren't there any here?" Sunwu wondered aloud. At that moment, a phenomenon arose around the throne. A whirlwind of sand enveloped it, and with a loud crash, 3 eggs appeared on the throne. "Is that even possible?" Qingyi and Sunwu exclaimed in unison. Sunwu regained his composure and laughed. "Well, there are eggs now. As long as there are eggs," Qingyi smiled, curious about Qinghu's actions. Suddenly, Qinghu's voice echoed in Qingye's mind. "Don't get your hopes up. There's not much left." Qingyi paused, thinking, "I'm not hoping, just curious." With the appearance of the 3 eggs, the previously disappointed crowd buzzed with excitement, discussions erupting all around. 3 more eggs appeared. "Does this mean someone is watching us?" "Someone must be watching, or they wouldn't have appeared out of nowhere." "Did you only notice the people? What about other treasures?" "I thought about it, but do you know where the other treasures are?"
No.
"Then that's that. Darn it. Let's search around later and see if there are any hidden paths." "I don't think you'll have the chance to search." "Why not?" "I have a feeling once this is over, the barrier around the ruins will likely be lifted." "Shut your jinxing mouth." The appearance of 3 eggs on the throne caused an uproar among those who had been watching and waiting. In an instant, dozens of powerful beings from various planets shot forward like arrows, rushing towards the army of guardians nearby. The air was thick with tension, and a fierce battle was about to erupt. Qingyi quietly took a few steps back, finding a relatively safe corner. He had no intention of joining the fray. He was merely there to watch. However, his companion Sunwu couldn't resist and, after a moment's hesitation, leaped into the battle. Although the guardians surrounding the treasures were fewer in number than those on the previous level, they were immensely powerful, engaging the planetary warriors in a fierce and evenly matched struggle. This chaotic battle caught Qingye's attention, even tempting him to join in. But reason prevailed, and instead of moving forward, he took a few more steps back. On the battlefield, it wasn't a united front against the Guardians, but rather a chaotic free-for-all. Each side not only had to fight the Guardians, but also watch their backs against other planetary warriors. It wasn't a straightforward 4-on-1 scenario. Instead, it was a chaotic 1-on-4 situation for everyone involved. Not tempted to join the fun, a dimensional cat suddenly appeared on Qingye's shoulder, curiously asking. "No need." Qingye shook his head. "The human race has the upper hand now, and there's no point in me getting involved, plus my strength isn't really up to par." "Then why are you still here?" The dimensional cat continued. "The Guardians are defeated. The battle's over. You can leave now." "Defeated?" Qingye was momentarily stunned, glancing around. "Are you daydreaming?" The dimensional cat said exasperatedly. "Haha, just got caught up watching Brother Sun and those guys from Chi and Star." Qingye replied with an awkward laugh. "Let's go. See if we can find any level 40+ worms outside." "Those poor worms, having you after them," the dimensional cat teased. "Haha, well, it's all there is here." Qingye took one last look at the battlefield, then left the area with the dimensional cat perched on his shoulder. As he reached the passageway, Qingye turned to look at the throne, a slight smile playing on his lips before he turned to leave. Sitting on the throne, Qinghu watched Qingye's departing smile, unable to help but smile himself. So, the kid figured it out, he thought. He hadn't left the throne, only concealed himself with an illusion. Those who took the pet eggs from the throne hadn't touched him because he was merely a consciousness, untouchable by physical means. Outside the ruins, standing by a deep pit, Yu Wenwu shouted, "Quiet! Everyone, hold still. As the light disappeared, he frowned, sensing vibrations from below. What's wrong? A man beside him asked. Something's off, Yu Wenwu replied, staring at the sandy ground beneath his feet. As the vibrations grew stronger, he suddenly looked up at the others and shouted, "Retreat! Quickly! The structures below are rising." With his warning, the movements beneath the sand became more intense, prompting those who had dismissed the threat to quickly retreat, some even taking to the air. Inside the ruins, outside the massive structure, Qingyi looked at the familiar figures standing not far away and said, "Didn't you go in?" "It's you!" The spirit sword of the nether frowned. They had been waiting for a long time, hoping to profit from whoever emerged, only to see this familiar face who had previously caused them a loss. Well, Qingyi sighed. Are we fighting? If not, make way, I need to level up. After a moment of silence, the spirit sword of the nether said, "Let him through." Not as foolish as you look, Qingyi remarked with a smile as he walked past. The spirit sword of the nether watched Qingyi approach and asked, "Why are you the only one coming out?" The guardians inside were defeated. "So this place is done," Qingyi explained as he walked. "Soon, the people outside will come in. So, better hurry. Is it really over?" The spirit sword of the nether asked curiously. "Didn't you take anything?" "I'd struggle just to fight you. No way I could compete with them." Qingyi shrugged. "True enough." The spirit sword of the nether nodded. "So, aside from you, no one else wanted to come out early?" "Some did, but they were probably teleported out by the ruins rules. No wonder I didn't see anyone else." The spirit sword of the nether muttered. "Are there still many people inside?" "Plenty. They're all fighting over the treasures." Qingyi replied with a grin. "You could go in and pick up some leftovers." "Let's go." The spirit sword of the nether said without hesitation, leading its followers towards the massive structure. Watching this, Qingyi shook his head with a smile and continued on his way. However, he hadn't gone far when a rumbling sound came from the sky. Looking up, Qingyi saw shafts of sunlight breaking through a barrier, illuminating the surrounding structures, and he paused in surprise. "The barrier is lifting the ruins?" "Looks like it, meow," the dimensional cat said, gazing at Qingyi. "Are we still leveling up?" "Not anymore. Let's head back and wait for the ruins to rise," Qingyi said, turning back towards the massive structure. Soon after, Qingyi entered the first level of the building. With the ruins opened, the complete interior was now visible to everyone. As he descended earlier, he had taken the time to admire the layout of the rooms. In the hall, someone noticed Qingyi entering and asked curiously, "Why are you back?" Qingyi calmly found an empty spot and replied, "The ruins are rising. Just coming back to settle my nerves." "What?" the man questioned, doubting his ears. "The ruins are rising. You can go outside and see for yourself," Qingyi said, addressing the others. "If you don't believe me, just go check it out." Hearing this, several people immediately headed for the door. Shortly after, they returned, shocked, and began explaining to their companions what was happening outside. One person might be skeptical, but with so many confirming it, it was likely true. The news that the ruins were rising quickly astonished everyone remaining in the hall. Qingyi stared out the window at the glaring sunlight, his gaze sweeping across the endless desert and the powerful figures flying through the sky. He realized they had successfully reached the surface of the windless desert. Under the influence of the planet's power, they had descended from the desert to the ground, appearing in everyone's sight. "Sister Mao, what level of strength is needed to wield such power?" Qingyi asked. "Mu at the very least, you need to be at the Emperor level," Sister Mao replied, "and it would have to be an Emperor level in the space or psychic category. As for others, I'm not too sure. Mu, you were able to make an entire building appear in the desert before, right?" Qingyi pressed on. "I was talking about an entire city," Sister Mao emphasized. "That requires at least a legendary level of strength." Qingyi fell silent, turning his attention to the powerful individuals rapidly approaching them from various planets, patiently waiting. Soon, Yu Wenwu led a group of people into the first floor hall. Just as he was about to casually ask someone for information, a familiar voice called out, "Wenwu!" Qingyi shouted. Yu Wenwu looked over, a smile immediately spreading across his face. "What are you doing here? Didn't you go up to take a look?" "I just came down not long ago," Qingyi explained as he approached. After briefly asking about Qingyi's situation, Yu Wenwu inquired, "What's the situation here now?" "The top floor is in chaos right now." Qingyi began to describe the situation in detail. Listening intently, Yu Wenwu led Qingyi and the others upstairs. Soon, they reached the top floor's hall. As they entered, they were greeted by an atmosphere of silence. The anticipated fierce battle had not taken place, but the surrounding devastation was still clearly visible. Qingyi stood silently, observing Yu Wenwu as he took charge of the situation. The Sword King of the Lingxing Summoning Federation and other equally powerful figures from various planets arrived, initiating a heated discussion about the current devastation. Those with weaker strength were quickly escorted out. On the way back, Sunu boasted proudly, "When I step in, even the pet egg obediently comes to me." He had successfully claimed one of the 3 eggs during the battle. "Envious," said a nearby man who had almost managed to snatch one himself, expressing his admiration. "I've got one too." Huing suddenly chimed in. "You do?" Sunu looked at Huing in surprise. Huing explained, "I got one with Xiaoli." "Impressive. No wonder you guys went after other things," Sunu realized. Qingyi listened quietly to their conversation. Suddenly, Sunu turned to him and asked, "Junior, did you manage to get anything good from this relic?" All eyes turned to Qingyi. Smiling, Qingyi replied, "Senior, I'm not as strong as you guys. I just hunted some worms outside, gained a lot of experience, and caught a few decent ones. As for the massive structure inside, I was just a bystander, watching your impressive displays all the way. Haha, you're still young. By this time next year, your strength will outshine mine by far." Sunu said, sighing, "It's a pity. If you had my strength right now, this relic wouldn't be anyone else's concern." Qingyi quickly replied modestly, "Senior, you're too kind. I'm not as strong as you imagine." "No, no, you are." Sunu insisted. "I've seen the power of that duck of yours. It's unfathomable. If only it were level 49. No, even level 47. We could have cleared the area together." "Sun is right. Your strength is nothing to scoff at. Just your level is too low." Huing agreed, recalling Qin Ye's battle with the level 48 sand lizard, which still left her in awe. Qin Yi scratched his head sheepishly at their praise. After returning to their base, Qin Yi joined them for dinner, then retreated to a standard room in a newly opened inn. He decided to train for a few more days before heading back, as this recently discovered planet still had plenty of level 3040 spirit beasts, enough for him to train for a while. Of course, for safety reasons, he wouldn't venture too far, as there were still many unknown powerful beings on this planet. 3 days later, Qin Yi sat on a sand mat formed by condensed sand, flying through the sky. This was the ability of the Desert Gourd. After 3 days of exploration, Qin Yi had become familiar with the Desert Gourd's powers. The more he understood, the more peculiar he felt, as these abilities closely resembled those of a character from an anime he had watched in his previous life. As he grew accustomed to the powers, his usage became more adept, and he could even fly freely through the sky. That should be enough. Time to head back, Qin Yi thought. Over the past 3 days, he had explored all the areas around the base and found it increasingly challenging to locate spirit beasts over level 40. These creatures weren't foolish. After realizing that many human summoners were hunting them, they fled overnight, seeking refuge with the major powers of Wind Sand Star. Previously, they hadn't joined because there was no need, but now not joining meant certain death. The smarter spirit beasts had already fled, with some successfully joining the major powers on Wind Sand Star. As Qin Yi prepared to leave Wind Sand Star, he messaged Wenwu, who quickly replied, "Come over for dinner tonight. I have some good news to share." Qin Yi immediately responded, "Sure." As night fell, Qin Yi arrived at Yu Wenwu's place. Seeing Qin Yi at the door, Yu Wenwu waved with a smile. Come in, come in." Qin Yi hurried over, greeting, "Wenwu, Uncle Sure." Sure Wu, seated next to Yu Wenwu, nodded slightly, while Yu Wenwu said, "I've got some good news for you." Qin Ye's expression turned curious. Yu Wenwu got straight to the point. "I've got a lead on a ghost ship, interested?" "Really?" Qin Yi exclaimed with excitement. "I got the intel from Ghost Soldier Star." Yu Wenwu laughed. "You know what that place is like. Their ghost ships are treasures, and the person who told me is their leader for this mission." After receiving information about the ghost ship from Yu Wenwu, Qin Yi used a dimensional rift to leave the Wind Sand Star outpost and return to Ling Star. Despite having acquired the intelligence, he did not take immediate action. Qin Yi decided to wait until the Sword Dog's evolution conditions were met before setting out. Besides considering the Sword Dog's evolution, another significant reason for his delay was the mysterious ghost ship located in the eerie Sea of Fog. This sea is a renowned treasure trove on Yubing Star, filled with countless treasures but notoriously difficult to exit once entered. It is also classified as one of the famous forbidden zones on Yubing Star. Upon returning to Ling Star, Qin Yi did not head straight back to Spirit Summoning University. Instead, he visited the high-end Spirit Beast Park in Yin City known as Hunt. This is a global chain catering to advanced and super spirit summoners, specializing in high-level spirit beasts above level 40. Due to the difficulty of obtaining high-level spirit beasts, Hunt employs a unique dual-style service model. Clients can choose one or more high-level spirit beasts to battle against, enjoying the thrill of the challenge. Of course, there's a strict rule. You can only defeat, not intentionally kill, the opponent's spirit beast. After resting in Yin City for a night, Qin Yi, accompanied by his refreshed companions Zuga and Luaya, arrived at the entrance of the Hunt Spirit Beast Park early in the morning. He gazed at the prominent Hunt sign on the building and stepped inside. "Welcome to Hunt. The enthusiastic greeting from the staff on either side slightly surprised Qingyi, and he nodded politely in response. A male staff member approached him. Is there anything I can help you with? Qingyi got straight to the point. Do you have any spirit beasts that use knives or swords? Advanced spirit summoners are fine too. Yes, we do. Please follow me. The staff member led Qingyi to a comfortable lounge area and handed him a tablet. Here you can find information on all the spirit beasts available for hunt in Yin City. You can browse and select your desired opponent. As for human opponents, we also offer them, and you can check on the tablet. Taking the tablet, Qingyi browsed through it intently. The staff member continued, we have 5 training price tiers, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, and 100,000 spirit coins. The 100,000 tier is the highest, featuring our top training subjects. While options at this tier are fewer, they are the most popular. If you wish to choose from the 100,000 tier, you need to make a reservation. As Qingyi browsed through the 100,000 tier options, he was secretly amazed. He couldn't help but think, these rich folks really have money to burn, spending 100,000 spirit coins on a single match. He continued scrolling and suddenly paused at a spirit beast wielding a knife. He hesitated for a moment and then convinced himself, forget it, it's still too expensive. Spending 100,000 on a match, I could buy several plane tickets to other cities' spirit beast parks. He then opened the 10,000 tier options and asked, is there a discount for frequent battles? The staff member's eyes lit up as he explained the discount policy in detail. Yes. If you spend 100,000 annually, you get a 10% discount, 50,000 for 20%, 1 million for 30%, 5 million for 40%, and 10 million for 50%. If you spend 1 billion annually, you'll become our Supreme member, enjoying a permanent 70% discount. A billion? Qingyi was taken aback, thinking there couldn't possibly be anyone spending such an enormous amount here. He then asked, how can someone become a trainer at Hunt? The staff member explained, it's simple. You just need to successfully defeat a spirit beast of the same level as you. Depending on which tier spirit beast you defeat, you can qualify as a trainer for that tier. However, as a trainer, you can only earn 50 of the fee. For example, at the 10,000 tier, you would earn 5,000. Qingyi nodded and asked, are there any special requirements to become a trainer? No special requirements, the staff member patiently explained. You can confirm or cancel work shifts through our official software at any time. During your shift, if a client selects you, you must be present within the specified time. Also, it's absolutely forbidden to kill the client's spirit beast. You can find more details on our official website. Understood, thank you. Qingyi pondered for a moment and then asked, is it only for the 100,000 tier? No. If your skill level is far above our spirit beasts of the same tier, you can set your own pricing. Do I need to be retested if I become a trainer here and then go to another city? Yes, you do, because the skill standards vary from city to city. Got it. Qingyi smiled. Do I need an appointment to become a trainer with you? No need, the staff member replied. If you'd like to test, I can take you now. Please go ahead. Please wait a moment. After the staff member left, Qingyi continued browsing the tablet. Becoming a trainer at Hunt was not a Spiro-Femet decision, but one he had carefully considered the night before. This role would not only bring in additional income but also allow him to filter the types of clients he accepted. For instance, he could set preferences to only accept sparring requests from spirit beasts using sword-like weapons. This way, during his time at Spirit Summoning University, he could frequently visit Hunt, allowing the sword dog to repeatedly gain the experience needed for evolution. Though the process would be lengthy, he was confident that the sword dog would eventually complete its evolution. Before long, a tall woman followed the staff into the office. Upon seeing this, Qingyi promptly stood up from the sofa and politely introduced himself. After exchanging pleasantries, he sat back down while the woman, named Lu Xian, took a seat opposite him. Are you interested in becoming a sparring trainer at our spirit beast hunting park? Lu Xian asked directly. Qingyi nodded in confirmation, and Lu Xian began to detail the requirements for the position. These requirements were largely consistent with what the staff had mentioned earlier, with no significant differences. Once she finished the introduction, Lu Xian retrieved a contract from her bag and placed it in front of Qingyi. If you agree to everything I've outlined, please sign your name on this contract. Qingyi carefully read through the contract, and after ensuring everything was in order, he signed his name. Lu Xian took the contract, stood up promptly, and said, please follow me. Qingyi followed her to the testing area of the Spirit Beast Hunting Park. As they entered, a male voice called out from the side, is there a newcomer? Lu Xian nodded slightly in acknowledgement and continued leading Qingyi forward, explaining the testing equipment as they walked. After the tour, she turned to Qingyi and asked, have you decided which test you want to undergo? Damage. Qingyi replied without hesitation. Lu Xian led Qingyi to the damage testing area. The equipment was a medium-sized upright cylinder, unremarkable except for a screen displaying a percentage. Simply summon your contracted beast and have it attack, Lu Xian instructed. pointing to the device. As Qinyi inquired whether any adjustments were needed, he summoned Luoya and Jianquan in his mind. Two summoning lights instantly appeared beside him. Lu Xian observed the duck and dog with curiosity. Although she had never seen these creatures before, she quickly returned to her professional demeanor. I will use the spirit eye to determine your beast levels before making adjustments. With Qinye's permission, Lu Xian used the spirit eye on Luoya and Jianquan. After reviewing their stats, she asked, do any other people own your contracted beast species? If not, we can increase your commission to 80. This offer only applies to unique species. Qinye's interest was piqued, and he inquired whether this benefit was permanent. Lu Xian eagerly explained the specific conditions, and Qinyi suggested she verify with the official Spirit Beast Compendium. After some verification, Lu Xian informed Qinyi that his spirit beasts met the criteria, but further confirmation of other conditions was needed. She then explained the rules of the damage test and the rewards associated with different performance levels. Once preparations were complete, Qinyi decided to have Luoya conduct the test first. Lu Xian quickly adjusted the equipment settings and indicated that he could begin. Qinyi turned to Luoya and gave the command. Unleash your battle spirit, then use Shadow Slash. Galuo's eyes sparkled with determination as he moved like a shadow. In a flash, the blade struck with lightning speed, directly hitting the damage test device. A thunderous roar erupted, and the numbers on the device skyrocketed to 100, maxing out the scale. Lu Xian blinked, confirming she wasn't seeing things, and thought to herself, where did this little prodigy come from? She smiled and said to Qinyi, congratulations, your companion has become a sparring master at the 100,000 price tier in our Yinqing Spirit Beast Hunting Park. There will be a contract for you to sign shortly, and once completed, you're officially one of our sparring masters. You can work in any city, though outside of Yinqing, the rate drops to 50,000. Of course, you can retest in other cities, and if successful, you'll maintain the 100,000 tier. Qinyi muttered, what a hassle. Does every city require this? Lu Xian shook her head and explained, no need. If you test at the headquarters in Huanling City, it's valid worldwide, with no need to repeat. Qinyi felt a bit annoyed but politely said, got it, thank you. Lu Xian continued, does your second companion need testing? Yes, Qinyi replied tersely. Once Lu Xian finished setting up, Qinyi instructed his sword dog, release the second form. The sword dog focused its gaze, and a crescent-shaped blade light burst forth. Another thunderous sound followed, and the test device once again registered 100. Lu Xian's eyes widened in delight as she announced, congratulations, your second companion is also a 100,000 tier sparring master. She was thrilled, as such rare spirit summoners promised great business. Qinyi smiled, thank you. Afterward, Lu Xian led Qinyi to a small room to sign the contract. Once signed, she noticed Qinyi browsing spirit beasts that wield swords and blades, and she offered, if you're interested in challenging these types of spirit beasts, I can give you a 50 discount. Qinyi was pleasantly surprised. Really? That's fantastic. Can I start now? Lu Xian nodded in agreement and led Qinyi to a spacious battle room. As Qinyi marveled at the size of the arena, a familiar voice called out, Mr. Qin. Qinyi turned his head and saw a man standing not far away. He smiled and said, oh, it's you, Gongwon. Gongwon expressed his sincere gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Qinyi shook his head with a smile, his gaze falling on the summoning orb on the table in front of Gongwon. He curiously asked, are all the summoning orbs here for the sparring partners I chose? Yes, Gongwon confirmed with a nod. They're all the sparring partners you selected? All right then, let's get started. Qinyi rubbed his hands together, quickly summoning Sword Hound. One Sword Hound was firmly positioned on the battlefield. Qinyi turned to Lu Xian. I'm ready, send out anyone you like. Any one of them? Lu Xian confirmed. Any of them. Qinyi replied cheerfully. Lu Xian nodded in agreement and picked up a summoning orb from Gongwon before quickly heading to the battle area. She pressed the button on the orb and tossed it forward. In an instant, a spirit beast that seemed vaguely familiar to Qinyi appeared on the battlefield. Blade Boar, the evolved form of Savage Boar, at level 37, just like Sword Hound, Lu Xian briefly introduced. With the appearance of Blade Boar, the battle erupted at Lu Xian's command. However, the fight began quickly and ended even quicker. Sword Hound struck twice, sending Blade Boar flying with 2 swift slashes. Witnessing this, Lu Xian was momentarily stunned and turned to Qinyi, exclaiming, your partner is incredibly strong. Not too bad. Qinyi chuckled. Let's keep going. Without further questions, Lu Xian swiftly retrieved the incapacitated Blade Boar back into its summoning orb. She returned to Gongwon, placed down Blade Boar's orb, and picked up 2 more. In the battles that followed, Sword Hound effortlessly handled each challenge. The summoning orbs in front of Gongwon gradually diminished until only one remained. At this point, Lu Xian looked at Qinyi and solemnly stated, The spirit beast in this last summoning orb is Black Sword Tiger, the top-level spirit beast at our Rock City Spirit Beast Hunting Park, level 41. If your partner successfully defeats Black Sword Tiger under our video recording, you will gain the privilege of customizing prices at our park. Recording required? Chinyi raised an eyebrow. Yes, we need to conduct a video review, Lu Xian explained. Once approved, you'll gain the privilege to customize prices at our Rock City Spirit Beast Hunting Park. This is not a trivial matter. It's a significant advantage, so we're very strict about it. Alright, Chinyi agreed with a nod. With Chinye's consent, Lu Xian signaled Gongwon to start recording with his phone. She then quickly proceeded to the battlefield and summoned Black Sword Tiger. Black Sword Tiger was not an ordinary tiger with a sword in its mouth, but a humanoid tiger wielding a black sword, more imposing in stature than Sword Hound. Chinyi looked at Black Sword Tiger and lazily called out to Sword Hound. Finish it quickly, let's go home for dinner. Who is this young punk daring to underestimate me? The mighty tiger? Black Sword Tiger exclaimed in anger, glaring at Chinyi. Chinyi only grinned at him, saying nothing. Seeing this, Black Sword Tiger snorted and focused its attention on Sword Hound in the distance. Little black dog, let's see what power you have to make your master so arrogant. Before the words had fully left its mouth, Black Sword Tiger charged at Sword Hound. Sword Hound remained calm, and a crescent moon appeared in the sky as it swung its sword. The crescent turned into a half moon, and Sword Hound's attacks grew increasingly fierce. With each swing, the power of the blade light intensified with the changing moon phases. When Sword Hound unleashed the fourth strike, the entire battle room was enveloped in a silver glow. Thunderous sounds echoed continuously, and Black Sword Tiger barely managed to fend off the first 3 strikes. However, faced with the even more formidable fourth strike, fear filled its eyes. The mighty tiger finally understands your power, Black Sword Tiger exclaimed in shock. We are not on the same level at all. The battle was so uneventful that even Lu Xian, who was accustomed to top-tier duels, was momentarily taken aback. Just as she regained her composure, the voice of Black Sword Tiger admitting defeat echoed, Sister Lu, your tiger grandpa surrenders. Black Sword Tiger had been sent flying by a single strike, lying not far away clutching the bleeding wound on his chest. Lu Xian took a closer look and noticed that Black Sword Tiger's injuries were not severe. She turned to Chinyi with a smile. Mr. Chin, your partner is truly extraordinary. Chinyi responded with a smile. Is that enough? Yes, it is. You can go home and wait for our notification, Lu Xian nodded. We will inform you via text and call within 3 days. All right, Chinyi replied, then turned to Sword Dog. Good job. Sword Dog let out a low bark and quietly sheathed Black Mountain. Chinyi then returned Sword Dog to the summoning space, bid farewell to Lu Xian and the others, and left the Spirit Beast Hunting Park. Next, Chinyi visited other Spirit Beast parks without delay. This time, he did not serve as a sparring partner but challenged all sword-type Spirit Beasts at the 2 lowest price levels in these parks. As night fell, a busy Chinyi returned to his hotel, took a shower, and had barely laid down when he received a call from Lu Xian. On the other end, Lu Xian congratulated him, informing him that his sword dog had successfully obtained the price customization privilege. Despite obtaining this privilege, Chinyi had no intention of using it, as he would be returning to Summoning City the next day, rendering the privilege void. Nonetheless, he expressed his gratitude to Lu Xian for her assistance, as it was a convenient achievement for him. Lu Xian was not surprised to learn that Chinyi would be leaving the next day. She was already aware that Chinyi was this year's top scorer in the Night Sea City's college entrance exam and an outstanding student at Summoning University. Before parting, she invited Chinyi to visit the headquarters for another test when he had time. The next morning, Chinyi flew out of Rock City. Upon arriving in Summoning City, he headed straight to the headquarters of the Spirit Beast Hunting Park. Standing before a building several times more magnificent than the Rock City branch, Chinyi couldn't help but marvel at its vastness. Inside the lobby, Chinyi dialed the contact number Lu Xian had given him. Soon, a woman named Yao Shui hurriedly approached to greet him. Chinyi got straight to the point, asking whether he could immediately apply for the 100,000 level challenge. Yao Shui smiled and replied, certainly. Sister Lu informed me yesterday, and I have already arranged it for you. Yao Shui explained that the headquarters test differed from other cities. It required defeating a spirit beast of the corresponding price level in actual combat to earn the sparring qualification for that level. When can we start? Chinyi asked. Right now, Yao Shui replied, then led Chinyi to the battle room. In the battle room, Yao Shui handed Chinyi a tablet listing available challenge targets. She reminded him, the stronger the opponent you select, the greater the chance of obtaining the price customization privilege upon victory. After carefully reviewing the options, Chinyi chose a spirit beast named Ghost Spirit Sword. Soon, a staff member delivered the summoning ball containing Ghost Spirit Sword. Chinyi skillfully summoned Sword Dog, positioning it in the battle area. Yao Shui also released Ghost Spirit Sword and activated the recording equipment. The hilt of Ghost Spirit Sword revealed a large eye, lazily gazing at Sword Dog and taunting, "Ha! Another one courting death." Hearing this, Qin Yi commanded Sword Dog, "Make it quick. You have more battles ahead." Sword Dog promptly drew Black Mountain, and the battle commenced. Sword Dog's first strike, Rising Crescent, was effortlessly blocked by Ghost Spirit Sword. Ghost Spirit Sword laughed. "Not bad. Keep going." Sword Dog swiftly launched the second strike, Half Moon, and this time, Ghost Spirit Sword was not as composed. With a loud crash, Ghost Spirit Sword was sent flying. "Haha, impressive. This power is not bad at all. Looks like I need to get serious." The Ghost Spirit Sword laughed heartily, as a ghostly blue light swiftly gathered around it, forming a massive sword shadow that slashed fiercely towards the Sword Hound. However, the Sword Hound remained calm and composed, countering with the third form of the Heavenly Moon 8 styles full moon. In an instant, the two forces collided, creating a deafening roar. The Ghost Spirit Sword let out a painful cry, flipping twice in the air before barely managing to steady itself. Just as it regained its footing, a chilling sensation surged towards it. A silver blade gleamed, striking with lightning speed. "What the heck? You fight without honor." The Ghost Spirit Sword exclaimed in panic, its earlier arrogance completely gone. It hurriedly unleashed a skill, attempting to fend off the impending attack. Watching the Ghost Spirit Sword being knocked back again, Qin Yi couldn't help but murmur, "Finally, that chatterbox is quiet." The Dimension Cat perched on Qin Ye's shoulder remarked, "It's like the Pirate King, but not as strong. This Ghost Spirit Sword is indeed tougher than the Black Sword Tiger from yesterday." "Indeed." Qin Yi nodded in agreement, his gaze shifting to the battle that had just concluded not far away. He asked Yao Shui, "Is this enough?" Yao Shui promptly replied, "Yes, you'll be notified about the application status within 3 days via text message and phone call." "All right, thank you." "You're welcome." Yao Shui shook her head and then approached the Ghost Spirit Sword, which was still yelling on the ground. Qin Yi didn't interrupt them and instead picked up a tablet to start selecting his next target. Before long, Yao Shui returned to Qin Yi with the summoning ball of the Ghost Spirit Sword. "Do I get any discounts here?" Qin Yi asked. "Yes," Yao Shui explained. "Since you're a special guest at our Spirit Beast Hunting Park, you can enjoy a 20% discount at all our chain stores. Essentially, it's VIP access." "That's great." Qin Yi's eyes lit up as he handed the tablet to Yao Shui. "Thank you." Yao Shui took the tablet and replied, "Please wait a moment." Meanwhile, the Sword Hound began a new round of battles. After challenging all the opponents available, Qin Yi left the Spirit Beast Hunting Park under Yao Shui's watchful eye. The rest of his day mirrored the previous one, as Qin Yi visited 2 more Spirit Beast Parks before heading back to Summoning University due to time and distance. "Hey, you finally decided to come back." As soon as he reached the dormitory door, Qin Yi heard a familiar voice behind him. Turning around, he smiled. "Are you having someone follow me? How come I always run into you when I come home?" "Haha, it just means we're destined to meet." Lu Junyan laughed as he approached. "How's the hall this time?" Qin Yi invited Lu Junyan inside and briefly recounted his experiences at the Wind Sand Star ruins, then inquired if anything significant had happened at school recently. Lu Junyan assured him that nothing major had occurred, except that the top 3 students of their year had gone out for training. Yi Cixi and Fei Hong also left the school shortly after Qin Yi did. "Why didn't you go?" Qin Yi asked curiously. "I'm waiting for you," Lu Junyan explained. "If I leave and someone challenges our year, who would be there to back us up?" Qin Yi was surprised to learn that Void University had been challenged yesterday by Fengling University from Fengyuan Star. With Void University's strongest students absent, they were caught off guard. Lu Junyan added that Fengling University holds a status on Fengyuan Star equivalent to that of Icefire University in the Summoning Federation, but is slightly stronger. Void University is organizing a team to visit Fengyuan Star in a few days. Qin Yi decided to stay put for now, at least until the Sword Hound completes its evolution conditions. It still needs 623 victories to reach the goal of 1,000 wins. Satisfied with this assurance, Lu Junyan left. Shortly after, Qin Yi received a message from Yao Shui confirming that he had obtained the right to customize the Sword Hound's pricing and a chance for global promotion. Qin Yi discussed the promotion details with Yao Shui and set his sparring requirements, only accepting spirit beasts or people using swords or blades, with levels between 35 and 45. Yao Shui said she would need to seek approval from her superiors, and Qin Yi understood. After ending the call, Qin Yi picked up his change of clothes and headed to take a shower. In the morning, just after his swordsmanship class, Qin Yi took out his phone, quickly browsed through his messages, and dialed Yao Shui's number. "Hello? Mr. Qin?" Yao Shui's voice came through the receiver. "Have you reached a decision?" "Yes, Mr. Qin," Yao Shui replied with a hint of excitement in her voice. "After a night of discussions, we unanimously agreed to your request." Qin Yi raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. That easy, huh? Not at all, Mr. Qin, Yao Shui explained. You're the third sparring partner this year to receive unanimous approval. That's quite an achievement. Qin Yi chuckled softly. Do you have a plan in mind? Yes, we do. Yao Shui began to detail their proposal. As Qin Yi listened intently, he started to visualize the entire event. Swordhound would be the main contender, and eligible challengers could come forward to compete. The losers would not receive any rewards, but their participation would increase the prize for the winners. The victors would claim the entire pot, including any accumulated funds. The number of daily challenges would be determined by Qin Yi, and he would also control the challenge parameters. The event would last 15 days, long enough to be engaging, but not overly drawn out. That's a solid plan. Let's go with it. Qin Yi nodded in agreement, thinking it was indeed a classic and popular format. I'm glad you're satisfied, Mr. Qin, Yao Shui sighed in relief. How much do you plan to charge? Qin Yi pondered for a moment. For levels 40 and below, including level 40, it'll be 10,000. For levels above 40, it increases by 10,000 per level, up to a maximum of 45, which would be 50,000. If I win, 10 of the set price goes into the prize pool. That's it. Isn't that a bit low? Yao Shui gently suggested. Qin Yi stroked his chin, realizing his pricing was indeed on the low side. Let's make it 18,888. It's a lucky number. Then 28,888, 38,888. The highest will be 58,888. That's my final offer. Any higher and no one will come. He spoke firmly, as his goal was to complete the task, not to make money. All right, please hold on while I report this to my superiors. Yao Shui sensed Qin Ye's resolve and wisely refrained from further questions. Okay. Qin Yi hung up the phone and headed towards the cafeteria. He hadn't gone far when Yao Shui called again. Mr. Qin, Yao Shui's voice was brimming with excitement. After our discussion, we've decided to offer a prize of 88,888. During these 15 days, if anyone successfully defeats you, they will receive a prize of 88,888. Qin Ye's expression turned peculiar. Aren't you worried I'll keep losing? Rest assured, Yao Shui said confidently. We've analyzed your partner's capabilities, and there aren't many who can defeat your partner. Even fewer would come to participate. Qin Yi paused for a moment, muttering to himself, rich folks? Then he asked, when do we take the photos? You can come over right now, Yao Shui replied. Once you're here, we'll sign a cooperation agreement. No problem. After hanging up, Qin Yi continued on his way to the cafeteria. In the afternoon, after lunch and a brief stint in the gravity training room, Qin Yi took a cab to the hunter's headquarters. He saw Yao Shui waiting at the entrance and quickly approached her, saying, sorry to keep you waiting. Not at all, I just got here myself. Yao Shui shook her head with a smile. We're all set for the photo shoot. Please follow me. All right. Qin Yi followed Yao Shui into the hunter's headquarters. Our shooting location is on the 7th floor, Yao Shui explained as they walked. Your partner will be photographed by our professional photographers from the Spirit Beast Park. Soon, they arrived at a room on the 7th floor. Seeing the dozens of people inside, Qin Yi turned to Yao Shui. Are they all here for the photos? Yes, we have a professional filming team, Yao Shui replied with a smile. You can summon your partner now. Truly, they spare no expense. Qin Yi thought to himself, then summoned Swordhound. As soon as Swordhound appeared, it drew everyone's attention. Cautiously, it placed its right hand on the sword's hilt. Qin Yi reassured it, they're just here to take your picture. Swordhound nodded and slowly released its grip on the sword. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from the crowd. Alert little dog, quite impressive. Qin Yi looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman stepping forward. He turned to Yao Shui, waiting for her to explain. Yao Shui responded with a hint of pride in her voice. Our photography department's Wang Hongjia is the photographer in charge of taking pictures of your friend this time. Qin Yi nodded slightly and turned to Wang Hong, politely saying, Sister Wang, the young man is quite impressive. Wang Hong gave Qin Yi a thorough look and flashed a professional smile. You go sign the contract with little Yao. Leave this handsome guy to me. I promise to make him look even more striking in the photos. Her tone was full of confidence. Qin Yi expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Sister Wang. We'll check the photos later. With that, he watched Wang Hong confidently lead the slightly bewildered sword dog towards the crowd. Once Sword Dog and Wang Hong had left, Qin Yi followed Yao Shui to a small table nearby. Yao Shui handed him a document, saying, this is the contract for our collaboration. Qin Yi took the contract and carefully reviewed each clause before signing his name with ease. Looking forward to working together, Qin Yi said, handing the signed contract back to Yao Shui. Thank you. Yao Shui accepted the contract with excitement, her eyes shining with joy. This contract meant she was 90% sure of her performance success, with the remaining 10% depending on how smoothly the collaboration would proceed. She mentally considered potential unforeseen issues. Unexpected events preventing attendance, low participation, unmet expectations, or competition losses. As the introducer, she would be held responsible for any mishaps. Seeing Yao Shui put away the contract, Qinyi stood up and headed to the shooting scene. He watched as Sword Dog cooperated with Wang Hong, striking various stylish poses, and couldn't help but smile slightly. At that moment, he noticed the dimensional cat lying nearby, a hint of longing in its eyes. Qinyi turned and asked through telepathy, "Do you want to go out and take a few pictures too?" The dimensional cat immediately turned to Qinyi, replying haughtily, "No. Meow, this cat doesn't care for it." Amused, Qinyi said, "All right then, I'll get a professional photographer to come to our place someday and take a big group photo." Hearing this, the dimensional cat perked up, arching its back and swishing its tail. "That sounds good," Meowj it said before lazily letting out a big yawn. An hour later, Wang Hong clapped her hands and loudly declared, "That's a wrap. Finally done." Qinyi internally mused at how long the shoot had been. Before he could even stand up, Wang Hong's voice came from the side again, "Come over and check out my masterpiece." Qinyi quickly got up and walked over to Wang Hong. As he leaned closer to the camera screen, a series of handsome photos appeared. "So cool. So stylish." Qinyi couldn't help but exclaim. Wang Hong, eyes shining with excitement, looked at the photos and said, "Haha, your dog is really something. I want to get one myself now." Hearing this, Qin Ye's lips curled into a slight smile. "Sister Wang, if you're really interested, you might hear some news in a few months." "Really?" Wang Hong's eyes lit up with anticipation as she looked at Qinyi. Qinyi nodded and explained, "I've shared the possible evolution conditions with my senior. They're currently testing them." "That's wonderful. I'll definitely get one when the time comes," Wang Hong said excitedly. Watching Wang Hong's enthusiastic demeanor, Qinyi couldn't help but remind her, it might be a bit pricey. Considering the evolution conditions for a sword dog, it could be really expensive. Possibly even something money can't buy. "No worries, I've got plenty of money," Wang Hong replied confidently. "All right, I'll ask around for you then," Qinyi said, seeing no need to say more. After exchanging contact information, Qinyi discussed some event details with Yao Shui before leaving the hunting headquarters with his tired sword dog and the lazy dimension cat. "Let's go. I'm treating you to a feast," Qinyi said to his two pets. "Why?" the dimension cat lazily asked. "To reward our hardworking sword dog buddy," Qinyi replied with a smile. "Meow, okay then," the dimension cat responded nonchalantly. "Woof." The sword dog barked excitedly. That night, Qinyi sat in front of his computer and opened the official website of the Hunting Beast Park. On the webpage, a cool photo of the sword dog against a backdrop of Black Mountain was particularly eye-catching, accompanied by the event title Blade and Sword Rendezvous, giving it a high-cold and mysterious vibe. Sword Dog is really making a name for itself. Qinyi couldn't help but grin at the photo. He carefully read through the event details and rewards, finding them consistent with the contract, and nodded in satisfaction. Then, Qinyi shared the event link in his college and high school groups and sent it to his parents, Grandpa Mingshan, and his friend Yuan. It wasn't long before his mother's call came through. "Son, what are you up to?" Her voice was filled with curiosity. "Hee hee, Mom. Isn't the sword dog handsome?" Qinyi asked with a smile. "Handsome. Much more than you," his mother teased mercilessly. Qinyi was momentarily speechless, pausing for a moment. "Haha, what are you planning?" his mother asked, amused. Qinyi explained, "I came up with a plan to help Sword Dog achieve its evolution goal. Do you think Sword Dog evolved into Sword Master Dog because it defeated several blade-related beasts?" "Yes, that's why I want to try it." "Good thinking, it's definitely possible," his mother agreed. After chatting with his mother, Qinyi noticed the groups were buzzing with activity. In the slacking off group, Lu Junyan was the first to comment. "Qin, my brother, I just left and you've already stirred up such a big commotion?" Qinyi curiously asked, "You're still on Ling Star? What else?" Lu Junyan retorted, "Aren't you out training?" "Training doesn't necessarily mean leaving Ling Star." Qinyi had no response to that. Wang Yin followed up, impressive. Lu Junyan lamented, "Darn it, I should have left later." Qinyi consoled, "You can come in a few days. The event lasts half a month." Suddenly, Lu Junyan replied, "Can't talk. There's a beast coming my way." Zhang Shuijun volunteered. "Qin, need me to help spread the word?" Qinyi quickly replied, "Yes, please." "All right, I'm on it." Zhang Shuijun agreed. Soon, the group was flooded with messages. "Sent. Don't mention it. Sent. Don't mention it." Watching the flurry of messages, Qinyi couldn't help but smile, typing in response, "Thanks. I'll treat you all to a meal after the event." Just as Qinyi was chatting with his friends, Yao Shui sent a few urgent messages. "Mr. Qin, our hotline is overwhelmed. Mr. Qin, are you available tomorrow? Mr. Qin, can you check the backend? There are already many requests for you." Qinyi quickly replied, "I am available in the afternoon." He then promptly opened the trainer's backend. "Whoa. Seeing the 32 notifications for requests, Qin Yi was astonished. The Dimension Cat curiously jumped onto Qin Ye's shoulder, peeking at the screen. 33 requests in a day. At this rate you'll complete your task in no time. Meow, I don't want the sword dog to get exhausted. Snapping back to reality, Qin Yi returned to his chat with Yao Shui, noticing the requests had increased to 35. He replied, "Alright, I'm on it." Qin Yi carefully sifted through the requests, finding most were for level 40 beasts, with none at level 45 or 35, all between levels 39 to 41. He accepted 30 requests, planning to test how the sword dog fared after 30 battles in a day. After selecting his opponents for the next day, Qin Yi closed the back end and went downstairs to train the sword dog in preparation for the intense battles ahead. The following afternoon, after lunch, Qin Yi arrived at the hunting headquarters. As soon as he got out of the car, he was stunned by the sight before him. Crowds of people gathered at the entrance. What on earth? Is someone important coming today? Qin Yi wondered. Could these people really be here to watch my battles today? Surely not. They wouldn't be interested in battles around level 40. Qin Yi found himself deep in thought, struggling to believe what he was witnessing. If they were all there for him, it would be truly astonishing. Sister Yao, why are there so many people at the entrance? Qin Yi, under the influence of nature's child, effortlessly made his way through the crowd and entered the hunting headquarters. He quickly found Yao Shui, his face full of curiosity. Yao Shui noticed Qin Yi's surprised expression and explained with a smile, "They're all here to watch your match. We always get this many people whenever we host an event." Qin Yi was speechless, thinking to himself, it's just a level 40-something match. What's so exciting about it that draws such a crowd? He found it hard to believe. Do you need to prepare anything else? Yao Shui inquired. No, Qin Yi replied succinctly. Then shall we start at 1 o'clock sharp? That's fine. Yao Shui nodded. Please wait here for a moment. I'll go inform them to start preparing for the event. All right, Qin Yi responded. There were still 30 minutes until the event started. To Qin Yi's surprise, their match wasn't taking place in a regular battle room but in the central hall of the hunting headquarters. By now, a massive battle stage had been set up in the hall, surrounded by various decorations related to the event. Standing on the third-floor railing, Qin Yi looked down at the sea of people below, with the excited chatter of the audience filling the air. He couldn't help but sigh, thinking, if he had known there would be this many spectators, he would still have come. After all, this was crucial for his sword dog to meet its evolution requirements in a short time. Before long, a host holding a microphone stepped onto the stage and began introducing the event. A few minutes later, the Dimension Cat perched on the railing suddenly exclaimed, "Meow, there's even someone singing. This event is really something." Qin Yi couldn't help but remark, as expected from one of the largest spirit beast parks in the country. After a male singer performed 2 songs, Yao Shui approached Qin Yi. "Mr. Qin, the match is about to start. Shall we head to the venue now?" "Sure." Qin Yi followed Yao Shui to a temporary lounge next to the first-floor hall. There, he briefly discussed some battle strategies with Sword Dog before following Yao Shui out of the lounge. As soon as they stepped out, a flurry of noise erupted around them. "Here he comes. That's the young man following the woman. Quick, take pictures of the young man next to Yao Shui. When did he arrive? How come we didn't see him before?" "Never mind that, just take the photos now." "Is that really him? I wonder how strong he is." "He must be strong to receive this kind of attention. Didn't he pick you?" "You'll find out when you face him." Photographers, onlookers, and selected challengers all buzzed with conversation. Qin Yi maintained a neutral expression as he followed Yao Shui to the preparation area. Yao Shui reassured him, "Don't be nervous. With your previous performances, there aren't many who can beat you." Qin Yi chuckled and shook his head. "I'm not nervous." He thought to himself, it's not like he's going on stage himself, so there's nothing to be nervous about. If anyone should be nervous, it would be Sword Dog, but given Sword Dog's temperament, it wouldn't be nervous at all. With the host's call, Qin Yi stepped onto the stage. He smiled and nodded to the audience before summoning Sword Dog. Instantly, countless camera flashes went off, momentarily blinding Qin Yi. "You humans are scary," the Dimension Cat's voice echoed in Qin Yi's ear. Qin Yi glanced at the Dimension Cat perched on a black box opposite him and communicated, "Aren't you coming out to play?" No, I'm staying put." Dimension Cat shrank back. Seeing the timid look of Dimension Cat, Qin Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. He then turned his attention to the man who had just stepped onto the stage. The man grinned. "Didn't expect I'd be the first." Qin Yi replied, "It's all random." "I know. I've been here several times." The man continued, "Let me see what your Sword Dog can do." "Please." Qin Yi gestured towards Sword Dog. The man promptly summoned his contracted Beast Knoll, wielding a long knife, appeared on the stage. Qin Yi quickly scanned the opponent's information. Species, Jackal Blade Walker. Level, 38. Attribute, normal. Potential, medium. Leader, The Jackal Blade Walker is the second evolution stage of the Jackal Blade Wolf, previously known as Jackal Blade Knight. It's a beast that has already evolved twice. After you, Chenyi politely gestured. Then I won't hold back, the man said, directing his partner to attack. As the Jackal Blade Walker moved, Sword Dog leaned slightly forward, placing its right hand on the hilt of the sword at its left side. In the next moment, with a swift swish, a blade light formed as it drew the Black Mountain, striking towards the Jackal Blade Walker. This draw sword slash was a skill it rarely used, yet it executed it effortlessly. Chenyi's strategy this time was simple. Avoid using the Celestial Moon 8 styles if possible. He worried that if those observing saw Sword Dog easily vanquish weaker opponents with the Celestial Moon 8 styles, they might be too intimidated to challenge him. To provide a better experience, Chenyi decided to let Sword Dog take it slow, allowing challengers to gauge the Sword Dog's capabilities so they wouldn't be caught off guard in future encounters. However, even without using the Celestial Moon 8 styles, the Jackal Blade Walker couldn't withstand Sword Dog's attack for long and was soon knocked down. Thank you for the match. Chenyi smiled slightly. The man shook his head in resignation. Thanks for going easy on me. As he recalled his partner, he sighed softly. It's tough making money this way. Then he turned and left the stage. This was his third defeat. After the man left, the host's voice rang out again. Congratulations to our sparring master Chenyi for the victory. Our prize pool has now reached 90,776. Listening to the host, Chenyi couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. So awkward, he thought to himself. After some formalities, the host turned to Chenyi and asked, Mr. Chen, would you like to continue or take a break? The matches allowed for breaks, and the timing was up to Chenyi. Continue. Chenyi answered briefly. All right, let's welcome our next challenger to the stage. As soon as the host finished speaking, a young girl stepped onto the stage. Let me, Wang Rong, test your strength. Wang Rong confidently summoned her partner, a green plant-like humanoid wielding a long sword, standing about 1.5 meters tall, appeared on the stage. Chenyi quickly scanned the opponent's information. Species, Leaf Blade Master. Level, 40. Attribute, Wind. Potential, Medium. Lord. The Flowerleaf Swordmaster is a plant-like spiritual beast evolved from the Flowerleaf Swordsman, originally known as the Flower Swordleaf. At its initial stage, this spiritual beast has the potential of a low-tier elite, with strength comparable to a sailor duck or guard dog. Just evolved? Chenyi muttered under his breath, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. Wang Rong grinned, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It evolved a few days ago. I saw your message in the group yesterday and thought I'd come test my flower's strength, she thought to herself. Testing my own spiritual beast, understanding the capabilities of a new type, and making some money what's not to love? A few minutes later, Wang Rong stood stunned, staring at Flower lying on the ground, disbelief written all over her face. Why? How could my flower lose? This doesn't make sense. Though puzzled, she accepted the reality. Despite the loss, she at least gauged the approximate strength of the sword dog, so it wasn't a total loss. Of course, she didn't believe every sword dog was at this level. I lost. Wang Rong turned to Chenyi, forcing a smile. You're quite a competent sparring partner. She had a feeling that this sword dog might still be holding back some power. Thank you, Chenyi replied with a smile. Wang Rong retrieved Flower and quietly left the arena. Soon, a familiar scene unfolded. The host returned. Chenyi couldn't help but twitch his mouth, but this time the host simply asked if he wanted to continue. Naturally, Chenyi chose to go on, given that the sword dog still had plenty of energy. The first match was a landslide, the second was evenly matched. After these 2 rounds, Chenyi felt like he was just warming up. The hunting spiritual beast park focused on sparring, and both sides tacitly agreed not to go all out. If they were serious, they would naturally target weaknesses. For now, the sword dog sometimes even used the back of its blade. After 10 consecutive battles, Chenyi decided to take a break. Spectators started discussing, some marveling at the sword dog's strength, others reminding that this wasn't the average level. When someone revealed that Chenyi was the top freshman at the Spirit Summoning University, the discussions became even more lively. Back in the lounge, Chenyi gave the sword dog a recovery pill and sent it to rest in the Spirit Summoning space. Yao Shui praised Chenyi with admiration, but Chenyi modestly attributed the success to the sword dog. Half an hour later, Chenyi returned to the arena for his 11th match. Since challengers were pre-selected, the subsequent battles proceeded smoothly, with the sword dog handling them with ease. After 30 matches, Chenyi decided to conserve energy for the next day. That evening, after training, Chenyi returned to his dorm, showered, and began selecting the next day's opponents. Faced with over 1,000 application messages, both Chenyi and Dimension Cat were astounded. This event is truly impressive. Chenyi laughed, beginning his careful selection. He planned for the sword dog to fight 50 matches the next day, primarily choosing opponents in the 37 to 40 level range. while also including some higher and lower level opponents to test limits and adjust pacing. On the second day of the event, Qingyi noticed even more spectators than the previous day and couldn't help but internally comment on their free time. Entering the hunting headquarters with the crowd, the battles began promptly. The second day's process was evidently more streamlined than the first, with Qingyi's matches starting immediately upon arrival. The relentless schedule of 50 battles a day made Qingyi increasingly aware that Jianquan was quite exceptional. Not all these battles ended in victory. Jianquan lost a few, and several highly skilled challengers claimed hefty prizes. It seemed as if these challengers had a strategy. They appeared whenever Jianquan was on a winning streak of 40 or 50, using their superior skills to snatch the prize away. Among these victorious challengers, Qingyi could defeat a few, but there were some he felt Jianquan couldn't overcome. The reason was simple. Jianquan had never used the powerful Tianyu 8 forms throughout the event. If he unleashed this move, even those evenly matched with Jianquan might find it difficult to win. The event lasted 10 days, during which Jianquan's popularity soared, even leading to the formation of a dedicated fan club. Qingyi was stunned when he learned from Lu Junyan that Jianquan already had a fan club with over 1,000 members. He couldn't believe that while he had no fan club, his dog was already far ahead. Over the next few days, Qingyi specifically looked for these fan groups in the crowd and indeed found several special groups. They were holding banners and waving Jianquan-themed merchandise they had somehow acquired, cheering for Jianquan. Seeing these products, Qingyi's eyes lit up, realizing a huge business opportunity. He immediately contacted Yao Shui to inquire if Hunting was interested in producing merchandise. Upon receiving a positive response, Qingyi learned that Hunting already had a dedicated merchandise partner. After a brief discussion and profit-sharing negotiation, Qingyi signed a contract with them. He wasn't about to miss out on such a lucrative opportunity. As for the potential increased attention in the future, Qingyi only gave it a fleeting thought before dismissing it. He believed that once his strength was formidable enough, avoiding attention would be nearly impossible. Besides, with the effects of the power of nature, even if he was noticed, it would be hard for people to discover too much, limiting any impact on his life. Meanwhile, at a hotel in Long City where Yulong University was hosting visitors, the team from Fengling University was discussing their crushing defeat in today's academic exchange. One of the team leaders, Zhi Yehe, said passionately, "I've said it before, if we want to win, we shouldn't challenge Yulong University. We can't beat them. Last time we beat Shukong University because their top students weren't there, and we found an opening. Don't think Lingxing's universities are easy to toy with." This exchange could only be described as disastrous. The 10 students they sent were easily defeated by just 3 students from the other side. "So, what do we do now?" Ping Zhong asked Zhi Yehe. Both of them were leading the team, with others assisting. Zhi Yehe calmly replied, "Let's rest for a day and then head to Huanling University." "You want to go to Huanling University after failing against Yulong University?" Ping Zhong looked at Zhi Yehe in shock. "Are you crazy? Or am I?" During this period, they had not only exchanged with Shukong and Yulong universities, but had also approached Yuguang and Minghai universities of the same level. It was after winning 3 consecutive rounds that they approached Yulong University. Zhi Yehe smirked, adjusting his glasses. "I'm not crazy. Going to Huanling University has 2 major benefits for us." He raised one finger. "First, if we lose, we might win continuously afterward, finishing our academic journey on Lingxing on a high note. This way, other planets will know that our school's strength is not inferior to Lingxing's top 3 universities." Ping Zhong looked puzzled. "Didn't we lose to Yulong University?" "But we beat Shukong University." Zhi Yehe laughed. "Whether their strongest were present or not, that's a fact. We can promote this angle, encouraging hesitant students to choose our school without hesitation. It's a fantastic selling point for next year's admissions." Hearing this, Ping Zhong was left speechless. This woman was ruthless. "Aren't you afraid Shukong University will come after us?" "Why should I be? Let them. We can afford to lose," Zhi Yehe shrugged. "No matter how many times we lose afterward, we did beat them. Even if they realize we won when their strongest were absent, students who can't get into Fengyuan or Chilean universities won't look down on us. They'll admire us more. This shows our teaching quality is just a notch below Shukong University, which other universities can't match." Zhi Yehe looked at Ping Zhong. "Do you think Shukong University will let other universities on our planet win?" Ping Zhong's eyes gradually lit up. Zhi Yehe didn't wait for his response and raised a second finger. "The second benefit is, if we win, I don't need to explain the consequences, right?" "Great!" Ping Zhong shouted excitedly. "I'll contact Huanling University right away and arrange for an exchange the day after tomorrow." "It's all on you," Zhi Yehe said. "Don't worry," Ping Zhong replied enthusiastically. "I'll handle it here while you make the arrangements." Zhi Yehe watched Ping Zhong leave and smiled at the stunned team members. "Everyone, get ready for our exchange with Huanling University the day after tomorrow." "Teacher Zhi, can we really win?" a female student asked. "I saw news about their strongest, Qingyi. He's still at the school." "I'm aware," Zhi Yehe smiled. "But no matter how strong he is, he can't take on 10 of us alone. As long as he can't do that, this exchange will be perfect. If he can, well, we'll just have to accept it. The team exchanged glances, visibly relieved, as they didn't believe Qin Yi could achieve such a feat. The sudden ringing of his phone jolted Zhao Xian upright in bed, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. A woman's voice on the other end asked if he agreed to Fengling University's academic exchange visit. Zhao Xian agreed without hesitation, feeling a rush of excitement. After hanging up, Zhao Xian immediately dialed Qin Ye's number. "Hey, what are you up to?" he asked. Qin Yi had just finished showering and was standing in front of the fridge, reaching for a bottle of sparkling water. "Got something on your mind, Zhao?" he replied as he opened the bottle. Zhao Xian briefly explained the upcoming visit from Fengling University. Qin Yi confirmed he wouldn't be leaving town this month. After a short conversation, Zhao Xian ended the call. Setting down his phone, Qin Yi turned to the Dimension Cat, who was sipping a drink, and teased, "Easy on the drinks, cat." The Dimension Cat shot him a look but continued to drink contentedly. Qin Yi asked the Dimension Cat for thoughts on the academic exchange, but the cat had no particular opinion. Ultimately, Qin Yi decided to let Luoya take the stage, as Luoya had been itching for action. When Qin Yi shared the news with Luoya was ecstatic, shouting with excitement. Qin Yi thought to himself that Luoya really had been cooped up for too long. Next, Qin Yi began discussing the battle strategy for the next day with Sword Dog. Over the past 14 days, Sword Dog not only met the conditions for evolution but also reached level 38. Most impressively, through countless battles, Sword Dog had learned a powerful passive skill unity of man and sword. Qin Yi recalled reading about this skill in a book. His brother Wenwu's ace spirit beast, the Tsangdi Sword Lion, possessed it. It's a skill every top-tier sword-type spirit beast must master, and Sword Dog had achieved it at under level 40, a full 20 levels ahead of schedule. With this new skill, Sword Dog easily secured 50 consecutive victories today, bringing its total winning streak to 88. Qin Yi resolved to aim for 100 consecutive wins tomorrow, concluding the event in style. Species: Blazing Sword Tiger, level 45, attribute: Fire, potential, Middle Lord. On the last day of the event, the final match was about to begin. Qin Yi stood on the stage, his gaze sharp as he assessed the Blazing Sword Tiger opposite him. This majestic spirit beast held a long sword in its mouth, emanating an intense heat. Qin Yi quickly relayed the opponent's data to his Sword Dog and then glanced around. Not far away, a group of enthusiastic supporters waved banners for Sword Dog, cheering energetically. Seeing this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Qin Ye's mouth as he softly said to Sword Dog, "Let's end this with that move." After so many days of competition, Qin Yi decided it was time for Sword Dog to unleash its full power and use the Heavenly Moon 8 techniques to conclude the battle. He wanted the loyal fans to see that the Sword Dog they supported was even more formidable than they imagined. Sword Dog nodded lightly, never questioning its master's orders. Meanwhile, the young trainer opposite them, hearing Qin Ye's words, smiled and said, "So you were hiding your strength after all?" Qin Yi simply gestured with a smile, saying nothing more. The young trainer shouted, "Then show me how much you've been hiding." Blazing Sword Tiger, fight! With a thunderous roar, the Blazing Sword Tiger's sword was instantly enveloped in fierce flames. At the same time, Sword Dog drew its blade, and the surrounding temperature dropped sharply as a huge crescent moon quickly formed behind it. The two spirit beasts attacked almost simultaneously. The Blazing Sword Tiger swung its head, sending a blazing sword beam, while Sword Dog unleashed a silver crescent blade. The two attacks collided in midair with a deafening boom. Seeing the stalemate, the Blazing Sword Tiger immediately launched a second attack. Meanwhile, above Sword Dog, the crescent moon transformed into a half moon, and a second blade beam whistled out. Another loud crash followed, this time with Sword Dog's attack gaining the upper hand, advancing toward the Blazing Sword Tiger. Facing the oncoming blade, the Blazing Sword Tiger's expression shifted slightly as it quickly swung a third sword. Sensing the imminent danger, the young trainer urgently commanded, "Stop playing around. Use your strongest move now." The Blazing Sword Tiger understood, its flames surging as it charged like a sharp giant sword towards Sword Dog's third blade beam. The roar of the clash resounded once more as the Blazing Sword Tiger broke through the blade beam, soaring into the air and slashing dozens of times. Amidst the overwhelming sword beams, Sword Dog remained calm and composed. It swung a fourth blade, sending a silvery blade beam skyward, causing the temperature to drop again. In the stands, Sword Dog's fans couldn't contain their excitement. "It's so cold. Sword Dog is so strong. Strong and handsome. I didn't expect Sword Dog to have hidden strength. I knew Sword Dog was extraordinary, but I didn't know it was this powerful." Other spectators also began discussing, with some questioning whether Sword Dog truly possessed such power, and others speculating that it might be a unique talent of Sword Dog. The discussions continued until a middle-aged reporter shook his head and said, "Stop discussing. The battle is over. The blazing sword tiger can't withstand so many blades. The power is too overwhelming. Indeed, after Sword Dog's third blade struck the blazing sword tiger, the opponent was sent flying, narrowly caught by the referee. Qinyi looked at the stunned young trainer and said with a smile, "Pardon my display." The young trainer snapped out of it, hurriedly rushing to his spirit beast. Qinyi stayed put, awaiting the result. Soon, the referee announced Qinyi's victory, and the crowd erupted into thunderous applause. In the stands, Wang Rong excitedly told her friend, "See, I told you he was hiding his strength." Her friend, covering her ears, said helplessly, "I saw it. I saw it. Can you lower your voice? You're too loud." Wang Rong happily clung to her friend's arm, playfully. The host took the stage to announce the end of the event and Qinyi's incredible achievement of 100 consecutive wins. The crowd once again burst into enthusiastic applause as Qinyi accepted a black briefcase containing millions of spirit coins from the host. This was a clever arrangement by the hunting company, giving all the rewards meant for challengers to Qinyi. Carrying the briefcase, Qinyi waved to the audience and left the stage. In the temporary rest area, staff member Yao Shui sincerely said, "Mr. Qin, you've worked hard over the past half-month." Qinyi modestly replied, "Thank you for putting up with me this past half-month." After exchanging a few more polite remarks, Yao Shui finally asked, "Mr. Qin, do you have time tonight? We'd like to invite you to dinner." Upon confirming that it wasn't just Yao Shui, Qinyi readily agreed. After all, having spent so many days together, it was only fitting to share a meal. As night fell, Qinyi cradled the dimensional cat in his arms and bid farewell to Yao Shui and her friends before heading back to his dorm. Suddenly, the ringtone of his phone shattered the evening's tranquility. He pulled out his phone and frowned slightly at the name displayed before answering the call. "Qinyi, they're coming the day after tomorrow. Are you available?" Zhao Ji's voice came through. Qinyi paused, then recalled what Zhaogu had mentioned a few days ago. "Yes, I am," he replied without hesitation. "It's the group from Fengling University. They're finally arriving." "Great. The upcoming battles will depend on you," Zhaogu said. "Zhaogu, aren't you planning to let others take a shot?" Qinyi asked. "Of course, they'll have their chance. You're our trump card. Then I might not get to go at all." Qinyi joked. "Haha, it would be best if you don't have to," Zhaogu laughed. During the call, Qinyi learned that only he and Wu Jun were currently at the school. Everyone else was out training. Zhaogu, concerned about potential surprises, had called to confirm. After gathering information from various sources, Zhaogu discovered that the team from Fengling University was quite formidable. With their strongest members temporarily absent, Zhaogu, leading the team for the first time, couldn't help but feel a bit anxious, despite his outward calm. On September 21st, at the entrance of Huanling University, a bus slowly came to a stop, and the academic team from Fengling University disembarked in an orderly fashion. Ping Zhong stood at the gate, taking in the scene with awe. "No matter how many times I come here, I can't help but be amazed every time." To give the students a good look at Huanling University, Ping Zhong had deliberately arranged for the bus to stop a short distance from the entrance. Ji, standing beside Ping Zhong, couldn't help but remark, "If only our school were this grand." "It will be," Ping Zhong said softly, then turned to the awestruck crowd and said, "Follow me." The students snapped out of their daze and, chattering excitedly, followed Ping Zhong towards the gate. Their arrival quickly drew the attention of those nearby, with many capturing the moment and sharing it across various groups. News of Fengling University's visit spread rapidly. At this moment, Zhao Xian was approaching with several others. When Xiao, spotting the bus in the distance, remarked, "They're here?" Zhao Xian nodded. "I see them. Let's hurry." When Xiao urged, the two groups quickly converged, and after a round of cordial exchanges, Ping Zhong's party was led into Huanling University. Meanwhile, the fishing chat group was buzzing with activity. "Lu Junyan, everyone. Fengling University's people have arrived." "Zhang Shuijun, I saw them." "Lu Junyan. Qinyi, brother Qin, you're at the school, right?" "Qinyi, I'm curious about what you're training in." "Lu Junyan, I have my informants. They call me as soon as there's news." "Qinyi, Zhang Shuijun. Lu Junyan, is anyone else at the school? Don't let them defeat us." "Wu Jun, I'm here." "Feng Yeye, I'm here too." "Qinyi, don't worry, I've got it covered." "Lu Junyan, it's good to have the big brother around." "Wu Jun, no need for brother Qin, I can handle it alone." "Zhang Shuijun, everyone, Wu Jun is bragging again." "Lu Junyan, everyone, Wu Jun is bragging again." In the gravity training room, Qinyi chuckled at the messages in the group chat, shook his head, and set his phone aside to continue his training. As night fell in the underground training room, Qinyi focused intently on Zuga. A terrifying aura erupted from Zuga's body, prompting Qinyi to activate his summoning soul eyes. Species: 4 symbols turtle. Level: 40 level 1100. Attribute: Earth. Potential: Quasi-King 1100. Talents: Thorn Turtle Shell, Rock Spirit Power, 4 symbols, Kurin Hexagram, Li Hexagram, DUI Hexagram. Skills: 4 symbols Shield Mastery, Wood Rain Mastery, Golden Tiger Roar Mastery. Description: a small rock turtle that mistakenly consumed a mysterious stone slab has been nurtured by you into a 4 symbols turtle. The mysterious stone slab within its body is also slowly restoring under the effect of the DUI hexagram. Quasi-King. Qin Ye's eyes lit up as he immediately retrieved a stone slab from the summoning space and placed it before Zuga. The dimensional cat watched this with a pained expression. This was the final piece of the 8 trigram stone slab she had entrusted to Qin Ye after forming a contract with him. Qin Ye had not used the stone slab immediately, choosing instead to wait until Zuga's potential reached the Quasi-King level. He believed it would be wasteful to use it at a High Lord stage, and it wouldn't take long for Zuga to reach the Quasi-King level. Qin Ye had considered waiting until Zuga neared the King level to use the slab, but he feared that Zuga might naturally awaken the Qian hexagram by then, reducing the slab's effectiveness. Although the DUI hexagram within Zuga might recover to the Sun hexagram, Qin Ye didn't want to take the risk of wasting time. Thus, Qin Ye decided to use the fragment of the 8 trigram stone slab just as Zuga entered the Quasi-King potential stage. He believed that using it now would maximize Zuga's potential, given that it's a treasure of the rainbow tier. Despite being a fragment, its effects far exceeded those of yellow or purple quality treasures. More importantly, after consuming this fragment, Zuga would gain a new talent, the Qian hexagram. Half an hour later, under Qin Ye's guidance, Zuga completed his power consolidation. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to the fragments of the Bagua stone slab in front of him, and a strong desire surged in his heart. Without waiting for Qin Ye to speak again, Zuga opened his mouth and began to swallow the fragments bit by bit. Watching Zuga's adept movements, Qin Ye couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder you're a turtle that's eaten Bagua stone slabs before. You've got experience." Beside them, the dimensional cat let out a disgruntled meow, clearly displeased that both pieces of the hard-won Bagua stone slab had been devoured by the turtle. Qin Ye turned to reassure her, "Stay calm. Stay calm. You haven't lost out. You've lost the Bagua stone slabs, but you've met me. With my abilities, your potential will eventually reach the mythic level." In truth, Qin Ye knew that if the dimensional cat had obtained the complete Bagua stone slab, she might have instantly become the legendary Phantom Beast. However, the situation was different now. Through her pact with him, the dimensional cat's potential was steadily increasing. Not long ago, Qin Ye was surprised to discover that the dimensional cat's potential had risen to 31 points, which was a significant advancement at the quasi-mythic level. Although the progress was slow, each point of improvement was meaningful. The dimensional cat lazily sprawled on the ground, indifferent to Qin Ye's explanation. While she wasn't sure of the reason for her potential increase, her intuition told her it was related to Qin Ye's mysterious abilities. An hour later, Zuga's aura gradually stabilized. Qin Ye immediately activated his soul eye to check Zuga's status. Species: 4 symbol turtle. Level: 42, 21100. Attribute: Earth. Potential: Quasi-King 78100. Talents: Thorny Turtle Shell, Rock Spirit Power, 4 symbols, Kurin Hexagram, Li Hexagram, DUI Hexagram, Qian Hexagram. Skills. Description: Qin Ye was satisfied to see that, under the influence of the Bagua stone slab fragments, Zuga's level had increased by 2, his potential had risen by 78 points, and he had learned the Qian hexagram talent. The dimensional cat leaped onto Qin Ye's shoulder, inquiring about the results. Qin Ye explained, his level increased by 2, his potential by 78 points, and he acquired the Qian hexagram talent. Although it's not at the king level yet, this is already a great outcome. High-quality treasures have their own protective mechanisms, and Zuga needs time to digest them. The dimensional cat added, the Bagua stone slab is an adaptive treasure, allowing spirit beasts to gradually adapt to its power. Although the initial effects aren't obvious, it's more beneficial in the long run. Qin Ye nodded thoughtfully, then checked the specific effects of the Qian hexagram. Qian hexagram. The Qian hexagram of the Bagua, gathering formidable power, transforms the elements of heaven and earth, dealing significant damage to a designated area with a knockback effect. It can be shaped into whatever form you imagine to attack targets, such as dragons, tigers, phoenixes. Qin Ye felt a tinge of disappointment, having expected a more advanced ability, only to find it was merely a change in energy form. He turned to Zuga and said, "Zuga, try releasing the Qian hexagram on that wall over there." Zuga responded drowsily. Moments later, a massive energy turtle formed above him and charged toward the distant wall at an astonishing speed. With a thunderous crash, Qin Ye was left speechless as he stared at the dented wall. Finally, he could only marvel. The attack power of this talent is quite strong. Why hasn't Lao Zhu's attribute changed to fate yet? Qin Ye stared at Zhuga's panel, frowning slightly. He had just witnessed Zuga release the Qian hexagram and immediately intensified the effect of the soul-summoning eye. The panel clearly displayed Attribute, Earth Attribute, 42, Fate, 40. Why is it still showing Earth Attribute? Shouldn't it be Earth and Fate? Qin Yi muttered to himself, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Logically, when the difference between two attributes is less than 5, the panel should display both. However, Zhuge's panel only showed one. The dimensional cat overheard Qin Ye's question and rolled its eyes. Isn't it better that it shows Earth Attribute? It's much safer than showing Fate. A slight smile appeared on Qin Ye's lips, a trace of excitement in his eyes. True, but the Fate attribute is so cool. He couldn't help but imagine what Zhuge would look like with the Fate attribute, secretly anticipating it. But to be fair, showing the Fate attribute is indeed more dangerous than showing Earth, Qin Yi calmly analyzed. Fate is an extremely rare attribute, and spirit beasts with it are not to be underestimated. If others saw Zhuge's panel displaying the Fate attribute, they'd be on high alert. The dimensional cat chimed in suddenly. Space is cool too. Qin Yi chuckled. Space is indeed cool, which is why I don't dare let you out. Meow! The dimensional cat's eyes sparkled with joy upon hearing this. Seeing the cat's expression, Qin Yi laughed softly and continued training with Zhuge. He knew deep down that his words weren't empty flattery, but heartfelt acknowledgement. In his view, both space and fate are exceptionally rare attributes, though space attribute spirit beasts are slightly more common. Despite the rarity of the fate attribute, Qin Yi understood that it didn't necessarily mean spirit beasts with it were powerful. In fact, their combat abilities are often quite average, with their true strength lying in their support abilities, especially in predicting destiny. Of course, there are exceptions, like Zhuge's fate attribute, which Qin Yi hadn't seen showing any destiny predicting effects. However, Qin Yi wasn't worried. As long as Zhuge was strong enough, he was satisfied. As for when Zhuge would master fate attribute skills, Qin Yi wasn't in a hurry. He believed that day would come, as attributes don't lie. After testing Zhuge's current strength, Qin Yi headed upstairs to rest. The next afternoon, after lunch, Qin Yi arrived at the Sky Sports Arena. The academic exchange with Fengling University was taking place there. By then, the arena was packed, with not a single seat left empty. Besides their batch of students, many sophomores and juniors were also present, not wanting to miss the first academic exchange of the prominent freshmen, especially given their recent rise to fame. Sunu, do you think Qin Yi will come? I heard he hasn't left the school these past few days. Lin Xiaoqiao couldn't help but ask. Sunu replied nonchalantly, how would I know? Haven't you asked him? Why should I? Aren't you curious? Not really. Lin Xiaoqiao paused, then couldn't resist saying, how about asking? Seeing Sun Yu's hesitant expression, Lin Xiaoqiao immediately put on a pitiful look. Please, just ask him. Ugh, don't do that. I'll ask, okay. Sun Yu shivered and quickly took out his phone to message Qin Yi. Shortly after, Sun Yu checked the reply and told Lin Xiaoqiao, he's here in the lounge? Oh, that's good. As long as he's here, Lin Xiaoqiao nodded lightly. Her concern about Qin Ye's presence wasn't just due to curiosity about his current strength, but primarily because she didn't want them to lose this academic exchange. Even though it wasn't their batch competing, if the freshmen lost, it would feel like a loss for them too. After all, they were from the same school. In the lounge, as Qin Yi pushed the door open, the previously noisy room fell silent. He blinked and smiled. What's up? Why did you all stop talking when I came in? Boss, we're counting on you. Wu Jun was the first to speak. Qin Yi quickly waved his hands. No, don't count on me. I'm not even sure I'll be competing. Haha, you're joking, boss. Wang Pongpong's voice came from the side. Qin Yi turned to look at the nearly 200-pound chubby guy. You should lose some weight. Hee, I'm just right. The chubby guy grinned. Qin Yi scrutinized Wang Pangpang and nodded lightly. Well, if you say so. Saying that, he took a seat, with Wang Pangpang sitting right next to him. Scanning the room, Qin Yi noted there were 21 people in the lounge. He thought to himself, Brother Zhao is called in the top 50, huh? He quickly scanned the room but didn't see anyone beyond the top 50 present. It was clear that Brother Zhao had only called those within the top 50 who were available today. Shortly after, Zhao Xin entered the room, looked around and smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, 27 of you are here. He had noted yesterday that 23 out of the 50 couldn't make it, so the turnout was pleasing to him. Wang Pangpang eagerly asked, Mr. Zhao, what's the plan for later? Zhao Xin replied seriously, follow my lead. Today we'll use a tournament format, with each side sending out 10 people. Each person will fight until they concede. He briefly explained and added, unless something unexpected happens, you'll all have a chance to participate. Just follow my instructions when the time comes. Feng Yeye caught on to a key phrase. So, there might be unexpected events? Zhao Xin smiled slightly. That depends on whether a certain school gives us a call. He glanced at the time and asked, the academic exchange is about to start. Do you want to come with me, or wait here? Everyone exchanged looks, and only a few stood up. Zhao Xian noticed Qin Yi still sitting and raised an eyebrow. Aren't you coming? Qin Yi blinked innocently. Why should I go? Come with me, Zhao Xian said, giving him a look. Qin Yi stood up, puzzled, and followed Zhao Xian. He couldn't help but ask, why don't they have to go? Zhao Xian replied mysteriously, if you want something good, just come with me. Qin Yi perked up immediately. Is Void University reaching out to us? Not yet, but if you want them to, you need to come with me, Zhao Xian said as he headed toward the door under the curious gazes of the others. Qin Yi suddenly understood and quickly followed. Coming. He realized that representatives from Void University might already be there, but it wasn't confirmed whether they were on campus yet. At 1 o'clock sharp, the host, Zhou Tao, arrived at the arena. Facing the crowd, he smiled and began, Good afternoon, everyone. I am Zhou Tao, the temporary host for today's academic exchange. After some pleasantries, he finally announced the rules. We will use a 1v1 tournament format, with each side sending out 10 participants. Each participant can use any number of spirit beasts in a 1v1 battle until one side concedes. He emphasized the rules, stating, no killing of contracted beasts, no attacking the summoner, and no other restrictions. Then, Zhou Tao enthusiastically announced, let's give a warm welcome to the academic exchange team from Fengling University. Amidst the thunderous applause and cheers, the representatives from Fengling University walked in from the entrance. Ping Zhong, looking at the packed gymnasium, couldn't help but whisper to Ji Yi next to him, don't the students at Summoning University have training to do? Why are they so free? Ji Yi, hearing the overwhelming cheers, felt a bit uneasy. Who knows? Zhou Tao began to detail the background of Fengling University, leading to an awkward silence among the young people behind Ping Zhong. They mentally criticized the overly exaggerated introduction, but Zhou Tao was oblivious to their silent complaints. Once the representatives from Fengling University were in place, Zhou Tao stopped his lengthy introduction and announced, now, let's welcome our academic exchange team. Zhao Xian led Qin Yi and the others into enthusiastic applause from the opposite side. Lin Xiaoqiao eagerly searched for Qin Yi from the audience, but couldn't spot him. She turned to Sunu for help. Which one is Qin Yi? Sunu carefully scanned the group and finally spotted Qin Yi next to Zhao Xian. He's right next to Zhao Xian. Lin Xiaoqiao blinked in surprise. Oh, really? How did I miss him? Sunu explained. Qin Yi has a special talent. I had to look several times to find him. It's like writing a tooth-a-sand-word essay and checking it multiple times without spotting a typo, but others can see it immediately. Lin Xiaoqiao asked, puzzled. What do you mean? Sunu bluntly said. You subconsciously overlooked Qin Ye's presence. Lin Xiaoqiao fell silent upon hearing this. After leading the group to the designated area, Zhao Xian watched as Zhou Tao picked up the microphone and began speaking again. As his voice echoed, Zhao Xian and Ping Zhong approached the battlefield for their showdown. They exchanged a friendly handshake and a few brief words before returning to their respective teams. Soon after, they led their teams back to the rest area. The first match was set to begin in 10 minutes. Inside the lounge, the atmosphere was tense yet filled with anticipation. Zhao Xian looked around and asked, who wants to go first in the opening match? I'll go. Wu Jun immediately raised his hand. I can too. Wang Pangpang quickly followed suit. Others chimed in, Brother Wu. Don't compete with us for this. Let us have a chance. Yeah, Brother Wu, let us go first. You're our secret weapon. Listening to the comments around him, Wu Jun felt helpless and thought to himself, if I'm the secret weapon, then what is Qin Yi? The ultimate secret weapon? Nevertheless, he awkwardly lowered his hand, saying, all right, you guys go. Zhao Xian surveyed the 7 students who had raised their hands, thought for a moment and said, let's draw lots. He took out a piece of paper, tore it into 7 pieces, wrote numbers on them, crumpled them, and placed them on the table. Go ahead, draw. Meanwhile, in Fengling University's lounge, they were also discussing the order of appearance. Ping Zhong asked Ji Yahe, who should go first? Ji Yahe looked at the 20 students and said, raise your hand if you want to go. Although these students weren't the absolute best in the school, their abilities were quite comparable. Teacher, let me go. Sister Ji, let me go. I can gauge their strength. Sister Ji, I can do it too. After listening to the 5 students, Ji Yahe finally decided. Zhao Chun, you go? Okay. Zhao Chun responded excitedly. 10 minutes later, Zhou Tao announced promptly, let's welcome the contestants to the arena. Zhao Xian encouraged the lucky draw winner. Ma Hao, do your best. Don't lose the first match. Don't worry, Zhao, watch me beat them. Ma Hao said excitedly as he left the lounge. Qin Yi, standing by the window, watched the girl walking out from the opposite side and curiously looked at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian, expressionless, said, don't look at me. I don't know her either. She's not important. Their strength lies in the twin stars. The others are fairly average. The surrounding people immediately asked with curiosity. Zhao Xian explained, Zuya and Ping Yong. The twin stars of this year's Fengling University are strong enough to rank in the top 10 of our school. So strong. Wang Pengpeng exclaimed. Zhao Xin chuckled. If they weren't strong, they wouldn't have beaten Void University. It's because of those two that Void University lost the academic exchange. Qinyi asked, puzzled. Did Void University's top 10 all step out? Zhao Xin explained. Each school's strength varies. This year, our school's recruitment was quite effective, drawing in most of the talents, so Void University and Yulong University's talents aren't as numerous as you might think. Our top 10 would rank around 7th or 8th there. They were also unlucky that day. 5 of their top 8 weren't available. Only the 4th, 6th, and 7th were present. Couldn't their 4th beat those two? Someone asked. Zhao Xin calmly replied. The 4th, Lu Wei. His contract beast was just perfectly countered by Zuya. Qinyi thought to himself. No wonder they lost. What bad luck. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.